whoa. Calm down. It's only the 7th of June. Everyone, calm yourselves down. It's only the 7th of June. There's plenty of the window left. Let's not get our G-strings in a cheeky little twist, shall we? This is obviously Aaron Talks Arsenal, and we're going to be doing a late but great call-in show. Sam, big up to you, brother. Thank you very much for joining me. How you been so far, man?
Great. Newly graduated from college. That's all I want to do. Big up, man. Yeah, I can start working. And yeah, man, my club's moving serious, bruv. Terrible season. Also, what is it now? Yeah, 4 signings, Aaron. But it's only 7th, Aaron. You know, you can't do that many deals, Aaron. 4 signings we've gotten already. And we're looking to get 2 more. Yeah?
Calm down.
Calm down. Exactly. Bakalama.
You're doing too much business, Sue.
Yeah,
You're doing
yeah.
too much business.
Nah,
Calm down.
I know, man. We need to slow down a bit. We need to slow down.
It's best to leave it until the end of the window.
Exactly.
Still not get your
when it's
signing,
too late.
and then
Exactly.
sign Sterling's on the last day.
Yeah,
It's
and when
best
you have to
do
overpay. Yeah, when you have to overpay, and when all the goodies have gone. Yeah, or when the clubs will not sell them because they can't get a replacement. There's a difference.
Now, why would you want Rodrigo when you could get Benayoun?
I mean, Aaron, apparently Arsenal won't go for it because they don't want to pay him 10 million net, but they want to give Kai Havertz 280 grand a week, apparently.
Yeah. And the mug next to him, Gabriel Jesus, on 265.
There you go.
But don't worry, we can't afford it. Carl, how you doing, my friend? Thank you very much for jumping on my geezer.
No worries, mate. No, it's all been good. All good. Just spending more and more time with my boy. I had to go to his school earlier on the week for his first parents' evening to get inducted and that. So yeah, it's all very rush at my end right now. And regarding of this club, yeah, nothing. It doesn't surprise me what has just transpired.
Yeah, we will absolutely get into that. But of course, Jezza, the Godfather, Vive la France. How are you doing, my friend?
Very well, mate. Very well. Yeah, it's a lovely day today, out and about. Yeah. The wife's gone to bed, pissed. She had a few too many. She don't really drink much, to be honest. And yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. And looking forward to doing this show with you, esteemed gentlemen.
Oh, please. Now, the pleasure's all mine. I know it was a little bit a late thing. I've been so busy today. I haven't really sent out the links for too long.
You're close to cancelling this show as well, you know.
No. I had to cancel yesterday's show, and I'll explain to everyone why I did cancel it. So, obviously, I went on the North Sides just a little bit before, and it kind of went south, that show.
It did.
Very, very south. And we was having a laugh on there, a real good laugh for about, probably knocking on 2 hours. And I was late running for my own show. And I thought to myself, I was like, do you know what? I'm in a really good mood. I've had a laugh of Northside, Rashid. I thought, why would I go on stream now and just talk about Arsenal and just depress myself? So we're going to depress you all tonight instead. And you know what? This is exactly where we're going to start off with. Because, yeah, we're all saying, calm down. Everyone, calm down. It's the 7th of July. But I'll tell you what, I'm not really too bothered. I know I'm not stupid. I know the Premier League kicks off in August. I'm not stupid. I know the transfer window shuts in September. I'm not stupid. But
it's the 1st of September.
I think so, yeah. It's usually 1st or 2nd. Either. I'm not silly. But when you are looking at all of your rivals, and even Manchester United making some proper signings, that's what dictates the pace of the transfer market, is what your rival's doing. And I'm sorry, I have an absolute right to be a little bit pissed off with how it's going. And they'll come back, no, it's only the 7th. It's been open for 7 days, LOL. How can you be like that? Be patient. Well, I've been patient enough, by the way. What frustrates me is I'm looking over there and thinking Manchester City had their first trophyless season since Pep Guardiola first joined, actually, 16-17 season. Are they being patient in the market? Nah. Now, Cherky, Reinders, Nori, there'll be more as well, by the way. Liverpool, who were partying over there, by the way, and quite rightly so, Premier League champions, just lost their boy, Trent.
Well, Verts is done.
Frimpong, Bosch.
Yeah.
Then they've gone Kirkes. We need a new left back, Bosch. Then
Verts is pretty much done for them as well now.
Verts is done. Are they going to stop? No. And then you're looking over at Manchester United, and I mean, they're even acting like a big club. I mean, I'm sorry. When we're looking over at Arsenal, I'm thinking, what are we doing? We haven't actually done anything just yet, by the way, but we have signed Kepa, and we'll get into that separately. But I want to keep this bit separately just for the fact that why do we have to be patient? I don't really understand it. We are yet again in the transfer window being left behind by our rivals. That's just fact because they're all doing business. They're all nearly sewed them all up. And what are Arsenal doing? We're just yet again waiting, watching everyone else play outside while we've been grounded for 2 months. It's frustrating, and there's so many pros to obviously getting your business done. Well, you've got it done is obviously the main pro. Second one, obviously being that they can join up with their new teammates, they can get that pre-season in. That's invaluable, absolutely invaluable. But what do? We leave it all to the last minute. And Sam, I'll come to you obviously first for this because it's very frustrating for me, bruv. Should we be panicking? We're not panicking, by the way. We're not panicking. We're just looking at everyone else doing business, and we're not doing it. What are we doing here, Sam? Madness, isn't it?
Should you be panicking? In a bit, you should.
We're panicking, brother. We're not panicking. I'm just saying.
Oh, no.
They're going, are you panicking? It's in the window. All the top gooners are saying we're panicking. I'm not panicking.
Oh, but you're worried. But you are worried. Yeah.
Absolutely worried.
Yeah, but you and Jez and Carl are worried. And there's a reason you man are worried. And I get why. Yeah. So when people keep saying now it's too early. Well, we've made what? Trent, Hoysen, Carreras, pretty much done. Yeah. Franco, yeah. Biggest talent now in Argentina right now. My man's 17 years old, yeah. Done. Yeah. All improves our team like that. Yeah. 2 more signings to come. But Aaron, you need to calm down. Yeah, that's 4 signings.
It's only the 7th. It's only the 7th.
Bro. Yes, soon to be 8th. Soon to be 8th of June. But you need to calm down, apparently. C, Turkey, Nuri, yeah, Reinders, 3 players, all right? Man United, Cunha, they're going to get Mbuemo. And now they've started talks with Gyokeres, yeah? That's going to be 3 players. And that immediately takes her attack from here to here immediately. Right. Yeah, you can say what you want about them. Yeah, listen, I've been taking the piss out of my night for good time now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you all on this panel, even the chat has. But bruv, I've got to give credit where credit's due. They've sat there and said, do you know what? We're not going to piss around. We're going to do the business. We're going to get it done early. Yeah, because they know they've got to get some right wing back in. They've got to get a midfielder in, if not 2, and possibly another defender. And that's what 3 more signings in. But they know you have to start early. So they have acted quickly, and they finished 15th, by the way. Yeah, 15th. Yeah, Liverpool, like you said, Gyokeres. Yeah, that left back. Yeah, Frimpong. Then you've got what? Wirtz. Now pretty much done, and Wirtz takes them to another level, and they already won a league, Aaron. Yeah, we've not even mentioned the striker they're going to go for, and all that. So they've not even finished. And then you look over Arsenal or Kepa. A Chelsea reject. And listen, no disrespect.
We'll get to the Kepa in more depth.
And here's the thing, no disrespect, Aaron. No disrespect now, all right? I understand, it's a 7th, and some of these big deals could come a bit earlier, could become a bit later into the window, even though you look at Wirtz, that could jeopardize my argument. But the point is, I'm not even saying all of your business has to be done now. Of course not. I'm not going to be that stupid. Of course, these things takes time. Add-ons, player sales and all that. Yeah, but with all due respect, if you finish 2nd, what is it now? 3 times, Jez? Am I wrong? 3 times now. Yeah.
3 in a
row. The
row.
very least, Aaron, Carl. At the very least, you're going to get at least 2 players done already, like that. Yeah, and get them ready for next season.
Yeah.
But what does my man do? Oh yeah, man like Arteta. And you have to, you know what? You even have to include Berta into this now as well. You have to start talking about him now, because what the hell is my man doing? Yeah, sitting there, just taking the piss. We're not sure. And then Aaron, the striker you're going for, can't even hit 20 goals in Bundesliga, and now all of a sudden there you go. And he's supposed to now lead the Arsenal thing. Oh, and guess what? Over 90 million, mate. Over 90 million, we might have to pay for him. Aaron. Bruv, the incompetence is just on another level. I'm stunned, Aaron. I'm stunned. I genuinely.
I'm not. That's the annoying thing. And Carl, I want to get your take as well on it, man, because Like, look, I don't understand why we get labelled. It's obviously, I do appreciate that that's their excuse. It's only the 7th. It's only the 7th, but so it's been open
That's
for
not an
7 days.
excuse, Aaron.
If you've got Zubimendi done, and this is what we're all hearing as well, by the way, we're saying Sesko's been done for about a year. We're seeing Zubimendi's been done for 6, 7, 8 months. Why are they not signed then? I'm not saying I want either of them either, by the way, but I'm just saying, why are they not signed? We've had a year. You're telling me we've had a year on all of these other teams that we consider our rivals in the Premier League, and they're still ahead of us.
Yeah,
they're still ahead of us.
Yeah, but someone's been lying to you. Either Fabrizio and Olsen have been lying to all you, man. Yeah, or these guys are just taking the piss now. Yeah, so someone is taking the piss. But anyways, I'll let Carl and Jess go because I've said my bit.
It's not impatience, is it, Carl? For me personally, I don't think it's unreasonable for me to say why am my club not getting things over the line, regardless of whether the window's been open for a week or not. If everyone else can do it, why can't we?
Because we're not a big club. Big clubs will move quicker. They will move faster. You heard what Sam just said. Realms, you've got 4 players already. 2 more in the door. I believe you're getting a midfielder, Matusimo. Matusimo, I think his name is. I can't pronounce the name, so I do apologize.
Midfielder and the striker,
yeah. Baller. Absolute baller you're picking up there. United, they've had such a shambolic season. So they've gone off the bat. They've got Cunha, and now they're about to get Mbuemo, potentially. If Gyokeres goes there, then we're in trouble. Massive trouble. Even Chelsea are buying players. Liverpool, I've already sorted out both fullback positions. Now they're putting in an attacking midfielder who's probably one of the best in the world. What are we doing? What are we doing? And the fact we're getting another goalkeeper, there's not fact it's another goalkeeper I'm bothered about. It's because we need a backup anyway, right? Because Neto is just useless, right? But it's another Chelsea player. How many times do we keep going to the same brothel and getting the clap all the time? Because that's what we do at Chelsea. That's what happens at Chelsea.
Maybe they like the itch.
Scratch the itch. Yeah.
Dear, oh dear.
I don't understand it. Kepa was on 170 grand a week at Chelsea. He was on loan at Bournemouth, and Bournemouth were paying some of his wage, but Chelsea were paying the majority, I think it was. He's now going to have his wages reduced when he comes to Arsenal for 100 grand a week. And apparently, according to people like Egal, that's the going rate for a backup goalkeeper. Is it? Is it really? So
Carl, what did I tell you on that stream? I told you my second goalkeeper, Lunin, he's 35 to 40 million, and he can challenge Raya for that second spot. My man won me a Champions League and a League title, by the way, and lost 2 games all season when I'm being in the Champions League, invincible, all that stuff. Aaron Jez knows, 35 to 40 million, you apparently got 300 million you can spend, apparently, and you don't want to pay for quality, you want to pay for useless scrubs like that. All right, so that tells me all I need to know.
That's fine.
So telling me you've got a list, Carl.
I have got a list. That's why I did a bit of research before I jumped on yours. So the top 10 keepers that were paid, how they performed, how the fans feel about them, how trustworthy the manager thinks of them are. The top 10 I've got here, right? And you're going to be shocked with them. So first one on the list was Keller. Liverpool backup goalkeeper. He's 10k a week. So 10,000 a week. That's how much he was getting. Second on the list, Ortega, the backup for Manchester City. He's on 90k a week. But Ortega is actually a quality keeper. I actually do think at some point he will be a first team star at some point. He could potentially be taking over Edison, but we don't know yet. Third, you're going to be shocked and horrified when I say this. Neto, our backup goalkeeper. He was on 50k a week. But he probably played like 2 games for us, so that's probably why. Remember this goalkeeper who I thought was actually very good at the time? Jose Sarr, the backup for Wolverhampton Wanderers. He's on 40k a week. Jason Steele, the backup for Brighton, 25k a week. Our ex-goalkeeper, Lucas Fabianski, 60k a week. Manchester United backup, Bain Dier, 35k a week. Fraser Forster, them lot over the roads back up, 75k a week. Ex-Arsenal goalkeeper Matt Turner, 40k a week. And to last but not least, and this guy I think we should have got on before he signed a new contract with Newcastle, Martin Dubravka, 44,000 a week he gets. And you're telling me that 100k a week for a backup goalkeeper is the going rate? Come on, man. Come on.
There we go.
What are we doing here?
Do you know what? I love things like that, man, because you can't argue with it. You can't argue with that. So you come out, you make an opinion, you've debunked it with absolute facts. Carl, that is music to my ears when I hear people talking like that. That's wicked, man. And do you know what? I want to round that off as well. Manchester City's goalkeeper Edison is on 100k a week. There you go. I mean,
how much is Raya on?
What are we doing here?
What is he on?
I think he's on 100, 110, something like that. I'm fairly certain. But while you're having a little check, Jezza, I'm going to bring you in now pretty much with the same thing. Obviously, you know what avenue we're going down. You've been a very patient man supporting Arsenal all your life. Why have we got or not got the right to expect signings coming through the door now when everyone else is? Are you a little bit frustrated with it? I know you definitely won't be surprised, bud, but we're just moving again in the same old way, isn't we, Jez? Not learning, not changing. It's just the same thing over and over again, isn't it, bud?
Well, it comes down to one simple word, or three simple words: lack of ambition.
Yeah.
The board are quite happy that to finish second, get in the Champions League, get to a semi-final, and dish off all the other trophies. I mean, the FA Cup, League Cup, the proper English domestic cups. And it doesn't surprise me at all. It doesn't surprise me. I'm not panicking right now. I'll be panicking the week before the end of the transfer window when we've probably just signed a goalkeeper from Chelsea. Let's remember, shall we? Agent check. That was a good deal, wasn't it? That worked really well for us. Yeah, really well. So what's this guy going to do? Is he actually going to challenge Raya? Or is it just the fact that Neto's not the levels, and then they've said, well, for 5 million, it's a cheap deal. We'll bung him £100,000 a week. I mean, what is he on at Chelsea right now? Anybody know?
Was it 175 or something like that? Was it?
Is it?
I'm sure.
Right.
I'm sure I'd heard that. I can't say that as a fact, but I'm sure.
I think it was 170. I think it was.
Yeah.
So
either way, he's well paid.
£100,000 a week. We've had our trousers taken down again for a second choice keeper. And that concerns me deeply with the fact that who did this deal? Who was the guy that put this over the line? Because if this was Andrea Berta, I'm shocked. I am shocked. I expect better from this guy. Well, I was expecting better. So is this guy just going to be another bit part, a yes man to Arteta and the board?
Yeah.
Because we were talking this week about this head scout coming in that used to work with him. So is that going to possibility? They're going to change it up a little bit? Because he'll have his man with him that can actually go and say, yeah, these are the players. These are the boys we want. But we know how it works at Arsenal. We know it, especially under Arteta. Arteta wants yes men. He doesn't want players that have got something to say. We've seen it, gentlemen. We've seen it. And he just wants yes, boys. Yes, boss. Yes, boss. I don't like playing like this, boss, but I'll play like it, boss, because you're paying me big money. And I don't really give a fuck, because I'm going to go out and buy another Lamborghini next month. It's a joke club. We are a joke club, and I'm fed up with it. And it beggars belief. I mean, we've seen it all before. And I don't see it changing anytime soon. I honestly hoped this Berta guy will step in. I think it might be early doors just yet. I'm not going to panic. But if he doesn't do the business when it comes to the close of the transfer window, I'm going to be calling some shout.
Yeah.
Why did we get him in? What has he done? What was the point of it? We'll see. We'll see. I'll
That's
leave
why-
it there for now.
That's why I
Hey,
always
Aaron.
sort of made that point. Sorry, one sec, Sam. One sec. That's why I sort of made that point about, if he's just going to sign Mikel Arteta signings, regardless of how long they've been in the works, they could have been in the works for 6 months, like a Zubimendi, a year. So they're saying about Sesko. If he's not his men, then say no. That's what you're paid to do. You are the director of football. The second you start receiving salary from Arsenal Football Club, the date that says on your contract, I expect you to start working. He's not a new kid, He's not a Per Mertesacker stepping into the job and he's got to find his way. He's been doing it for years. He's been doing this for years and he's got targets. He knows straight away from Atletico. So it's not as if he's just coming in and it's just like, oh my God, new surroundings. All right, it's a different country, but that's about it. You know what I mean? Who cares about the weather? That's not your job. You're not a meteorologist or whatever they are. You're here to sign players for Arsenal Football Club. Do you know what I mean? And that's what you're here to do. If you don't agree with the manager, I expect you to tell the manager you don't agree with it. Not just go, oh, well, yeah, it's quite far down the line. I don't care how far. I don't care if the pen's in his hand and he's ready to do the paper. If you don't want him, throw the pen out the window and get him out. Send him back to Leipzig.
Or maybe Aaron, he's playing the art of deception. Yeah, maybe he's sitting back and going, cool, you want to get this player? Cool. You want to get Zubimendi? Fine. You want to get a backup goalkeeper Kepa and give him $100,000 a week? Fine. No problem.
But who suffers and loses in that scenario?
We do.
We do.
We do as the fans. We do as paid season ticket holder.
Yeah.
Which is you.
Well, all of us, we all do. Everyone in this world-class chat, everyone on this panel, we all suffer. Because if they are sort of playing that long-winded game of get them out and all of that, well, what have we got to do? Just Control-Alt-Delete this season again? Like last season. Do you know what as well makes me laugh? When you actually deep it. We need exactly the same players and signings that we did last year. We just literally have wasted a whole entire year of our lives. It's ridiculous. Go on.
Aaron, you know what the thing is? At Atleti, when Berta was there, all right?
Yeah.
It was harder for him to do his job there than doing it right now in the Prem, because Atleti does not have anywhere near the financial power that my club and Barca has. Nowhere near. All right? They take them because we take the majority of the TV money. So for him, he had to rely a lot on finding gems. The Rodriguez, Joao Felix's, these types of players. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah? That was Berta. He's got much more of a budget now at Arsenal. So this is where he should be doing a much better job. But my theory is, and I've been hearing this from a lot of people, is that Arteta will get what he wants now so that he's got nowhere to hide. And then when he gets sacked, he can do his job then. But I think that's a stupid idea. Because if he gets sacked, but you give him all he wants, then the next manager comes in and then says, I need to get rid of these scrubs. Yeah? Because they're not good enough. And then when you put them on stupid wages, it gets harder and harder and harder to let them go.
Sam, no, bruv. Arsenal Football Club, if Sesko don't bang this year, if he doesn't produce the goods,
you're done.
I hope he does, but he probably won't. Do you think Kroenkes are going to come out and go, oh, well, we tried that little experiment that cost 90 million.
But it doesn't matter.
Here's 150k a week to Arteta or 150 million to the new manager.
It's reaching towards a billion then at that point, because we're already 750 million deep. If he somehow spends 250, which we're nowhere near close to that right now, but let's just say for hypothetical reasons that we do spend 250 million on players and on wages and so on, with an up to spend of £1 billion, owners are not bothered by them losing a few million. That's like losing a couple of.
It's not even about losing. It's not even about losing a few million. How the hell are you going to get that guy off the wage bill? Bro, do you know how much money Sesko will even be on? I don't think people grasp this shit because Arsenal don't buy these players and then give them low wage. Arsenal paid them a fortune. Calafiori, Martinelli, flipping Havertz, 280 a week. You think
I'll tell you how that will go down. The agent, if he's half good, will go, hi, Mikel, hi, whoever he's negotiating with. Who's your highest earner? What position do they play? Oh, funny enough, our highest earner's a striker. He's bang average and he's on 285k a week. And then the agent of that football club goes, "Oh, what you mean? My guy's here to replace the geezer who's on 285k a week? Sweet. There you go, Arsenal. I want 300 plus." And he might not get that, but it's a benchmark that we've set.
No. You forgot something, Aaron. According to Igal calling Aaron overreacting.
He did say that on his own channel. I think it was on his own channel. He said that.
Oh wow! He's going after Aaron now as well. Flip it up. No, do you know what?
Bitch, isn't he?
Aaron, you're forgetting something.
Bitch.
Like, I shouldn't have mentioned his name. Do you know what, Aaron? You're forgetting something though. Arteta made it. According to Arteta, nah, mate. Havertz is still going to start. And then I was asking that question. Oh, where's he going to start? Igal. Oh yeah, he's going to play in the number 10 position. When he can't even create, he can't even pass the ball. The guy. Do you see what I'm saying, Aaron? So you're going to play a donkey up top, and you're going to have a donkey behind him in the 10, Carl. Yeah, and just when he tries to pass it, he's going to pass it way out over there, and Sesko can't even bloody run for God's sake. Do you see what we're talking about? Why would you spend that much money when you've got? And listen, even Jez said this loud and clear after the Bayern Munich game when you guys got knocked out. What did he say in his press conference? Yeah, Jez will tell you himself. He admitted that he said that Arsenal don't have a 20 to 30 plus goal striker season. Yeah, Arteta's own words. There's a guy at Sporting. Yeah, it's right now bagging. And listen, whether I rate him or not, yeah, even though that guy's my countryman, yeah, Carl knows this as well. Even Aaron, yeah. I don't particularly rate Gyokeres like that, yeah, because I think there is some things to him I'm unsure about, yeah, and that's my countryman right there. But brother, he scores goals. That guy, the other lad in Sesko, plays in Bundesliga, brother. That league is a much more easier league to score than the Prem, yeah, and all these other leagues. He can't even bag 20. He struggled to even score 15 this season in the league, Aaron. Do you see what we're talking about now? And then, like Jez said, he's complaining about that, but then he's buying this guy who he knows is not a 20-plus goal striker when he can buy another one for cheaper.
That's Arsenal Football Club at board level, mate. I want to bring Jez on this in 2 seconds.
And this guy in the chat.
Big up to Varel. He's always here talking absolute drivel. So we've spent 5 mil on a backup, and you, man, are still complaining, bro. Do you know what, yeah? I'll tell you this, and it's not really hard to decipher, my friend. Take the money out of it, and then what you're left with? The player. The player's shit. It's just as simple as that.
He paid 31.
I'm not angry. I'm not angry that we've spent 35 million on the keeper. I'm not angry that he's a free signer. I'm not angry that he's 5 million. You're totally bypassing the point. And all of the top gooners like you, Varel, big up, because you're never really horrible and rude. Even though I've had a couple of beers now and I want to be very horrible and rude to you, but I'm going to be nice. Listen, you're missing the point. He's not good enough. Let's take this point. If he was that good enough, why would Chelsea not keep him as their number 2? Why did Liverpool not sign him as their replacement for Kelleher? Why? Because he's not good enough. It's irrelevant how much we've signed him for.
Isn't this the guy that dived outside the box?
What was that?
Yeah. No, that was Kepa. No, not Kepa. What's his name? Neto, wasn't it? That was a geezer we had from last year. But yeah, no, this was the this is the Chelsea keeper, isn't it, Jez?
No, I thought this guy had done it as well.
Oh, I mean, he might have. Wouldn't put it past him, Jez. Wouldn't put it past him. You might be right there, bud. I'm never going to question you there, bud.
It's not even about that, Aaron. It's him getting $100,000 a week. Stupid.
Jez, do you agree with me here with this? It's not the money's irrelevant in it, bud. Is he good enough for Arsenal Football Club? Yes or no? He's not, is he?
Well, the thing is, I think we have to look at this in 2 ways. 5 million is irrelevant, right? It's nothing. That's small change for a club like Arsenal Football Club. The question is, have you quite rightly put, is he good enough? Will he challenge Raya? That's my concern. When you bring players in, right, in the great glory days when we used to have 2 players in each position, do you remember them days, boys? Remember them? We had proper players that used to fight for their spot. Well, we ain't got that now. I question that this guy will be good enough to challenge Raya. And I want players to come into the team that will challenge the number one, whoever that player is.
Yeah.
Whether it's the keeper, whether it's the top striker. We used to have players, if you remember, used to challenge Henry for his position. Probably one of the greatest players we've ever seen at this football club. I remember players that used to actually challenge Bergkamp for his starting spot. We ain't got that nowadays. Who challenges regularly Saka for his starting spot?
No
one. No one ever did.
So I'm not convinced this guy's the guy that will do that. I'm not bothered about £5 million. It's nothing. That's like, that's like nothing. I mean nothing to Arsenal Football Club. They make more than that on a bloody match day. Yeah, so let's not worry.
Just on the burgers, Jez.
Just on the shit burgers, yeah.
Jez,
Cardboard burgers.
Jez, by the way, I can give you I can give you a hint about Kepa. I've had him at my club on loan, actually. When our first keeper Thibaut got an ACL, yeah, this was 2 seasons ago, Aaron, yeah. He was then in goal, Kepa. After that, 5-6 games, Jez, the third keeper benched him, yeah, and he didn't even play a single game apart from one. Why? Because he wasn't good enough, Jez. Yeah. So already he was not good enough there. And if he's not good enough for that, Jez, I don't think he can help you to a league title. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
To be fair as well, Varel, with this as well, to come back to you, none of us have assumed anything. This is just a narrative that you've just span on your own.
We are hoping.
And what all of you top gooners do, you just said something, you man are assuming, okay, what one of us? Tell me what minute in the stream and then I'll go back to it.
We haven't assumed what we are hoping for, that this was not a Berta signing. Because, let's be real, Berta would not come in and buy a scrub goalkeeper. Well, I'd like to think he wouldn't anyway. Arteta is the one who's been buying the scrubs from Chelsea, the rejects from Chelsea. So why would Burton then go and do exactly the same thing? That makes no sense to me. This is why I've got a suspicious feeling that I thought that after Zubimendi and if Sesko gets over the line, neither of them are over the line, by the way. They haven't even signed on the dotted line, so that's still up in the air. That's still a pie in the sky type of scenario, right? But you're getting another Chelsea reject in. Surely you got to look at this and go, Berta wouldn't do such a thing. I could be wrong. I could be absolutely wrong. He might say, yeah, we thought getting him was a cheaper option. But honestly, there are more better options out there. Yes, it would cost a little bit more money. But guess what? Competitive competition is healthy competition. I did a video on this 2 years ago when we bought David Raya to challenge our Ramsdale. This is the exact same situation right now. Get someone in to challenge David Raya.
There is another player you can get.
Directly replace him.
I think
directly replace him.
What concerns me here, I'm not bothered about the 5 million. I said that. Yeah. I'm not bothered about the competence. Well, I am to a point about the competence of the player. We could have done worse. We have done worse in the past. We've had some shit goalkeepers that this manager's bought. Let's put it right. Yeah. And the biggest concern out of all of this to me, does this tell me that Arteta still has a big say in the players that he wants? Does he still have the final shout? Now, it could be that him, Arteta and Berta have said, let's get this bloke in. Let's give him a go. That is a concern to me in itself, because I would expect more from Berta, from what I've been led to believe with his time previously at clubs, that he would have had more bollocks and said, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. We've got a very good goalkeeper in David Raya. Let's go another level. Let's not shop in the co-op. Let's step up, shall we? Let's go to Waitrose this time. All right, we're not going to go to Harrods, but we'll go to Waitrose and we'll see what's going on there. That's my concern over this deal. Does he still have too much sway? And if he has, God help us. We'll be in the same shit as we were last season.
Yeah. Do you know what, Jez? I think if you was to take a calculated guess, You'd say, yeah, wouldn't you? Probably more times than not. I reckon if you was to ask a serious Arsenal fan that have got their head screwed on, I think they'd do the same as well. All the pointers and all the everything points towards that direction.
I think the Sesko deal, like you just said, I think that deal points exactly to why I think he's got the final say. Because every time you've been to Gyokeres, Aaron, you have not heard Arteta's name anywhere near that guy. It's always been Berta, yes. It's always been Berta when it's about Gyokeres. Any coincidence when it says Arteta's name was always mentioned in that, but not in Gyokeres. That alone for me is a signal, is a sign that my man's got the final say.
Maybe as well, and I'm a little bit guilty for this, so I'll put my hands up. Maybe are we just a little bit guilty of gassing up Berta a little bit too soon or a bit too much? Because I know I have a little bit, but it's more in hope and bloody desperation. You look at him coming in and you just think, wow, he's got a CV. Please, please, please come and change things. And you're sitting there and just put all your hope in that basket purely because you know that the current regime, Arteta making signings and this and all that, you know it won't work.
No,
you don't know that for certain, but you have got 5 years of history to, and that's what it's. Most of our opinions are based on history and what's happened before, and people think we just say this to be miserable. It's not.
Aaron, he's a good sporting director. He's brought on really good players. His talent ID. His talent
like
ID
he's
is
not acting like one now.
No. I understand. His talent ID is mad, insane. It was very good at later, but he was doing.
It don't matter how good it is, though, Sam. If he's letting other people sign the players, you could have the best talent ID on the planet. If you're letting a knobhead like Arteta sign all the players, what's the fucking point?
Again, have the Cronkies allowed this? That's what you got to ask them. Have they allowed this?
What have they allowed it for years?
What were they saying?
Why sign him though?
Again, that's
throw this in the mix.
Go on, mate. Go on, Jezza.
Go on, Jez.
Can I just throw this? Let's just hypothetically, by the end of the transfer window, come August, we've bought certain players in, good players, good players. Does that mean that we're going to play any better under Arteta? The answer to that is no. Because the manager is so arrogant, narcissistic, he will still play exactly the way, even if he had some of the best players in Europe in this team, he would still play the same boring football.
Jezza, I absolutely love you for that. Do you know why? Because you're 100% right. He's too much of a narcissist. So let's just say he got whatever strike and whatever signings he gets in. There's people that will say, oh, yeah, they don't fit the system. So fit the system for him. But he won't do it. So what I'm saying is, to couple what Jez is saying is, he's going to sign these players and we're going to fit into his system. He will make them make it work into his system. That's proven to be a failure, by the way. And then here we go again. Are we going to be ripping teams to shreds again? Really? Am I going to be turning up to the Emirates first game of the season and witnessing a 5-1 demolition? That may be. But what about the next? I don't expect to win 5-1 every game, by the way, but I do expect us to attack, start off the game on the front foot, and not let 45 minutes sail past like we did a lot of games this year. Boys, we've all watched the Arsenal Football Club this year. A lot of the games we've just might as well have turned up after 46, 47 minutes. We've just let games pass us totally by. And I think what Jez is absolutely hitting the ball out of the park with is he can sign who he wants. If he's going to play the same old system, same old result, Einstein expect. Do you know what I mean? What's this little saying? It's just gone out of my head, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result.
Definition of insanity.
Definition of insanity. There we go. Do you know what I mean? And Arteta don't actually deserve to be coupled with Einstein, by the way, but you kind of get my point. But Jez is absolutely right. Unless we're going to see a change in Mikel Arteta, and I mean, I'd love for that to be a managerial change, by the way, but unless he's going to try and revert back to 22-23 tactics, you could have peak Messi up there and he'll tell him to track back. And then Messi will go, yeah, bollocks, will I fuck? And then all of a sudden you got destabilised. I don't know, help me out on this, Cole. What do you reckon?
The only thing I say to that is, obviously Gabriel has signed a new deal, 100 grand a week, which is cool, which is grand. I hope that includes the captain's armband. I don't think it does, but I hope that does include the captain's armband.
Yeah.
But that's very...
Cole, you know that's not the case.
I know. It's just wishful thinking on my part.
I support you 1,000,000% in that, but I'm pretty certain you'll find that in Odegaard's contract, somebody's tied it down that he's captain.
That would not at all surprise me.
That wouldn't surprise me, man. Wouldn't surprise me.
Nope.
I mean, I agree with you. Gabriel, for me, all day long, twice on a Sunday. But I don't see it. I don't think this manager's got the balls to do that, to say, next season, Odegaard, unlucky, son. It's Gabriel now.
Yeah.
I'll bet you.
Aaron, the links are there. The
I'll
links are. I've put the links in.
What's that?
Brother.
Oh,
I
yeah,
put the
sweet. Yeah,
channel
yeah.
links.
All right, I'll pin it into. Oh, Shane's backstage as well.
Irish Hot Shots backstage, yeah.
Here he is.
What's the score?
Man like Shane, you know. Big up, brother.
What's the crack? Yeah, go,
Hope you
man.
well, mate.
We haven't just got quarter Irish. We haven't just got half Irish. We've got the full Irish.
The full Irish.
The full Irish. How you doing, bro? I don't know if you've
Yeah,
been
I'm good,
listening
man.
to the kind of bits we've been having a little chat about. I mean, we sort of started off by saying, calm yourselves down. You know, it's 7th of June. Chill out.
Mm-hmm.
But everyone else is doing their shopping nice and early, and they're doing it really, really, really well. Then we started talking about a bit of Gyokeres, and then we started talking about a bit of Kepa. So start where you want.
That's it. There is nowhere to start but with this fucking keeper, man. I mean, what are we doing here? Really? Like, if I'd rather just use one of the youth keepers if this was the case. What's the point, man? We know this keeper isn't good. And I heard that the legend that is Igal said, oh, well, they paid 70 whatever million for him, so we only paid 5. So what a deal we got. You want to know something?
Supposed to be Michael
You know what I
Jackson.
mean?
Sorry to interrupt.
That's who he is, man. Yeah, that's who he is, man. Igal Jackson, man.
He gal.
Yeah. But I mean, that was his rationale of it. That's how he rationalized it. That, oh well, look at the deal we've got.
He joined
Yeah,
the
there's a
All-Star
reason
stream
that
and said
they
the
paid-
same.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's the one. I saw him doing it, where he said, "Oh, they paid 72 million, or whatever. We're paying 5."
Who
Yeah, there's
gives
a
a
reason.
shit?
He's fallen off a cliff. That's why he's damaged goods, man. You know what I mean? It wasn't some bit of business where he's come in and gone and they've. Yeah, you want to know something? But
He's so damaged that
he's come in
Bournemouth don't even want his ass back.
Bournemouth don't even want him. You know what I mean? The chap's a bozo, you know, and we're bringing him in. Just keep Setford or someone like that on the bench if that's the case. But it's the wages as well. I think he's on 100 grand a week. It doesn't seem like that, but it's still a lot of money, man. It's still money that could be spent elsewhere. I don't get it, man. I don't get why we keep insisting. It's another Chelsea. Is that 4 years in a row now we've signed a Chelsea reject? That's 4 years in a row. We got Jorginho, then we got Havertz, and then we got Sterling, and now we're getting this guy. You know what I mean? And Chelsea have been struggling.
Madness, Shane, bruv. That's
Shane,
madness.
top of the iceberg, Shane. When I was on Northside Stream,
and he re-signed David Luiz as 5.
And you know what the worst thing is? I'm on Northside Stream. Igal jumps on, and what does he say? Yeah, he says he's a proven keeper. He did well at Bournemouth and all that. I'm like, Igal, you don't have pressure at Bournemouth. This is the point. And he's like, no, you do, because they had to avoid relegation. I'm like, brother, are you comparing that to Arsenal having to win trophies now? Because you might need to win now. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. And Northside, mate, was spot on. If Raya gets a long-term injury, you have to rely on Kepa. And he's clearly shown he can't be relied on. And then this guy, but how often does a keeper get injured? Always an excuse.
Then why sign a backup keeper?
Always an excuse. Do you see what I'm saying, Shane? There's always an excuse. Always.
The chap contradicts himself in the same sentence sometimes.
But it ain't just him, Shane. Shane, it's not just him.
No, but he is one of the worst. But he came onto the roundabout and said to all of us, you want to know something? You all need to calm down, because we were talking about transfers. You know, that we're not making any transfers.
South Park.
You all need to calm down. I exposed him then on my channel, because 5 hours before he was on a stream with Deluded, and he was saying the opening line, Deluded, you need to help me. I'm worried. We're not making any transfers. And he comes on 5 hours later and tells us that we need to calm down because we're not. So he's just playing a
apparently
character.
Then he had said, because he had said that he had overreacted apparently on Deluded's channel.
Of course he did, because he probably saw what I did to him, or someone sent him what I did to him, and he knows he got chefed up, man. That's the only reason. He's like a president. He's like a disgraced president that they suddenly start apologizing when all the stuff comes out of the closet. But before that, they couldn't care less that they were doing stuff with cigars and all. That's what he's like, and it's only when he gets caught that he comes out and starts saying his apologies. That same stream then as well. He said to me, "We've only got 3 midfielders," and I started naming them off. Yeah, well, what about Zinchenko, and what about Lewis Skelly, and what about Nwaneri? Oh, Lewis Skelly's a left back, and Nwaneri's a cover for the right wing. 18 minutes later, right? He's saying Nwaneri's right wing, he's right wing. He puts up these 2 team maps that he has, and he has Nwaneri in the 10.
And
18 minutes later,
and he puts up the Arsenal
Absolute
website,
plonker.
and he puts up the Arsenal website with the players in their position, and he includes them in it, Shane.
he's a walking contradiction. Like.
I don't know why you guys worry about him, because
we don't worry about him. It's just that my problem with him is that he's got 33,000 people that listen to him, and they all think everything's all right.
Shane, there are hundreds of thousands of people like him in your fan base. This is the issue that people don't seem to understand, because it's constant excuse.
I don't listen to him. If I see him on a show, I switch off. I don't want to hear his bullshit. The guy is purely deluded. He knows fuck all about Arsenal Football Club.
Yeah,
I've roasted him way too many times about the club. I've got no time to listen to him. I don't bother. I think if I see him come on a show, North Sides or wherever, I just go, oh, fuck this, I ain't listening to you.
Yeah, I do that as well.
I switch off.
Yeah.
The guy's an idiot.
Yeah.
The guy is, and I've told him to his face on a damn Potsies, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
I'm sure plenty of times you've done that as well.
That's me. You know me. I'll say it as I see it, and I told him you're an idiot. So there you go.
It's probably the nicest way you could.
Is he going to go with him? Is he going to leave and go wherever Arteta goes?
Wouldn't be shocked.
Of course he's not. He's going to make himself look a complete prick, right? By staying at Arsenal, and people are going to absolutely rinse and repeat him. And I will be one of them. I'll be one of the first and say, what you say now, Eagle? What you saying now? And the day will come, gentlemen. It won't be that long. So.
And Jez, you know for a fact they're not going to back the next manager, Jez. They won't back
This is what Sam, because I said this, I know exactly what he'll do, right? If we get in, say, a Fabregas, right, and me and Aaron and Lee and all go, we don't want this, he's too young, we don't want the next player, he'll go, this is the guy I want. And if we get in a Simeone or something like that, and we all go, yes, finally, he'll go, oh, well, I don't think we should have got him. You want to know something? And then he'll start talking shit again.
Camp Michael Jackson, isn't it?
If there's such a thing, how can you even be?
I know, yeah. Well, I mean, he's probably a lot worse than Camp, but I don't want to say it live on stream. But you know what?
You just got to
laugh. I'm not saying that Gal's that, but you know, pardon?
That's what will probably happen. He'll go off and support Spurs, like his friend, gentlemen. I put it in your chat, Shane. Your friend, the one that always advertises his channel and everybody else's channel.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
On his Instagram now, Luca is now a Spurs fan.
No.
What?
Yeah, he's going to look at his Instagram. I'm proud to support the white side of North London. So I questioned him on it. I said, are you now a Spurs fan? He said, yeah, and I'm proud. I said, well, you were never an Arsenal fan anyway, were you? He went, true. I said, and then he come back and he said, Arsenal pissed me off, so I've gone off and I'm now support Spurs. And I thought, I said to him, your channel is not going to go down very well with Spurs fans when they find out you're an ex-Arsenal fan. Good luck with that one, mate. Because you are going to get absolutely smoked.
Can't see him on Instagram, mate. Wow. I've got him personally on Instagram, but I'm not sure I've got his channel.
Under Luca. Let me tell you. I'll show you on the screen.
While you're doing that, I just want to run for a couple of these. We've got Suge, our brother from down under. Suge. Big up to you, brother. Big up, gents and chat. Smash the likes and subscribe. Exactly right. Smash the likes and subscribe to these geezers. Go on, Jezza. And then I'll get the next
it's the same channel. Right.
Oh,
so it is the same one. You'll be able to find it then, unless he's had like a mad breakdown or something like that.
Big up, Wolski, brother.
I don't know. It's fucking manager.
Yes,
was
I'm a loud and proud Spurs fan.
What? Put it on the screen, Jez? I'll come back to that super chat. I haven't been lit off.
Oh, the message. Did he message you? Oh, he personally messaged you.
Wow.
Oh, dear. Of all the clubs you can choose to fucking support, and he's gone and supported
Yeah, you
Tottenham.
chose the worst
but
club,
we all
mate.
know,
Well,
yeah,
he's gonna have to change his description in YouTube because he's still saying talks about Arsenal content on there. So you might want to make some fucking changes, mate, before you get ratted out. Oh no, wait, we're live. Too late.
Oh, do you not reckon the mates like kind of fucking hacked it up or something? I mean, that's the excuse he has to come out with, by the way, because there's no going back from that.
No,
There is no going back from that. That is shunned, goodbye, and never
He
speak to you
admitted it.
again.
He admitted it.
Yeah.
He
Oh, that's
posted that
madness.
out last week. I didn't say anything. I thought he was having a joke, and I contacted him today. I said, "Are you now a Spurs fan?" And he said, "Yep." And if you look at his bio on his Instagram, it says, "I'm proud to support the white side of North London."
Are you sure it's not someone that set up a fake account to do him in, Jez?
Huh?
Are you sure it's not someone that's set up a fake account with his picture just to do him in?
Apparently not. Apparently not.
Yeah.
He's a
knows,
Milton Keynes fan, and it's the same thing. He's done on Insta for a while. Yeah, that's him. Newcam KAFC.
That's
He needs to
that's
change that.
madness. If that is obviously if that ain't no fake
Man
account
said,
or
Lo-
someone's
man said London Swedish Real Madrid fans. Brother, I don't live in England. What are you talking about?
yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Just because I
But
can speak good English doesn't mean I live in the UK. What the hell is this?
We've got T. Guna, who's been very generous enough to send me a super chat. Thank you very much, my brother. It's greatly appreciated, as is everyone's. And he's saying City paying 35 mil for Turkey, and we are paying double that for Sesko, and probably then some, who is half the player. These are the maths that Arsenal live in. You know what I mean? We don't have Carol Vorderman mathematics here. We've got Carol Vorderman. Do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Is anyone really surprised? Anyone surprised there?
I am.
You know,
I am.
Jerky. You know, we're paying that for Sesko. Look, I know they're two positions, two different deals, two scenarios, blah, blah, blah. But the point is why are we not even putting our name in the hat for Jerky? Why Manchester City getting a free run at him? I don't bloody know.
Did you see his goal against Spain? Did you see that shot?
Oh, I still haven't. I can't.
Brother, Aaron, wow. What a goal.
Mate, that's a madness.
Absolute baller. That goal, bruv. Anyone who hasn't seen it, go and watch it.
I'll tell you who is an absolute baller. Danny's on the mad ones again. Danny, big up. Come on, Danny. You don't have to do that, man. He's sending super stickers. But, mate, greatly appreciated. I can promise you 150% it all does go to buying shit. You know what I mean? Like Shane, we're going to get a green screen sorted out. It will 150% go to getting this channel where I want it to be. Big up to you, brother, man. And he's in party settings. You can see, look at the stars on his thing. He's a Liverpool fan. He's a Champions League winner, multiple time, rather, when I start talking English. And you lot are having party settings over there. We're talking about Turkey, brother. You're getting Florian Wirtz, son. I mean, what are we doing here? And that's the point that I wanted to start the stream off. That's the whole point of it, ladies and gentlemen. It's only the 7th of June. Calm down, mate. But look at you boys. You've got 2, 3 squad players absolutely filled, nailed on. All right, it ain't done yet, but it kind of is. 7th of June for you. You've spent, what would it equate to? Probably about nearly 200 million. Not too late for you, though, is it? Do you know what I mean? You lot are in party settings, bruv. I always go, you probably go in there with chat as well. Jamie Phillips. I like that geezer. He's an absolute real one. And I'm always in his chats on there. And you lot are just in party mode, mate, with the signings that you're making. Because guess what? Alex Ferguson done it best. Better than anyone else. When you're on top, that's when you build the squad even more. When you're first, everyone's gunning you down. Everyone wants a bit of you. That's when you strengthen. And Liverpool are doing it, man. Big up to Liverpool. What can you say? You know what I mean? I'm jealous. I'll openly admit it. I'm absolutely jealous. All their fans buzzing because they've won a title. And then I go over there and they're signing the Ozil to Real Madrid and Florian Wirtz. And they're instantaneously replacing their right back, And then they're getting Gyokeres. They're doing all of these businesses. Do you know what I mean? It's infuriating. Do you know what I mean? I'm a little bit jealous. I don't mind putting my hands up and admitting it. I'm a big boy. Gianni, big up to you, brother. We will be putting the link out very, very, very soon. Kepa is an Arteta signing. Kind of where I'm sort of going with that as well. Butter was in contact with Napoli for Caprio. way better than Kepa and cheaper. So if you're right, my friend, and I've got no reason to doubt you, yeah, Berta signing and then Arteta signing. What are we doing here? DiMarzio both confirmed. Yeah, bruv, there we go. You know, I've got no reason to distrust where you've got it from, my friend. I believe you're 150%. It's Berta signings. What are we doing here, man? And he's jumped straight back in for another one. Come on, Danny, brother. Funding the stream. Come on, man. You don't have to do that shit. Just put comment in, man. You're all good, bruv. But big up, man. It's greatly appreciated, your superstar. Sean P, big up to you, brother. Big up to the panel. Big up to you, my friend. There's so many Arteta twerkers. Oh, there are so many Arteta twerkers, bruv. So many of them. I'll go to match day every single day, and they're dancing all around, twerking all the way into the stadium, mate. It's pathetic. And rival fakers on this app, like a gal, frauds, characters. What was that? Glad to see real Arsenal fans calling out their BS of our club. Listen, it's not just me, my friend. Thank you very much for stopping by, Sean. We've also got Normski down here, who puts out fantastic comment. We've also got Shane Gooner. We've also got Jez is Arsenal. And let me tell you, if there is any YouTube content creator that is fucking Arsenal, it's definitely Jez Collins. So Jez is Arsenal. We got Gun Down, smashing it. And we've also got a Real Madrid fan in there. Go and support the geezer, because guess what? You don't just talk absolute facts about Real Madrid. You can talk facts about anything. So yeah, man, greatly appreciated, Sean P. Big up. Thank you very much for your super chat. And more importantly, man, go and give the boys the support. That's what it's all about, community settings and all of that. But let's just get back to the Gyokeres thing, because that's what I want to sort of steerish it to. The Gyokeres and the Sesko thing, man. It's still splitting, dividing. I don't really know why. Normski, I'll bring you in. If you're doing well for yourself, Normski. You know what I mean? You're a geezer. You got a mortgage. You know what I mean? You're this and that. If someone said to you, "All right, I'll give a scenario to you: Sesko or Gyokeres, one of them, who would you put your mortgage on, scoring 20 Premier League goals for Arsenal Football Club next season?" And that's an open question to anyone in the chat, by the way. Anyone on the panel? If you had to put your mortgage on Sesko or Gyokeres for Arsenal Football Club next season, scoring 20 league goals, who would you choose? And I think this ends the argument of who's better.
Victor all day long. Victor all day long. I just don't know why we're persisting with this Sesko guy. I mean, and the gaslighting that this guy is being compared to Ibra, being compared to Anelka. I mean, what's wrong with people? You know what I mean? The guy's 22, yeah, gonna hear it, high ceiling, and there's more of a risk if you go for Victor. Listen, Barcelona. I've got what's the guy's name? I'm so tired. I've just been on. I did my
Lewandowski.
I'm absolutely tired.
Coming on, Norms, man. I
know. Listen, I'm literally whacked, but I said, you know what? You did send it out, so I said, let me just come and show my face for a little while and that. Lewandowski, yeah. Bayern Munich have got what's his name? Harry Kane, yeah. And these guys are banging in the goals. It's not about age, yeah. It's about somebody coming in and hitting the ground running. And they think that this guy is going to come in, Sesko, and get us over the line. The signings that we're getting, Zubimendi, Sesko, these players now, Kepa. I mean, this guy, Kepa, man. The amount of man this guy's being prostituted around in different clubs. Yeah. You remember the incident that he had with Sarri when he wouldn't come off the pitch?
Yeah.
There's a lot, he's got a lot of baggage. And again, we've gone and taken leftovers from Chelsea. And that is definitely an Arteta team. Yeah, not a Berta. That is definitely an Arteta
Stinks
team.
of it, doesn't it? Stinks of it.
Well, it stinks of it. No, not only that, guys.
Yeah.
Look at, you said it earlier, not today, Aaron, you said it on another stream, and you was talking about, and what's the name came on and said, everybody just settle down, calm down. We've got loads of days and whatever, weeks and months, whatever. But that's not the point. These clubs like Man City, Liverpool, Man United, of all people, are moving much quicker and getting the targets that they need to get. Yeah. And when I look, and I'm looking at Man United's potential front three of probably Gyokeres, Mbeumo, and Cunha. Bro, That is scary, right? Now look at our one.
That is good.
It's scary. It's scary.
Yeah.
It's scary. Then you look at what Liverpool are doing. Yeah. Florian Wirtz. Yeah. They've gone in and put in 100 mil. I think I'm sure they've upped it, but somebody told me today that they went back in and put in 119 or whatever. I can't remember. I know it was definitely 100 plus 13 added. Yeah. They've got the guy Kurtzky from Bournemouth that they're going to potentially have. They got Frimpong. Yeah. These guys are building. Salah said they're not going to sit on their laurels. When they won the league, he said, we ain't sitting on our laurels. We're going to move again. Yeah. The challenge will be Man City and Liverpool. Those are the two that's going to be challenging for the title. We're going to be trying to fight for top four. With the signings that we're going to get in this season, it's going to be underwhelming. Yeah. And even, as Shane said, even if you get top signings, I've just said it as well today on the stream, if you go and get top signings, this manager is not capable of making this team play the football that we want to see. Yeah? He has to change up his styles. I keep saying this. Yeah, it's all right saying, oh, we're looking for the right profile, blah, 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 blah. I want to see 2022, 23 season football. That's the one we go back to, that playing that type of football, not the football that we're seeing now. Yeah. And I don't see any chance because of the type of players that he's bringing in, how he's going to manage the whole thing, because bringing in Sesko, 70 million, yeah. The first game of the season, if you're bringing him in, I want to see him start. I don't want to see Havertz starting. Yeah, if you're bringing him in, I want to see Sesko starting. Not that I want Sesko, but this is what we've got to live with. And this is what it is. We've come into these streams. We're 6 days into the transfer window, whatever it is. And this is how we're feeling.
But he's not going to do that, though.
That's why my background is that. Yeah, because we're in the desert right now. Yeah, that's tumbleweeds. Yeah? Every time I change my background, it's how I feel. The last time it was like a load of cartoon characters chatting, and we know we're like that. Yeah. So every time I hear nonsense, yeah, I go into the Matrix and I get some receipts out there so Shane can cook his breakfast morning shows. Yeah, they're cooking, right? They're cooking. They're absolutely.
Give it to the chef and he will cook.
Exactly. I bring the ingredients and he cooks.
But Noski, do you think he's going to bench Havertz? I generally don't think he'll bench him.
No, he won't.
That's why he wants Sesko.
He will find a way to keep Havertz in that side.
Do you know games where Sesko starts up front, he'll play Havertz in the 8 or the 10.
I was just going to say he'll play him in the 10. He's probably going to play him in the 10, and then he'll probably move Odegaard to the 8.
And if you lose Skelly inverting, guess what? That left-hand side becomes so vulnerable.
Open.
So open.
Yeah.
But then we were only discussing it today, Carl. The left side that he wanted this season was Calafiori, Marino, and Havertz, Martinelli. I mean, that's what he wanted at the start of the season. But injuries, that's what he wanted to play. I mean, that is desperate. That is desperate, man.
But you know why? He's not going to go for Gyokeres. You know why? So if he goes for him, he has to change up his style of play so it suits him.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah, and there's one thing that people don't understand about Gyokeres, yeah? Obviously, it's my countryman. I watch this guy a lot, yeah? This guy's not good with his head. Yeah, he can score goals with his head, Aaron. Yeah, but he's not good with scoring with his head. Yeah, Sesko is. So what happens? Yeah? He wants to cross the ball in 100 times, like Noski said. 100 times, just cross the ball in, cross it in, cross it in. What happens? He's not going to be on the game. Sesko will. So if he doesn't adjust, Gyokeres will be a waste. You're just wasting the guy's talent. Yeah. Do you get what I'm saying?
If only we didn't sell the best crosser at the club for free in Kieran Tierney.
The thing is that I've said about Gyokeres as well is that if he got Gyokeres in, and Gyokeres is a goal a game forward, right? And he comes in and he scores just 15 goals, then the problem is Arteta's system, and he has to answer questions. Then they go, well, it's obviously the way you're playing then, because this guy was scoring everywhere he's been. Why has he stopped scoring now?
Yeah, but
and it is that thing that he would come in and Gyokeres would say, I like to make this run, this run, and this run. And he'd go, well, no, you're not doing that anymore. Now you're making this run and you're going to squeeze into my system. And it wouldn't work. With Sesko, like you said, he can rotate him for Havertz. He can then play Havertz in the 10 if he has to play him. And and that's why when I was on the roundabout and Christian said, oh, yeah, do you really think that he'd sacrifice the team for his own benefit? I said, yeah, he would. That's exactly what he's done. He's done it all the time. Every decision he makes is about him looking good or him not being proved wrong. It's why he didn't drop it when Odegaard was the worst player that I've seen in so long for the last 3-4 months of the season. playing against Madrid, everybody was a 10, but he was dog shit. Still won't drop him, because if he drops him, not only does he have to drop a player that he's put all this bigging him up the whole time, he has to admit he was wrong about the captaincy as well. And I mean, a big manager would just do it. Look at Guardiola with Foden, Player of the Year one year. Obviously came back that summer. Maybe he was too arrogant. Maybe he wasn't fit enough. Maybe he was something. You're not playing anymore. Done. Out. Didn't answer any questions about it. Just said he's not playing. You know what I mean? But Arteta doesn't have that, because if he makes these decisions, it's him admitting he's wrong, and narcissists cannot admit they're wrong. So he would drive this club into the ground to try and prove himself right, and that's what he's doing. He's doing that right now with the injuries. With the Saka was sent home from England training. You're not fit. You know what I mean? We all knew he wasn't fit. We all knew he was rushed back. Nobody questions this guy on it, though. That's the problem.
Did he get injured?
You know what I mean? Nobody questions him on it.
No, but this is the madness. I heard about this, and I'm thinking this is just typical Arsenal or Arteta players, right? Where we know Saka wasn't fit, even when he comes fit, and so this is what you get. Yeah, they've sent him home. He didn't get injured. They sent him not fit, so it technically means that Arteta made this guy play it unfit.
Yeah,
that's what's happened.
But earlier in the season, when he rushed Odegaard back, Norway had a friendly. They sent him, and the physio sent him straight home. Said you're not fit. You're injured. So it's something that's happened before. Other physios look and go, whoa, what are you doing here? You're injured, and they send him home. It's happened before. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
He literally runs them into them into the ground.
Yeah,
runs them into the ground, bro.
Yeah, mate. Do you know what as well with the Victor Gyokeres thing? And you've got obviously there's Sesko and things like that. And the numbers, I don't know why we get criticised so much, because it's funny, all the top gooners will use GA to go, oh yeah, they'll do this, they'll do that. We won the GA Cup 3 times against PSG, by the way. We've got that in the locker room with the Emirates Stadium. That's all there, propped up. Emirates, the XG. We love all a bit of that. But do you know what? This is a stat, just almost like the score of a football game. In a football match, there's only one stat that matters, and that's the scoreline. But you need to get that scoreline in order to win games. You need to score goals.
Yeah.
And when you're telling me in the last 3 years, in Austria, in year 3, he scores 16 league goals, and then he moves to Bundesliga, and then he gets 14 league goals, and this season he gets 13 as a combined total of league goals of 43, and then you've got 89 for Victor Gyokeres. I'm sitting there, I'm just thinking, I went on Football Judge Mo's thing, and mate, I was getting pelters in the chat for the way I was talking, and I generally could not give an absolute toss. Do you know who I was replacing, by the way? Rory Talks Football. Shock. They was coming there to get yeah. They literally had gone over there expecting to see Rory, and then I turned up. Yeah. They didn't enjoy it, let's just sort of say least. But I said this in that show, and the comments and things like that. Oh wow. Like, he don't know what he's talking about, don't know ball. One got 89 and the other got 43. I mean, I know it won't. You can't apply everything like that in whatever you do. But when Arsenal need a striker on phase 5, whatever bloody phase we're in, and we've waited 2.5 years to replace Aubameyang, why on earth are we signing a 21-year-old striker that has proven in I think 3 years, regardless of age, let's just ignore age, because no one cares about age if you're putting the numbers in. No one gives a toss about it. Or transfer fee. No one cares about that if you do the business. But why are we signing project strikers? I don't understand it. Is this what we've all been waiting for? I'll tell you this as well, and this is what I wanted to bring in. However, let's bring in Jez with this. That Manchester United signing, if they get Victor Gyokeres, Jez, I can see that signing biting us in the backside for the next 4 or 5 years, my friend. And that's what worries me. Not just that we don't get him, but that Manchester United will get him. And I'm telling you, I can see it. That they'll get him. They'll get him in his prime years, 27 years old he is, Jez, in that new invigorated front 3 of theirs, on an upward trajectory, because you can't really go down from where they are. And I reckon he'll bite us in the backside year after year after year. What do you reckon, Jez?
Well, I've been saying this for so long.
Yeah.
If Victor Gyokeres really wanted and was really interested to come to Arsenal with this manager, then the deal would have been done.
Yeah.
And I've been saying for time, Arteta is an arrogant pig, and players talk. Let's not forget that. They talk wherever they are, especially now they're all on holiday. You know, they're having a chin wag on their phones, or they meet up on holiday, whatever, doesn't matter. Yeah. Or they could be on their iPads in the evening. And players going to say, like Gyokeres will say, this Arteta guy, Arsenal interested me. You've only got to get a few players say, no, fuck this bloke, don't come and play here. Or they're an international duty. How's it going at Arsenal? To somebody that, nah, it's not good, mate. It's not good. So, yeah, if he goes to Man United, good luck to him. Good luck, Man United. Because you've got a player that we really need. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if he goes to Man United. They desperately need a rebuild.
Yeah.
And they've got money.
Yeah.
We've got money. People like to make out Arsenal money. That's pure bullshit. It's pure bullshit. Arsenal have got money. It just depends on what Arsenal Football Club, the board, the Kroenke, Josh Kroenke, want to release. It just depends on, what did I say earlier? Ambition. Ambition. Right? And if the club or the management have no ambition, like the latter days of Wenger, players won't come. The only thing they want is to win silverware. They've got a short career. Yeah. And a lot of these players come to England and play in the Premier League. It's reportedly the best league to play in. I dispute that myself, but there you go. But the attraction has to be the club and the manager. And I don't believe this manager has that attraction. Sorry, Arteta fans. I've upset you again. But I believe that is the actual truth. Players will talk, and it's a very tight-knit community amongst the top 1% in professional footballers. And if you got somebody saying, fuck's sake, man, I wish I hadn't come to Arsenal. Yeah, they pay me big money. I'm earning like a big wedge every week, but I'm not enjoying myself. It's great living around London and all this and all that, but nah, it's not what it's made up to be.
And Jez, you even said it himself. He's not going to change his system.
No.
So if he doesn't do that, it's not gonna suit Gyokeres' style of play. He is dependent on people playing the ball in behind. All right, not spamming hundreds of crosses. All right, he needs space to run into. You need to put the ball through the middle. Yeah, lots of creativity. If Arteta ain't gonna play to his strength, there is no point. Absolutely no point of getting him. There's no point. And look at the way Arteta, when he's got players, like Shane has said before, he runs his players into the ground. Gyokeres or Isak, could you imagine if he gets one of them too, bro? He'll make them injury prone. Why? Because he's going to keep playing them, and then he'll run them into the ground. And then you're going to see hamstring injuries, calf injuries, all that stuff. You're going to see all this, unfortunately.
Yeah.
The guy doesn't even know how to look after his play. Look at Saka.
Yeah.
Look what he's done to that boy. He's completely destroyed that man. Completely destroyed him.
Pulled out today, didn't he?
Sorry, Jed.
Yeah, he pulled out.
He pulled out today.
Yeah.
They sent him home. But the thing with Saka is as well, and I mean this, man, if he had spent the last 6 years under Emery or any manager, that Emery gets the best out of his attacking players, always has. Every club he's been at, he gets the best out of his attacking players. Saka's numbers would be through the roof, man. They would be through the roof. And I'm not a numbers man. I watch players because of the way they play. I was watching Bergkamp highlights today, and I put them up on my channel, and someone said, you know what, the modern fan now will be saying, oh, but his XG isn't great, and you know what I mean? And we're talking about like Bergkamp to God, you know what I mean? But the thing with as well, and Jez touched on it with the players wanting trophies. What the likes of these Gyokeres as well, like he's a numbers man. He wants to be the top scorer all the time. You know what I mean? He's like Van Nistelrooy, where if the team wins 2-0 and he hasn't scored, he comes off the pitch and he's gutted. So he's not going to work under Arteta for that reason alone, because he knows his numbers will absolutely they'll drop. They'll go off a cliff if he comes to Arsenal. We said it before that he'd be lucky to get 15 goals, and we were laughed at. If he comes to Arsenal, he would be lucky to get 15 goals. We didn't have a double-figure player this season, man. First time in 101 years. So these players, and Sam said it, and it's spot on, man.
Yeah.
He needs to when he's at Porto, I think that's why he will go to United to work under Amorim. The whole tactic is built around feeding him the ball. You feed him the ball. When he makes this run, the guy at left wing back, you play this ball. The guy at right back, when he makes this run, you play this ball. When he makes the run to the back post, you whip it in. Everything is built around finding him.
Unpopular opinion. I've got an unpopular opinion. I actually think with him, Cunha and Mbeumo is better than Havertz, Saka, and Sesko.
Much better by a country mile.
I'm being serious.
No, that's by a country mile. By a country mile, they're better. That's a great front three. That's a smashing front three.
As a combination.
Perfect. And he doesn't play them as wingers. He pulls them in a bit. So Cunha and Mbeumo will be slightly in a bit. So it'll be almost like three strikers.
Yeah,
if they get the three of them, they won't get top four, but their aim should be top four. And I mean that. That should be their aim. If they have those three, they should be aiming for top four.
And win a cup.
Listen, man, we're not getting top five. I've said it from the start, and I keep saying it. We are not getting top five next season. But I keep having to add, in case people say at the end of the season, if Arteta is in charge by the end of next season, we won't get top five. If he was to get sacked before Christmas and we're in 8th or something, and we got in a Simeone or something like that, then we might get top five because we'd have a proper manager. But if he's in charge for the whole of next season, there is no way we're getting top five. Chelsea will probably finish ahead of us. Newcastle definitely will. City will. Liverpool will. And then, like I always say, then there's always a team like Forest who come out of nowhere and have a big run. There's always one. It could be United for all we know. You know what I mean? We don't know. But the way we're moving, we're not getting top five. And it's the only way he's going to lose his job. So maybe we just have to accept that next season's a write-off. I don't know. But I mean, like you asked this, Aaron, and I'll ask it again. Like, is there anyone here that's enthusiastic about next season in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Dreading it. I'm dreading it. Like I'm just going on.
Not if you don't get the business again. Yeah, not if you get the business.
I said this to Sam on Moorside's channel. So the reason being said big clubs, big elite clubs will move the quickest. They will move the fastest. Real Madrid, they bought 4 players already. Man United have got 2 already. Possibly bringing Gyokeres in. Chelsea bought players in. Liverpool sorted out their fullbacks and potentially getting Florian Wirtz. I know there was a fee of 130 or. They put 113 million on the table. So whatever that happens to there.
Big signings as well, Cole. Big signings. Not just muggy signings, big signings.
Newcastle haven't made any inroads yet, but they're going to retalk. Guess what? They're in the Champions League. So they're going to want to improve even more. Yep. Forest are in Europe now. They're going to want to get better players. We've seen what their owner is like. He wants the best. He demands the best. That's an owner I wouldn't mind having. Under no stretch of the imagination. But with us, we're moving like this. We're moving like the tortoise right now. What, thinking that the hare's going to stop like 2/3 up the road and have a nap while we go then sneak in? If we was a big club, we would go after Rodrigo. We'll go to Newcastle, say, here's 150 million for Alexander Isak. Take it or leave it. You then go to Real Madrid. Sorry, Sam, but I'm taking Arteta off you. I'll take Arteta off you, and then we get Eze. You bring those 4 players into Arsenal, guess what? Then we can have a conversation about winning the league and potentially winning the Champions League. Now, does that get everyone's loins going? Does that everyone's get their brain ticking again?
Nelson, behave in the chat, brother. Yeah,
please behave.
This Irish guy's opinion. But what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, Nelson's always like this. Where he follows me around his chats with fucking bad smell. Listen, it's not a bother. I've dealt with him before, but how can you take his opinion when he says we finished 5th? I didn't say we'd finish 5th. I said we wouldn't even finish 5th. I said we'd finish outside the top 5, so get it right. And as for Benjamin saying, if you think we want to get top 5, we won't get top 5, isn't finishing 2nd again a huge success as it's overachieving? No, not in any way, because that's still underachieving. I'm not saying that I want to finish 5th or that's the best we can do. I'm saying under this manager, that's what we'll do. Not challenging at all is an underachievement. We didn't challenge this season for anything, by the way. Not for any competition we were in did we challenge for. We weren't top of the league for one day. We went out in 2 semi-finals, lost all 4 games, I might add. So that's not competing. Oh, he's got us competing again. We lost at home to Man United in the FA Cup. They were down to 10 men with half an hour left and extra time. And the second we went down to 10 men with half an hour left, I turned around to my missus and said, we're not winning this. I said, we're not winning this because I knew that they'd lock up and we can't break down a low block.
10 men,
yeah,
Shane.
Listen,
10 men.
And I knew it. And that's when I said we're not winning it. When they went to 10 men, I knew we weren't, because they were going to lock up. And we know what this Lego man's like with a low block. He still hasn't figured it out. 5 years, man. 5 years. Sean Dyche beat us 1-0 on his first game for Everton in 22-23 season. Sorry, Norms. There you go, buddy.
According to Nelson, we've got near enough the best side in the Premier League.
Not a chance.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
Listen, right, Nelson, if that's what you think, that's what you think. Yeah, we have to take your opinion.
You're so pessimistic on everything.
All I will say is does your carer know you're on the laptop at 11:30?
Oh, he says, and he didn't even say we have literally the best side in the Prem.
He's trying, man. He changed his man.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was going to throw a question out. So just hypothetically, yeah, and just go around the panel. So if we had a front three of Sesko, Saka, so I don't think we'll get Rodrigo. I think we'll still end up probably with Martinelli on the left, right? Those three, right? How many goals do you think they get between them? Hold on. I'm going to now give you the three names hypothetically for Man United.
Assuming they're fit for the whole, assuming they're fit for every game. Yeah, that's
assuming they're all fit for the whole season. Then we're going to go hypothetically over to Man United, where they've already got Cunha. The likelihood is that they're going to get Mbeumo, and if they get Gyokeres. So between the three of them, I'm not going to say individually, as a combination, how many goals do you think our three would get compared to those three?
42. I reckon Saka will probably get 18. He's never got a 20-goal season. He does a lot of assisting. Fair dues to him. I reckon he'll get about 18. Martinelli will, at a best, get 10. And then Sesko, I'm going with his average 14. So 42, 43.
Nelson just put it in there, man. First 11 with no injuries. I can't see much better than our side. Nelson, name your best 11.
Yeah,
see what you got.
It has Havertz in it. It has Havertz in it, so he's already lost the argument with that.
Yeah.
You've got Martinelli in it. You've lost the argument.
You put it in the chat. You put it in there. Let's see your best 11. So let's see what you got, and then we'll dissect it.
We'll have a conversation. But so 42. Aaron, you said 42. And what with Man United? All right, with the three names I mentioned.
How many goals will they get?
Yeah, so Cunha, if they get Gyokeres and they get
put it in again so I can pin it.
No, Cunha would get 12, I'd say. Cunha's about a 12. And Bremo got 20 this season already. And Gyokeres will probably get about 25. Right. I'd imagine.
So that's about what?
34, 42-ish, 43-ish. But with ours, though, I think Saka, with this system, it's getting more defensive again next season. We're definitely getting more defensive. If he wants to get Zubimendi, so we can have an even slower build-up, which I didn't even think was possible. I didn't even think we'd have a slower build-up, but that's what he's aiming for. I can't see Sesko. Sesko will be lucky to get 10. I'll go Saka 15, and Martinelli, I'll give him 8.
I think Saka, I know Aaron went 18 with Saka, but I think with Saka, I think he's not fully fit, and I don't think
he won't be. He's lost that burst of pace.
I've gone top heavy with my things. I've gone top heavy.
Oh, right, okay,
Nomsky, I'll be real. Apart from Saka, Sesko, I'll be real. Unpopular opinion again for probably a lot of people. I don't think Sesko will hit more than 10 goals.
No, I'd be lucky to get double figures.
Yeah, because I just don't rate.
But he can jump higher.
Yeah, he can. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Let me
jump higher.
30 goals. 30
Oh,
goals.
go on a fucking trampoline then. I don't care. Put the ball in the back of the net.
It's not even about that. Martinelli has fallen off a cliff. Yeah, he's fallen off. I don't think Sesko will hit more than 10.
That Nelson, I'm convinced is Pete Hayward. I'm convinced it's Pete Hayward.
What time they got?
Is he doing enough to fuck him off? Because I'm tolerant, but
why are you asking?
No, he's not. He's not. He does it though, but he got Jezza up before. He kept calling him lad, and then Jezza asked him not to call him lad, and he said it again. And
now he's asking me again. Why? You said your best 11. I'm not giving you my best 11. I know my best 11 with what we've got. You say yours. Come on, come out of it.
No, 11 players.
Just quickly as well.
The next time you call me lad, you're getting blocked. I've warned you, and I've warned you, and I've warned you. If you do it again, man, you're getting blocked.
Aaron,
yeah, that's fair. Can I just say, no, I will give him that chance. Jez has sort of said that. For everyone in the chat, 211 world-class chat. Come on. Sometimes we don't. Sometimes we get the odd one. Listen, I'm quite a tolerant person, yeah? maybe more than other channels. I don't mind if you are a little bit edgy or whatever, as long as you're not taking the piss. Now, if my panel was starting getting the ump with you, do you know what I mean, Nelson? You will go, whether you come back with other channel or whatever is up to you. But I'm just giving you an opportunity now. I'm very tolerant, to be fair. Don't take the piss. One of my panelists is getting the ump a little bit, and you're being disrespectful, and it's my job to not allow it. He'll block you, but ultimately it's my channel. Don't take the piss, and it obviously goes for everyone. I'm not saying everyone is. Well, come on, man. Like, have your say, have a little bit of a swear. You know what I mean? If you want to dig me out for whatever, just don't make it grotesque or disgusting. I don't mind that. I'm like that as well on other channels, depending on what channels it is. Just don't take the piss. That's all it is. Just don't take the fucking piss. Nelson, if you want to stay and just be a semi-helmet, be a semi-helmet. But stop calling fucking people lad and Irish. Otherwise, you'll just be fucked off, mate. Do you know what I mean? Come on. Put your big boy pants on it, you eat your bix, and fucking act like an adult, you silly little twat. Right, who wants to go?
Yeah, the City 8 Glory deal is done, apparently.
Yeah, and Buemo and Maina is nearly done as well. And not only that, what was it that we said? I actually think, what was it? And Buemo, again, proven, yeah, it's proven that he can do well, can get double-digit numbers in the Prem. Cunha as well, yeah, another guy, yeah, whose finishing is unbelievably good. Then you've got even Gyokeres, because again, Amorim will play to my man's strength. That guy, I think, can hit 20 plus. That guy can hit 20 plus. The way he's.
I'll come back to the super chats. Go on, yeah.
So that already is more than Arsenal's front three. And if that turns out to be the case, then you've really got to look at the manager and ask him, and say, "What the hell have you done? Like, what have you done?" Because respectfully, if you, like Nomsky said, if I ask you all right now. Yeah, going into next season, which front three do you pick? Yeah, which front three do you pick? The Man United one or the Arsenal one with Sesko?
United one all day long, all day long, by a country mile.
And Shane, they finished 15th, and you're arguing over picking this over the.
But you know what? You know what the funny thing is, Sam. And I know you want to get into super chats, and so I'll be very quick. If you took that United front three, right,
a new one,
and gave us that front three, and then put our front three in United, the front three that the United one would score less under Arteta than they will under Amorim because of the style of football. It's that whole thing that we've said. No matter who we sign, it's not going to make much of a difference to this guy because he doesn't know how to use them. So it doesn't really make much of a difference because we could have Gyokeres and Mbeumo and Cunha. They'll just be tracking back all the time. Where Amorim will play, like you said, to make sure Gyokeres scores as many as possible. So that's the big difference for me.
Yeah. And that's the worrying thing. It's going in this season. I'm just looking at, people don't stop looking at the other clubs. You have to because we compete against them. You want the best players, and you want the players that you know that are going to score you goals. And for a Man United side that finished 15th, 16th, whatever, it's worst season of their lives, and points tally. And now they could, literally. They'll be fighting for a top 8 side, top 8. So, it's quite concerning. It's very concerning. You add that with the lack of goals from our front three, plus the style of football that Arteta imposes on this club.
Do you know what winds me up about it as well is this is when we have this opinion. People think we're talking negative and toxic and this and all that, but we're not. We're speaking from experience and facts. And let's go into this, yeah? So the problem I also have with Sesko isn't just what he's going to do. If he doesn't bang, and I said this slightly earlier, but I'll come into a little bit more depth in it now. Do you reckon next year, whether we've got a new manager or not, that we're going to be righting that wrong? The Kroenkes are going to go, nope, you've waited 2.5... You got rid of Aubameyang 2.5 years ago. You've waited 2.5 years. You've got Sesko. He was your man. Oh, and now you don't want him. Now he's not good enough. Do you reckon they're going to be getting the checkbook out? And this is why it isn't just all about goals as well for me when I look at things like this. I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, this cripples us financially if we have this big summer, because last summer, what happened? We made profit. Why did we make profit? Because the summer before, we spent over our means. Yeah? We spent over our means. Well, guess what we're going to probably be doing this summer? Now, some might say, yeah, we slightly have the money there or thereabouts. But do you reckon we're also going to earn that same amount again next year to blow another 200-300 million on this squad? Maybe we will earn that money. Do you reckon we're going to be allowed to spend it? No. The Cronkies ain't giving us 300 million every single year to spend. They're absolutely not. Whether it's there available or not, they are not saying, new Arsenal manager, you get 300 mil to spend. That's that. So my thing is, it isn't just this season or next season what we can get. This is a signing that we're entering into for the next 4 or 5 years. And if he doesn't work out, we're going to put him on the astronomical wages. We're not going to be able to get rid of him like a Kai Havertz and a Gabriel Jesus. And what's going to be the repair option? They're just going to go, well, we're just going to have to deal with what you've got. The new manager then comes in and he's just got more stuff. Guess what the new manager will have to come to? Well. But he's coming into exactly what Mikel Arteta came into and made some big old song and dance of having to clear it out. He's going to come into a front three that would have cost, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, over £200 million. They will also be on 750 to 800k a week between them, and their names are Gabriel Jesus, Kai Havertz, and Benjamin Sesko, and not one of them can score more than 14 fucking league goals in Europe's big elite.
Aaron, I've got a serious question.
What are we doing here? What are we doing? Madness. So people are like, oh, you're just negative. No, I'm just looking at the whole, everything. We've seen this. It's all factual. This all happened before. Man, I don't understand it. Like, people think, oh, we'll just get Sesko, or we'll just go to the shop and buy a fucking another one. There ain't going to be a Gyokeres available next year. We ain't going to have the money to spend on an Isak who might be available next year. We are living in the generation where strikers are fucking gold dust. But 20 years ago, we could reel off 30 world-class strikers. Bang, 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 bang. Like a fucking, do you know what I mean? Whatever. What can we do now? We go, oh, well, yeah, Haaland, Harry Kane, Lewandowski, Mbappe,
Alvarez, yeah,
Alvarez. But I mean, like, he's not in that elite-ish for me. He's done it this season, but even still, I have reservations on that. And then you got Normski's background, fucking tumbleweed, left, right, and centre. Like, what are we doing here? Arsenal Football Club and Manchester United in 1998 had better strikers in their ranks, just in them two clubs, than the rest of the fucking world have, by the way, right now. Yeah. Argue it. Look at all the players.
Aaron, am I wrong or not? It's
madness. Sorry, one sec. Just let me land just quickly. This signing, if it might not go wrong, but if this Sesko signing, for the money that we're going to outlay in terms of transfer fee and the money that we're going to outlay in terms of wages, if this goes wrong, we are fucked, because we've got 3 Kai Havertzes on the books. Just help me out. But these top gunners don't care about that. Why?
Yeah, because
they're clues in the statement. Because they don't care. They don't care. They don't give a fuck.
Isn't Arsenal a club known for having strikers, top strikers? Ian Wright, Henry, these men. Yeah, but again, even Aubameyang.
Past tense FC.
And Aaron, I had a question for you actually, and the panel. I know Carl answered this on Northside's stream.
I don't think I've last answered it.
Yeah. What was it? Do you know Gabriel? He just signed a new deal, correct? For you, Matt. Yeah. Do you guys think it's a coincidence that Saliba hasn't signed a new deal alongside him? And do you think it's laying in the background about what is going on, that he's getting second thoughts about staying? You're on mute, Shane. You're on mute.
Yeah, no, I think Saliba's on the way out. When they showed the footage of him on the pitch at the last game of the season, and he looked miserable. Number one is he had done his calf and his hamstring, actually, of course. You know what I mean? Because that's standard if you're an Arteta player. But people were saying, oh, he's sad because he's leaving, right? But I was going, well, that was just when Madrid had signed your man Dean Howson, and I think Saliba was going, oh, fuck, I'm stuck here for another year. You know what I mean? I genuinely think that's why he was sad, is that he's stuck here for another year. But Arsenal are going to have to sell him. I know, I don't want to bring a gal into it again, but it's just because you were there for this, Carl. His brilliant solution to what we should do is run down Saliba's contract for 2 years and let him go for free. And we still get 2 years out of him.
Go ahead.
If I ran a business and he was in charge of my finances, I'd be fucking bankrupt within 6 months.
No, you'd be bankrupt. Keep an unhappy player for 2 years. Oh, but we might win a league. All right, go on, man. You should go to Vegas because you like to gamble. I mean, The gal said that, and he was deadly serious. He said, what we should do, what we do with Saliba, we said, he's not going to sign a new contract. Oh, well, then we run his contract down for 2 years, and you get 2 years out of him. And I was like, and let him go on a free. And then Carl went in on him and said, that's the most ridiculous thing. But anyway, Saliba, we're going to have to sell him. But if he has his heart set on Madrid, he can just say, I'll just stay for 2 years. You know what I mean? Yeah. He might just and go on a free. That's how Madrid roll. You know what I mean? But I don't know if they'll wait 2 years.
Yeah, I think he might. I think he might do that. I think he'll assess the landscapes kind of thing and see what happens with these signings coming in. And if he's seen the same old football, I think he'll. I don't think he'll go this summer. Me personally speaking, but I think he'll assess it and go. And Berto might say, "All right, okay, just give me the 2 years because I know you want to go Real Madrid, and then see what happens." Now, obviously, that's going to put pressure on Mikel, which it should do because we do want to win a league. We've not won one in 20 odd years. But I think that's what he's doing now. And then Real Madrid will just come in and go, "Thank you very much. We've got a 24-year-old. How old is he? 22?
Who's Saliba?
Is he 22?
Saliba's 24.
I thought he was on about.
Oh, 24. Sorry. So 26. So he'll end up going. He'll end up going to Real Madrid. 26. Yeah.
This is why if I'm Berto, I'm thinking about right. If you're not signing this contract, then I'm selling you for the highest bidder.
Yeah, he has to.
Why? Because if you leave it another year, then Saliba has all the leverage on the rest of that.
All the power.
Yeah. So let me just pull that back. So I sound like a girl. I wouldn't let him go on a free. But yeah,
go ahead.
He would need to sell him after a year. Yeah, like if come the year, he'll say, right, we need to sell you. But yeah, it's either that.
Do you know who he might be looking at? Sorry, no. Do you know who Saliba might be looking at now? PSG. He might consider that now.
You know what I mean?
That might be one other club he might consider
because they're playing beautiful football and
they're building something there.
They've lifted big ears.
Yeah, and they're in the Club World Cup as well. And they're actually now one of the favourites.
And they have the money. They have the money. That's only come to me now because I was thinking it must only be Madrid, but now he might be going. Do you know what?
You're right.
Go back to France.
You've done it, mate. You called it again, bro.
Yeah,
you called it again. Can I just say something which is interesting? A lot of top fans,
and then I'll get the super chats after. Cool.
Yeah, sorry, man. A lot of top fans and top content creators, they keep when we talk about this Gyokeres guy, and they talk about Sesko and the fact that Sesko, he's comparing and saying, well, the reason why people don't want to go for Sesko because of the amount of goals he's scored, and then you look at Gyokeres and he's banging them in, and they were saying that when we was going after, or when he was looking at what's the name stats from Newcastle, Isak stats, yeah. When he's at Real Sociedad, I think he scored something like 6 goals, whatever. That season when we was, monitoring the planes and what car was in the car registrations, all that, I'm sure, we had missed out on another target, and we changed our target to Isak. He wasn't our first port of call. I'm quite sure. I'm trying to remember the season. I don't know who we was going for. I don't know if it was going to be because we're probably going back for a good 3-4 years. I'm sure we was looking at another big striker target, but we couldn't get him. And then we started looking at Isak. I think it became desperation levels, and we started looking at Isak. It was coming close to the end of the summer window. And then we started tracking the airplanes. So, we thought we saw him in there because we moved on to him. Does anybody?
Yeah, what's it? The number plate in that, Norms?
Yeah, the number plate. But does anybody recall us? He wasn't our main target. I'm sure we moved on to him because
Vlahovic. Was that the Vlahovic?
It was Vlahovic.
I'm sure we was going for Vlahovic, and he turned on and said no to us. And then we started looking at Isak, right? So what people are saying is that, well, look at Isak. We got him from. We're looking at him Real Sociedad. Look what he's done now at Newcastle. So use that same scenario and analogy for Sesko. So what they're saying basically, if we was looking at Isak when he was only scoring 6 goals, why is everybody moaning about us going for Sesko?
I've seen Isak's. He's played for my boyhood club,
right?
Since he was 16. Yeah, I knew from then Isak was going to be a baller. I even said, if Arsenal get him for that money from Social, it's a steal.
Yeah, but I think what people was doing is comparing how many goals he's scored for Real Sociedad, which wasn't much, and we was looking at him. So
again,
they're trying to justify going for Sesko because he hasn't really scored a lot of goals, and then they keep talking about the fact that Gyokeres is playing in a Farmers League scored 19 penalty goals and against XG and all that rubbish. I can't take that.
Banomski, that system didn't fit Isak either. Real Social system did not fit him
Right.
either. Now, when you play system that fits,
Yeah,
that fits the style
look
of
at
play.
doing that
Look at the
Newcastle
difference.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
look at the difference. Again,
You
man said Nomski's a clown. Brother, you're a clown.
know? Who's that? Who said that? Who's that?
Normski's a geezer, man.
This Don Giuliano guy. The hell you talking?
Yeah,
Well, I'll tell you.
couldn't be
Well, yeah,
further
I'd rather.
from that, man.
Yeah, well, listen, I'd rather be a clown than Arteta.
Yeah, right, that is, yeah. You did it, yeah.
If you don't
Exactly.
like it, if you don't like it, Don, whatever your name is, mate, leave the stream, yeah. And yeah, if you don't like it, you don't. Have
Why
to
is
come
it now Aaron? Even Aaron's getting idiots in his chat now. Unbelievable.
Oh man, my mind just be swimming
Listen,
every morning.
listen, that's what they do. They hide behind their keyboards. Yeah, they hide behind their keyboards and they throw a bruise. Yeah, well, come on the channel. Yeah, when the link is put out there, come on the channel and let's have a talk. Yeah.
He won't.
Why
not see, you know.
why am I an idiot? Listen, man, I've got thicker skin than you, brother. So behave your little self.
Facts. Mate, just the very fact that you put your face out there for everyone to see, do you know what I mean? That takes cojones, mate.
I promise you, Aaron can put the
I'm
link
going to be
in.
putting the link out. I'm going to be putting the link out. If you want to click on it,
Come on, bring him on. Bring him on.
I've done it.
Go on,
I've done this for fucking years, calling these little melts out when I've had my channel, right? And I've said, "Well, come and show your face and come and talk to me."
Yeah.
I've had people call me out. Oh, I'll meet you up in London. I said, "Yeah, I'll meet you up in London. I ain't got a problem. What are you gonna do about it?"
Don't worry, lads.
Nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing.
look, I'm a clown. You know what I mean? I mean, enjoy me. Yeah, the clown's behind me
I
as
just
well.
don't understand the
we're
hate
all
you guys
clowns,
have
mate.
for it. Come
I'll join
on.
you. Okay, innit? There we go. Innit? Darren, come on, Dow. Come on, what we saying? I don't understand the hate you guys have for Arteta. Think about it logically. I'm not even going to answer that one. Think about it
Look,
destroyed
logically.
my club.
Why do
Simple
you
answer.
reckon we would?
Look at his next comment. Jez,
I
you
swear
swear
too much, apparently. According to Darren, I think I've sworn once tonight.
Yeah.
Why is it? I can't say it.
I mean, I'm
Fact
sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you swear
Darren.
too much.
I'm sorry about that, mate. I'm sorry, but this is an adult show. Adult
Yeah.
men, intelligent men who've actually got a brain that can actually debate and discuss. And if you don't like it, best you go back to bed. All right.
What Darren's done is he's done poo-poo in pants. And that's what he's done. He's obviously a little bit too young for this adult show. I'd suggest, young man, change your nappy or ask mum you done doo-doo in pants. And then
Bro, it's
X,
midnight.
top right-hand corner, click on it and just go
Aaron,
away. That's all
it's
you have to do.
It's
That's all
midnight.
you have to do.
Guys,
Aaron, it's
you have to
midnight.
Like it.
sorry, guys.
Darren, how many times have I sworn tonight? Tell me.
I didn't even know you had, to be fair.
I don't know.
I know exactly.
I lost count after 2025.
Brother, it's midnight and these men are in the chat.
Just to say, what's his name has apologized to me. He said it was a misunderstanding. That's from so fair play, because he thought I was comparing Isak to Sesko. So he misunderstood. So he apologized for calling me a clown. My bad.
That's all good.
Yeah, all right. Fair play, mate. You know.
So we've got an adult in the building, but Darren, no. You need to wipe that bum. You little baby, goo goo baba. You know.
It's not our fault. Yeah, you have to wear armbands when you eat soup.
Tonight,
There's no digital gun to your head. If you don't like what you see, just piss off. That's all you have to do. It's not difficult. Just fuck off. Go away. For those that want to stay, I love you, and we want you here, and you're welcome here.
You swore. You can't do that in front of Darren. Don't do it.
Sorry, Darren. Sorry, Darren. 4 people left after that, so hopefully Darren was one of them. Click on the link if you don't like it. Just in it. Do you know what I mean? That you're not shackled in your chair and you have to listen to Aaron talks Arsenal and his wonderful guests.
Aaron, you know you're not going to jump on. Aaron, you can put the link in the chat. You know these men are not going to jump on. I'm not going to jump on, Aaron. They're not going to show their face, are they?
I'm going to go and work these super chats the other way round because I want to end on the point because it was a good point. Lawrence, big up to you, Lawrence. I will be, after this, I'll be putting the link in the chat. Only those I recognise by chat name or things like that will be coming on. I'm not getting any old Tom, Dick and Harry on, okay? because if Darren comes on and he starts wagging his little pecker around, then it's not going to end up well. You know what I mean? So we can't be dealing with that. We can't be dealing with 1-inch Darrens in the building. Yeah, can't do that. Arteta buying Chelsea seconds all the time. We've been here before, haven't we, Lawrence? It's like sticking a fork in a toaster. You know you're risking an electric shock, but you keep doing it. Yeah. Do you know what? I'd probably say low IQ people do that, and that's what all the Arteta sexuals are, aren't they? They just all they want to be told. Like when I went on that show, like I said, they expected a Rory. They expected someone that was going to tell them that it's all going to be okay. You know, it's all look outside. What's the weather like? Glitter, sparkles. There's rainbows. There's unicorns dancing in the stars. What are we doing here? Like we're gonna actually process the information because that's all we do. By the way, we process the information that we see with our eyes and then we articulate it with our gob. But not a lot of people do that. You know, like your gals and your Rory talks absolute constipated spastic nonsense. But that's not why 213 of you are in the building, because you like being told the truth. And do you know what? For every single 213 of you, I enjoy telling you the truth, and so does my wonderful panel.
I'd love to see Aaron and Rory on the stream. Oh my word!
Do you know what though? I'd always it depends. I'm never really the aggressor a lot of the time, yeah. So I'd always wait. So like,
he would get.
I'll never do that purely because usually when I'm the aggressor, I go and all guns blazing.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about you.
I usually hold back. So if he was talking sense, I would combat that with sense. I'll go, all right, cool. I'm not going to start. The second I started nonsense, that Dale, is it Dale or whatever his name is? I was on that Judge Mo show.
Yeah,
I'd just come back from PSV, the PSG game, sorry. And I was on the reaction on Judge Mo's, and that Dale and another Australian, Martin, I think his name was. And I'd just come back pissed off, obviously, because we'd just lost and we weren't even in that game. And I sat on the stream and I made the Australian quit after about 10 minutes. He was like, oh, I can't be dealing with this. I was like, fuck off then. Go away. Dal, what are you saying? And, mate, I just destroyed him probably for about 30, 45 minutes because everything he was saying, and I weren't being horrible or swearing or vulgar, just everything he was saying, just you could just debunk so easily, and I was almost enjoying myself. It made me forget how crap Arsenal were against PSG because I was enjoying tearing him to shreds and ripping him and destroying him and fucking hammering into the ground like a fucking tent peg on a wet day. That's what we do because guess what? You know, I will make mistakes and slip-ups and misjudgments and things like that. But I have my opinion and it comes from the heart. So does all of these boys. And that, do you know, when that happens, you're consistent. You're very, very get caught out because you believe in what you're saying. Whereas these fuckers, they don't believe in a single word they say because they play the character of get subs, get money, profit off of Arsenal's whatever, and lie to you. That's what they do. Tell you everything's going to be okay. That's it. We're not babies. We're fully grown adults. What we're doing here. We'll never do that to you. If you don't like it, you know what I mean? Maybe truth ain't for you. Go live in your fucking bubble. Go in the Matrix. I don't care. But if you want to listen to how it truly has been spoken by 6 world-class panelists and this wonderful chat that we have that's ever growing, the community is world-class, then you're in the right place. You're absolutely in the right place. And we'll iron through it together, everyone, man. Do you know what I mean? But big up. We got Pro Mice as well. My geezer, Prom, love you, brother. And he's saying I'm with Jezza, the Arsenal, mate. He is Arsenal. Jezza is absolutely Arsenal. And I know you put that in when you were saying about Jezza always rich, gal, new one. Why? Because Jezza speaks from the heart. He doesn't ever contradict himself because he's had the beliefs probably for about 50 plus years. And Igal chops and changes by the minute. That's why it's easy to rip these, not because we're excellent and articulate and wonderful and we're the best YouTubers in the world. It's because it's so easy to sniff out the absolute steaming pile of shit that comes out of these wankers' mouths. It's just so easy, you know. And then you get them. They cower on stream like, you know, oh wow, you cooked them. You did? No, you didn't. I just spoke. I didn't cook anyone. I just spoke. You know, that's in it. I just said what I thought at the time, you know, and debunked their ChatGPT script that they worked so hard on. Parasites, pricks, pathetic. Get out my club. And then we've got this one that will come to Jez because I know you need to leave now. And big up, thank you very much for coming on. But it was a great point. T. Gooner, big up, geezer. Can you imagine United finishing higher than us next season, Jez?
That's even more of a Seko offence.
Yeah.
I think, look, let's try and quantify what Darren's trying to say. He wants to be part of the get-along gang. He wants to be popular. He doesn't want to be out on his own. This is a typical school ground situation. This is how 10 and 11-year-olds work, 12-year-olds. They don't want to be out on their own. They want to be, whether they believe in it or not. And a lot of these, you've got to remember, a lot of kids, 10, 11, 12 at school, haven't yet developed their own voice of opinion. So they will say, if somebody says, oh, let's all walk down the road, they'll all walk down the road. They don't want to be out of favour.
Yep.
If somebody says, the big guy in the school says, let's all go and jump over that wall, they'll all go and jump over the wall. So Darren, bless him, is probably 16, probably something like that. And he just wants to be part of the get-along gang. He says he goes to games. Good luck to you. Well done. Big up to you, my friend. I hope you enjoy yourself. But don't come in here and talk bollocks. Right? Because I know I can suss people like you like that. Right? And I'll stay here for another half an hour, Darren. Right? It's 1 o'clock in the morning nearly here in France. I'll stay in here for another half an hour. You come on show. You come and show your face, and we'll have a chat about it. But I know you won't, because you haven't got the bollocks. You haven't got the balls.
Links in the chat, by the way.
Oh, yeah, the link is there. Oh, the link's in the chat, Jess.
Links in the
Darren's
chat.
put the link in there.
Come on, man. Come and talk to me. Come and talk to me. I know you won't face me out, because you haven't got the bollocks to do it. So don't criticise people on this panel with your bullshit little argument, which you've got nothing behind you to back it up. Because at the end of the day, every single of one of these wonderful people have got facts, stats, knowledge. If you want to come and debate me about Arsenal, I welcome it. I know I will put you to bed within 5 minutes. And then I know how you lot work. Because you can't win the argument, you start saying, oh, I'll beat you up, I'll do this, I'll do that. Good luck to you, fella. Good luck to you. Right? Because you're talking shit. These people know what they're talking about. They're intelligent. They have exactly the knowledge they need to dissect this football club, dissect this manager, because we know he's a failure. You're making out that he's achieved. Where has he achieved? Tell me. Tell me where he's achieved.
One FA Cup.
I've certainly missed something in the last nearly 6 years, this December. And I've watched every sodding game. And I'm certainly missing something somewhere. So please tell me. Come on here right now. Come on. I'll stay here for another half an hour. Yeah? And we'll have a deep chat about it.
And put your camera on as well. Put your camera on.
But you won't. Mm-hmm. You won't. I know you won't. Because you've got no bollocks. You're a pussy. You're a little kid who likes to go on and make out there's somebody bigger than they are, and you ain't.
Get your mug on screen.
Oh, look at that. He's not even replying in the chat to Jez anymore. Why? Because my man's bounced.
He's bounced. He's bounced.
I'm bored.
There he is. We are competing. No, he says he's still distracted. We're competing with Europe's elite and challenging for the same. They just parrot each other, man. They parrot the same crap all the time.
Shane, these guys are robots. I'm convinced these men are robots. They talk. They're
cultists. They're cultists. They say the same shit that he says.
Darren, I beg you right now. Aaron has put the link in the chat. I think Aaron's even pinned it, all right? Click on the link. Put your camera on. You can come in here. You can debate what any of these men say. You can even debate Jez if you want. Yeah, I advise that you don't, because Jez will school you. About Arsenal. Yeah, but if you want to get schooled, and if you want to get schooled, man, go ahead. But at least have the balls to come on here, put your camera on, and we will all give you credit. Say, yeah, you know what? fair play. You've actually come on and managed to put your opinions up there. But don't sit here and chat rubbish in the chat, to someone like Jez, and respectfully, even to Shane and Carl and Nomsky and Aaron as well, brother. These man, know more about the club than you ever will, brother. And if you hate people swearing and all that, bruv, respectfully, don't go outside. Just keep staying in your house, mate, because people outside swear as much as they want, and we can swear all we want, brother, At the end of the day, there's no rules.
You know what it is, son?
So just saying, we're not fucking swearing, by the way, My poor little fucking ears. Think of his little ears down there. Think of Suja's fucking ears all the way down under, man. Come on.
Let me tell you something funny. Aaron, Shane, let me tell you, Jez, let me tell you something funny. I was on my way home, I was a teacher, at high school. Do you know what he told me? This generation is the softest people ever because they cry about every single little thing that comes out. And do you know what? He was absolutely spot on because people like Darren prove it just like that. How are you sitting here talking nonsense and then you can't even come on camera? Piss off, Bellet. What a moron.
Have a little chug on that.
Sam, they won't do it.
Nah, of course, Jez, these guys are idiots. They're in my age group. I'm embarrassed I'm even in this generation, brother. These men are in my generation, brother. I don't even recognize them. Brother. They're acting like a bunch of 14-year-olds, mate. You're gonna do this, you're gonna do that, brother. Respectfully, the only reason you're saying this is because you've got an iPhone from your mama, who's paying you the bill, because you can't get a job. Because every time you go into an interview, they look at you and go, "Who's this muppet? Well, he can't do anything. Get the hell out of here."
And then when the interviewer says no, they go, well, "What's that word mean?" Well, I've never heard that before. No. But we don't use no in my house. We don't use no in my house. No's hyper negative. I've never been told no. What does that mean?
Do you know why he doesn't know? Because he's sitting there tweeting on his iPhone, chatting a bunch of nonsense, because that's all he's going to do. He doesn't want to educate himself or do anything, These absolute
exactly.
No accountability, Sam. No accountability.
It's 1 o'clock.
Exactly, Sam.
It's 1 o'clock in the fucking morning, mate, Get the hell to go to bed, go out in the morning, touch some grass, do whatever the hell you want to do, all right? But don't come in here and chat shit.
Right,
do you know what?
Let's just put this to bed, right? Right, let's put this to bed.
One sec, Roger.
Darren, I'm going to stay here for another half an hour, right? I've got a busy day tomorrow. I'm going to stay here for half an hour, and I'm going to give you your chance to come and face me out. If you want to come and face me out, good luck. I mean, we can't. Nothing nasty can happen. We're just on camera.
Hey, Jez, I advise that we don't, because he's going to cry on stream when you school him on Arsenal. Let's just be honest.
Yep.
Let's see what you can do. Let's have a debate. Adult, man to man.
Hey, Darren, jump on, put your camera on, and then have a chat.
I'm on now. Come on, be brave. Be brave. Challenge all of us. Come on now.
Face my ugly
Come on.
mug.
Stop hiding in little man cave.
Come on.
It ain't man to man, is it? Because he's a man.
Exactly.
Chaz, he probably thinks the club was founded by Arteta in 2019.
Yeah.
Well, until we obviously have one.
I'm going to stay here for half an hour, right? And I'm going to see.
I do got to bounce, man.
Yeah, and that will
big up Shane.
Big up Shane, my guy.
I've been on streams all day, man, since this morning.
Aaron, I've got a bounce as well.
Big up Shane.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, big up Sam.
Big up
everybody, man. Big up to Gianni and all the lads that came on. AK legend, man. Everybody on the panel. Everybody, man, and the world class chat. I
get your nut down or get your leg over. Go on, mate.
Go on, mate.
Come on, brother.
It'll be the first one, man. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
Got another one. You got another one. Benjamin Bottomworth. What a great name, you wanker.
Benjamin Bottomworth. Now we've got a space now. We've got a space now, Benjamin Botty. We've got a space now. So if you want to come on,
Ben.
and Jez will give you a little spanking.
What a name that is. Benjamin.
Come on.
There's no more. There's no more 4'9" Arabs.
Fucking Butworth.
Mate.
We know where he takes it, don't we?
Yeah. It's worth every penny.
Are we sure that's not Benjamin Sesko's cousin? Because I mean, it's Benjamin. You know,
Oh,
it could
he
be his
could be,
cousin.
yeah.
You know?
I may never know. I may never know. That could be Tesco's cousin.
Guys, I'm
That
quite
could be
honoured.
Tesco's cousin.
Guys, I'm quite honoured. We're 10 of the biggest drips on YouTube. I'm quite honoured.
We're clowns, bruv.
No,
That's
do you know what
it.
it is? That's probably do you know what that is, Aaron? That's probably Darren's burner account that he's made.
Of course it is. He's replying to himself and everything. He's like, "Oh yeah, Darren, you make really great points. So do you. Oh yeah, cool. We're a team. These lot don't know what they're talking about, isn't it? Replying to yourself, man. What a life.
People have got bounce. Yeah, these guys are too stupid.
Brother.
Hey,
Ala Madrid.
Hey, vamos. Hey, come on.
Oh yeah, big
Aaron,
up Sam. Every single time to you, my
pleasure's
brother.
always, my guy. Pleasure's always. Cheers, Homsky. Be safe, everyone. Yeah, Rob. Be safe, everyone. Hey, big up the chat as well. Come on, every time. Come on.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, man.
I'll tell you what we do have in here. We're gonna go with Gianni, Napoli, numero fucking uno when it comes to the ultras. Thank you very much for jumping on the show, brother.
Thanks for having me on, bro.
You've been listening.
Let's hope.
He's a proper. Come on. He's Gianni, brother. He's a G. He
Oh,
puts a G
Gianni.
in Gianni. Come on.
Gianni, I'm sorry, yeah, but my guy is gonna be joining you.
Oh, 100%. He'll be winning another Scudetto with us.
Oh yeah.
He'll be winning another Scudetto. One of the things I wanted to say is not only have you guys been talking about just the Premier League. Here's the other problem. Inter and Napoli haven't started spending yet. Napoli has already got a base of 200 million to spend for Conte. We also have 3 players that are up for sale. Anguissa, Lobotka, and Meret are all up for sale. If we get rid of those 3 guys, plus the money we have from champs, we're giving Conte over 300 million to spend in the summer. Now, number one, not to sound biased because I'm a Napoli fan, but our project looks a lot more tempting to get big players to come to than Arsenal is. Because number one, the big problem that a lot of people haven't talked about is, let's say Arsenal tries to go after Rodrigo. Why would Rodrigo go to Arsenal if Arteta's going to force him to play defense like what he's done to Martinelli and Saka?
Yeah.
He's never done that while he's at Real Madrid. These players are not going to do that. In Spain and Italy, we don't do that stuff. If you're a player that's an offensive-minded player, you're playing further up the pitch. It's exactly what Slot did to why Salah put all the numbers up this season. Okay? So they're not going to go to Arsenal, number one. Number two, this whole Sesko talk. Again, Aaron, I watched the show that you were on with Judge Mo. Judge Mo, first of all, doesn't even know the history of his own club, Inter. So I don't know why he talks like he's this big Inter guy, because he's not. Okay. Second of all, none of these guys watch Bundesliga.
Yeah.
They're all watching YouTube highlights that are all cherry-picked videos to make a player look good, to make them feel about themselves.
Compilations. That's what they're
It's all compilation videos. It's all it is. This guy has played in a 3-4-3 system going back to Salzburg. Salzburg is the baby club of RB Leipzig. They copy the same thing. Yes, they both do the German gegenpressing, but besides that, the guy plays in a 3-4-3 system with a number 10 and another striker. Everybody forgets to mention that Openda, the other striker, scores way more goals than he does, and on top of that, the guy who's failing at Chelsea, Nkunku, was the top goal scorer in the Bundesliga with Sesko on the team. So what are all these idiots talking about?
Speak the facts, brother. Speak it, bro.
So the guy, you're asking for 90 million for a player who doesn't bang goals. And again, I believe the guy's name was Darius when we were in Lee's chat about 10 days to 2 weeks ago. The two of us just going back and forth in the chat named 10 other strikers in the Bundesliga that score more goals than this guy, Sesko, and can play in multiple different styles. Sesko has to play off another 9 and a number 10. So unless the formation's going to change at Arsenal, how the fuck is he going to play in a 4-3-3? And really, let's be honest. The 4-3-3 is how all these Sky Sports and all these other idiots try to make the team. Arsenal plays a flat 4-5-1. It's a lone striker. The wingers have to come back and basically act like wingbacks to aid out in the defense, and why they're not scoring goals. I guarantee you, and I said this earlier in the chat, I would sack Arteta right now and go get Roberto Mancini. Roberto Mancini comes into this team. He plays the exact same formation that he used to play at Manchester City in the offensive 4-2-3-1. You're going to have, I guarantee you, Saka's going to be a 20-goal scoring player. He's not going to be held back defensively like this idiot Arteta's doing. And whoever else you want to go get as a striker or another winger is going to play much better. That's the first thing. Second thing, Egal and Christian, don't ever put either of them two idiots in control of a business because their financial looks don't even make any sense with what they're talking about with the club. How are you going to tell me that Havertz at $285,000 a week is going to go on the bench? No club is ever going to put their top earner on the bench. Number one. Number two, even if, let's say you get Zubamendi, right? You get Zubamendi and you get Sesko, right? Where does Odegaard go then? Are you going to play the same way that Real Sociedad played when they got mid-table, that Odegaard's going to go out to the left wing? Is that what we're now going to do? Because he can't even play in the center of the park when he tries to come further up the pitch. You're now going to tell me he's going to play left winger? These guys who chat this shit are chatting shit. They have no idea what the hell they're talking about, and they don't watch. Personally, I don't think they watch this sport. Third thing before I end this rant, I went over some numbers. Because I go through Di Marzio in Italy for anybody for transfers, right? If you got rid of Odegaard for 55 million, right? I think you could get rid of him for 55 million since all these other teams for some reason hold this guy in high regard. If you get rid of him, his salary on top of it is 70 million. Okay? If you get rid of Havertz, you could dump Havertz for 30, 35 million back to the Bundesliga. He'll negotiate down. We've seen it with Lukaku going to Napoli. Lukaku took a huge pay cut to go back to stay in Italy, right? If you get rid of Havertz for, let's say, 40, 42.5 million with his contract, that's 60 million now. That's 130 million just between those two guys to get rid of to go back towards the transfers. The whole reason Berta's been brought in is to do everything else like we've seen with all these other Italian sporting directors. They take over clubs. They take all the high wages off. We saw the same thing with Masada to straighten out AC Milan, to make them a continual Champions League team again before Ibrahimovic went in there and fucked everything up, right? If you go in there and you start getting these other players down to lower salaries, the club becomes sustainable. And I said this the last time I was on your show. All these guys who are complaining about we're not spending enough, all that is at the end of the day is Arsenal fans want to be where Chelsea was under Abramovich. They want stupid money spent, don't care how the books look at the end of the day, and they don't care if they ruin the club's financial future if they think that they can just look like Chelsea in buying these major players. And lastly, there's plenty of other players that we can get to where we can fill out a squad because 4 players isn't enough. We need a squad. Whether we like it or not, injuries were a part of the team. It's not as big as these top gooners try to say they are, but we need a full squad. Number one, if we're going to dump 80 million on a player, fuck Sesko. And Zubamendi doesn't look like he's coming. Go get Tonali at Newcastle. You want a true number 6 and a true midfielder, make Tonali and Declan Rice the midfield partnership. Go get Jared Bowen if you want to go replace Martinelli. Not 80 million on Rodrigo, who's not going to come anyways. Whether we like it or not, he's not going to come. And one other person, bring back an old Arsenal player in Guendouzi, because Guendouzi's grown into being one of the best center midfielders, especially a number 6 in Italy. He's only going to cost 35 million. They're doing too much with all this money, and they're trying to screw this club up. It's exactly what you guys say. They're all for Arteta. They're not for the club.
Yeah, well, mate, fucking fair dues to you, bruv. I'm not even. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean that. Yeah, I mean, I'm the only disappointing thing about that was you stopped. I wanted you in it. Yeah, that was wicked, man.
No, you make a good business case. It makes a lot of sense. But this is what we're facing. You know, this is the problem when you bring in these players. We're going to see more shuffling of the pack because Arteta has to make this work. He has to make this work, and I can't see how he's going to do this. And he's not going to make this work. I said this on Aaron's last call-in show. We could let's say we give Arteta another 400 million. We'll give him 1.2 billion. We'll be that generous for him. Do you really think if you give him 400 million with what it looks like we're spending our money on, we're really going to make that big of a difference? Liverpool, we have to make up. Everyone's saying we got to make up 10 points. We really have to make up 14, 15 points. Liverpool just didn't give a shit the last few games. That's why we caught up on points. So if we're being completely honest, we got 15 points to catch up. They just got arguably one of the top
the top 3 midfielders, not even arguably, top 3 midfielders in the Bundesliga in Wirtz, who's a stud. Now they replaced Robertson and they replaced Trent, which everyone said last year the fullbacks was the only thing in question for that Liverpool team. They've already rebuilt that team. City ain't even got started yet. City ain't even got started yet with what they're going to rebuild on their team. Reiner's very good pickup to play alongside Rodri, and that they got this kid. No, Reiner's is a good.
Aït-Nouri.
And Nori and Cherki. But all 3 of those guys are studs. All 3 of those guys are studs.
Sorry, Gianni. We have also got Marmoush to cover that second striker position.
Yeah.
That we failed to replace with when we sold Alvarez for 95 mil.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this: you guys are just getting started. You guys made so much money off You guys got over $400 million of pure profit from selling all the youth academy players. So City has more money than what people are even looking at with how much money they've brought in. Arsenal's fucking bullshitting. And again, we're going for players to just make Hollywood signings, and these Hollywood signings ain't even going to really get us over the line. Like, who's really kidding themselves? If you really think that Sesko and Zubamendi are the guys to get us over the line, I'm sorry, man. You better get off the pot, player.
They're not. I said this at the start of the stream when I came on, and I said the only teams that will be challenging each other for the title is Liverpool, Man City.
100%.
So what we're doing with the sales, or the targets that we're looking at, nowhere. I said even comparing our front 3. When Liverpool last season, on one of my shows, one of the guys on my show says, look at Liverpool's front 5. Yeah, right. They didn't make no signings apart from Kaiser, or whatever his name is. They didn't make no signings or nothing. Yeah, and we were supposed to be favourites to win the league. Yeah, Liverpool then decided to take their foot off the gas. It was in November. Officially, the Opta computer said Liverpool are now favourites to win the league. We've never ever challenged Liverpool for this title. Never. So where people are saying, and they keep going back using context, look at the injuries. We had the most. Now, actually, you didn't have the most injuries. Yeah, but they want to keep going back to injuries, refereeing decisions, and whatever. Well, what happened last season when we only had one major injury? Why didn't we get it over the line then? And then the season before that, why?
But also, it's probably going to get worse because he's talking about bringing everyone in for a pre-season. He's saying that the players want to come in early for some kind of like early pre-season, which is one of the stupidest things we can do given the context of the last 12 months. I mean, everyone's going to be fucked by the winter when the winter months come, when those cold nights come, and these guys who've had hamstring injuries and whatnot for God knows how long, they're all going to be fucked by November and December. I mean, it's just like, how can you have that? I don't understand how he can have that view of
everyone
not learned his lesson whatsoever. He doesn't seem to be learning his lesson at all. And this is the inexperience thing. And this is why I'm not oblivious. I don't think we're oblivious to the fact that he has done some good work with Arsenal in terms of getting us challenging. But it's not good enough. And enough is enough now. And what gets me is, just to say as well, what gets me is, if this was any other club, these people who are Arteta backers would be laughing at them. If this was Liverpool or Chelsea or Spurs or Man United, who kept a manager for 5 years with no trophy, they'd all be taking the piss out of them, calling them losers. Oh, you've got a loser mentality. But when it's us, what's different?
Well, just to jump in really quick to back to that. Here's the other thing, though. And I said this on, I think it was Aaron's stream a couple of days ago. He should have never got the job. The whole reason Arteta got the job is because of the Arsenal PR spin move, okay? Everybody in England thought that there was a mutiny against Ancelotti at Napoli. That's not what happened, okay? Aurelio De Laurentiis promised Ancelotti a brand new squad. He promised him James Rodriguez, Domenico Berardi, Jordan Veretout, and many other players that were at the top of their game at Serie A so we could go to the next level. He decided and said, no, I'm going to play it cheap. You're going to win the Scudetto this year with the team that was already at the end of their cycle and wasn't able to get over the line instead of selling them for the big money and rebuilding the squad to fit Ancelotti. That's what happened. What did the Arsenal PR do? Oh, there was a mutiny against Ancelotti at Napoli. He's not that good of a manager anymore. The whole time, everybody forgets. You want to talk about injuries in a context. Ancelotti had shit-ass Everton in 6th place, contending for European spots, and we don't think he's good enough for Arsenal. It's the idiocy of the PR at the end of the day why we're here. Arteta should have never got the job.
We also had We also had Thomas Tuchel opportunity. So when we were 15th in the league in 2020 to 21, I think he should have been sacked. Thomas Tuchel got sacked by Paris Saint-Germain. I think before he got the Chelsea job, he was available. What happens is he went to Chelsea, instantly won the Champions League with Frank Lampard's team.
Yeah,
we were 15th. Thomas Tuchel was available. He went to Chelsea. He straight away won the Champions League.
Yep,
got him to loads of finals as well. Let's not forget that. And then he won the Super Cup, and then the the World Club Cup as well.
Yeah,
exactly right.
Dragged them from ninth. From ninth back to fourth too.
Yeah.
So basically, I was in Shane's live YouTube channel. I heard about Igal called. I remember Aaron. He called you overreacting. Do you remember that when he said that you were overreacting? He said that. It takes time for the transfer window. Well, you look at Liverpool with Frimpong. They've already done the deal quick. It doesn't make sense how it takes time when Liverpool have replaced Keller with Mamadashvili. And and the thing with us is it takes that long to do the Zubimendi deal. I'm like, how long is it taking to do the Zubimendi deal? So I'm thinking Liverpool have already done their deal with Frimpong. It doesn't take that long. So I just don't understand what is the excuse.
You've got to move fast that's it. You've got to move fast now. And everyone will always combat it and go, yes, the 7th or the 8th. It doesn't make a difference. So let's just say now, right? Because Arsenal have been slow in the market, we could have lost out on Gyokeres to Manchester United. This is just a fact. Because if we'd have acted like a big club and went in for him first, it'd be an Arsenal player. That's fact. He would have been an Arsenal player. Now we've dilly-dallied. We've gone for the Sesko thing. Let's just say, for argument's sake, they go, oh, yeah, actually, we like Gyokeres. Oh, yeah, but he's doing a medical at Manchester United. Oh, but it's only the 7th. This is why it's all about getting your business done early. Because not only does it reap so many more benefits about getting these players in early and integrated into your squad, guess what? Stops other people getting them. It also then could you imagine this scenario where we're dilly-dallying in whether it's going to be Sesko, Gyokeres, and we don't get either of them? That's the reality, by the way. This is a reality that we've all got to face, and this is why when we're all going, oh yeah, it's only 7 days into it. Tell 7 days to Manchester City. Tell that to Liverpool. Tell that to Manchester United. But they don't think about the other side of the equation. They just go what fits their narratives best, or what were the morons. What were the 30,000 absolute pathetic wank stains that subscribe to me? What would they like me to tell them? I know. Yeah, it's all right. Chill out. Calm down. Don't worry. We'll be all right. Trust in the manager. Do all this and do all of that. Trust in a failure for 5 years. That's what he's asking us to do.
Got to go, man.
Any of you,
go.
Jez, apologies.
Big up the Godfather.
Absolute legend.
Big up the legend.
So, and sadly, Darren didn't turn
up. Nah, of course he didn't.
He wasn't ready for you, Jez. He wasn't ready for you.
No one.
Have a great rest of the show, boys.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed tonight. It's been brilliant. Absolute facts stated, every single one of you. And I'll catch you all soon. Take care. All right.
Big up, Jez.
Legend. Go on, Lawrence, bruv. What we saying, Lawrence? Me old mucker.
Well, I woke up this morning. I missed the England game, which apparently
I thought you was going to say Morning Glory then. I didn't know where you was going to go with that.
You're very lucky not to watch the game. It was actually very boring. I was watching. We just couldn't break down the stubbornness of Andorra. It's like we couldn't break down the West Ham team at the Emirates. We just lost. And
the England game. We'll get to that in a little bit, but go on. We'll get to that ball.
So anyway, I wake up, my phone's pinging, right, and I open it up and I see we've signed Kepa, another Chelsea second. Fucking the kid at Liverpool, Cayman Kelleher, was available, right? It'd have been perfect for us. Never know. What does this arsehole of a manager do? Goes back to Stamford Bridge, signs another fucking sloppy second. What is it with this club and Chelsea? What's going to happen next? going to stop playing North London forever and start playing Blue is the fucking colour.
That song.
Yeah.
He can't sing it very well, though. Have you heard it? It's the colour. Yeah, don't you dare go on fucking X Factor, mate. Don't you dare. Your singing is about as good as your fucking football IQ, and that's not a compliment, mate.
There's Keller at Liverpool. He's 26 years old. He's in the prime of his career. Be perfect for us. No, we've got to go to Stamford Bridge and pick up and take someone who threw his toys out the pram when Sarri wanted to sub him off in the League Cup final.
Yeah.
Right? And let's face it, he's not the greatest keeper whatsoever. I'd rate Neto above him. Okay? And now he's our backup keeper. So it's just typical Arsenal, typical Arteta, right? We're 7 days into this first transfer window before it shuts for the Club World Cup, right? I've got no faith in this manager. I've got no faith in this ownership. I've got no faith in the PR department. It's just typical Arsenal. All of the values that this club are known for, its tradition, its history, its pride, has been thrown out the window by these clowns completely.
Mate, I trust Ralph Harris with my kids more than I trust Mikel Arteta with Arsenal, man. It's just ridiculous. Honestly,
as I said, I hate to say this, right? But when the season starts, I hope we lose every game for the first month or so, right? Because I want this clown out of the club. I don't want to wait till Christmas for it to happen. I want it to happen come the end of September, beginning of October, when we're 10, 15 points behind Man City and Liverpool, right? We've got no chance of winning the league. We're struggling in the Champions League. We get knocked out the League Cup, right? Because that's the only way we're going to get things changed at this football club.
Yeah.
Right. I'm tired of people saying, well, let's give him till Christmas to show what he can do. He's been in charge for 5 years and he's done fuck all for 5 years.
Facts.
Well, this is the thing as well. Like, this is the people like Uragals of the world and everything. Like, how can you believe that Arsenal are a big club, but also believe at the same time that going 5 years with no trophy is acceptable for a big club? It doesn't make any sense. It's inconsistent. It's inconsistent thinking. I saw a clip of Ty, bless him, AFT Ty the other day. He's going, biggest club in England is Arsenal. He wants to keep Arteta. Well, how does that make any sense? That makes no sense whatsoever.
I said to Ty when he did a live stream with Robbie, I sent him a super chat and I said, Ty, please give me your phone number, because if you think we're a big club, I know a bloke who wants to sell you Tower Bridge. Because that's his mentality, and the mentality of all these plastics in our fan base, and Craig Burley. I keep mentioning Craig Burley, but the interview he did on ESPN FC,
isn't he? He's good, he is, Craig.
Yeah, he nailed it down completely when he said most Arsenal fans are a complete mirror image of the club itself. Spineless cowards with weak mentalities who accept mediocrity and failure for success because they're failures in life themselves.
100%.
Yeah. Rather, they give him a 3-year contract as well. That's why he's staying.
Yeah. Why they give him that in like September, October? Why wouldn't you have waited until his contract nearly expired at the end of this season, by the way, and then just gone, well, one, we save ourselves loads of money, and 2, we also get to see what he does in this window. Let's not get it twisted. There was no clubs in for him. When Mikel Arteta signed that £15 million a year deal, did you see anywhere? Real Madrid and Barcelona, and they're all like vultures trying to get Real Madrid. No one wanted him.
We'll take him.
No one wanted him.
We'll take him at Napoli, and we'll put his stupid ass outside to serve pizzas and fish salad instead of a fucking manager spot.
And he'd fail at that for the next 5 years.
Damn right.
It's okay, guys, because no one is better than Super Duke Mick. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, his eyebrows, I mean, they're so symmetrical. I mean,
he's got the nice shiny hair.
It's
just a Lego head, isn't it? He's a Lego head.
Anyone can put cones on the floor. Even I can do that. It doesn't mean I'm qualified to be a Premier League manager.
We all could do that, Lawrence. We all could do that.
Yeah.
Put cones on the floor.
Bloody
Easy job.
Stevie Wonder could do that.
But
is he a Premier League manager?
Yeah, Stevie for manager, mate. That's it. Stevie in. But
Stevie Wonder could see that Havertz is shit, man. That's the thing.
Sure. Mate, do you know what I'm saying? Like,
did anyone buy the new kit?
No. I would rather set myself on fire. To be fair,
because I saw the
I spent 500 quid on my trip to Madrid, so I think I know where that money's going for better purposes.
It's going on beer and whore money, isn't it? That's where that's going.
Yeah, I mean,
do with that what you will.
Like everyone else has said, all our rivals have already got their ducks lined up, and they've already signed 3 or 4 players already. What the fuck are we doing? Just like last summer, sitting on our asses doing sweet Fanny Adams, trying to get 2 signings over the line that didn't happen until the end of the transfer window. And we're doing the same shit again this year.
Well, it's the same thing, though, to jump in on that as well. Last year, what did we need? We needed a striker, we needed a winger, we needed a proper midfielder, we needed a right-sided centre-back. And what do we need this summer? 1 year on, a year of our lives, by the way, year of all of our lives.
Yeah.
We need exactly the same thing, don't we?
We need
and more.
To be honest.
And more.
Back, left back, right back, defensive midfield, central midfield, attacking midfielder, left wing, right wing, centre forward. That's basically like 9 players, roughly.
Yeah.
Or 10, 11.
And people
all in, I'll probably spend, and now there'll be loads of people that spend a bit. I've probably spent about £4,000 with tickets and travel, for maybe 5k there or thereabouts, financially following Arsenal. There'll be people that'll blow that out the park, but I still spent about £5,000 of my money. I also give hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of time that I didn't see my kids and everything like that to go watch this football club. It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable when we get sort of torn out by the top gooners and we go, "Oh, now you're toxic and negative." No. Well, I'm just not happy. 5 years. 5 years. What's to be happy about? Joga Bonito. What's to be happy about, my brother? Big up to you, man, for jumping on.
They think like.
One second. Joga's in there. Yeah.
So you go first. My bad. You go first.
That's all right. Let him go. That's all right. Let him go. I'll come in after. That's all right. Let him go.
So basically, we've been saying about what he has done. He's taken us from where we were clowns, and then to title challenges when we actually bottled the league when we were 8 points clear.
Yep.
And then the excuses were it was a thin squad. We had the bigger fish to fry. And I think after that, he bought a dog. And I can't see the dog.
And then Man City won the league the next day.
Yeah. we lost the league title and bought a dog. It's almost like what you do when your missus is pissed off at you, isn't it? Oh, I'll just buy her flowers or a dog or something.
Yeah, just buy a little puppy, innit? Aaron.
That works. Those flowers, it works.
Yeah, oh, it does. You know what I mean? I don't ever buy flowers. I think they're a waste of time. But I buy a KFC or something like that. She likes all that shit. Do you know what I mean? But
can I just answer the message?
Go on, just quickly, and then I'm going to bring in Jogi. Yeah?
Can I just answer the message Mr. Waffles asking when the fixtures come out? It's June the 16th.
Or was it the 16th? I thought it was 17th. People are saying that either way, it's mid-June.
Yeah.
I'm not ready for the Premier League season because this is not looking good for us.
It's next Monday.
We just watched 3 London clubs winning a trophy before us. What are we doing?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. That was the cherry on top of the icing and the ugliest cake you'll ever eat.
It's the year of the birds, guys. It's the year of the birds, the magpies.
I know, and they ain't in my bed.
Forget London clubs. My club Napoli was bankrupt 21 years ago. We've passed Arsenal in major trophies in 21 years. We're only worth 910 million. Arsenal's 2.6 billion. Fuck just the London clubs. At least Chelsea's got money. You got bankrupt clubs passing you by.
Yeah, that sucks,
It's
man. When
like
you put it like that, that hurts, Johnny.
it's
It's the facts, though.
It's facts, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it's what it is. When
It's
we need
like
to
the
bring
post
Joga
someone
Benito in, come on. Joga Benito.
Well, thanks for having me on, first of all, yeah?
You're
Long
welcome,
time
brother.
coming. Been listening to a lot of you for a long time now, so yeah, big up to you all. Have we actually signed Kepa? Is it actually official now?
I think
We've actually approached it. That's the thing. We have approaching the release clause is £5 million, basically.
Yeah.
See, my whole issue with this is these so-called managers, scouts, directors, football live, breathe football. Yeah, us normal people here are on nearly their salary, right? How do we know he's not good enough, but they can't see it? Deep down, they know he's not good enough. They're going for the cheap option, the money option. That's what it is. It's all money, money, money. Now,
he wasn't even the cheap option. Sorry to bother you. He wasn't even the cheap option. The guy who they were looking at in Italy, Elia Caprile, the youngster from Napoli, he was only $3.5 million. He was only $3.5 million. And he was on 11,000. The guys kept two teams that were supposed to get relegated in Italy the last 2 years in the league. The guy Di Marzio in Italy, who's the main guy, he's better than Fabrizio Romano. He confirmed that he got approached. They went with Kepa for no reason. It goes back to what Lauren said. They're just sucking shit out of Chelsea's ass.
Well, this is the thing as well. With Arsenal, it's always we'll sell our best players to Chelsea, Man United, Manchester City. Look at when we go and get them from the other clubs. Look at the Chelsea ones. None of them really worked out. You could probably argue William Gallas to a degree, but I don't think so. Look at when we went to Manchester United, Mkhitaryan, Mikel Silvestre. Come on. They're taking from us like Alexis Sanchez. They're taking from us a prime Robin Van Persie. I'm fed up with this all the time. We sold basically our team to Man City. Do you remember when they took the money? Remember when they first got the money? Carlo Torre, Nasri, Clichy, Adebayor. The list goes on.
Yeah.
And from Man City, we got Zinchenko, Jesus.
Who's been a success from another big club? Who? I'm trying to think of one person who has actually.
Joga Benito. Benito. I'm sorry. One more name you forgot to mention. Emmanuel Adebayor.
Yeah, I said that one. Adebayor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bakary Sagna.
Gael Clichy, Nasri, Torre. Yeah, they took about 5 or 6 players. Yeah,
I mean, then we signed Zinchenko, Jesus from City, and then they haven't worked out.
2 rejects.
I don't know.
Two of our rejects. By the way.
But you know what? We don't learn though. We don't learn, and we're still doing it. We're still signing Kepas and things like that. Do you know what? Maybe he might not turn out to be the worst signing we've ever had. None of us well and truly know, but
you did want to push Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, just him on his own. Like there was someone muting in the chat that was going, "Yeah, but it's only 5 million. Who cares if you don't want him or he's shit? What does it matter whether it's 5 million for free or 20 million? The money's irrelevant. He's not a good keeper. Why don't Chelsea keep him as a number 2? Kelleher left. Why don't Liverpool sign him as a number 2? Why didn't Bournemouth keep him on?
He started
30. He started 31 times for Bournemouth. He started 31 times for Bournemouth, and he had 6 clean sheets throughout the entire season.
Aaron, I said this. Yeah. I've said this before in the chat of Odegaard.
Hang on, Lawrence.
Sorry, go on, Lawrence.
Yeah, I was just saying, and if everyone remembers the League Cup final when Chelsea played Man City, and Sarri wanted to bring on I can't remember the name of the other keeper.
Willy Caballero.
Because he refused to come off. He didn't want to come off. He refused to go off, didn't he?
Yeah.
He threw his toys out the pram. And in the end, he lost that League Cup final on penalties.
Yeah, they lost.
But Lawrence, that should have been up to the Chelsea captain then to drag him off the pitch.
Yeah. Could have said. Yeah. Can you imagine that was Odegaard? He'd have just gone, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, Tony Adams would have.
But this is what I was going to get to as well, right? So I've said to him that we always do this, right? We never go for the best player in the best position, because even if you look at Odegaard, right, throughout his career, when he's had loan moves, he's gone to Eredivisie, right? He's been with Heerenveen, he's been with Vitesse, he went to Real Sociedad, right? Then he comes to Arsenal. When we was in to buy him, what other top teams were in to buy him?
No one.
No one.
Or in general, I was going to say this earlier. Which of our players do people come in for? Like, I know Saliba's obviously one that's been talked about, but what of our other so-called elite players are being coveted by big teams? I mean, who? Why does no one come in for Odegaard?
because they're not as good as people like to make them out as.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why people will not go
yeah,
for that,
I think,
because
you
we
know,
overpay for them. Odegaard's
you know,
240k a week wages, so a club will come
No
in
one's
there and
taking the
they'll go,
wages.
Oh,
yeah,
and the
that's it.
wages as well.
No one's
Yeah,
taking that, so they're going to
yeah,
go, what do you reckon Odegaard's worth, 50
I'm not
or 60
sure if
mil?
anyone will really take Odegaard unless we sell him to Saudi or take or some or
To be
something
fair, I
like.
think the
We
Saudis
just feel
even
like, you
want
know
him.
what,
That's
we
Yeah,
or
we shouldn't
like
have given him the wages in the
wait,
first place.
yeah,
But
I
this
don't know
comes
why.
down to this comes down to Gabriel Jesus as well. Who's taking him, an injury-prone guy on over 200 grand a week as well? No one's taking him. No one's taking Tomiyasu. You see, with these players, you're going to do
Calafiori's injury prone as well.
you're going to do the classic Arsenal. You got to rip the contract up and let him go for free. That's what we're best at doing.
There's
a story going around saying that there's a story going around saying that there's a story going around saying that Arsenal have offered Jesus a contract extension.
Oh my god.
That's Arsenal, isn't it? That's Arsenal for you.
Yeah,
I think it's because Arteta was Manchester City's assistant coach. He coached Zinchenko and Jesus. That's why he loves them.
But do you know what? Let me just add this into there as well. Whether that be a rumour or whether it be not, we've actually got tangible evidence that he's done it before. Would you like me all to tell you? Tomiyasu was on 55 grand a week last season. He was injured when he got offered and signed the deal, and they gave him a pay rise of 45k to 100 grand. So they nearly doubled his wages while he was fit. How many Premier League minutes do you all think that he's made? ... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes. 6 Premier League minutes.
Aaron, I was going to say I don't even remember seeing him play this season, if I'm honest with you.
The last time he played was Southampton when we beat them 3-1. The last time he played was Southampton. We won 3-1. That was it. He didn't feature. He had another surgery, I think, on his knee. He's ruled out until the end of the year.
Yeah, mate, it's madness. Only Arsenal Football Club would do that. Oh yeah, he's got a history. It's not just like it was one injury and they're looking after him. He's been constantly injured throughout the whole period, and we'll go, I'll tell you what he deserves for being injured for the last 3 seasons. Double his wages. That's what he has. And we wonder why we can't offload players. I thought this was the end of it. Mikel Arteta and all the new regime were like, yeah, we'll never get to the scenario like what we've had to deal with. They've created it, but worse. So they came in there to clear out Bellerin. Then they had to clear out Kolasinac, Mustafi, Socrates, Ozil, Aubameyangs, all of these high earners. And what have they done? They've just added Gabriel Jesus, Kai Havertz, Zinchenko 150k a week, Odegaard, Martinelli's on 180k. He was on 30k a week, by the way. Then he had a good season under Emery, and then he went on 70k. He had one good season under Arteta, and they give him 180k. If that don't explain to you how backwards negotiation is at Arsenal Football Club, I don't know what will. There's so many different scenarios.
How can we be confident for the next season? Like, people keep telling me we're going to do a treble. Like, what are we doing here?
Whoever said that, I mean,
so like, basically, one of
quite
my friends
a good vet that take brown envelope. So send him to the vet, and we'll get rid of him.
One of my friends kept telling me stop dick riding Arteta for some reason. I don't understand what that means.
Yeah, you need to, 1, definitely not dick ride anyone, and 2, sack him as a mate. There we go.
And meanwhile, Aaron, that lot down the other end of the Seven Sisters Road won the Europa League. They lost 20-odd games in the Premier League, and if it wasn't for the fact that the 3 promoted teams had worse records, they would have gone down themselves. Right, and what do they do to the manager who's won their first trophy in 18-odd years? They go and fucking fire him.
It's almost like they're moving like a bigger club than us, isn't it?
Yep.
I think some fans wanted him out, and what I hear is Igal's like, thanks, Ange, for the North London derby win. That's what I hear on his shorts. He's like, thank you, Ange Postecoglou, for the North London derby wins. And
Can I just talk about the PGMOL win, though, wasn't it? Because it wasn't a corner. When Gabriel scored, but apparently, the referees are against us.
Apparently, we were accused of cheating when the referee made the mistake. We get accused of cheating. There's no like.
Just quickly, 2 got a bounce, and they're the 2 to my right. Cole, thank you very much for jumping on. Normski's been doing God's work today. Big up to you, brother.
You guys.
Thank you very much for jumping on, man.
Yeah, big up everybody. I did a walk for prostate cancer, so
what a guy.
It's a worthy cause. And it affects a lot of us men. So
have a good sleep.
I'm absolutely knackered, bro. So
come on, man.
You've earned your rest, fella. You've earned your rest.
Like the flag, but big up to the panel and big up to the world-class chat using the words of Aaron.
Well, they are 206 still of you in the building. Do you know that? Still listening to us spit absolute facts. We've had old guests on, we've had new guests on, and you're still here supporting the cause. 200 of you, world class. And don't forget to like and subscribe to these 2 legends that are about to depart now. They've done their job. They deserve their rest. And big up, man, Normski and Carl. Big up to you, brother.
Big up, Carl.
Brothers.
Good night, guys.
Can I guys ask you a question?
Go on, bro.
Who would you rather have right now, Tonali or Partey?
Tonali.
Tonali, yeah.
That's not even a question.
No, Tonali all day.
What Newcastle's done there is they've gone quietly about their business, assembling a really good squad. And they was also had the handbrake on last summer. If they get it right, Newcastle, and I don't mean necessarily this year, they could do a bit of damage. But if they sign well and retain players in the next 2 years, who's to say that they won't in maybe not necessarily an off season, but one like this season where a couple of them have not been quite at the races. We weren't at the races. Man City weren't at the races. Who's to say that Newcastle won't have that firepower in the squad and everything like that? They've got the foundations there nicely. They've probably got one of the best midfields in the league, by the way. And their attack ain't crap either. Let's get it right, man.
Who are they actually linked with, like transfer-wise? I haven't really noticed, to be honest.
Yeah. I actually don't really know to it in terms of Newcastle either, to be fair.
Apparently what we heard in Italy was they were linked with another Italian center midfielder. His name is Matteo Pessina. He used to play with Atalanta when Atalanta was competing for the Scudetto a couple of years ago. He was the captain of Monza. He's actually a very good player. He just went home to Monza because it's his hometown. If they get him, and there was outside rumor that they were linked with the Turkish guy from Benfica, Ekter Koglu. If they get him to replace Harvey Barnes and Barnes goes to the bench, they're going to do some damage. I think Newcastle's one striker. I think Newcastle's one right winger and another good center back away from honestly competing for top 3 consistently because they'll pass us. Their midfield's better than ours.
Oh, head and shoulders.
Oh, yeah.
Head and shoulders above ours. Look, I mean, you go from the midfield to attack. I think the vast majority of them walk into our squad.
Gordon would come in the left wing. Jolin will come in.
Gordon's a stud. Gordon's a stud.
Yeah, he's getting in there 150%. And then you go on Tonali, he gets in there. Guimaraes probably gets in there. You're looking if they're playing a 4-3-3, out of them 6 there, they're probably 4 of a minimum are getting.
Oh, Longstaff as well. Longstaff.
Longstaff gets in because we don't have a number 6. That's it. But the starters, Joelinton, Tonali, and Guimaraes all get in the midfield, whatever position you want. Rice is the only one that's holding his position. Tonali and Guimaraes is taking Odegaard and Zubamendi if Zubamendi's are signing for 6. Easy.
Is everyone excited about Zubamendi?
Huh?
Is anyone excited about Zubamendi? Because I'm not really excited, to be honest.
I think Igal was getting gassed. Igal was getting gassed. He was like, "Oh, but he's the best in that number position." I'm like, I watched his game against France. I'm like, what makes him the best in the 6? If he was the best in the 6, then he would have been like a Rodri or a Kante or someone like that. But
he's another Jorginho. He's another Jorginho. That's all he is. He is a sideways passer. He's not even a physical guy. Here, you want to laugh? Our old center midfielder Guendouzi is one of the best number 6s in Italy. They won't go after him, and he only costs 35 million. Guendouzi's miles ahead of him.
We bought him under Emery. Then this Arteta geezer, he's killed his confidence. He's killed every player's confidence.
So I was about to say, Guendouzi was a baller, by the way, under Emery.
It's going to be a Sociedad midfield. This is
this is what we want.
One of my favourite players.
Anyone tell me what Sociedad won with that midfield?
Nothing.
They won the same amount as us because
but didn't they win?
They won the Super Cup.
They won a Copa. They won a Copa del Rey. But here's the problem. Yeah, but here's the problem with that picture. David Silva was there. David Silva was on that team.
Yeah, he was. Wait, was he there when he left Man City?
Yes, he went to Sociedad.
He was there.
Yeah, he went to Sociedad.
He didn't win anything. So what are we doing there?
So what he's done is he's binned off a team that won the FA Cup to spend 5 years trying to build a midfield that won the Spanish FA Cup. I mean, you can't write it, can you?
I mean, the only players I can see here are Saka and Martinelli. That's it from Unai Emery's team. And we let in Kieran
Saliba. Saliba was
came Saliba was here. He didn't even feature in the FA Cup. This manager.
Well, because he was so young.
By the way, can I just ask this as well? When Zubimendi comes in, what does Marino do then? Apart from being a gigantic waste of fucking money.
He might drop to the bench. He might be on the bench. We might put Rice in the 8. Zubimendi.
He might be a bench warmer.
Yeah, but he's not even good to come on. What does he come on and do?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think
Super do.
I think people talk about his.
He when we first went in for Zubimendi, right? When we were told he didn't want to join us, Arteta went after Marino. Pretty ironic now that we've gone back in for Zubimendi. So what does that mean for Marino?
What is this? Who calls this a 10 out of 10?
Jesus Christ!
This is Top Gooners, ladies and gentlemen.
Top
Gooners.
Wow!
Yeah.
Well done. They think they're going to get Rodrigo.
10 out of 10.
They think they're going to get Rodrigo.
Rodrigo will go to Manchester. Rodrigo will go to Manchester City before he lands with us. They're out of their tree.
If Victor Gyokeres goes Man United, we are absolutely finished. Imagine him scoring at the Emirates. It's going to be a killer for us.
The thing is with Rodrigo, why did you go from winning Champions League and league titles and scoring in finals come to Arsenal?
Jogo, besides that, why would he come here? Besides just that, why would he come to Arsenal if he knows he has to play, if he is going to get forced to play more defense than offense? That's what's holding back Saka. He never played defense when he was at Real Madrid. He's never played defense. Now we're going to get him. Oh, he wants to play on his preferred side. Cool. Play him on the preferred side. He's not going to want to play defense. It's absolutely mind-blowing how these guys don't see this. Saka would be scoring 25 goals a season if we did with him what Slot did with Mohamed Salah last year.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God! You imagine Saka under someone like Arsene Wenger, go out and express yourself.
He's balling.
Well, this is a fact. Why didn't he just go and fucking manage Sociedad? That's funny, man.
Yeah.
That's a good comment.
But this is what Arteta should have done. He should have gone to someone like a Sociedad. He should have gone to a club at that level. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Sociedad, but obviously someone like Arteta, who's never managed anyone before. In fact, he managed one game and lost it, I think, against Lyon for Man City.
Lyon, yeah.
Yep.
Shouldn't be going into an elite level club. Arsenal should have an elite level manager who's a proven winner. It shouldn't be that difficult.
Rob.
Rob, this is what pisses.
Sorry, Rob.
This is what.
Yeah,
sorry,
this is response to your question. Sorry.
This is what pisses me off about this club. We've got these fans in our fan base, these deluded ostriches, who as soon as we're linked with someone, what do? They get their face and they superimpose it onto an Arsenal shirt before we've even spoken to the player, as if we've already fucking signed them. Right?
They're trying to fool us, mate. Let's be real. I'm
not trying to racial profile anyone, but it's these fans that live overseas. I know, in Asia, in Africa, they just have a wank in their sock as soon as we're linked with someone, and they take a player's face off the internet and they superimpose it onto an Arsenal shirt. And that's
I wonder if they draw Arteta's face on the sock.
Oh yeah. Egal's got that. That was his Christmas present.
Arteta socks.
That is his Christmas present. A gal wank sock with Arteta's face all over it.
Do you want to know something?
I bet it's only a little ankle sock and all.
The guy goes, do you want to know something? 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 Guess what? Zulmendi's coming. Well, how long has it been? Today's is gone midnight. It's now 8th of June. What are we doing here?
I'm surprised some of these mounts aren't tracking his flight from where he is to London. That's the other thing that pisses me off.
He's in Munich for the final of the Nations League.
They're supposed to be on to see when they're flying into Heathrow Airport to sign the contract.
Mate, honestly, the Agals of the world, I think a gal goes through Mikel Arteta's bins and all of that just to smell it.
Do you know what the funny thing is, Aaron, as well?
I'm sure
I don't know if you saw the stream the other day when they were going around. I think it was Dan Potts, and they were asking everyone one by one, what do you think Arteta needs to do to sort of like save his job? And with all the things that Igal said, when it came around to Igal, he went, "Oh, he's got to win the Champions League or the title." So it's like you say all the shit that you say about Arteta, but then you're telling us that your standard for next season is a Champions League or the title. Like, the evidence speaks for itself, right?
I'm not.
He also said that. He also said that I think he said that he would consider it a sackable offence if Slot finishes above him.
Yeah,
that's what he said. And
but now injuries and PGMOL.
Unprecedented.
Well,
By the way, on
Tottenham
injuries, someone wrote this in there, and I love doing this. I love doing this a little bit, because someone wrote in earlier. They were like, well, how can you blame Mikel Arteta for the injuries? Now, I'm not 100% solely blaming him, but you're all 100% not blaming him. How can you blame him? I'll tell you how you can blame him. Okay, so at the start of last season, we had a light squad. Yes or no? Yes.
Yes.
So we needed at least a striker, at least a winger, minimum. That's 2 players. We didn't get them, so we're minus 2 players. We also then, whether you agree with the set outgoings or not, is pointless. We also then let Reece Nelson go, Fabio Vieira go, whether you agree with it or not. We also let Eddie Nketiah go. I agree with it, but we still let him go. And then we also let
Smith Rowe.
go. So you've sold 4.
He should have never been sold.
You needed 2, and then you also needed another 2 to sign on to it, yeah? So you're already about 6, 7-ish out there.
We sold Nketiah as well.
But we got, but we got Sterling in. Okay, so when we've been drawing games and we've been losing games, he brings on a left back instead of Sterling. So we won't even count him. So we're already about 6 players out, in the forward, in the attacking area. That's facts. You just cannot argue that. So we go into a season with a light squad that he has assembled, and he has last say on transfers. So that's inarguable. That's iron tight. Nothing you can do about what I've just said from this point. It's just facts. So we go into a season. Our manager is one of the worst in-game managers I've ever seen at any football club at any time. That also includes squad rotation. Now, there's also stats. I don't have them with me. There's also statistical analysis over the last 2 seasons, which shows you Manchester City's minutes per player and ours. He uses a starting 11 and he absolutely flogs the bits out of them. Okay, why is that relevant? I'll tell you why now, because we come into a season when we've got a light squad and we didn't have any injuries last year and we went hammer and tong last year. So now we're going into another year. There was barely any breaks. There was a World Cup, this or that, or whatever it was, blah, blah, blah. Players are tired, but Arteta is pushing them and pushing them and pushing them and pushing them. So we've got a weak forward line, yeah? Okay, cool. What's the most common occurrence of a hamstring injury? It's being overplayed. Our last grade 3 hamstring injury was Lucas Podolski. He hasn't been at the club for well over a decade, by the way. We got 3 of them this year, by the way, and not even in just one position, in multiple different positions, which is also worrying in itself. I digress. So you've got a weak forward line. You've got about 4 or 5 players now occupying 3 positions. And then poor old Saka gets injured. Okay, so now you've got 4 players occupying 3 positions. And then you're overplaying him and overplaying him. And Saka's injury was a grade 3. Don't forget that, hamstring. So then what happens? You overplay these 4 and you don't rotate him adequately enough. Guess what happens? Martinelli goes. There you go. Bye-bye. So now, another hamstring injury. So now you've got 3 players occupying 3 positions. Guess what happens? Warm weather training. Havertz goes. hamstring injury. So when we've got these saying it's avoidable, oh, how can you blame Mikel Arteta? There's numerous avenues in which you can blame Mikel Arteta. You can squad build better. How dare you go into a season where you knew you needed more players and then go into it with about 4 or 5 less? We need about 2 or 3 more, and you've gone into it 4 or 5 less. You're taking the piss, and you don't adequately rotate them, so you're killing them. You're driving them into the ground, and guess what happens when you get lower in numbers? You drive them into the ground more. That, for me, that's not even me just seeing it from any excellent logical point of view. I just think that's basic common fucking sense. Like, and they're like, oh, how could you blame Arteta? There you go. There's all the information you'll ever need. But then what they'll do is they'll go, what? No, you can't blame him, lad, for like when he gets injured and stuff. Yeah, hamstring injury. It's not an impact injury. It's not an impact injury. It's not. It's because you're overplayed. Your muscles are overworked. You haven't been clattered into by a centre back. You haven't been clattered into by a centre back. You've been overworked. Whose job is it to manage your workload? The manager. Boom. And also, there also is not a universe that exists in this fucking planet, by the way, in which the medical team are giving Mikel Arteta the correct advice and he's listening to it. One of them ain't doing their job, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll put my money on it. It's Arteta. Because the medical team, they're best in business. They're best in business. They're not hiring Tom, Dick, and Harry, are they? They're hiring best in business. Why would their sole job is the protection and welfare of them men out there on the field? That's that. Mikel Arteta, narcissist, evil little tyrant motherfucker. He don't give a shit about the players or their welfare. He runs them into the ground year and year and year after. And now we're all surprised that he's getting loads of injuries. And guess what? It's all the same injury. Why are they all knee injuries? Why are they all hamstring injuries?
Because he keeps constantly playing them, and he keeps constantly playing them.
Why is it the same injury? Why is that? Why have we got? And it's all different positions. Gabriel Magalhaes, grade 3. Will Saliba, grade 1. Like I think Timber was with the old cheddar cheese. But like either way, like then we're going out on the field. Look, we got the midfielder. I can't think Declan Rice had a little. What are we doing here? It's all around the pitch that we're getting these hamstring injuries. Why? Because he don't rotate the old lot of them. He don't rotate any of them. His squad management is fucking harsh. It's pathetic. And this is what we've got. One second, brother. And this is what Jez was saying at the start of the stream, ladies and gentlemen. I'll wrap with this and I'll land with this. It doesn't matter who we get in terms of players come through. We may have a better chance. Whilst this manager is implementing these backwards tactics with his inept managerial skills, we will not win nothing. Fucking nada. Zero zilch. Not nothing. Woo. Bye-bye. We're not winning anything. Control Alt delete the season again. We've all waited another fucking year. What we doing?
Aaron, this is what I was going to say to you, right? So regardless of who we're linked with, I'm not excited because, like you said, this guy just kills talent, right? You had one of the best centre forwards in the world playing off the shoulder, Aubameyang. That's what he does best, gets in behind with his pace, right? You put him to a left wing, making him track all the way back to left back. What is this guy doing? I don't need to be paid £15 million a year. I'm going for my coaching badges, by the way, but I do not need £15 million a year to know you don't do that. You play to your strengths. You play to your players' strengths.
Yeah. And do you know what? Ironically, that's what he done in the first 6 months. He played to that team's strength and was proud of
won him the trophy.
And then binned it all off.
And to add to what you just said, Joga, the funny thing is everyone tried to say it was down to the big contract he got, yet he goes to fucking Spain and tears it up with Barcelona for half a year and drags Barcelona from 7th to 2nd, then goes to Marseille and has an over 30 goal season doing the exact same thing. To add to what you guys were saying, right? A player that can play similar to Aubameyang style with speed and off of the shoulder. Everyone's talking about Sesko. Why don't we go get Mason Greenwood with what he just did at Marseille this year?
Oh, they won't have him at the club.
Mason Greenwood is a better option than Sesko.
I agree. But because of the controversy, the Arsenal fans won't allow him here. Now, I don't care about the controversy because at the end of the day, like
he beat it. He beat the controversy. There's no more controversy.
100%. It wouldn't be the 100%, but you know what it's going to be like over here. I agree with you. By the way, I would go and get him
because for me, I was reading it off earlier. Odegaard, if you sell him for 40 million, if you combined with what comes off the books with his salary, you're getting basically 55 million for him, right? If you get rid of Havertz, let's say we drop Havertz to 35 million. With his salary, we're getting 52 back. Those two players is 100 million because of the crazy amount of wages we got for these players. I'd go get Mason Greenwood. I would go get, you want to talk about replacing Odegaard? Go get fucking Alex Baena at Villarreal. He's 10 times the number 10 that Odegaard is. And then if you want to talk, I would get Eze to play the wing, to be honest with you. You could put Eze at left wing or Baena at left wing and interchange at the number 10. At that point, it doesn't matter because at least the pace of those guys are going to add. Listen, he needs to change to a 4-2-3-1. Odegaard has to get put further and closer to the net if we're going to see any product from him to go back to where it was. Because if he doesn't do that, Odegaard is going to do fuck all again. Yep. Odegaard might score 5 goals. He might get 7 assists. Congratulations. You're not worth $240,000 a week for only that amount of fucking goal contributions for the end of the season. I'm sorry, he doesn't deserve it for that amount of money. There's too many young players. And this is what I constantly go back to, especially with being a Napoli fan. You cannot tell me that these smaller teams in Italy or Spain are got this much ahead of scouting with a quarter of the budget that fucking Arsenal has. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that these guys can pick out players to fit a system for a coach when this guy is just ruining everything. I'm sorry. We should not have to be spending 200 million for this guy after spending 800 million euros. We should not be in the market to be spending another 200 million euros and say, oh, this is just to get us competing. No. By the end of this, we got to win. We have to win a trophy. And it can't. And I'm sorry. I understand some guys want, because it's a drought, we'll be okay with an FA Cup and League Cup. I'm sorry, man. You get to a billion, it's got to be a Premier League. And it's to the point now, $1 billion. In the next 4 years, Arsenal better win at least 2 of the next 4 Premier Leagues if you spend that much money. There is no more arguing about this.
We had the chance to win the league. We just bottled it, and he wanted to stay because he wanted to show the fans, look what I've done.
Yeah, but he bottled the league. But he bottled the league because of his own ineptness. Okay, Gabriel Jesus, his best position at Manchester City was never a striker. They put him out at the wing. He was more productive. Correct. He was more productive as a winger. So why the hell do you bring him? You rush him back for one of his injuries. Trossard, who was balling when he came from frickin' Brightwood. When he came from Brighton, Trossard was arguably the best player at the time for Arsenal, the way that he was balling for us. He says, you know what? I'm going to go back to the guy that consistently fucks off to try to prove that I can win a championship with him. Boom. The guy should not be the fucking manager at the end of the day. I'm sorry.
Don't know what he's doing.
Can I not clue? Go on, Lawrence, just quickly, I want to respond to Lynn, because to be fair, me and Lynn have had a couple of little back and forths, but it's actually been polite. So I will, of course, match energy, as I always do. Big up, Lynn. Thank you very much for the view. That's what we do. Aaron, unfortunately, you are cherry-picking bits out of the control of Arteta. Incidentally, you are also cherry-picking excuses in terms of saying he still finishes second, still got to 2 semi-finals. So you're doing exactly the same thing. I don't think I'm cherry picking anything. I'm saying statistical facts.
Here, hold on. Here's a cherry pick real quick.
Go on.
Aaron, here's a quick cherry pick. For her. Arsenal got put on the easy side of the fucking bracket for the Champions League. Had they ran into Barcelona or Bayern Munich again or Inter Milan in the quarterfinal, they'd have got smoked off the block. They would have never made a Champions League. They got a bullshit side of the bracket. So please, miss me with that nonsense.
What I will also say as well is in terms of, Lynn, your cherry picking of your excuses. Just quickly, let me go back to the injury. Surely you've got to admit that Arteta has to have some form of accountability for that then, no? And also, finishing second, who cares? Who cares? You know what happened in 1999, 2000 and 2001? We finished second. Lynn, guess what that was sandwiched between? 2 double winning sides. What's this 3p of second sandwich between a bottle job of 5th place, the Conte Tottenham side, and God knows what else next year? So what we're doing here, get to the semi-final of the CL. That's cool. We got to 2 semi-finals, actually. I'll add to your point. But we lost every single leg. We got battered home and away against Newcastle, humiliated 2-0, 4-0 over both legs. And guess what happened? We lost the Champions League semi-final after 3 minutes. I was at that game. I'll see it with my own peepers. We was at that whole tie after 3 minutes. So
Aaron,
whilst I get that will always be these excuses of, oh, but we got to the semi-final this year and this and all of that. Who got to the semi-final 13 years ago to a Champions League? No one gives a fuck. No one cares. No one cares.
Can I chime in on this, please? Can I chime in on this, Aaron? Because I know Lynn is a Newcastle fan herself, because she said that in the last stream, right?
Yeah.
So she knows nothing about Arsenal Football Club and how big we are, or we're supposed to be. Okay, she's on the outside. Okay, Arteta is accountable for those injuries because he's run these players into the ground. That's his fault because he didn't strengthen the squad last summer and in January either. Okay, so let's get that one out the window, Lynn. Okay, because your excuse is absolutely meaningless on that. Secondly, who remembers the team that finishes second? What trophy do you get finishing second? Maybe Newcastle get a trophy finishing second every year and accept that, but not at Arsenal Football Club because we're big. We're the third biggest club in England and in Europe. Okay, so for you to come out with this bullshit, with due respect to you, Lynn, you don't know what you're talking about, darling. And so I suggest you stay supporting Newcastle because you're not a gooner. You don't know what we're going through, darling. So carry on watching Newcastle instead.
Well, Lawrence, I'll even put to that as well. Look at Arteta's man management and his rotation as well. Look when we were 7-1 up against PSV. Why are you still playing your strongest 11? Why has Saka got to play every single game?
We were 9-3 up at half time. 9-3 up at half time.
Why has Saka got to play every single game? When you're winning 2 and 3-0 at half time, take him off. Rest him.
Joga, can I just quickly jump in there as well? We made Gabriel Magalhaes play 90 minutes. What happened a week later? Grade 3 hamstring tear. Gosh.
Yeah, grade 3 hamstring.
The whole season.
Lynn,
let's not forget as well, Aaron. What about when Thomas Partey went off the pitch injured and Arteta was pushing him back on? Do you remember that?
We do remember that.
So don't tell me about Arteta.
Yeah, why did Arteta play Saka in a meaningless Carabao Cup game against Bolton at the start of the season?
He didn't have a right winger. He didn't buy a right winger.
You telling me Noweri couldn't have played that game on the wing?
I thought the Carabao Cup was meant to try out the kids and the academy. And if you remember, at the end of last season, he fielded. He had 3 22-year-old kids on the bench for every game for the last few games of the season, and he did not give one of them a sniff of first-team action. Those games meant absolutely nothing. There was nothing at stake. We'd already qualified for the Champions League, and it'd been the perfect opportunity to try out these kids, Butler Odeji, Henry Francis, Jimmy Gower. It'd have been the perfect opportunity to see if they could cut the mustard. But no, he just stuck them on the bench and didn't give them one piece of first-team action.
Let me answer this as well, and we'll take it in terms of isolation.
I'll take the trophy.
Yeah, just in terms of this isolation, because everyone goes, "Oh, what? So every season you'll do that?" No, we won't do it every single season because we'll obviously at some stage be fed up with winning the Europa, and then you'll want to get the bigger one. So we'll answer this properly. In isolation of this season, would I swap this season for Tottenham Hotspurs? Of course I bloody would. Of course I would. Mate, I had two mates out in Bilbao that fucking rang me up terrorized me. I didn't even get any sleep. They rang me up every 25 minutes. That was probably their best night of their lives. One of the best nights of their lives. They've won a European trophy. They can now also win another European trophy, which, by the way, if they do win it, they'll eclipse Arsenal's 139-year history in 3 months. Just saying. And also, they get Champions League football, and also they get top spot. They get seeded first. So, are you telling me would I want to sit and watch Arsenal piss around in the last 5 games of the Premier League, even though we'd realistically lost it by about October? Or would I rather us wedge our bets against Manchester United beating us with 10 men, being taken a piss out of by your beloved Newcastle, and then who cares where you get in the Champions League unless you do that at the end of the year? would I win the Europa League and get all the perks that come with it, including the possibility of winning another trophy for this season? Of course I bloody well would. I was at Wembley for Arsenal's last fan, obviously, competition because 2020, COVID settings, fake. Yeah, we won't go into that. I was at that 2017. And I don't know, you might have been to loads of, I don't know. And for people that, I don't know what everyone's history is. But I'm telling you, that was my first in 2017. My first FA Cup final, my first cup final. It hits different. Buzzing, sitting there and watching on the telly. When you're in that fucking stadium, I'm telling you, totally different. One of the best nights of my life. And that was only an FA Cup, you know? And I say only, that's actually a discredit to the FA Cup because I love the FA Cup, but I think you can kind of get what I'm saying. I pay, like I said to you earlier, maybe about $5,000 a year in total to follow Arsenal, all in. And I give up loads of my time and loads of time on my kids. I don't do that to finish second place. It's not the Olympics. There's no silver medals. I do it to have an euphoric moment, like lifting a trophy, like Spurs done. Like, I just, it's batshit when you put the seasons in isolation and you sit there and think, that's what we go for. I'd have gone there. I've got a season ticket. I'd have been in Bilbao. I'd have been having one of the best nights of my life 3 weeks ago if it was Arsenal Football Club. Being abroad and lifting a trophy and getting steaming, do you know what I mean? And hopefully, you know, finding my way home and not losing my passport like I usually do. That's what it's all about. That's what I pay the money for. Them moments. I don't pay it for finishing second. Fuck second. Fuck semi-finals. I don't care about semi-finals or second. They're just for mugs to put excuses. Second place in semi-finals or losing finals are just they're for the mugs to say you've had a good season. You have only had a good season if you have won something, because you've won something. And if you haven't won something, guess what you've done? You fucking failed. You've lost. You've lost. That's it. There's no all nearly done it trophy. There just ain't. Like, you either do that or you don't. And I ain't done that in 5.5 years.
Unless I've woke up in a parallel universe, everything's backwards now, right?
Yeah.
Them winning the Europa League, they've now qualified for Champions League.
See?
But they've got a trophy. We finished second, qualified for Champions League. Both the same things, but we got no trophy. So which one's better? Ask yourself that. It's not hard. It's common sense. The game's about trophies.
The thing is, right, they care about like league positions. They care about like league positions because they're like, I was asking one of my friends, why on earth would you care about second place? The thing is how well you've done. That's what they've been telling me. They're like, how well you've done. I'm like, I'd rather finish 10th and win an FA Cup because Palace won the FA Cup finishing 10th. So, and they got,
and they're still going to get European play. And they're still going to get European play.
Maybe.
Let's think this through. Palace win the FA Cup. They got European football next season. We've got European football. They've got a trophy. We haven't. Use that as an example. Don't use league tables as an example because league tables mean nothing.
You're 100% true. 100% true. It doesn't mean anything. Because let me tell you something. We went Napoli again. I'm going to put this back on Napoli again, right? 3 straight years. Maurizio Sarri. 3 straight years with Maurizio Sarri as the manager. We came in third. We went to second. We finished behind Juventus 2 straight seasons, 4 points. The closest any team ran Juventus down over their last 5 Scudettes that they won, right? The last team that we had with Sarri, we finished with 91 points. It's the highest ever a second team finished in Serie A. Guess what? Nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit. We cared more about the season that we finished 7th, sacked Ancelotti halfway through the year with the debacle that was caused by our owner because we walked away with the Coppa Italia. Nobody cares. It's all about the trophies.
We finished 8th and won the FA Cup. We finished 8th and won the FA Cup. We still have the best season than Man United.
Exactly. It's about the trophies at the end of the day. Again, the only reason Arsenal is the 3rd biggest team in England is because of the trophy haul. That's it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Take away the FA. Take away the FA Cup. Take away just all the amount of FA Cups they got. Cool. They got 13 leagues. That's fantastic. There's other teams that have more trophies than Arsenal then, which means they're not the 3rd biggest team. It's about trophies at the end of the day.
1 ahead in the FA Cup and 3 ahead of Man City in the league title.
Rob, Rob, to be fair,
let me ask Lynn.
To be fair, sorry.
Let me ask Lynn Simpson a question because she's a Newcastle fan. Right?
She's an Arsenal
30
fan. She
years
just said she's an
ago.
Arsenal
She just
fan.
said that she's an Arsenal fan.
I thought she said the other day she was a Newcastle fan.
No, she says about being
Make your
northern.
mind up.
She's
She
from
might be,
she's up
she
north.
might be fooling you. She might be fooling you around. That's why.
Yeah, I don't know. Either way, let's
30
just presume
years
she's an
ago.
Arsenal fan.
Okay, all right. Well, I was going to say 30 years ago when Newcastle were managed by Kevin Keegan, they were 12 points clear at the top of the Premier League, and they were waltzing it, but they bottled it in the last month of the season and got overtook by Man United. Right?
Yeah.
So, did Newcastle celebrate finishing second?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
No.
Because it's
You
second.
know, and
It's not winning.
Hey,
Liverpool
It's not.
I want to
There's
come
no-
into this
there's
quickly
no-
after Lawrence.
Nobody remembers a team that finishes second, and it's a pity Lynn Simpson does not understand that.
Jose
You know?
Mourinho said it best when he was interviewed by BN Sports after he got sacked for Man U. They asked him what was more impressive, finishing second or sixth place winning 2 trophies. He said, no doubt, winning the trophies. End of discussion.
Say no more. Do you know what as well? Just quickly, I had to have a little say on this as well to further mud the ridiculousness that is the Arsenal setup up top. Wonder why they sacked Ange, yeah? What we're doing here. Ange got sacked after winning Europa League. Mikel Arteta kept a job after losing to Olympiacos. He kept a job after failing to qualify. He kept a job after losing to Sporting Lisbon.
Villarreal.
Exactly. He kept his job after losing to ex-managers Emery, Villarreal.
But Aaron, he's a Pep clone as well. He's a Pep clone. Do you remember in that Villarreal game? In the Champions League before that, Man City, I can't remember who they played, but they played a false 9. And he thought it was a good idea to go into Villarreal with Emil Smith-Rowe as a false 9. Do you remember that? No striker.
Yeah, of course.
We've been playing midfielders up front for about
Wait,
4 or 5
and
years.
Joga,
It's madness,
Joga,
bro.
to add insult to injury with
Joga
that,
facts, bro.
he played Manu Trigueros as a left winger specifically to play more defensive because he knew he was going to play the false 9 to lock up the attack from Arsenal. And then out of nowhere, the old man Manu Trigueros happens to be the jag-off to score the goal that cost us the freaking title, to cost us the spot. He's an idiot. He's an idiot.
Can I just say as well, because whenever I go on the street, I listen to all you guys' streams, right? Especially like the Pots one. Oh, go on. Sorry, you going?
So had we been in the EL, you said we would have won it. I know you sent this, to be fair, before I just said that. He didn't qualify for 1 year and got knocked out of it 3 consecutive years. Like, Lynn, come on, man. Don't do this to me, Lynn. No, I know you sent it before. I just explained it. But
what about Tenok?
How do you know? Hold on. How do you even know? How do you know that we would have won? It's knockout football. It's knockout football. Nothing is guaranteed. If everything was guaranteed,
but we've got 3 years of facts, Gianni. 3 years
bro,
of facts.
besides all that, if everything was guaranteed, why the hell did Ajax go on a semifinal run that year? If everything was guaranteed, how did Lyon go to a semifinal that year and beat Manchester City and Juventus when Juventus had Ronaldo? Nothing is guaranteed. That's the point of sport. What are we talking about here?
Ten Hag was at Man United. He won 2 trophies and got sacked. What are we doing as well?
You know what they say about guarantees. You know what they say about guarantees. There's 3 guarantees in life: you're born, you die, and you pay taxes. If anyone gives you a guarantee on anything else, you run as far away from them as you can.
100%.
Lawrence, it would have been so Arteta to go and lose to Bodo Glimt. That's what it'd have been.
Yeah,
it would have been. I'm being serious. I'm being completely serious. That would have been Arteta in a nutshell.
Yeah,
it'd done some craziness.
You couldn't be the worst.
If life was all about guarantees, I'd be dating Kim Kardashian now.
And just to add, right, here's the even sadder thing about the situation with Joga, with what you said about Villarreal. Villarreal got better the next year and went on a Champions League semifinal.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They revitalized Giovanni Lo Celso's career with the way that they played when he got added to that team. And Manu Trigueros magically is now back playing in the center of the park with Danny Parejo, because he doesn't have to worry about idiots trying to play a false 9 like Arteta's dumbass did.
Yeah, fine.
Do you know? Can I just say, Aaron, as well?
Gianni,
Yeah,
just
go on, mate.
to mind you on that.
Hold on, one sec,
Sorry,
Jogo.
Gianni.
Now you're good.
What I was going to say
is,
so
AK,
who's going?
AK, now let's go, AK. Let's go, AK.
What's up,
yeah,
AK?
It's my job to do that. We'll go, AK, and because you have been waiting patiently, AK, and then we'll go you, Jogo. Yeah.
Sure.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, Gianni, and just to respond to a point that you made during the Villarreal game when Arsenal faced Villarreal, Rodri was there. Mind you, that Rodri was there.
Rodri was never with Villarreal, brother. Rodri was with Atletico Madrid.
Yeah.
Rodri.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Rodri was the replacement.
But Etienne Capoue in midfield.
Yeah, it was Etienne Capoue and a former Arsenal player in Coquelin.
Out wide. Coquelin was. I think Coquelin was playing left mid.
No, Coquelin and Capoue were the two center mids. Were in and out for each other at center mid. No, left mid was Trigueros. I remember that because Trigueros was the one who had. Yes, you can look it up. It's ridiculous. Capoue played the left mid the second game. Trigueros got the goal in the first game playing left mid, and then Capoue was center mid. Capoue was left mid the next game because I think Capoue was specifically put on top of I think Nicolas Pepe. If I remember correctly.
Johnny, can I show you? Can I show you the lineup? Can I show you guys the lineup? Let me show you the lineup.
Yeah,
Aaron, can I also just say while he shows you the lineup, I just want to say this, right?
Yeah, go on.
So when I listened to like the pot stream and Christian, the little trust fund boy, right, Andy Gal, right? He looks like a little posh trust fund kid, right? So when they say this isn't Real Madrid, we can't do this, we're not Real Madrid, we're not Real Madrid. When Real Madrid was founded, they wasn't automatically the biggest club in the world, right? I tell you how it starts. It starts with a fan base, yeah? And when the fan base starts raising standards, that's how you become a big club. When you start demanding more and start demanding to win trophies and success, it doesn't matter who you got in charge of the club. It doesn't matter who's playing for the club. The club is bigger than anyone. Look at Lionel Messi. Why didn't the club fold after Messi went?
Yeah.
Why didn't Real Madrid fold when Ronaldo went? Or any of the Galacticos went? Or any of the players before that?
Why didn't Napoli fold? Why didn't Napoli fold after Maradona?
Exactly.
Why did PSG not fold when they sold Kylian Mbappe? They won the Champions League without him. And Mbappe's thinking, "Oh my God, I should have not left."
That is one of the most problem, bro. That is one of the biggest problems with this club is they forget the old saying: the name on the front of this jersey is more important than the name on the back. They don't understand that. They act like Arteta is the saving grace for this team. I guarantee, to go to what Lauren says, this would be a guarantee though. If Arsenal sold Odegaard, Calafiori, and Havertz, let's say they sold those three, got 150 mil, and they sacked Arteta, they brought in Roberto Mancini and brought, let's say, Baena, let's say they bring in Guendouzi, and let's say for the hell of it, we'll bring in Rodrigo, and we bring in whoever we want for a different striker than these nutcases want with Sesko.
I'll take Mateta.
I was just going to say Mateta because he's already Premier League proven, right?
Yeah.
Are you really going to sit? Are you really going to sit here? And we really going to sit here and say, with the change of ideology to a guy like Roberto Mancini, who's tried and proven in the Premier League, whether it was a decade ago or not, he's tried and proven as a manager. Are we really going to?
It didn't take him time to win the league. What are we doing here as well? He won the Premier.
Besides that, just playing a more forward-thinking brand of football with the players that we have, are we really going to sit here and say that we're going to be worried about playing defense like with Arteta and where he's going to be holding these guys back? You bring an offensive-minded manager in and you allow these guys to actually play the game. Everybody's going to get better. Everybody is going to get better than what they've been. Saka's going to score 20 goals. Saka's not scoring 20 goals because he's playing defense. He's blown his hamstring because he's playing defense. Trossard is not doing what he was doing at Brighton under De Zerbi because he's playing defense. First of all, Martinelli, if we're going to be fair, Martinelli should be playing at the striker position. He should not be the left winger. He should be
100%.
playing striker over Havertz.
We've
Arteta's
wasted
turned him
years
to a left
molding him
winger.
into a striker.
But
Wasted
he was a
years.
centre forward when we
Wasted
bought
years.
him, and he turned him to a left
No,
winger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gianni, my point has always been this as well, since day one of Arteta being at this club, yeah? We all admit Arsenal are one of the biggest clubs in Europe and one of the biggest clubs in England, right? Now tell me, in real day-to-day life, with a man with no experience, where could you go and get a corporate job at one of the biggest clubs, one of the biggest businesses in the world, and be top of the helm? Where
And
could
keep
you?
it this
Only
long.
Arsenal Football Club.
Yep.
And keep it for 5 years.
Yep.
I mean,
Would you guys take Maresca?
I've said this myself.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've
Would you
said
take
this
Maresca?
myself, right? I can't think of any other profession in any walk of life that would give a job to a person for 5 years when they haven't done the job they're paid to do.
No,
There isn't, Lawrence. There
He's the
isn't.
third highest paid manager in
None of
Europe,
these
by the way.
gooners
He's the
can
third
name another
highest
big
paid
club who
manager
would
in
do
Europe.
this. No one can do it.
So I keep using this example because it's the best analogy. When Arteta got the job as Arsenal manager, it was like any of you winning a Ferrari in a lottery. The salesman hands the keys over to you, and then the next thing you know, your 17-year-old son is tapping you on the shoulder and asking you if he can take the car out for a joyride before you have a chance to use it. And this is what it's been. It's been a 5-year joyride, or more like a car wreck. Okay, this manager should never have got this job in the first place. He's got no experience as well. This club is 140 years old next year. It's not a circus. It's no fly-by-mill club. This club's been around since 1886, not 2019, as these mugs in our fan base seem to think, because they think this manager is bigger than the club itself. I don't see a sign outside the Emirates that says, "Welcome to Arteta Stadium." It says, "Welcome to the Emirates Stadium," right? And on my Arsenal shirt, on the front of it is a cannon. There's not a picture of a Spanish clown, right? And it's these plastic deluded AKB ostriches who have got their heads buried in the sand. They wear Arteta tinted specs because they think that this clown they worship is bigger than the club.
Mm-hmm.
And they're in for a rude awakening the day he gets fired, because that day will happen next season.
We're going to do that.
I think Arteta's getting sacked. If he's not leading the Premier League by middle of the season, I think he's getting sacked, because here's the biggest thing at the end of the day.
During the season, I think
I 100% do it. Here's the reason why. Here's the reason why I feel this is going to happen. Number one, the only reason Arteta, as Lawrence has rightly put, as being a joyride, is because the Cronkies have had to deal with paying off a $5.5 billion stadium over here in America. Okay? All of Cronky's teams have won. The Colorado Avalanche have won the Stanley Cup. The LA Rams have won the Super Bowl. The Denver Nuggets have won the title. All of his teams have won. Yeah? The difference is about this is the chickens are going to come home to roost. I'm telling you this right now. If Berta, I am 100% a believer that Berta is giving rope for Arteta to hang himself. Berta has brought in the former chief of scout of Juventus, who was the chief of scout for the last 4 Scudettes that was there. The assistant scout to the chief is the scout that helped him get the team together for Atletico's second La Liga title. He is prepping to overhaul all this bullshit that's been going on. Berta is going to take this over. He's going to expose him. He's going to show that all this money has been wasted, and the Cronkies are going to get with the program and sack him. And I'm telling you right now, if he is below second place, with the way City and Liverpool are moving and the way we are, that we may be 10 to 12 points off the title come winter. If that's the case, they will sack him.
But they will do that halfway through the season. What do you think they will do in terms of replacement or temporary replacement? Because I don't. Go on, sorry.
The two main guys that are available right now, because nobody else has made a move for them. It's Roberto Mancini. It's Roberto Mancini or Xavi Hernandez. It's one of those two guys.
Simone Inzaghi, possibly. Simone Inzaghi.
I don't want Xavi, bro. I don't want
Simone. Listen, Simone Inzaghi. Simone Inzaghi. If you guys don't watch Serie A, Simone Inzaghi is a little bit overrated. I'm sorry. Simone Inzaghi's had the best team in Italy for the last 4 years, and he's only won 1 Scudetto.
I know
he's a little overrated. He's getting too much credit. He's getting too much credit from the English media without paying attention to Italy.
We have a lot of defenders. We have a lot of defenders. He hasn't got strikers. He's just buying defenders. You can play back three. You can put Saliba, Gabriel, I think Kivi or Calafiori, and then put Skelly and Timber the wing backs because he hasn't got enough centre forwards. You can put. He has a lot of defenders in centre forwards, so that's why I would rather Simone Inzaghi because he can.
No, Inzaghi's getting his 25 million a year in Saudi Arabia, man. He's not coming to Arsenal.
It's going to be Diego Simeone because
I wouldn't mind that.
Simeone. I would love if Simeone's the guy to come to Arsenal. If Simeone, Roberto Mancini are the front two, Xavi is the backup behind them.
I don't want Xavi Hernandez. I don't want him.
If you look historically, Berta and Simeone follow each other around. It would make sense.
Zoga, would you take Mancini then instead?
Yeah, in a heartbeat. Yeah, in a heartbeat. And I'll tell you what, and people laugh and say he's washed, but I'd also take Jose Mourinho.
100%.
The guy's got a track record. It's all about winning at the end of the day.
100%.
I think a few years ago he was offered the job at Arsenal, but when he found out how much they were going to give him for transfers, he walked out.
But this is the thing, Lawrence, right? So why only give that manager a small budget? You give Emery a small budget and don't give him what he actually wanted, but yet you back a complete novice and give him the world.
Yeah,
why?
No.
Because he sold him a dream.
Because of look at how the financials were done. The Cronkies, because of how they rigged everything to pull out the money for SoFi Stadium. SoFi Stadium was $5.5 billion. They took out a loan for $8.5 billion. He took out a loan for his complete net worth. He was able to confiscate that money, funnel it into Arsenal to allow it to go on while he was recouping his money from his other leagues. Again, the Premier League's the biggest league in the world. The Premier League doesn't even come close to the amount of money that the NBA and the NFL bring in. So he doesn't care if he handled off the money the way that he has. That's the thing. The money train is stopping. Once the money train's stopping and Alberta has to reconstruct the financials, that's where you're going to see the problems are going to kick in for Arteta, and he's getting his ass out of this club.
I just feel as though for Berta, I think Berta wanted Gyokeres, but I think Arteta's stopping him because I think Arteta's he has the power. He has the power, and he's stopping Berta from getting.
26.
Listen, I personally don't think Berta even wants Gyokeres. Because if you look at what Berta's done at Atletico Madrid, he could go find a player for 30 to 35 million, which is his track record at Atletico, and end up turning them into studs. If you were going to look at a guy that Berta would really look at the guy that he signed for Atletico last year in Sorloth. Sorloth scored 20 goals as a bench striker for Atletico.
Goals in my days! Did you see that the other day? Sorloth Atleti against what was it? He scored 4 goals in like
4 goals,
20 minutes or something.
Yeah, that's the type of player. That's the profile that Berta gets. Berta is not a Hollywood signing. He's not a Hollywood signing. He's a guy that's always down to find players that have good talent from other clubs that don't want. Look at Marcos Llorente that he got from Real Madrid for next to nothing. He's been one of the best midfielders in La Liga for how many years now playing with Atletico. Nobody thought he was going to be any good when he got kicked out of Real Madrid. That's the type of signings that Berta does. Berta is not a Hollywood guy. Again, he's coming from a league, Spain and Italy, when you're not playing for Real Madrid or Barcelona or Inter or Juventus, you have to find ways around all the financial setbacks that that all the other teams have. He's not a Hollywood guy. Gyokeres has been getting hyped up by our fan base for 1.5 years. That's why he's linked to the club like this. Sesko is hyped up because 90% of this fan base kiss Arteta's ass and thinks he's walking on water everywhere he goes. If we had a real sporting director before all this nonsense, Arteta wouldn't be here and none of these idiot players would even be linked to the club.
This is the same Benjamin Sesko in the European Championship. He did nothing. He didn't even score a goal. We were linked to him last summer. I think in 2024.
Would any of you have Zinedine? Would any of you have Zinedine Zidane?
He's not coming to England. He's not coming to England.
I would have to bet.
He's not coming to England.
But Gianni, I disagree with that because if you offer the money, I think he comes.
No.
Money talks. Money talks.
Money talks. But here's the thing, man. PSG offered him more money than what Arsenal offered Mikel Arteta, and he said no because he's a Marseille guy. I honestly think.
But you just said that it's because he's a Marseille guy, so there's the rivalry there.
I personally don't think Zidane. I personally don't think Zidane is a guy that's going to go out of his way to learn English to come here. He wants the French national team job, and the only other thing that we've ever heard him talk about is he wants to take over Juventus. The only reason why he's not the Juventus manager is because of all the financial problems Juventus have. That's my opinion. I don't think he's coming to England. I really don't.
Would you guys take Hansi Flick?
In a heartbeat.
No, it's not going to happen.
In a heartbeat.
He's won 3 trophies.
I'll tell you who we could have went with. Luis Enrique.
Oh, yeah.
He was also available.
Oh, yes.
Well, apparently no one could have done a better job. Nobody in the history of the world. You could actually sort of genetically modified a human being in a test tube, and nobody would, and that person would still not have been able to do a better job.
Wait, remember the excuse for us not getting Luis Enrique was because of how bad he was at Roma. When everybody forgets he was at Roma, and Roma had no finances to help him with the squad. Like Super Gooners like to talk about context for Arteta, but never want to talk about the context when they slag off managers that are miles ahead of him.
Can I ask you guys a question?
And there's many of them.
Yeah.
Okay, can I ask you guys a question? I remember this fan base talk about Emery and Arteta. Who do you guys think is better, Emery or Arteta?
Emery.
It's not even a debate. It's not even a debate.
There was like
brother, Sevilla. Look at what he did with Sevilla.
Europa titles.
He knocked us out of the Europa League. He knocked us out of the Europa League. And
bro, besides that, look at what he did. Look what he did in Spain before all that. He was the guy that revitalized Valencia when it looked like Valencia was going to go downhill after the decade of when they were playing well in La Liga. Revitalized them, constantly had them in the Champions League. He took Sevilla that, if I remember correctly, the club was barely worth 300 million euros. The club is worth €1 billion now because of him. Because of what he did in the Europa League. He took a club, Villarreal, the population of that city, Villarreal is like the population of like maybe 40,000 people. The club's worth 185 million. He got them to a Europa League title, finished 4th in La Liga, and then took them to a Champions League semifinal. If you gave Unai Emery the amount of money that we gave Mikel Arteta with the foundation that he had with the team he was building, we either would have won the Premier League already, but we definitely would have had a few more FA Cups and League Cups. We probably would have had about 5 trophies in the time span of him being here.
Would Arteta
quickly go, Jogo, quickly go, and then I'm gonna do something just to show the Lins and everyone. We still got 168 in the building.
With that Sevilla,
unbelievable.
With that Sevilla, when Unai Emery won a double with them, he won back-to-back seasons, didn't he? Now, did he? What Liverpool was it? Was it Jurgen Klopp's Liverpool or was it Brendan?
It was Jurgen Klopp. I think it was Klopp's first year.
Jurgen Klopp.
It was their right back, Koke, who scored the winner, I believe. Do you remember that? Yeah.
Wait, not only that. Look at the difference of the tune that he got out of the players that were there and then when they left. Does anybody remember the supposed superstar that was supposed to come out of Konoplyanka, the Ukrainian left winger that came out of that team?
Yeah, he went to Schalke as well. Yeah.
He went to Schalke and went to shit. But he was a stud under Unai Emery. When Jovetic left Manchester City, when he'd never worked out for City, he went to Inter, but then he went to Sevilla and helped Sevilla win a Europa League title when he wasn't playing well for Inter. Again, the thing is, at the end of the day,
sorry,
Jovetic was a baller, by the way, at Fiorentina.
He was a baller at Inter too. The problem was they were trying to play him as a number 10 instead of a striker. But at the end of the day, you can't, dude. Just look at, again, we could just go back to the Villarreal team. Francis Coquelin looked like a baller under Unai Emery. Etienne Capoue, who never made it on any of the big teams in the French league, was a baller on Villarreal.
Danny Parejo.
Danny Parejo was a baller at Valencia. But either way.
Tottenham reject, by the way. Foyth.
Yeah, Juan Foyth, exactly. Yeah. Giovanni Lo Celso. Giovanni Lo Celso is the biggest purchase in Spurs history. They play him in the wrong position because Spurs doesn't know fuck all the whole time.
Is he still the biggest? Is he still their biggest purchase?
Fuck's sake.
I think Solanke might have passed him.
Just quickly before we go too off topic, because I need to segue in nicely. I need to segue nicely because what you're saying is Emery, he was only given a year and a half, yeah? He wasn't given enough time. Yeah. So yeah, he didn't
Aaron,
win anything at his time at Arsenal. Go on, just quickly, and then I'm going to go.
He wanted Unai Emery wanted Thomas Partey when he came as well.
Yeah.
And they didn't back him to give him it.
He wanted loads of players, and they
Yeah,
didn't
I know.
back him. I mean,
He wanted
look at
Zaha as well, but he got
Zaha,
Pepe.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
So we
one
didn't want
quick
to-
thing.
I've got
One
go
quick
on,
thing. One quick thing. Just one real quick thing. He not only with Nicolas Pepe. Let's also remember Unai Emery, when they were getting rid of Mesut Ozil, they told him no. Unai Emery was supposed to get Lorenzo Insigne from Napoli. And that was supposed to be the new front line, was Nicolas Pepe, Lorenzo Insigne, and Aubameyang.
He was awesome. Yeah. And he weren't backed. But this is the point that I want to show everyone, yeah, because there's 175 in the building, and maybe some of you in here haven't seen it as well, because I haven't brought it up for a little bit. So we didn't give it Unai Emery enough time, I don't believe. Year and a half, he weren't doing phenomenal bits, but he wasn't backed. And anywhere near backed, right? Okay, so that probably isn't adequate enough time to take over from Arsene Wenger and win a league title. But how long does it take to win a league title? Let's have a little look, yeah? Let's have a little goosey. So I've obviously done the research for every single one of you so-and-sos. Let's have a little zoom in. Give me 2 seconds. How do we zoom in? I'm so poor with this shit. What's it going to be? View. Here you go. Let's
really quick. Aaron, I got to bounce.
You got to shoot, have you?
Glass icon over there.
You got to shoot. Gianni?
Yeah, I got to bounce, my bro.
Come on, bro.
Big up Gianni.
Come on, Gianni. Well,
nice meeting all you guys. Hopefully, the next time Aaron does a call-in show, I'll see you guys around. I'll say the same thing I always say: Arteta out, top Gooners out.
What's an absolute geezer? Love Gianni, brother, man. What a superstar! Thank you very much for giving me your time,
Aaron,
man.
it's okay, guys, because no one is better than Super Dupe me, because he said in his press conference against Newcastle.
So we'll show. So this is what I've got up for you, yeah. So for those on the panel that has not seen me present this, for 167 in the chat that ain't seen it, this is what clearly says in the same length of time Mikel Arteta has served as manager. And then I put a little asterisk on the 6th season as a little star, yeah, just because he will go into that next season.
Aaron, you wrote all of this.
Every single, yeah. So this is every single Premier League winner, yeah? Since the Premier League's inception, this is every single manager that has lifted the trophy and how long it took them, and a couple of trophies in between there, yeah? So let's go through it. Since inception. It took Alex Ferguson 6 years, yeah? But he also won an FA Cup after 3 years. He also won 2 European trophies. Oh, the previous are all up there. There's
Aberdeen.
St Mirren, Aberdeen. Yeah. But it's not about that, yeah. And I added that purely for that reason. Look at what he's won. Ridiculous. And they're saying, yeah, but it took Sir Alex Ferguson this and that. Come on, look at what he's won, bruv. Be quiet, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? What are people doing? But anyways, yeah, in his third full season, won an FA Cup. And then also following that, he proceeded to win 2 European trophies and a League Cup. So when everyone says it took him 6 years, he'd done the domestic cups and he'd done 2 European cups. Yeah?
Oh, Aaron, by the way, in Arteta's third full season, he bottled the league.
He did bottle the league, but we'll run through it. Yeah, Kenny Dalglish, appointed Blackburn Rovers manager, 91-92, yeah? He was in the Division 1. Well, Division 2, technically. He got promoted to the Premier League or the Division 1. I put it in the Premier League so we can keep on track. He was in Division 1, the Championship, technically. He got promoted in 91-92, halfway through. He finished 4th in the Premier League the year later. He finished 2nd in the Premier League. Then he won the Premier League. So within 3.5 years, Kenny Dalglish took Blackburn Rovers to promotion and then to a Premier League title. 3.5 years, yeah? Arsene Wenger.
Aaron, I wasn't
one
born
second,
in
bruv.
this.
1 second. One second. I've got to run through this, bruv. Come on.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Arsene Wenger appointed 96-97 season. 97-98, his first full season. What does he do? Domestic double. Okay. And then I add this just because you Top Gooners love it. Oh, 09 to who finished 2nd. And then what does he go and do? Obviously, he goes and does another double. In between that, his 6th season in charge, a little asterisk. He wins the FA Cup. Cool. Jose Mourinho, he appointed as a Chelsea manager in 2004. So the 04-05 season, what does he do? Wins the Premier League in his first season and wins the League Cup. And then the season after that, wins the Premier League. And then the season after that, wins the League Cup and the FA Cup. And then he was reappointed in 13-14. He didn't win anything that year, but what did he do? Wins the Premier League the year after and the League Cup again. And just for shits and giggles, he was also appointed Manchester United manager in 16-17, and he won the League Cup and the Europa Cup. So I don't take time. Okay, what about Carlo Ancelotti? 09 and 10. Oh yeah, he won the FA Cup and Premier League double. So it didn't take Carlo Ancelotti too much time. What about Mancini? 09-10. Took him a bit of a slow rocky start, but there you go. Won the FA Cup in 10-11 the next year. Oh, and then in the third
And then
year,
he won the Premier League.
Okay. And what about Ranieri? He took a nearly relegated Leicester City Premier League team. He got appointed in 15 and 16. Oh, he wins it that year in his first year. Okay, didn't take Ranieri taking a relegated Leicester City team to win the Premier League 1 year. Just remember that 1 year. Antonio Conte, what about him? Hired 16-17. Oh yeah, wins the Premier League first year. Okay, cool. It didn't take him time, and then he wins the FA Cup as well after. Pep Guardiola didn't win anything in that year, and then look at everything he won. Okay, wins the Premier League, Carabao Cup, blah 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 blah, and then he wins the Premier League in his 6th season. Oh, Jurgen Klopp. They're like, oh yeah, it didn't take Jurgen Klopp that long. Well, look, he won it in his 4th season, but look, first season, EFL Cup final, Europa League final, more than Arteta's done in 5.5 years, by the way, in terms of finals. Didn't win nothing. Champions League final. Second, then he wins the Champions League, the UEFA Super Cup, and then a Club World Cup. Then he wins the Premier League. And then also he continues to, roll in the ball or whatever. Champions League final. And then he wins the Carabao Cup and the FA Cup. And then we conclude it with Arne Slot, hired this year, wins the fucking title this year in his first year. So to conclude that, there's math behind it. So how long on average, ladies and gentlemen, does it take a Premier League manager to win the Premier League across all the years in Premier League's inception and all the managers that have won it? It takes 2.2 years on average for every single manager to win the Premier League. And now we're telling us that you've got to give Mikel Arteta 5.5 years and he's failed. 6.5 years. When does it stop? The facts are there right in front of you. And I do this on screen because people listen with their eyes instead of their ears now. This is inarguable facts. Mikel Arteta has been at this football club for 5.5 years and he ain't won the Premier League title. It takes 2.2. Go on, what am I missing, bro?
They all started on phase 5.
Like you were spot on. Spot on as usual, Aaron. Spot on.
Aaron, he said that Igal said that it's phase 5 when it's actually phase 1 because he's coming to Liverpool. It doesn't take time. And Igal even said that if Liverpool finished above Arsenal, he said that it would be a sackable offence. That's what he said on the 12th panel. And he changed his mind.
There you go. I've had it on screen for everyone. How long it actually
takes.
And
Aaron,
2.2 years.
Aaron,
we're waiting. 5.5, 6.5 and counting.
Aaron. Sorry, Aaron.
You good?
You forgot one more name on that list. Manuel Pellegrini. In his first season.
Did he win the Premier League?
Yeah, he won the Premier League. He won the FA Cup in his first season.
No, he didn't win the FA Cup. He won the EFL Cup, and then 15-16
he won the EFL Cup, and then he won the league.
Oh, I didn't realise I missed out Pellegrini. I'll have to have a little go on that. Well, there you go. There's another manager to add in there. And that probably shortened that out. He won it double quick. Oh, wow. I can't believe I missed that.
4P, does it mean he wins he won 3 trophies then? So 2 League Cups in the Premier League?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Aaron,
I've done Mancini.
Aaron, do you guys count Community Shields as trophies? Because Arteta said that in his press conference. He tried to defend his
Community Shield.
No.
I don't. No.
Because Arteta defended in his press conference. He's like, I want 2 charity shields. A reporter asked him about his trophy record. He's like, I want 2 charity shields. It's okay, guys. We got 2 charity shields.
We will update.
There's a reoccurring theme with your list, Aaron, as well. They're all winners. They're all previous winners.
Yeah. Facts. Exactly right. I'm really frustrated myself. I missed out.
So 4P, did you celebrate the Community Shield last year when you beat Man United? Did you celebrate it?
No.
Yeah.
To be fair,
what would
you? But then I'll tell you what. To be fair, Quadja, I'll tell you what. Although I was happy that we got revenge on our noisy neighbors, but I wasn't happy that I wasn't happy that we won the Charity Shield, because winning the Charity Shield started. I'll say this: winning the Charity Shield started our downfall. This season is what I feel.
Yeah. No, facts, man. It don't take too long, and the reason why I do things like that is just to sort of prove that it doesn't take 5.5 years. they've got the likes of the Gauger. They're going, oh yeah, if we don't win anything this year, we'll sack him, and then they just change it every year. The thing is when is enough enough? Now I get it. Everyone's got their own line. Yeah, it's subjective. Okay, so everyone's got that different sort of level where their lines crossed. They've had enough. I'm all cool with that. But literally, when is enough enough? Because for me, it was about 2 or 3 years ago. Well, not 2, about 3 or 4 years. I didn't want him in the first place. But at least when he won the FA Cup, I was like, okay, well, he's won something. He absolutely then deserves another year because he's new. He's only 6 months into the job. And when you start getting over that 2 years for me, and then he still finishing 8th, everyone's like, yeah, but he took the team from 8th now to 2nd. He was in charge when he got them 8th. Like, I don't understand it. He took over from Emery, and for crying out loud, like, they were all... Look, he regressed that team and finished 8th. He regressed them and finished 8th. And then he finished in his first full season. Where did he finish? 8th. So, like, he's took them from 8th to here. He led them there in the first place.
And then in the second full season, he bowled top 4 to Conte. We were 4 points clear. We bowled top 4 to Conte.
And Darren, that's what...
Madness. Sorry.
That's why that's never made sense to me, because they always say, look where he's taken us from. Well, under Emery, in his first full season, was 5th. And then we finished in our first European final since 2006.
Yep.
So I don't understand. That point is just redundant.
They said that he had the squad of clowns, but that squad of clowns won him his only trophy as well.
See, the thing is, with Arteta, I feel like he's done it all backwards. So obviously he went and won the FA Cup in his first 6 months. But when he gutted that squad and brought in his own players, why didn't he go and try and win the Carabao Cup, or one of the lesser cups, shall we say? Because then the players know what it feels like to lift a trophy, They know what it feels like to win.
Yep.
And they get a hunger for it, and they want it more. Look at Mourinho when he came in his first season. He won the Carling Cup. And then the second season, he went on to win the league.
He made that exact point that you're making, that it was because it gets the players used to, or at least starts to get them used to, the winning feeling and how it feels to go to Wembley and have that kind of moment. And they want, then they want more. They want better moments. They want not just the Carabao Cup, the FA Cup, the title, the European titles. And I mean, I don't know why we're in this situation where we've got somebody who doesn't give a fuck about the cups. It's just baffling to me, especially as someone who's grown up with the FA Cup as well. In terms of the FA Cup being like, I started supporting Arsenal in 1993. That was when we did the double, the cup double. Yeah. So the FA Cup has always meant quite a lot to me. I always used to remember the old Sky Sports kind of like FA Cup intro. It used to be a real hair raising kind of like intro, and just loving the idea that anyone can play in the FA Cup. I mean, like if you play for like Haringey Borough just down the road from me, you can play in the FA Cup qualifying rounds and stuff. But nowadays it's very unfortunate that nowadays the FA Cup is seemingly grouped in the same sense of the Carabao Cup, and that's not very good. We've only won 2 games in the FA Cup since we won it.
It's only Oxford and Newcastle. That's it. You couldn't beat Nottingham Forest in the 3rd round. You couldn't beat Nottingham Forest in the 3rd round.
And we all know who to blame for that. We all know who to blame for that. No, Man United, when they boycotted the FA Cup to play in that World Club tournament.
But do you not also think it was Arsene Wenger come out and saying top 4 is like a trophy?
Yeah, later on, but I said it was Man United.
Later on he said that, yeah.
Who boycotted the FA Cup so they could play in this World Club tournament.
Yeah, that was like late 90s, wasn't it? Or
World Cup.
But I mean, I remember the FA Cup when it was a trophy to be won, and the coverage back when I started supporting Arsenal, the coverage of the FA Cup was all day long.
Oh yeah, it started. Yeah,
exactly, it would start at 9 o'clock in the morning and go right through till 6 o'clock Saturday evening, and it was shown on both the BBC and ITV at the same time.
Yeah,
and it was the only live football game you could watch in England at that time.
You'd always watch it on BBC.
Yeah, but you could it was the only live domestic football game you could watch back in that time. I mean, I haven't seen what the coverage is like in recent years because I live out here in America. But back when I was growing up as a kid, on cup final day, you just sat in front of the TV at 9 o'clock in the morning and you tuned into either Grandstand on BBC One or World of Sport on ITV, and you just watched the whole event. And that was when it was a trophy, when it was an experience, where it was a spectacle.
Well, Ronaldo said, didn't he? Cristiano Ronaldo said that like it's his favorite cup competition. He never missed it. He always used to watch it. You know, it was like literally watched by billions of people. I think more people used to watch the FA Cup final than used to watch the World Cup final.
Rob, Pele also said he's won everything, but not the FA Cup, wasn't it? That was his quote.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even know that.
I was going to say that. I was going to come in and say that. Yeah.
That's a great
Do you know
quote.
the thing is, right? I feel embarrassed, like, not throwing shade at anyone, but people like Miguel, people like Christian, they've been supporting. Do you know what? They've been supporting the club longer than me. I'm 34 years old, right? I was born in 91. Now, I got into football late myself. I only started supporting Arsenal in 2004, 2003, 4 sort of. I was late developing.
Not a bad year.
Not a bad year, no. But I've gone back. I've educated myself, you know. And at the end of the day, regardless of how old you are, you should know the standard should be winning. That's what you should be aiming for, trophies. I just don't get why it's all about league finishes.
Like when I was about 8, 9 years old. Go on, Lawrence.
Go on. We'll let Rob go and then Lawrence. Go on.
I was just going to say that when I was 8, 9 years
Lawrence,
old,
because he was fat.
I'll just say quickly, it's not going to be much. I was just going to say that when I was about 8, 9 years old, you know, I didn't have access to the internet or anything like that. So I got myself the Arsenal history, like hardback book that was like, you know, 200 pages of like from Dow Square FC original beginning straight through to, at the point, it was like 1994, 95, maybe, I think, maximum. And so I read right from the beginning how we kind of originally a pub team in a way, and then like brought it all the way through. But it seems like these men nowadays, they don't give a fuck about anything that happens sort of like prior to even into the 90s. If you're lucky to find somebody who's sort of like 20, 21 who knows a bit about the club prior to Wenger, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you do. Because at the end of the day, go on. Sorry, Lawrence, I've overcut you. Go on.
Oh, no, it's all right. I've been supporting this club since 1968. I go back to the days of when Bertie Mee was the manager, when we were starting to get the success, you know, when we
71.
won our first European trophy in 1970. And then we did the double in the following year. And how I started supporting Arsenal was I used to have an aunt and uncle that lived in Haringey. They lived a stone's throw away from Manor House Tube Station. And every Saturday, my parents would take me and my brother to visit my aunt and uncle for lunch on a Saturday. And after we had lunch, my uncle would take my dad, my cousin, me and my brother to either Highbury or White Hart Lane, depending on who was playing at home that day. So one weekend we would go and watch Arsenal. The following week we'd go and watch Tottenham. And the first time I went to Arsenal and I saw the stadium and the way that the pitch looked, I just fell in love with the place.
The charm of it.
And yeah, we carried on going to watch Arsenal one week and watch Tottenham the following week. And we were coming back from Tottenham and my brother started chanting Jimmy Greaves' name in the back of the car. Now, for those of you who don't remember, Jimmy Greaves was a Tottenham icon, right? So as soon as my brother started singing for Jimmy Greaves' name, I smacked him and told him that Charlie George was 10 times better. And that was the moment I saw the light. The following day, I went to the library and pulled out all the books I could find on Arsenal's history. And I swatted on, you know, Dial Square, you know, the munitions workers that founded the club, how Nottingham Forest sent us their football shirts when we didn't have a football kit. You know, I learned everything about the club like I knew. Unlike these pricks like Igal and Christian and Marty Ovens and Ty and the rest of them who know fuck all about the club.
Yeah.
And do you know what?
Go on. You jump in, man.
The problem is when you've got the biggest channel of Arsenal out there pushing certain narratives, when you get these younger fans come through, because they see the subscriber counts are the largest in Arsenal fan base, they think that is the gospel. They think that is what's what. They think that is what the facts, but it's not.
Yeah.
And that's a massive issue in this club. That is a real massive issue.
That's why channels like Gals and things like that and AFTV now, it was revolutionary when it first came out, but it isn't anymore. That's why it's so bad for this younger fan base now, because the generation coming through, I don't want to get it all on this, but the generation coming through are pathetic. Like they just are. This whole generation, look what we've got going on now is ridiculous. So
that channel's a cancer, Aaron.
Yeah, it is, mate. So we've got, exactly right. We've got a load of snowflake, gullible, moron generation in total coming through, and obviously a portion of them will be Arsenal fans. And then they'll be going, all right, well, he's got 1 million. Robbie Lowe, he's saying nice things. And they're all going, just back to the they're pushing that narrative. You got the Agals pushing the narrative. All of these lot pushing the narrative, and they feel included. They feel welcome. They're like, oh, yeah, I like this because it's easy. It's happy. It's smiley. No one goes against the grain. It's just a perfect little world, isn't it? Where, we just turn up. If we lose, oh, never mind. On to the next one. Nothing's ever
about
really
the vibes now. It feels in the stadium.
Exactly. Positive vibes. We'll all have our £48 burger. That's fucking crusty. Feels like it's been left there for 3 days. But that's what they're all putting out. And the message that they're sending out is very, very, very bad. 2 common denominators for this football club. And I call Mikel Arteta the head vampire. Because I think once you kill Arteta, everyone wakes up. Do you know what I mean? I think it's like a movie reference. When you do him, they all stop being vampires or they all get rid of the spell.
The curse breaks on them, and they all come back to being humans again.
That's it. Once you get rid of Arteta, everyone wakes up, the spell's over, and they're like, fuck me, what's happened for the last 5 years? Is it 2019 still? And like, nah, you've been put under a 5-year curse, son. It's 2025, and go on, bro.
I don't know about anyone else on the panel, but have you noticed in the last probably 5 to 10 years, a lot of fans now support a player rather than a club. Now, I'll give you a perfect example, right? When Cristiano Ronaldo went to Al Hilal, I think the team name is, their subscriber count on Instagram literally tenfolded in 24 or 48 hours.
Joga, you mean Al Nassr?
Al Nassr, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Their Instagram account followers went tenfold. It's crazy, and I'm pretty sure with Inter Miami, I'm pretty sure Messi's would have gone crazy as well.
Yeah, that's what it all is, and it's not a good message. And the thing is, when I decided to do YouTube, I knew that channel growth. Yeah, it's all well and good. Like, do you know what I mean? Of course, I'm a winner, so naturally I want it to do well. But I wanted to start this channel up just so I can talk how I was chatting in people's chats and have another outlet of a message to just. There's not enough people like me, and we're all coming out the woods now, which is all well and good. But I knew it was going to be a tough thing for me to grow because people like being told what they want to hear. And unfortunately, that's not always what they need to hear. Do you know what I mean? I'm sick and tired of this narrative that everything's all good at Arsenal. Everything's rosy. Don't worry about it. Trust the manager. Trust all of this. I've got years and years and years of proof. And that might not all be down to Mikel Arteta, by the way. It maybe will be down to the Kroenkes, this and that, the other. I've got a lot of history in this football club. Do you know what I mean? I'm fed up. And just because I come out and say maybe I don't deliver it very well because I'm a little bit, some might say, I'm a bit sweary or whatever. I do what I want to do. It's my channel. You know what I mean? If you don't like it, that's that. This is just how I do it. But the message has to still remain the same. Have standards. This isn't good enough. Why do we just all have to go with the grain? Do you know what I mean? It's all well and good. Could you imagine if everyone had that mentality that all these top gooners have? There'd be no competition left. Well, honestly, if everyone had that, it's all sweet. It's a competition. No, there would be no competitive anything. It's ridiculous. I want to win.
The thing is, you said about growing your channel, right? At the end of the day, you don't want to attract the audience. You said it's going to be hard growing your channel. You don't want to attract the audience of a top gooner. You're getting real ones in your community. real ones who think alike, who want to actually raise the standards, who want to win, who doesn't actually care who the manager is as long as he's winning.
139 of them at 2:15 in the morning, still here on a Saturday. Because they know when they come on this channel, they get world-class people like you and other people in the chat and me spitting facts. We don't do it.
It's all feel good. AFTV is all feel good.
Yeah.
But what I think the top runners do is they look at us relative to other teams. So what they do is they make the mistake of looking at us relative to other teams. They don't look at us relative to our history and who we're supposed to be. And that's kind of a mistake that they make because they don't understand kind of what we've been just alluding to. They don't understand what the traditions that Arsenal should be upholding. They just go, oh, well, you know, we're better. We're doing better than Villa. We're doing better than this team, or that team. But that's not really what it's about. We're not doing better than what Arsenal are supposed to be doing. It's been 20 years since I was celebrating us in the 12 pins in Finsbury Park, pissed off my face with all my mates, celebrating the Invincibles, thinking we were going to go on and dominate Europe. We were going to go and dominate the league. 20 years later, we've won a few FA Cups. I'm trying to denigrate the FA Cup. Obviously, I do love the FA Cup. But this is not what we were expecting. So if we fast forward 20 years, how are these people going to feel in 20 years' time if there's no title? They're going to feel like me. That's how I feel now. Right. They don't get it.
Yeah.
I was 13 years old when they won the title.
Yeah.
All I care about is Arsenal Football Club. I don't care who plays for us. I don't care who the manager is. All I care about is Arsenal Football Club doing well and raising their standards and being the club they're supposed to be, right? No one is bigger than this football club.
Exactly.
Nobody. This club is 140 years old next year. Okay, it wasn't founded in 2019. Okay, this club is bigger than Arteta himself, bigger than all these plastic deluded ostriches that worship him, bigger than any of us on the panel, bigger than anyone that's in the chat room right now. Because at the end of the day, when we've all popped our clogs and gone to the pearly gates up in the sky, guess what? Arsenal Football Club will still be around. And that's what really pisses me off, is that this fan base, the certain individuals in this fan base and this clown of a manager, they think they're bigger than the club itself.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Can I just, I don't know the top right corner of a Man City fan's name. Now, okay, how long do you give Guardiola? Like, because obviously he didn't win the league this season.
Oh yeah. At the moment, he's got a contract till 27.
Yeah.
So yeah, which means another season. I mean, yeah. So right now it's 25. So yeah, he's got 2 more seasons to win a couple of trophies.
Would you allow him another 5 seasons?
Nah, because I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, I mean, the club has given Pep the freedom to decide his next step. But
you, yeah, I mean, like, but again, 5 years for you is too long. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, correct. Joga, yeah. Now I get your point. Yeah, so until now, from his first season as manager for us in 2016. It's been what, 8 seasons now?
Yeah.
It's been what, 8 to 9 seasons now as City manager.
16, 17 he come in, yeah.
Yeah.
But if he wasn't going to win anything for the next 5 seasons, would you still keep him after that?
No, I wouldn't.
Exactly, and that manager's got credit in the bank, right? And he could be regarded as one of the best. Yeah, I don't think he is personally, but he's got credit in the bank. But yet, these fans of Arteta has got no credit in the bank, and he's untouchable. He's absolutely untouchable. He's the Messiah. He's the Messiah.
The credit for them though is not any kind of trophy. The credit is that he's brought us from the brink of plummeting down into the lower divisions, if you believe all the kind of hyperbole that they talk about. That in of itself is enough for them for him to have credit. For the likes of yourself and me, obviously not. But that's his credit in their eyes, and that's what we're up against, because they're just like, well, look how far we've come.
Do you know what? You make a fantastic point there, yeah. And do you know what makes me laugh at the double standards of the top gooners? They're like, yeah, we need to win a major, and they dismiss the FA Cup. But then guess what they do when we're criticising Mikel Arteta? They go, oh yeah, but he's won an FA Cup. What one is it? What one is it? No, it's madness. We got a new guest in, but just before I introduce you, just quickly, DJ Crane is helping me with a beer fund. You can never run out of vitamin beer. Yeah, do you know what? I don't even know what I bought for. I thought, yeah, we're going to run for about an hour or two, obviously. You know, you never go down the pub for 1 pint, do you? But
you got a 24-hour shop near you, Aaron. You pop to the 24-hour shop. There must be one near you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, I've got to get up in the morning and sort the kids
we can
out
hold the fort for
a
a couple of minutes while you pop to the.
Yeah. Don't tempt me for fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise,
work rate, Aaron. Work rate.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, no, you know it. Keep up the grind, bro. What a legend. Great panel. Oh, do you know what as well? The panel, yeah, man, they're always good. But this one, yeah, it's been wicked, man. Every single one of you, world class. And don't forget the chat as well, man. I promise you, I'm not just saying this to finesse. 143 still in this building at 2:20 on a Saturday. That is world class to every single one of you. Unbelievable.
Well, we can do another fucking 5 hours.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of when he said trust the process? What do you think of Arteta when he said trust the process? What do you think?
Brainwashing. It's brainwashing. It's buzzwords. That's all it is.
Yeah, I know it's classic brainwashing. Yeah, phases. The new one's unprecedented. That's the other one. Igal's been saying that a lot. Unprecedented phases, process, unprecedented. You know, it's very big. It's like he's basically Arteta is like the Tom Cruise, the Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard. It's the same shit. Same shit.
Aaron. Aaron. Oh
yeah, go on, and then we're gonna go.
It's quick. Yeah. Did Arsene Wenger win 10 trophies or 17? Because online they included the Community Shields. I'm just mixed up. I'm just confused.
Oh my
god! You don't. Not Community Shields, man. No way. A charity game, but not even.
No way. No way.
They're not even played on professional rules.
Because they said like Arsene Wenger won 17 because they had 3 Premier League, 7 FA Cup, 7 Community Shields. I'm just confused. I'm like, online says Community Shields not a major trophy, and they put it online as if
you don't. Yeah, you don't. Community Shield, it's all based on charity rule games. It isn't proper professional ruals.
Yeah.
Igal was saying that it was the same
thing
that
point alone.
As a UEFA
just in
Super
that point
Cup.
alone. It's not
competitive.
Otherwise, suspensions are carryover. You'd have different amount of subs. Yeah, it's not played by professional rules. Hence,
did you guys go to Wembley to watch any matches? Did you guys go to Wembley to watch Arsenal in the Community Shield or nothing? You just chilling at home?
Yeah, no, I've got a season ticket. I've done for about 7-8 years, so I've been to every game at Wembley we've had in that time frame. I've been lucky enough to win every single one of them. But only one of them I went.
Community Shield.
No, but you've got the right. Do you know what I mean? Like,
okay.
Because you've got it, like you.
A first refusal sort of thing.
Yeah, it's the same with the semi-finals and the finals. Like, you know, you get put into a ballot, but realistically, if you've got a season ticket, you're fucking
right.
Do you know what I mean? Because Wembley, it's 90,000 people. But big up, James. First appearance on the show. What have I don't know how long you've been listening. I don't know whether you've been digesting what we've been saying for 4 hours, 12 minutes and 44 seconds, 45, 46. But what you got to say, bruv?
Thanks for having me on.
Mate, you all right, mate?
I want Arteta out because I'm done with this body. Because I'm done with this trust the process.
Yeah.
And I want this manager, Conte.
Yeah.
Because when I think he joined Napoli in his first season, right? Joined Napoli when they were 8th.
Yeah.
And I think got them to, I think, 2nd or 3rd in this. And then in his first full season, he won the title with them.
Winner, mate. He's a winner. But do you know what? We let managers like that go, though, James. That's the thing. And it's not just Conte as well. And do you know what? I'd take Conte in a heartbeat right now. It's just the very fact that we let all of them go. Well, because we put too much faith in. It's not just even Mikel Arteta, it's the Arsene Wenger era. I mean, we could have got Klopp, maybe could have had a shout with Pep Guardiola. We'd be talking about a whole different mindset, maybe, you know? But yeah, I totally get your point. I'll take him in a heartbeat, mate, because you're talking about a winner behind you. And I'll tell you one thing Arteta isn't. Well, he might be a winner of one FA Cup, but he's not the team to take you forward. And James, you're right. We've got 5 years of proof, haven't we, my friend?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
James, can I ask you a question? James, would you take Scott McTominay at Arsenal?
Scott, yeah, because he was a player of the season with Napoli, and he done well with Napoli.
Where do you think he would be? Where would you think he would be? Would he play in the 6 or the 8?
Oh, I think he'd play in the 6 or something. That's my opinion.
I mean, it'd probably be at least a decent squad player, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Like, he'd get in there or thereabouts. But then what does that say to about our midfield? Do you know what I mean?
Again, with that, why would we want a Scott McTominay? Why would you not push for that higher level? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not interested in squad play. I want someone to come in who's going to compete with the other midfield and really push them, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, fact.
Who
would you sign midfielder? Who would you sign on that notion as a midfielder? Who's your number one choice? And I don't mean a winger or anything like that. I mean...
Me or James?
James, yeah. And
then because Gyokeres is a striker, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a striker. Yeah, I mean, I'd have him in a heartbeat. What about like an Eze, Rodgers?
I'll take Rodgers.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah,
I'll definitely be having a signing like that, man. I think that's where Arsenal need to be going. Do you know what I mean? If we want to be level raising, I'm not saying that an Eze or a Rodgers are the best in business, but look at Manchester United under Sir Alex Ferguson. They nicked players from Everton and the Aston Villas and your etc. Premier League ready, the Berbatovs from Tottenham's, and they took them up to that level. Now, I'm not saying Arteta's obviously like Sir Alex Ferguson. I'm just making the point. He used to cherry pick all of these players from the Premier League that were ready and that also had the potential to go up there. And that's what I see in Rodgers and or Eze as well. Do you know what I mean? I think that's where we should be looking. I'm not saying they're the best players in the world, but they definitely give us something new because the squad's got stale in it. The midfield's got stale. It's all stale in it, really.
We had the chance to bring Michael Olise. We had the chance to buy Michael Olise last summer. He was available. He could have played the 10. He plays right wing, but he plays 10 for France, so you could have got him in the 10. He would do better.
Shock. Arsenal missed an opportunity in the market. Is anyone surprised here? At least they would have been, honestly, it'd have been unbelievable for Arsenal Football Club.
He's a better dribbler than Odegaard. He can finish better. He doesn't take too many touches. Do you remember when Christian said about his injury? It was not worse than Saka's.
What's that on the Potters one? Odegaard. He was missing for 7 Premier League games.
Apparently they said it was a serious injury. It was not very serious. It was just an ankle. It's not like it's a grade 3 hamstring or something like that.
7 Premier League games he missed. That's at 38. It's all 7 points on 28. Saying less than 20% of the season.
Can I ask Pete a question? For Pete, if Pep leaves, which manager do you want? If Pep leaves at some point, which manager do you want?
Personally, I would take Nagelsmann.
Yeah, well, but, I mean, I don't know about that, but in terms of fucking players, free signings, free signings you're gonna make. Yoga, hit me up.
Right, so I've been banging this drum for a while, man. To you know this. Iga Pakshal. I'm so pleased Northside mentioned him last night. You know how long I've been saying him in the chat for, right? This guy
said it to me for a long time.
Right, and I tell you something, right? This would not be an Arteta guy. Arteta would not have seen this guy. That would be a Berta. Let me tell you that for sure, right? So Iga Pakshal can play left, right, or up top. He can play across the whole front three. Brilliant player, techie as hell, fast. If you guys want to see a proper player, go and look at Iga Pakshal versus AC Milan this season in the Champions League. He ripped them to pieces. Number one, okay? Now, number two, I don't want Sesko. If we're going for, we need a striker. Let's get it right. So No Sesko for me. If we can't get Gyokeres, I'm going for Mateta. That's me personally. I think he suits our system a lot better than a Sesko. Midfield. See, I'm an Eredivisie fanboy. I think Eredivisie's, you get some ballers out of them, man. I mean, look at what you've had. You've had Van Persie's, Ruud Hullits, Cruyff. There is some talent in that league. I'll go for Timber. Timber's brother who plays for Feyenoord. He's a quality player.
Quinton Timber.
Quinton Timber, yeah. He's brilliant, man. Quinton Timber, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be my three. Or if not, I would prefer an Eze rather than a Timber. But if you can't get an Eze, but you should be able to because we're Arsenal, then I'd go for a Timber. But Eze would be my first choice.
Would Wharton start? Would you take Wharton in Arteta's style of play? Where would Wharton play?
Well, he's a 6, isn't he? I'd play him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's not a bad signing. I'm just again all for just trying to aim. I don't know. It's got potential. I'm probably going to contradict myself maybe a little bit here, but like I'm sick of the potential players. Do you know what I mean? I just want someone a little bit more established. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I just think we can aim a little bit higher. But he's a good player, all well and good. I'm just looking at like an Eze, and I'm thinking he's there, and he's ready. He's ready to go. Like literally, if we signed him now, you know what you're going to get from him. And he's going to go that way as well.
We could have got Vitinha, but we got Fabio Vieira instead.
Ruiz instead of fucking Marino. But do you know what I mean? We've also got the talent ID of a donkey, Eeyore. Do you know what I mean? I'll tell you what, we have also got.
I don't want people to get confused. I mean, I would take Gyokeres first, but if we couldn't get Gyokeres, I wouldn't take Sesko. It'd be Mateta for me.
Yeah. No, Mateta, solid Premier League proven. You get a job out of him, wouldn't you? I don't think it's level raise, but it'd definitely do better than what we've got.
I think you'd get a level raise in terms of what we've got. He's better than Havertz. He's better than Marino. I mean, Marino's not even a striker, so let's put it that way.
Yeah, man. None of them are. None of them are strikers.
No, exactly. We ain't got a striker. We're strikerless. That's it.
It's ridiculous.
You can't Nathan Butler or Deji as a striker.
Me, I'm going to be controversial. I'm going to rattle a few cages here, but I'd have Harry Kane.
I'll take Harry Kane
up front because he's proven.
But it's tricky with the Harry Kane thing because do we wait? What do we do now until December when his release clause comes into play? Should hypothetically say it'd be open to it because that release clause is in December. So what do we do? Carry on.
So left wing and put Martinelli up front.
Yeah, it's not a bad shout. I wouldn't mind waiting for Harry Kane if you knew that you had a realistic chance of getting him. Absolutely, because you know that for 2 years following that, Harry Kane is going to bang. He'll score you goals. Absolute fact. But it'd just be one of them things again. You'd just have to wait again, wouldn't you? You know, it'd just be another half season gone.
We missed out on Ivan Toney. He was the perfect fit.
Fat. Yeah.
He was the perfect fit.
But Arteta said his attitude stinks. That's why.
Arteta's got the attitude, man. That's who's got the attitude.
Right.
Exactly. What Arteta's done is he came to the football club, finessed the owners, and then he's got rid of all of the personalities at the football club, brought the youth through, though he fell and stumbled into them, signed weak-minded players and made him captain like Odegaard, and look what he's got. He's got minions. That's what he's got.
He's divided the fan base as well. That's what he's done.
Yeah.
I've never known the fan base.
Hair flicks. So put this snot and just wipes it in his hair. All the time I see is he wipes his snot and just puts it in his hair all the time.
Dirty bastard. No good.
Load the clip.
No like I put on my at the bottom of my screen, I say in Arteta we rust.
Yeah.
Because that's what we're doing. We're rusting away. Just like Arsene Wenger at the end of his tenure as manager, when everyone was saying in Arsene we rust, it's now in Arteta we rust.
Yeah.
Because that's what's happening.
Just quickly before I bring the doc in, sorry, Madupe. I mean, first off, my girl from the city all the way at NYC. Big up to you, my girl. You know I've got a lot of time and respect for you. Big up to you for calling yourself out on this, but we got to have a chat, Madupe. Come on. I'm glad you've seen the light, but please tell me this is a joke, my girl. Arteta was my screensaver for 4 years. No. Please. I know you do. I'm sure you said you do shift work, yeah? So I don't know whether you're unable to participate sometimes or listening in the chat. Madupe. Come on. I'm glad you've seen the light, and I'm so glad you've come over to this side of the fence and we're able to engage with you. We love a bit of you over on this channel, man. Honestly, you're our number one cheeker. We love a bit of NYC Madupe. But a year and a half, come on, Madupe.
He's the best looking Spaniard we know, isn't he? So
come on, Madupe. Come on, Madupe. You're breaking my heart here, Madupe. You're breaking my heart. It's literally shattering into my body right and now as we speak. But you've come round. I suppose that's what to try and mend my broken heart of devastation that you've just said. At least you've come into the right side, and now we can mend it together. You know what I mean? And we can talk, and we can chat, and we can. I'm just glad you're on the right side of the fence now. Big up to you, my girl. Hopefully, if you are at work, it's going all good. It's always a pleasure to have you in the chat, and obviously we're only joking, you know. But only joking, not joking. Only joking a little bit, but I'm glad it's changed. It better be bloody changed. But yeah. Big up, Madupe. Sorry, yeah, panel.
Well, you know, as they say, you know, growth in life is the most important thing in the world. You know, like, and if you, you know, like, and if you do get something wrong in life, and you have the humility to admit it later on, that's the most important thing. You know, it's all about personal growth.
100%. Growth. What have we seen personal growth in terms of Arsenal Football Club? Oh no, we've seen decline. Absolutely decline. And that's the frustrating thing. That's why we get annoyed. What's your free signings? Free signings. Who's improving this football team that's achieved it?
Sorry, man, you were kind of breaking up a little bit.
You got 3 signings, Doc. Who's coming in the club, bruv?
3 signings.
Yeah, man.
So first one out of the gate is Gyokeres. I think that he is an established, proven striker that we need. Second signing. So I imagine that all these signings are just completely like wish list and nothing, you know, like rather nothing tangible, right? Is that what you're alluding to?
Yeah. Gettable, wasn't it?
Gettable. I guess like to a certain extent, almost any player is gettable, like depending on, you know, like how like interested like and invested the club is. So for example, a player that I've always loved is Valverde over at Real Madrid, like absolute like class midfielder and a midfielder that I've always seen to be, well, at least in the last few years, to kind of like be in that similar mold to an extent is Reinders from Milan. And I think that City are getting a massive coup for him. Same with Turkey as well.
Why are they unchallenged in them 2 signings? I don't get
it. Same more. Reinders, Aitnouri, Turkey. We got 3 of them.
Right, you know, like and to the point, like I'm sorry, mate, don't know your name, bottom right corner, but you know, like I think what's so frustrating is that like for years and years we were told, oh, we have to qualify for the Champions League in order to attract all of these, you know, like world class players and all this, you know, like all this X, Y, and Z, and yet here we are, you know, second place 3 times, rather 3 times running. We're qualifying for the Champions League. We have so much dough to spend. We don't even know like what to do with it. And yet, you know, here we are getting linked with, you know, very politely subpar players in my perspective. Yeah. I do think that Semenyo does have some quality, but I think he's very much like a bench kind of player. And I think, and I think we need to be we need to be prioritizing and bringing in players that raise the ceiling, not fill the squad.
Yeah, so we've done that the last few windows, haven't we? That's the type of signings that we've brought in. You know, I mean, you look at Calafiori. I mean, if you say he's a left-sided centre-back, well, we don't start. And if he's a left-back, he's the second, third best choice one there. What was the point in spending 30, 40 million and after someone trying to get him? Miguel Marino.
He plays centre-back for his country.
Yeah, but Italy is shit, man. I'm like they're just no good. And did he play yesterday? No. Do you know what I mean? What we doing here? And if he plays centre back for his country, why are we playing him left back? Like,
he could have stayed at Bologna because Bologna have won their first trophy in 51 years. He could have stayed there because he could have won. He could have.
Funny thing you said the other night on Potts' channel, Aaron. You said to Christian about why didn't we go and do the release clause for Gyokeres? Oh, well, we signed 2 players. It's better than 1, isn't it? Well, no, because Calafiori's been injured most of the season. And 2, we put the midfielder we brought to play midfield up top when we could have had the striker playing up top in his natural position. Makes no sense what he said. 100%. Makes no sense.
He was like, oh, we didn't have the money for it. I was like, well, if you don't sign them 2 shit players, then you've got the money for it. He's like, no, but they went
towards 80 million.
I'm like, you're telling me we wouldn't have put in an extra 5 million? I mean, come off it, man. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's just poor decision making.
To be fair, though, like we are the kind of club not to throw in like those few extra million quid to get a player.
We did it with Arshavin. We did that with Arshavin.
And we not only did that with Suarez at Liverpool and like 40 million plus £1, and we also did it very more recently with Granit Xhaka versus N'Golo Kante, because rather like we were yay close to signing Kante, and the only reason why we didn't was because like his agent was demanding, I think it was maybe like $2 or $3 million, or rather 2 or 3 million quid, in say like agent fees. And and because of that completely scuppered the deal.
And then Chelsea got it.
Do you know another way around it as well, Aaron? Right, with the Gyokeres thing, like Gunn always says. So when you pay a release clause, you have to deposit the money in the bank activated. Yeah. Right now, if you haven't got the money to actually do that, why don't you go Sporting Lisbon? Right, you want 80 million? He's 80 million release clause. I'll tell you what, we'll give you 100 million, right? And what we'll do is we'll give you 40 million euros up front, and we'll give you 20 million euros over 3 seasons.
Yeah, there's ways of doing it.
Why not do that?
Right.
Why not do that? There's other ways around it. There's not just one way. There's other ways around these deals.
Do you know? Can I tell you another similar scenario on this, which is batshit? Yeah, because everyone's like, oh yeah, the Sesko deal was done last summer. Okay, that's cool. Why didn't we buy him last summer and loan him out?
100%. You can loan them back to the club they come from to continue the development.
Like what we've done it with Saliba. It's not as if we've even as a club never done it before. I don't understand. Why would you go, well, you keep on to him this year, and if he does well, we'll pay twice the amount for him next year.
Aaron, you're making sense. That's the problem.
Helmet team. It's ridiculous. How
we
easy
had
is
links
that?
with Sesko, and then he signed a new contract.
Yeah.
I think it's also important to consider that, that buying all of these project players only gives the manager more time, or at least rather like the illusion of more time, because if we
does he have more time now? Sorry to cut in, but it's kind of like what a lot of people when they talk about. I don't mean you, by the way, but I mean like the top gooners when they talk about like Arteta and his situation, they talk about it as if it's year 2, year 3. It's year. What are we on? Year 6 now.
Year 6, phase 6.
Yeah.
They're judging him like it's the 2nd year or the 3rd year, but it's not. It's the 5th, the 6th year, and we've been judging him since 4 or 5 anyway.
I mean, mate, like those were called catch-up years. Like you're rather, and just as well, rather the £750 million that we've spent, that's catch-up money. That's not actual money. I mean, they're just pretty much like whitewashing all of his failures and saying that,
Okay, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Well, we've spent 750 million there or thereabouts, give or take a couple of pence. We've probably wasted 600 of it.
And for people like Kagawa to say, "Oh, but manager hasn't been backed," that is more than backed. By the way, that amount of money is more than backed.
Times 1,000.
Do you know what I do? Right, I don't even blame Arteta not for quitting, because who's going to walk out a £15 million a year job, right? But what I blame the most is the Cronkies, because why did they think it was a good idea to hire a complete novice to take charge of one of the biggest football clubs in Europe and in England? Why did they think that was a good idea? Show me an example of when that's ever worked.
Well, we also have to remember that the Cronkies are not what you call shrewd businessmen.
They are shrewd businessmen because they're billionaires. You don't get to that position being a complete dumbass.
Well, what I would say though is that if you are familiar with how the Cronkies had earned their money, they pretty much married into it, and
the whole Walmart thing. Yeah, you're right.
so with that being said, like,
but they're property tycoons, though, aren't they?
Well, they are. Like, so what they had done, like using like the Walmart as like the central like base, like within like a strip mall for example. So what the Kroenkes had done, they had built real estate around the Walmarts, and as we know, like Walmart is roughly like the largest private employer in the entire United States. That's a lot of real estate that we're talking about. I would more so credit the wealth that they have generated just by sheer luck and happenstance of marrying, of marrying into the right family.
Yeah, let's get ourselves a sugar mommy. Seriously.
Yeah. We need one of them Saudis to come take us over.
So no,
like, but even
you need the oil money, eh? You need the oil money.
I'll take it.
Even to your point though, like the Kroenkes are not, they are not broke. They are billionaires within their own right. They have more than enough money to spend. They simply choose not to. And I think it has been almost all but validated that that they were completely fooled by whatever type of story like that Arteta had played out to them. They incorrectly gave him the entire keys to the kingdom and said, you know what, you can do whatever you like. You have complete independence. You have complete authority and autonomy at the club. And now they're realizing that their poor investment is, poor.
Do you think also they kind of got suckered in a little bit by the fact that he was Pep's number 2, and obviously Pep being so successful, they were like, well, if he's Pep's number 2, then something must have rubbed off on him, pause. And that could translate through to Arsenal, which obviously hasn't happened. As far as I'm aware, now can chat or the panel can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of Arteta's role. Aaron found something. Maybe Aaron didn't run out of Stella. Did Aaron find something a bit more interesting in the fridge there? I saw you.
No, fucking Coke Zero. No.
Same as that, man.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I was under the impression that one of Arteta's main jobs at Man City was more of a defensive coach, which would make sense considering what we observe.
See, I thought he was attacking because he improved Sterling, apparently, didn't he, and Sane?
Oh, yeah, that was...
Yeah, he did.
I thought he was just putting,
apparently
on a training pitch.
Shame he didn't improve Martinelli, innit?
No, but sorry,
destroyed him.
I forget your name. Sorry, was it the Man City fan next to me? Sorry, AK. Yeah. Wasn't he like more of a defensive coach for you guys?
Who? Arteta.
Yeah, wasn't Arteta in charge more of defensive stuff as well as the coach?
Yeah, exactly.
What did he only improve two forward players?
Yeah, exactly, Rob. He's more of a defensive. I would say he's more of a defensive, reserved kind of a manager rather than going all attack and a balanced balanced state of play.
That makes sense.
Did you like
in my
him,
opinion.
Steve?
And Rob, and I'm telling you, that day when Arteta was caretaker manager against Lyon in the Champions League when we lost our game. Oh boy, that's not an experience I want to relive. Not
we've
gonna
been
lie.
living it for about 5 years. So.
What's PFP? Sorry,
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Rob, but I'm telling you.
Profile picture.
Rob, I'm sorry that he's at your club, but I'm telling you, I don't know what compelled the Kroenkes to even take this guy.
Well, I think it's the reflected glory, that living vicariously through Pep and his glory. I think that's what's done it. I don't think that's absolutely correct in any way. I think it was just very poor judgment because, as we knew at the time, there was actual experienced, proper elite managers that were available. And if we'd have done the right thing, we would have got them. But they wanted to go down this route. And that's, to some degree, well, okay, it's not fine, but to be honest with you, the fact that it's gone on so long is even worse, right? You can make that decision and you can make that gamble. I gamble, I do bets, blah, blah, blah. That's like something I will willingly do. But if something's not working for 5 fucking years, I'm not going to keep doing it. This is
That's the definition of insanity. Keep doing the same thing, expecting different results.
Precisely, yeah.
And the thing is, right, they fired the manager of the women's team this season, and they brought in a woman to replace him. And what did she do? She won us the Women's Champions League.
Against massive
Proves
odds.
it can be done, Lawrence, don't it? It proves it can be done.
9-1.
So what gives this clown carte blanche that he can stay in a job for 5 years?
Also, wasn't that a beautiful thing to happen? Wasn't that a real kind of like beautiful thing of the universe to happen? Just to kind of like demonstrate that, look, this is what can happen if you make these decisions. This kind of change can be affected.
Do you think that might be in the back of Josh Kroenke's head now, though? Now we've seen that.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know.
Joker, it could be.
It has to be.
It could
It
be.
has to be.
I hope so. I've not got that much faith, though. That's the problem. For me, it was kind of a very kind of like interesting thing to happen, but whether it actually has a knock-on effect on them, I don't know. But I do think that like this is his last season, kind of like touching on what we were talking about before. I don't think he gets another season without a trophy. I think,
But how embarrassing is it for him to be upstaged by a woman who's barely got any experience herself to win the women's version of the Champions League?
Yep.
She got the job
comes
in
from
November.
behind. Yep, comes from behind in the semi-final and
Yeah,
beats probably the best team you'll ever see in terms of women's football. 1-0.
They were 9-1 to win the game. That's a hell of an odds.
A team, Aaron, that stuffed the Chelsea's women's team 8-0 in the semi-final.
Yeah, they're no mugs, mate. Yeah, that's it. Whatever she's done, she got it tactically absolutely spot on in that whole entire. You know that because they won it. They done that, didn't they? At the end of it, and that's what it's all about. And again, it's one of them funny things where I can't think who it was on the panel that said we've seen might have been you, COYG. We've seen Crystal Palace, we've seen Chelsea, and we've seen who am I missing out?
Tottenham.
Yeah. I mean, the less I think about that, better. That's why I missed them out. And then you've got the ladies showing him how it's done. It's just ridiculous.
It's like that picture I sent you the other day, Aaron, where all the London teams are having a party. Crystal Palace are having an FA Cup party. Chelsea are having a Conference League party. Tottenham are having a Europa League party. Meanwhile, Arsenal have got Thomas party.
Yeah.
I get the gist.
Newcastle having a Carabao Cup party as well. Newcastle had a Carabao Cup party as well. Newcastle.
Yeah, that is Newcastle.
I think what he's trying to make is the point of all the London teams. I think that's the point Lawrence was making of all London teams having the parades.
Yeah. What phase are they in? What phase are all they in? Do you know what I mean? What's Glasner in? I know I'm nicking Lee's thing there, but it's a relative point.
It's true.
What? Yeah, it just is true. Eddie Howe winning. Look at all of them teams. They've now won
Oliver
something.
Glasner lost his best player in Elise and still won the FA Cup.
And
he lost his best player in Elise and still won the FA Cup.
The thing is, if you asked Arsenal fans, top gooners, what squad's better, Crystal Palace or Arsenal squad, they would have said Arsenal. So there's no excuse why they couldn't have went and won that trophy.
Yeah, facts. Exactly
the
right.
FA Cup game that we lost to Man United, when people talk about injuries and all that kind of stuff, we only had, let's just say Tomiyasu doesn't really count because Tomiyasu is just always never here. The only player we had out is Saka. And yes, people might say Saka, is a big player. But we had our other 10 starting first 11 players playing in that game against Man United in the Cup. And we still couldn't do it. And people would go, oh, well, it wasn't Arteta who was taking the penalty. Yeah, but the penalty was only kind of one moment. There was 90 other minutes in that game. So, why didn't we get it over the line against what we know is a very poor Man United team? And you know what someone said to me on X? I mentioned earlier, which is like, God knows, a few hours ago now, mentioned earlier that someone said to me that kind of like, you know, if you want to win trophies, you go support Barcelona. A fellow Arsenal fan said that to me on Twitter, for God's sake. Another Arsenal fan said after that FA Cup game, when we lost to Man United, they said to me, oh, well, we've got enough FA Cups anyway. Can you imagine the mindset it takes for an Arsenal fan to say something like, we've got enough FA Cups anyway? That's not even fucking remotely true. We're only up by 1 against Man United. We're only up by 1.
You know,
what is wrong with these fucking
You know
people?
what, Rob? You know what, Rob? Something similar happened to me. There's this woman Arsenal fan who used to appear on AFTV a lot when it first started. Her name is Jeanette Faulkner. And when I started posting my thoughts about Arteta, she came back at me saying the same thing, that I'm a glory hunter, and if I want to see a team that win trophies, I should support Liverpool, Man City instead. You know, and I said, well, are you serious, right? I said, nothing gives me more pleasure than to see Arsenal win a national trophy. And her comeback was, I don't go to the Arsenal to watch us win trophies. I just go to watch us see entertaining football. Winning trophies is a bonus for me. Are you fucking serious?
I have another one. So basically, I don't go to any Emirates game. I don't watch any. I don't.
And then we're
buy
going to bring
tickets
Musin
watch
after
the
you,
Emirates
yeah?
Stadium, and they call me a fake fan for not going to the Emirates. Like, what is the point of going to the Emirates Stadium? It's just a boring stadium. Like,
I'm sorry as well. That's a ridiculous comment. We've got a global fan base. We've got a global fan base, and you can only fit 60,000 at stadium. So if we've got a fan base of 8 million people, so what? The rest of the 7 odd million people fake because they don't go to games. That's a ridiculous comment.
Just quickly, the Doc's got to go, and then we're going to bring in Mus. I don't recognise the name in the chat, but big up Doc. Always. Come on, man.
Big up, man.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just wanted to say, jump on for a few seconds. Very cheeky late night stream that you got going on here tonight.
Yeah,
so
I'm liking it.
Early days.
Yeah, so I just wanted just to pop in and say what's up. But again, absolute legends. Each and every one of you here. Big up. Have a wonderful rest of your evening and a nice day, a nice Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, big up, man. What a legend.
We love
a bit of the Doc. We love a bit of the Doc. Big up to you, bro. Mus, what you saying, bro? You just joined the chat. I can barely
join. Yeah,
barely see
you.
I'm
sorry. I mean, actually, there's no light this area. Sorry.
Nah, you all right, mate? What you thinking?
I'm actually a United fan, so.
Oh yeah. Not too bad of a window at the minute, is it? Really for you? Not too bad.
Yeah. So far so good. I mean, we still need more, but so far so good. So. I hope we're gonna get Gyokeres, so maybe he's the next in the line. If we got Gyokeres, I think we down from forward. Like now we have to get like 2 more midfielder, and I will say 1 more goalkeeper, and I think 3 more players, including goalkeeper. Yeah.
From
Man United. What do you say?
Yeah, I think you need a bit more than that, but you're just saying
no,
in general.
I mean, if we got a Gyokeres, we're gonna need 3 players and goalkeeper, basically 4.
Gyokeres, Konya, and Mbeumo, if that is going to be your front 3, is not bad. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. For me, I think losing again is Tottenham. I know losing any final is not good, but sometimes blessing in the sky. Paper over the clock, as you say. Paper over the clock. Maybe if we win the Europa final, it might be like. We think we were good enough, or we do probably we're not gonna rebuild the right way. By losing it now it makes actually do a lot. So I think losing. I know it's not a good thing to lose in the final, but I think we're gonna start our rebuild right now a better way. And if we win it, probably we're gonna do paper over crack, and we're gonna do same thing next season, the follow season. So deja vu all over again. So now I can see we're doing very well, but I'm not satisfied yet. I need 3 more signing, including goalkeeper. And then next season, I think we're going to finish top 4 because we're only going to have 1 game, a season. So, and then I think about 9 English team, they're going to be in Europe next season. So we have opportunity to only play one game a week. So we have to know what Amara made of. So we're gonna learn about the manager this season, if he's good enough or not. So that's why I'm waiting, So I'm not the manager out right now. I'm gonna give him 10 more games next season. If I see things not improving, then yes, then we're gonna talk,
Yeah, I think that's fair. To be fair, I think obviously you've named the 4 players, and I reckon that absolutely tenfold proves Manchester United. By the way, you obviously will know. I think you probably need a little bit more to kick on even further, but it wouldn't represent a poor window at all. I think that on its own would be a good window. We all want more, don't we? And it doesn't complete your squad, but it does go a long way into repairing a lot of the holes in the Manchester United squad. And you're absolutely right in that. There's no excuses now for Amorim. I actually think he's done quite poor in that. I understand the excuses. Oh, yeah, he hasn't had his squad. But if he's going to be a good coach or a good manager, he had to have got more out of them players over 8 months that he was there. He'd done a very, very, very poor job. Okay, he ain't got what he's had, but be a manager. Improvise. If you ain't got the players to implement your ideas, try something else. I kind of understand as well I've had this argument with a couple of United fans, and they're sort of like, well, yeah, he wants to carry on implementing his ways. If he wants to sell the squad, then it's fucking pointless. Do you know what I mean? Like, if they can't play his way, then what's the point in teaching them? You might as well, until you get your own players, play a way that they do know to achieve a little bit more. But I'm not gonna cry about Manchester United finished 15th. Do you know what I mean? You've took the piss out of us so many times over recent seasons, so it's nice to have a bit of Man United mud in, but it's frustrating that you're acting big. Go on.
I'm actually calling all the way from Africa, by the way.
Oh, boom.
Like
Whereabouts,
5 in the
my friend?
morning. I'm actually running, I'm a long distance runner. So I'm just done running, and I see you guys live and talking about big football fan. Before I become United fan, I was always big football fan, So I watch every league. I'm not kind of watch only Premier League. I do like to watch other leagues, So I'm kind of football focused. You can call me that. So
Whereabouts in Africa, my friend?
I'm always in Somalia. I don't know if you know about that.
Nice.
I don't know.
Yeah. No, good, man.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Man. That's
Hey,
cool, man.
thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it, man.
You're all good, man.
Thank you.
Come on, spoke facts. It's my pleasure, honestly. Thank you very much for
Move.
coming on, my friend.
Before you go, what keeper do you want?
You know who I'm afraid of we're gonna get?
Go on.
And we're typical Man United, Ter Stegen.
Yeah, no.
What's Martinez? Do you think Martinez is coming? What's happening with Martinez?
Really, they are really trying to. Huh?
Yeah. Sorry, you was cracking up a little bit there. Would you have Martinez?
I know Man United. They're gonna end up because they see market opportunity. They're gonna sign him. I guarantee you, because Barcelona is about to get rid of him. You remember Bravo, Raul Bravo, that goalkeeper Man City got it? You remember him and Ter Stegen were competing in the same position? So Barcelona decided to sell Bravo. They keep Ter Stegen. Now they do the same to Ter Stegen. So they're about to go to Ter Stegen, keep Garcia, whatever his name, Joao Garcia, the goalkeeper from Espanyol, is really good goalkeeper. So I'm thinking they're going to get Ter Stegen if he's available. But Martinez, I don't mind him. He's a really good goalkeeper, but I like him. I don't mind either one.
Any goalkeeper you sign is probably going to be an improvement. Probably bar Kepa, who we've signed, an improvement on Onana. I mean, yeah, he's not been good, has he, man? The quicker you get him out of them sticks, the better.
Sorry, Aaron, one question for you.
Yeah, no, but big up, Mus. Enjoy your running. You're cracking out a little bit there, but enjoy your running. 5 o'clock in the morning over in Somalia. Thank you very much for coming on, my friend.
Cool.
Greatly appreciated. Legend. Cheers, brother.
Big up, man.
How nice is that? All the way from Somalia. Big up to him, man. And he comes
In the
on
middle of
speaks
a run
well,
as well.
Yeah, buzzing. I'm all for that. That's why I do it. But buzzing. Good on him, man.
Tell you what, though, but I forgot about that. Our best goalkeeper we've had in recent times is over at Aston Villa.
Yeah. And we've spent 100 million trying to improve it, and we haven't. Same with the left back.
He kept Leno over Martinez.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, you think, in that left back position, we've signed. I know not predominantly, but we've had Tomiyasu there. We've had Tavares there. We've obviously had Tierney, who was there originally, and I'll get to that. Then we've had Kivior. We've also played Calafiori there now. We've had Timber there. I mean, we've had about 7 or 8 players there, and the best one of them was there in the first place, and now we've let them go for free. I mean,
And do you
only
know
at
what?
Arsenal Football Club.
Not just saying it because everyone else says it, but KT is literally the best left back we've got out of all of them. You know, like when you look at Zinchenko, before he even went to City at PSV Eindhoven, he was a attacking mid. He was a 10.
Yeah, it's
He played him.
Zinchenko was. Yeah.
Well, Zoga,
Yeah.
to be fair, Zoga, to be fair, Zinchenko was our best left back since the Pep era.
Yeah, that's fine when Pep started to play inverted. But if you look back through his career, especially at PSV, he was always midfield. He plays for midfield in his country as well, for his country.
He's a 10, basically, isn't he?
Yeah. He's not a proper left back.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's not. And it's ridiculous that he hasn't been tried enough in his actual position in midfield. I would have thought, considering he's been here for 3 seasons, that he would have had some form of a run in the midfield. But he just ain't, is he? Like, and that's Arteta. He just don't change things up.
Do you know my biggest gripe with Arteta as well? Like when we're losing games and we need to win and we need to score goals, so instead of keep going like for like, why don't you take a left back off and put 3 at the back, push some wide players at wing back, and put 2 up front? Why are you not? It's so rigid, isn't it? It's always the same thing, like for like. Bring a left back on for a left back. It's
always left so late as well.
Yeah. That's the point in my stream. Literally, like the whole thing is like 7th of June. Everyone's like, "Oh, calm down." All of us, like, we're losing our minds. We're not losing our minds. We're just showing the concern that we've built up over the course of XYZ amount of years of doing the same thing. It looks like we're going to be doing again this year.
Because we've seen it all before. So.
What he did in the first leg of the semi against PSG by not making a substitution until 4 minutes from the end, it's sackable in itself. And then he decides to bring on Waneri to see if he can save the game for us.
Yeah, with a minute left.
My wife has only started watching football with me recently, and even her in the PSG match first leg, she was like, "How many subs were made? None. Why?" And this is a person who doesn't know a great deal about football. She's like, "Why is he not making subs?"
Yeah. Honestly, like I said, the point earlier, he left Gabriel Magalhaes either on for the vast majority on the 90 minutes. Week later, grade 3 hamstring tear. Now, maybe that game might not have been the sole reason by it, but it also might have. And it's the point that I'm making more than that specific game. Why was he on the field in the first place? Why? Why was he on the field in the first place? He should never have been on that field. Do you know what I mean? He should have been rotated. And that's the point when I say things like that. Well, if you can just then go, "Oh, well, you don't really change your centre-back partnerships." Okay, well, then just flog them every single season. And then you will eventually get this up because the game's evolved from, the older sort of times where you didn't have to do so much legwork or whatever. They're having to do a lot of work, even for the centre-backs. But even regardless whether I've had some people combat my points by saying, "Oh, yeah, well, you never really change them." But why not in a pointless game? Why not just protect them? When especially Bill Saliba, I'll take this point, ladies and gentlemen. Bill Saliba got injured 2-3 seasons ago, towards the end of that season when we bottled it, and that contributed massively into the downfall of our season. It literally happened in that Sporting Lisbon game when him and Tomiyasu got injured. We went like that because we didn't have anywhere near adequate backup. Guess what? That was 2.5 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. Have we signed the right-sided centre-back since? No. We either don't learn or we take too long to learn it. And I'm sorry, I'm not having... Go on, sorry, Rob.
Sorry, what I was going to say is what happened then, though, is we had signed Kivior. We had signed Kivior on the 23rd of January 2023. And what Arteta did is he made the choice to play Rob Holding. He did eventually play Kivior in some games, but he played Rob Holding in enough games to fuck us up after that Saliba injury happened to then fuck the title challenge race, whatever you want to call it, up. And to stop us from winning the title. So, it's not necessarily just the Saliba injury that happened. It's his reaction to it. And, this is a thing that's, kind of forgotten because we had Kivior available. He wasn't injured at the time. Yes, he wasn't going to be playing in... I think it would have meant that he was playing sort of on the wrong side. But wouldn't you play Kivior on the wrong side over Rob Holding? I mean, Rob Holding didn't even start for Palace. Where does he play now? He plays for
Sheffield United on loan.
Does he even start for them?
But no one wants to talk about that. That's just another stupid. But because that happened because Arteta is an inexperienced signing. He's an inexperienced manager. He doesn't have the experience of managing a squad, not just in terms of bringing in the correct players at the correct times when injuries happen, but also in not managing a squad to prevent injuries as we have suffered this season. All of these things come from him being too inexperienced. And I cannot for the life of me understand why all these top gooners think that he is the greatest manager we've ever seen in our lives. And no possible human being can have done a better job. This is what fucks me off so much. The idea that nobody could have done a better job. And they delight in telling you that no one could have done a better job. And it is the most absolute biggest pile of bollocks you've ever fucking heard.
Rob, I nearly fell out my chair the other day when was on Potts' channel, and Christian said he was 1 point away from being one of our greatest managers ever. About Arteta.
I remember. Yeah.
What was that all about?
I thought, what? I thought, what are you talking about?
The delusion is quite. I'm like, so my day job is in psychiatry, and I see actual delusional traits. I see sort of definable, diagnosable delusional traits in a lot of the things people like Christian and Nigel and people like that, and who I see on X say. I'm not going to go into it like too deep. I don't blah blah blah, but like they do actually like demonstrate delusional traits, and and they have such massive. The problem with it is they have channels on YouTube that have like they have greatly massive influence over other people, and then it kind of just has a knock effect and an absorption effect across everyone else.
But you
it's
know,
a disease, isn't it? It's a disease.
It is.
It's like when someone starts it, and then somebody else catches it and passes it on to someone else. There's another bloke on AFTV who's a bit of a dickhead. His name is Marty Ovens, big fat geezer. Don't know if you know him.
Oh, Paul Hine, he was talking about, wasn't he? On Pots.
Yeah.
The very first time I saw him being
interviewed,
I saw him being interviewed on AFTV after he drew 0-0 with Everton. And according to him, that draw against Everton was the best he's seen Arsenal ever play.
Oh my God.
I mean, what are you fucking smoking?
Yeah. Oh.
I don't think he's smoking anything. He must be injecting something to be that.
I think it's something. I think he's putting something
intramuscular.
I think it's something he's putting into his rice pudding. You know, I mean,
what was he basing that on? Sorry, Lawrence. So what was he like? How was he just?
He was having it. It was like he made it out like we had won the league title. He said that he thought that was a great performance earlier in the season when we drew 0-0 with Everton.
Right.
And he had his little daughter. He had his daughter there with him. I mean, what a role model to look up to.
All right, bless her. Jesus.
Do you know what this generation it is? It's for don't matter if you win, as long as you try, that's all that matters. That's what it is in this generation.
As long as we're
it's not about the winning, it's the taking part what counts. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Loser, that's loser mentality.
Yeah.
You guys also hear that bold prick Julian? He gave this season an 8 out of 10.
Oh God.
He gave the season an 8 out of 10. Would you guys give the season out of
0.8 out of 10?
Oh, zilch.
Yeah. We failed again. And the thing is as well is now there's numerous expectations. We all sort of say, we have to win the league this year. We said that last year. Do you know what I mean? We was like, this is a pivotal summer. He's got to do it this year. Now we're just back there again. Do you know what I mean? I think maybe closer, obviously, that season of more failure. You know, he probably is likelier to be closer to the sack. But, I mean, come on, man. Look at the way we went at these competitions. Everyone sort of says, but what, 2 semi-finals, Champions League semi-final. But what they're failing to look at is we found our limit. And if we'd have been competitive in both semi-finals, I'd have at least gone, do you know what? We competed. You know, we lost by 1 goal, or we went out on aggregate. I know they don't do aggregate, but you know what I'm trying to say. It was close. You know, we went hammer and tong. It was 50-50, and we just got bested on the night. That weren't the case. We got taken the piss out of 2-0 at home to Newcastle and 2-0 away, and we lost the fucking tie in the Champions League after 3 minutes. I was there watching it with my eyes. Like, that isn't competing in a semi-final. We lost all 4 games. All 4 games in the semi-final.
At the
That's
time,
not
I think
competition.
we've only scored like 2 goals and conceded 9. That's the semi-final. We've only scored 2 goals in the semis, and then conceded, I think, 9 or 10 in the semis.
We're a quarter-final team. And exactly that. That's our level. That is our level, because we know semi-finals isn't our level because we got battered in all 4 of them. So we're a quarter-final team. We've waited 5.5 years, ladies and gentlemen, spent £750 million, and you're telling me that our level is a quarter-final. And oh, by the way, we got second place again. But we're getting worse off now. We're 10 points behind. And if Liverpool could have given a fuck in the last 5 games, it'd have been 15 or 18. Let's just get that right. The only reason it was only 10 is because they couldn't give a toss. Do you know what I mean? It's just facts. And then FA Cup, when we've said it already on the stream, but it's bare repeating.
Imagine not playing back 3. Why does this manager not play back 3? He played the back 3 in an FA Cup final, won the FA Cup.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Now it's his own team, and he just does his own way. Like, I don't know why he displays that, being able to be pragmatic in terms of winning games like that. But when it comes to everything else, he's just so set in his ways now. I'll tell you what he's done. He attacked the season 22-23. He attacked the league, and we nearly won it, bar a bottle job towards the end. And he got so petrified of our poor defensive form that he just was like that, like a seesaw. And now it's on the other way. There's no balance. There's no, we can attack, we can defend, we can counter-attack, or this. Now he's gone, fuck, we better shut up shop because we were so bad defensively. That's what cost us. And he's just neglected the attack. That attack is so stale. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Still 1-2-7 in the building. World-class panel still.
Can I ask you a question, Aaron?
Yeah, go
on.
on.
Go on, sorry. No, go on, sorry.
Yeah, Martinelli and Trossard, that left-hand side, so stale. You know, up top, Gabriel Jesus, Havertz, stale. You know, Bukayo Saka, world-class. No backup. It's the whole forward line so stale. It desperately needs refreshing because it's been neglected for 2, 3, 4 years, maybe. You know what I mean? But go on, sorry, what were you going to say, bud?
I was going to ask you, like, I don't want to come across the top goon on Super Mutant, but like in the semi-final of the Champions League second leg, do you not also think there was an element of unluck, like being unlucky, like especially the first 20, 25 minutes? I mean, we was hammering on that door. I mean, you had the good saves from Donnarumma, whatnot, but it comes back to my point of still not recruiting the right players for the right occasions. So, I mean, if you had a proper striker up front, then you probably would have scored a goal or two in that run of play. What do you think about that?
I'll answer this quite well because I was just reminded myself of this fella I used to play snooker with over at Clubhall, yeah? Older boy, really good at snooker. And I used to say to him, he used to give me a head start, and I used to say to him, unlucky. And I'd do it a few times, and then he stopped me and he pulled me up. He went and said, why'd you keep saying unlucky? I was like, because you nearly got it in. He went, it didn't go in because I weren't good enough. There's no luck about it. Copy and paste for that. I agree, we had chances. You know, we were the better team in the first 10, 15 minutes, but ultimately we weren't good enough to put the ball in the back of the net. So we weren't unlucky, you know what I mean? There was no anything there. It's all about putting the ball in the back of the net. Have you recruited the right players? Can they do the business on the night? That's all falls down ultimately, will always do down to the manager. We weren't good enough to win that leg. And I mean, ultimately over the 180 minutes, proved it tenfold. Do you know what I mean?
I totally agree with that.
Do you think
I totally agree with that. Yeah.
What's that, sorry?
Sorry. Let me ask you this, right? What pisses me off is that at the end of every season, people say, we've got to give him another year. He'll turn it around next season. And what happens? The same thing happens, right? How many more, 1 more years do we give him before somebody upstairs wakes up and realizes he cannot do the job? How much more of this do we have to endure before a light bulb, excuse the pun, a light bulb goes off in Stan Kroenke's head or Josh Kroenke's head or Berta's head and realise that we are going nowhere under this manager?
Yeah.
Well, do you know what? For people like you and me in the panel, we never wanted him in the first place. Like we say, he's got to win something, right? But when you get people like the top gooners, they say, oh, well, if you don't do this next season, if you don't do that, he's got to go. Then when it gets halfway through a season or 3/4 of a season, oh, well, no, unprecedented circumstances, right? It's always moving the goalposts, you know? But what I'm hoping with this Berta coming in, I'm hoping they get rid of him sooner rather than later. But what I think is going to be the real turning point is when the Cronkies start getting hit in the pocket. So I think once he probably falls out of the Champions League spot and it starts hurting them financially, I think that's when it's going to go. When he's going to go. Hopefully I'm wrong, you know. I want him to be gone. I didn't want him in the first place, Lawrence. He wasn't qualified to be. He wasn't qualified to be it.
Ancelotti was available at the same time.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it?
Arteta should have gone.
Everton.
Arteta
It should have been a reverse.
Gone to Everton, and Ancelotti should have come to us.
Yeah, 100%.
The funny thing is, Lawrence, when I have these conversations with top gooners, after all's said and done, what they generally say to me when they do actually give me an answer to the question of how long would you keep him if we remain trophyless, they generally say 1 year. So it's kind of like, well, you're not actually that much different to us then, are you? Because, like, we're kind of saying, let's get rid of him now. And you're saying, let's get, you know, the top gooners are saying, let's get rid of him in a year if he doesn't want to. So then that's not that much different, is it? So all this argumentation and all this kind of like debate, that it all comes down to the fact that a lot of them kind of like are getting to the point where he's going to go in a year, which makes me think that basically, the way I'm looking at the season coming up is a win-win. So win-win in terms of either we actually win a trophy, which we've all been wanting to win, or we don't win a trophy and Arteta goes. Because I think that the Cronkies will be perfectly happy to pay off his last year of contract. I mean, I do kind of hesitate when I say that because I think, bloody hell, they could just keep him for another year and just let him see out his contract. But I do think that, like, the pressure will be a little bit too much in terms of feet on the, when, like, in a similar sense to latter day Wenger, when people were voting with their feet and walking out of the stadium. I think it's going to get it's going to get too much by next May if he's not won anything, especially if it's been quite a bad, especially if it's been quite a sort of bad failure, going out of the FA Cup early, going out of the Carabao Cup early, not getting very far in the Champions League and finishing, say, maybe fourth in the league. I think that's going to do the trick. And then we have just established that we've wasted 5-6 fucking years of our lives. As we
exactly.
predicted 6 years ago.
AK's got to shoot quickly, brother. Thank you very much for jumping on, man. You know, it's always a pleasure. Hopefully you've enjoyed a couple of Carlins at my expense, because now I'm on the fucking Diet Coke. So thank you very much for rubbing it in my
That was my
face.
last one, though. So, yeah, big up to you as well, my geezer.
Nah, big up, man. Come on. Thank you very much for coming on and giving me
Nice to meet you, AK.
Big up to you, man. He's a real one. Been in the chat since top, man. Big up to you, AK, man. Always, brother. Always,
when
brother,
I
man.
saw Arteta send that contract, I was absolutely fuming that we're rewarding failure to this club.
Yeah,
I was
that's
absolutely
what we do.
fuming.
Tripling his wages to 15 million a year, the third highest paid manager in the world. Why are people not judging him to that degree? This is what gets me. People are still judging him as if he's in his first and second year, but he's not. We're now paying him £15 million a year, third highest paid manager a year, higher paid manager than a lot of much better managers, yet he's getting this free pass in terms of, like, you know, what you need to do, what you need to achieve. It's a very bizarre situation. And only Arsenal, it seems like only Arsenal can fucking curate this situation, you know.
And in different regimes. Now, you think Arteta then and Edu and whoever, but Arteta obviously being the one that's the mainstay, has had the opportunity to change it. He knew what the problems were at the football club because he had to change them. You know, and now all he's doing is just gone full circle. He's doing the same thing. You know, we're seeing exactly the same slip-ups, exactly the same mistakes that he came to in 2019. We've just basically wasted a decade of our lives. Because, all right, some people might say, oh, yeah, but we're finishing second now. Who cares? All right, yeah, but, you know, we got to a Champions League semi-final. Who cares? I don't care about all them things. Is your name engraved on the trophy? If not, I don't really give a toss. Do you know what I mean? That's what it's all about. All right, yeah, we've got a younger squad that are worth a bit more. All right, well, then they should win something then, shouldn't they? But we've actually not got a bad team. It's not phenomenal, but we've not got a bad team. The foundations, especially at the back, are there. and we've got players to build on, especially with a Declan Rice. Do you know what I mean? But I mean, Bukayo Saka obviously in the forward line, 4 players and a Conte. My man down here, four players and a Conte would probably get a good tune out of this squad. Being a bit lucky with injuries, maybe if he was to only sign 4, dodging the injuries, and things like that. A Conte with 4 signings, for argument's sake, a Gyokeres and a Rodrigo or a Paschal. What's his name? Paschal or something like
Paschal,
that.
yeah.
Paschal and then Eze. I reckon. I'm not saying he would, but I reckon Conte would definitely be having a title challenge at Arsenal Football Club. You put them 3 in there with Mikel Arteta, and I'm just like, oh yeah, well, good window, but my lack of faith is in the manager now, not the players that he's brought in. It all comes down to the manager. Always
is
comes
Ismail
down to
Assar better than Martinelli?
Pardon?
Is Isaac Paschal better than Martinelli?
Yeah, is Ismail Assar better than Martinelli? At Palace,
Paschal.
Ismail Assar, would you take Ismail Assar?
Ismail Assar. No, I see. I think Martinelli. I think there's something in there, but I think it's this manager what's totally killed it.
Yeah,
and I think do you notice as well? On the right hand side, you used to have Ben White, or you got Timber overlapping. Martinelli is doing it all on his own on that left side because you've always got the inverted left back, so you haven't got the support of someone overlapping. You've always got that inverted. He's doing it on his own. He's isolated.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not a bad shout either. I'm sorry, carry on.
I'd put him as a number 9 personally. I think he'd do right. That's where Emery was playing him, wasn't it?
Yeah,
when he first came in, didn't he?
And then he's turned him into a bang average left winger.
Yeah, he was wicked. Didn't he get like, I think, was it 12
and 14?
Something like that, wasn't it? And some of them were wicked goals, mate.
He was scoring all sorts of goals as well, Aaron, because I don't know if you remember in the Europa League, right? Vitória, the Portuguese team, he scored headers and everything. He was getting all sorts of goals.
We both had the same game coming up then. Yeah, I remember that, Eddie. Yeah, wicked, mate. All different sorts of goals. He was unbelievable. That's why I can't believe that we didn't give him at least an opportunity in that role. And that's, you know what I mean? That's also down to the manager. Why? Even in games this season, when we've had 3 players injured with the hamstrings, i.e. your Bukayo Saka, your Havertz, and obviously Martinelli was the last and the first to come back. But why weren't he played in them positions? Jesus is obviously out. It's there, ready for it, and he still doesn't even play him. Like, it's madness. It's not as if, like I said, it's a totally unknown. It's mad. He actually chose to play a central defensive midfielder up front instead of a player that's played for Arsenal that you inherited that scored 12 goals up front.
Oh, you're talking about sorry, just come back in. You're talking about Martinelli.
Yeah, make sense.
Well, no, this is the thing that I've been talking about for ages. It's like, why did you have to play Mourinho up front? Why didn't you put Martinelli up front, put Trossard on the left? I mean, that seemed kind of like the obvious thing to do. Why does Mourinho? I mean, okay, Mourinho did some good stuff, but at the end of the day, we didn't win anything, so it wasn't that good.
I mean, you had the striker in Nathan Butler, Oyedeji. He hasn't. He played in one game against Dinamo Zagreb, and that's it. And then he played 2 minutes against Ipswich, and that was it. You could have given him a chance. He's a centre forward from our academy. Give him a chance. That's the only shot we had.
The thing is,
go on, bro.
No, go on. Sorry, I'll keep cutting in. Go on.
That's all right. Now, I'm sure I was going to say, didn't even he swerved him against the PSG? The PSV tie, didn't he? I'm sure he didn't even bother playing him. That Butler Odeji. I think didn't he get one game? Was it Ipswich? I think he came on.
He came on like 2 minutes. Yeah. He was on the bench for most of the games. He doesn't even use him. Like FA Cup, he was on the bench, never used him. So there was no point.
There was no point in the whole bench. All of them. What's the point in the whole entire bench? You might as well just not have a bench.
Ismail Kabi as a winger, you could have used him. No, I don't want to use him. Mate, I'd rather use left back.
He was a sub that wasn't used. Butler, I can't pronounce the name. Sorry, Butler wasn't used against PSV in the second leg.
Cross it and head it in. So what we do is we let our best crosser of the ball, Kieran Tierney, go for free. Madness.
Yeah, and then we cross it.
Sesko can jump high.
And then we're crossing it into players like Gabriel Jesus. But do you know the funny thing is, right? On that World Cup in Qatar, it was where Jesus was injured, wasn't he? And we brung in Trossard. By the way, Trossard was balling at Brighton when he scored the hat-trick against Liverpool and whatnot. When we brought him in, was it March he got player of the season or was it April?
I think it was March. He got March, He got Player of the Month in March.
Yeah, it was March. Yeah.
So he got Player of the Month in March, and after that we didn't see him again because he rushed back Jesus.
And he dropped him, and then he put Martinelli at left wing, and he dropped into the bench, and he hasn't played since.
But with that, my understanding is if a player's in form, you don't drop him. Like you don't change something what's working, right? So why didn't he leave Trossard out on the left, bring Martinelli into the middle as a 9, and have Saka up front? Why do you
desperate?
Yeah, but Rob, I'm not experienced. I haven't even. But Rob, this is what I mean. I haven't got no coaching badges myself, like yet. But how do I know this?
Yeah.
Well, true, but like I think, like the pressure that he was under at the time. I'm not trying to kind of like excuse it or anything like that, but I think he's just kind of thinking like I need to bring Jesus back because Jesus has been doing so. Jesus had been doing a really great job up until that point. He's just made a massive mistake bringing Jesus back too quickly when Trossard should have kept on playing, and plus he's compounded that mistake with what I was talking about earlier, because I believe that was the same season that. Saliba had his injury. So instead of playing Kivio, he was playing holding. So he made those 2 mistakes at once, and that's kind of what completely fucked that season for us, basically. But you're right, yeah, absolutely. Trossard should have kept playing. But, Arteta was desperate. What I do keep saying about him is, like, there's an underlying level of desperacy in what he does. So when you combine inexperience with the desperacy to prove yourself and win things, this is a fatal combination.
But I think as well, what you're absolutely right, Rob. But I think what Joker's saying as well is, you're right. He's inexperienced, but I don't think it takes that much experience to get that right. Do you know what I mean? Like we're all inexperienced fans, and we're all like, yeah, probably should have done that.
Look,
do you know
that's why I said about the
desperation.
Yeah, that's why. So I think the inexperience was kind of like counterbalanced by his desperacy. And I agree with both of you. Of course, yeah, it's obvious, but he was so desperate to get it right. Jesus was working better before. He sticks Jesus back in when he shouldn't have done,
and he's rushed him back. And it's not just the only time he's done that to Gabriel Jesus. He's done about 2 or 3 times, which spans back to the point that we all say, "Oh, Arteta, it's not his fault for the injuries." What, rushing him back when he's choosing the team? He's choosing to rush him back. Rushing him back ain't. Look at the amount of players he's played as well that needed surgery. Why do we need like 10 players that need surgery?
Ben White played the first 3 months.
Odegaard as well, apparently now coming out. Timber as well has needed surgery and all that. Why do all these players need surgery? Because he's not managing them properly. But it's not Arteta's fault. Whose is it then? Because he's the manager.
Do you think there's...
It's not his fault, by the way.
Oh no, I'm not saying at you. That one aimed at you whatsoever. I'm just saying in general, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Yeah,
do you think he's not rotating properly, Aaron, because he doesn't trust his own players what he's brought? I don't think he trusts them, because I've been watching games and he brings on like 1 or 2 subs and he's still got 3 left and he doesn't make the subs. And I'm thinking, why? Do you not trust the players you've got on the bench? His players, by the way, what he's brought.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I mean. I think he trusted Jesus more than Trossard, despite that Trossard had the better, recent time. I think he thought, okay, Jesus is back, boom, let's get him back on. But because of his inexperience, he didn't realize, because of the fucking injury that he's had, he's not going to come back the same Jesus straight away. And it's the business end. It was the real fucking business end of the season. Trossard was smashing it, keep him going. But he didn't, and look what happened.
Yeah. But I blame him, because being a football player yourself, you've been around other players what have had injuries. You know how injuries are. You know the extent of injuries. He should have known not to rush him back that quick.
Yeah, sure.
That's his profession. He was a footballer before that. He knows what injuries are all about.
But like I said, I think he was desperate to get. I think he was desperate to get it over the line, and that kind of overrided it. That emotional response of being so desperate to get it right.
Clouded
his judgment in a way.
Yeah. No, I can absolutely see that. But that's what
that's not me trying to sort of make excuses for Arteta.
Oh no, I know you're not. Yeah.
No, we understand that. No, that.
Stop going to Rob. I'm only joking. Obviously not. No. I know you're not making
it. I'll change my name.
Do any of you think that Albert has a word with him about the way he's managing the team?
Albert's got more experience than me. He's got a better CV.
I mean, that's also factually correct.
Because if you remember the only time, well, when I say the only time, the very first time Albert was in charge was when Arteta had COVID, and he was in charge for the Man City game.
Lost 1-0, didn't we?
We played. Yeah,
that was
we
game,
played
and
out of our
played
skin
well.
that day.
Yeah.
We lost 2-1, and yeah.
Was it 1-0 we lost at the end? Was it not?
No, we
2-1.
Saka scored,
2-1. Right.
and then we lost in the last minute for Rodri.
It was on New Year's Day.
Yeah.
It was on New Year's Day.
It was 1-0
and
for
we
some reason.
battered them. And then with the help of the referee, what's his name? Stuart Atwell, and the
Bernardo
VAR.
Silva who died.
Yeah, VAR was the Aussie guy. What's his name? Gillette.
Jared Gillett.
Yeah, Gillette. Right, cost us victory in that game because Odegaard should have had a penalty in the first half, and there was an incident where the ball was going into their goal, and I think it was Ake cleared it off the line.
Yeah,
So, I'm sure Albert must have a word with him and tell him how he's managing the team. You know.
Yeah, these two. Do you know what? I'm going to jump in with these two. If Arsenal didn't have these two breaking through this season, obviously, especially Miles Lewis-Skelly, we would have probably been worse off this season. I think that's an absolute fact. Apparently, they're both close to signing new deals. I mean, they've been absolutely phenomenal, haven't they, boys, these two? I mean, it's probably been the only positive about Arsenal Football Club season, isn't it? Seeing a couple of Howend.
I remember seeing Miles playing in the pre-season friendlies, and I was saying to one of my friends who's a Chelsea fan who was watching the game, I think it was the game against Barcelona, and I was saying, fuck me, this guy, Miles Lewis-Skelly, I've not seen him play before. He is looking sick. Yeah. Now, having said that, I did not predict that he would be like getting in the team as much as he has been. Don't get me wrong. I thought, like, Jesus Christ, this is a player for the next couple of years. I didn't realize he was going to be a player for pretty much the next few months. So Miles Lewis-Skelly didn't surprise me at all. And I still stand by the fact that I think Miles Lewis-Skelly has kind of central midfield Vieira type qualities to him. I've said that many times before, and like people have kind of not agreed with me, but I still stand by that. The way he carries the ball, the way he brushes off people, I think he's an absolute fucking superstar. If we keep him at left back, I think he's wasted at left back. He's absolutely wasted. Ethan, I think, needs to be developed a bit more, and he needs to be moved a bit more centrally and be somebody who moves the ball centrally. Whether that is in a 10 position or not, I don't know. I don't particularly like him on the wing. I think he is a bit better affected if he's just playing behind the forwards, and that would be my. Sorry to go on for a bit, but like,
you're good, man.
That would be my take on those two. And also, like, I think that Ethan just has resting bitch face sometimes. You know, when people were saying about Ethan being pissed off in the last few games, I just think he's got a bit of a resting bitch face anyway. Do you know what I mean? So I don't take that too sort of deeply.
He definitely deserves more minutes towards the end of the season, especially considering how much Odegaard gets.
He definitely did. Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Go on, Lawrence, mate.
Aaron, yeah, can you honestly say Waneri's broken out this season? I don't think so, because he hasn't been given the opportunity.
I know, I do sort of agree with you there, Lawrence, as well, to be fair, but it's sort of somewhere in between that, isn't he? Because I think he burst on the scene more than, you know, it's his breakthrough. He sort of burst on the scene. He was coming on and doing cameo appearances, looking threatening. You know, he was actually, when he was coming on, was the only time I actually got out of my seat at the Emirates, because I was being bored stiff on it, asleep for the vast majority of games. Ethan would come on and he'd get you out your seat. I do actually agree with you in terms of, yeah, maybe it couldn't be. There's an argument there to add, but I will also say it probably should have been his breakthrough season, and Arteta's hindered it. And by that, I mean, you've got a captain in Martin Odegaard who's injured, and Bukayo Saka was injured, two of the position he plays. And then you've got Martin Odegaard who's also gets subbed off pretty much every single game. Statistics will show you that. And he still isn't getting minutes. So I think it probably should have been his breakthrough season, you know, without question. But Arteta's sort of ruined it for him, really.
But breakthrough to the degree of what though? Like in terms of realistic, I mean, I agree with you that he's like a sort of like massive talent, but like what would he? Because like realistically, he's not going to break through ahead of Odegaard, and perhaps there is an argument that he could be ahead of Odegaard, but realistically, Arteta's not going to fucking put him ahead of him, and he's going to put him ahead of Saka. So I don't know, man.
I definitely think towards the last 2 months of the season, he should have got a lot more minutes. There was definitely opportunity for him to. I don't know
there
why.
was definitely like a drop off of opportunities, and it's a bit of a sort of mystery why that was. There's a few questions about why would you do that, because the talent is there. I mean, like, why would you not let the talent try to be the talent?
Yeah, because he handcuffs them, mate. He shackles them. He tells them to do this, to do that, and there's no expression in this team anymore. When you look at Arsenal Football Club's 25 players, and you say disclude Ethan because he's getting told off for doing it, you don't look at the player. Who's the player that's going to go and express himself? Because Odegaard ain't that geezer. Maybe he was 2-3 years ago, but not even that great. Who's in that whole squad where you think, oh, he'll win you a game by a bit of magic or brilliance, or he'll waltz around 3 or 4? Saka, I think, that's fair to say. But even he's coached out a bit of his dribbling, etc., etc. I just think he's coached out of the spontaneity out of these players. The go out there and express yourself sort of thing. He's just coached all of that out of them to robotic players. And when you're drawing 0-0 or you're losing 1-0 and you need just a moment of magic, he's coached that out of you. I'm not saying it'll never happen, but what I'm saying is when you express yourself, you go, fuck it, I'm going to shoot. Or do you know what I mean? You just go, oh, we'll just express it. We'll do what we want to do for the last 10 minutes. He's coached that out of them. So there's less match winning opportunities for things like that to me. I might be talking bollocks. I don't know.
But not bollocks, man. He coaches caution into players.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, and caution don't win you too many games at 0-0. Do you know what I mean?
But do you know
14 draws.
That comes from the Pep side of things, because I remember listening to Thierry Henry saying that at Barcelona, playing under Pep, when he strayed out of position, even though he scored, he strayed out of position, he got subbed off for doing so, because it's all systematic.
Yeah. But do you know what I mean? To that sort of like point, I do totally agree with that. But as well, like, why are we not able to chop and change that? Do you know what I mean? Let's just say, for argument's sake, that's his system, and he wants to play it 75% of the season. We're not seeing, you know what I mean, in them tight games where you think, all right, we're going to face a right old nasty low block here, or you know what I mean, we've got a big powerful team, or we can play on the counter attack here. We don't see any of that, do we? It's just this is how we play, and just tough shit. It's the same crap whether you're playing Manchester City or whether you're playing fucking Ipswich. It's still so rigid and defensive. You just sit there and just think, come on, man. Like, you've got to be all system forces, isn't there? Yeah.
There's no plan B. It's only plan A, I feel like Arteta's got.
But it's kind of funny, isn't it? Like Aaron, it's kind of like, he must have observed in the 22-23 season that this is a thing that was working very well. Yes, it falls short by just a tiny bit. Why did you need to change it so much? Why did you need to regress it so much? Even if you had PTSD, as people might say, and I do actually potentially, like, not even potentially, like, do actually agree with that he wanted to make it a bit more defensively sound. You could see, if you're Arteta, that what you were doing offensively was very fucking effective. So why would you change and regress from that? And then why would you continue that into the next year when it didn't work the year that you regressed it? And why would you change it again? Because we know it's going to happen again. We know what we're going to get the next year. This past year, I can't remember a year of watching Arsenal play right from the start, before the injuries, before the PGMOL, before all this and blah, blah, blah. I can't remember a year where I've sat there and watched, because I watch every single Arsenal game. If I don't get to the game, I'll watch every single game. I'll watch every single Real Betis game. I'll watch every single Arsenal game. These are the two teams I support with all my heart. And I will watch all their games. I have not remembered a year where I have looked at my phone more during games than this season. I have been watching my phone more. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm kind of suddenly I'm like looking at my phone. I'm like, oh shit, I'm looking at my phone. What should we be watching the game? Because it's so fucking boring, man. It's been years since I've been this fucking bored by Arsenal. And why has he taken us to this point? If I'm seeing this, and I'm sure other people who are watching are agreed with this, why is he not seeing this? The results aren't coming. We're not George Grahaming 1-0 victories and getting to the Cup Winners' Cup and winning 1-0 and all this kind of stuff. So why are you doing this? It's not working.
Do you know what, Rob? Off the back of that season, what I think he should have done is pretty obviously wanted a ball-playing goalkeeper, right? He wanted a goalkeeper with you go pass the ball better. So you go and get another goalkeeper because he's going to do that anyway. Now, all he really needed to do was get a striker and a centre-back, and he'd have been sorted. Because obviously the drop-off from Saliba down to Rob Holding was quite big. But if he had wide options, because Jesus, okay, you can play him up top, but you can play him right mid, right? Like right wing rather. You've got Martinelli you could potentially play down the middle anyway, and you've got Trossard down the left. Just go and get yourself a proper full and out striker, a centre back, and another goalkeeper. It'd have been sorted.
Yeah.
But now look where we're at.
Yeah, I certainly think that fucking striker would have been someone who is at least going to kind of like get us more competitive, because we're apparently competitive right now. I don't necessarily see us competitive. I see that second place is something that is not really that. You see, I think the second place that we've had this season is the most uncompetitive second place I can remember for a long time. When was the last time another Premier League team finished second in the league and was as uncompetitive as us?
Yeah, your mic. I don't know whether it's just
Went a
my
bit funny.
headphones. Your mic went a little bit, like almost like you were just a little bit too far away from it. But I sort of heard what you said about. Yeah, that's a lot better. Yeah. It just sort of went a little bit like
fuzzy,
but
a bit, yeah.
But yeah, I heard what you said, and it's like basically you're saying, "Oh, finishing second place and not being competitive." I agree with you. We haven't been competitive this season. After 5 games, we were 2 points behind
does it
Liverpool.
sound okay now?
Yeah, perfect, mate.
Sounds okay now. Okay,
Perfect.
great.
We never spent one day on top of the Premier League. Not one day. After 5 games, we were 2 points behind. After 10 games, 7 points behind Liverpool. 15-7, 27, 25-7, 30. I think it was 15 or something like that, and then finished 10th. That's not a title race. That's not challenging. That's not competitive. And do you know what? That Christian and then the Agals and all of that, they're saying, "Oh yeah, it's good football." That's the barometer for me on. No, you can't say on what their football IQ is or what their knowledge, but it tells me a lot about what I'm dealing with that person. If I'm watching the football at the Emirates, I go every single game, and I'm seeing the shit that they're playing, and it has been vast majority of shit at the Emirates Stadium. And now these geezers are telling me that we're playing good football. That's when I'm like, yeah. You're
like,
fucked. If you're actually thinking that that's good football, you're finished. Like,
do you know what, Aaron? These are the same people that didn't want Diego Simeone because he plays negative football.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's like I said,
it's like Chris. I don't know if you saw. Sorry. Sorry. I was just going to say sorry quickly. You know what annoyed me? Like Sean was on here earlier, Irish Sean. Big up to him, and he was talking about the injuries that we just chatted about, like Arteta and his squad rotation or lack of squad rotation causing injuries, and he was having a conversation with Christian on that panel, on the 12-man panel, and Christian was essentially laughing at it. He was essentially laughing at the idea that Arteta was potentially causing these injuries, and obviously not Odegaard got injured in international duty and stuff like that, but the overplaying of players was causing hamstring injuries, and it was a bit of a problem. And Christian was sat there and he was laughing at what Sean was saying, and I was getting really pissed off watching it.
You mean Shane?
Shane, Rob.
Shane, not Sean. Shane.
Sorry, did I say Sean? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Shane.
Sorry, Shane, Irish Shane, yeah? And, he was making the point that obviously we made before about Arteta and the injuries and lack of squad rotation, and Christian was laughing at that point, and I was thinking this is kind of like really sort of like nasty thing to do, because like you're not really recognizing the fact that this is a real thing. and you're actually kind of laughing at the fact that these players are getting injured. And also, we don't know what these players are going to be there for next season, capable of doing or not capable of doing next season. And I just found that kind of to be a bit, I don't know. I just found that to be a bit disappointing.
Yeah.
Go on.
Is my sound okay at the moment, by the way?
Yeah, you're perfect, bro.
Yeah, Igal does the same thing. He did that with Kenny Ken a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
When they were talking about season tickets. It's Igal's trait to just laugh at people and smirk them. And I'm telling you this,
annoys me.
Smug smirks.
If Igal did that in my local back in London, he did that to someone in my local back in London, he'd be on his way to the hospital with a beer glass in his face. I was fuming. I saw how he disrespected Kenny Ken, who knows more about Arsenal in his little finger than what Igal knows in a lifetime. It was just uncalled for whatsoever. And this is the problem. They've got pricks like him, like Christian, like Ty, like Julian, like Marty Ovens, who are an embarrassment to the club, right? And, Marty thinks drawing 0-0 with a shit Everton team is the best performance that Arsenal did last season. I've got no time for people like that. I've been watching this club for 50 years.
It's beyond
I've been watching this club
it's beyond.
Yeah, I've been watching this club for 57 years, and what I won't accept is shit being served to me, like the shit this manager is serving to us for the last 5 years.
Yeah, in fact, do you know what they do as well? Because their football IQ is generally so low, them lot, they do that smirk because people in the chat will go, they'll instantly think, what have they said? As in, say it's me, and then he smirks at me. Or what have I said? That's so silly. And they get away with it, and then it takes away from the fact that they've got to actually answer the point with some football knowledge. It's clever what they do because they know they're thick as shit. They use that as a smoke screen to sort of get themselves out of answering the football question. And they do it all the time. All the time. Them two, Shane said this point, and I'm not going to steal it off of him. He literally said it absolutely spot on. The only reason they are even names people like that is just because they are clickbait. They're this and all that. Because no one, whoever in the history of YouTube has invited a gal on for his football knowledge. And Shane said it perfectly when he said that. Who does? He ain't.
Obviously, Dan Pops and Lee Gunner does it because they have them on their shows all the time.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, that's they're elite level. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to.
I know.
I like Potts. I like Potts and I like Gunner, but I feel like Potts does it for the clicks. He knows it's going to get views, especially when you get Lee Gunner and Igal going backwards and forwards at each other.
Oh yeah, look, it's entertaining to be fair, and I'm going to do a no comment. Their channels, do you know what I mean? I'm going to remain sort of thing. I like respect. Sort of
of course. I've been watching them as well. Obviously, no shade to them. I know it's a game though, isn't it? They're doing it's for clicks, isn't it?
I mean, it's entertaining when Lee drives him into the ground like a fucking tent beg. It is funny. I'm not going to lie, it's entertaining. But
they just wind up much.
They're not
just
on panels
wind
for
up
knowledge,
much.
are they? They're not. No. And do you know what you said as well? Sorry, just to quickly interrupt you there, Yogi. Yeah. If he was down my boozer as well, I'm quite a patient sort of person with a lot of things. So I usually match energy of other people. So if he's going to come and give it to Barry McGuigan, I'll stand up and think, oh, we're ready to go. Are we? Sweet. If he comes over me and just starts talking to him, I'd say to him, piss off, please. Just go away. Just go away. I wouldn't even entertain it. I'd just be like, the second he opened his mouth and started talking the way he does, he might not be threatening or abusive or anything like that. But the second I just heard him talking, it's just, I'm not interested, mate. Can you just piss off? I wouldn't entertain it. But, it's part of the YouTube game, isn't it? It's annoying because I like getting on sort of panel shows and talking with the boys. That's why I've done it. You know what I mean? People with actual football knowledge. But when he comes on there, it just steals from the fact that we're all talking ball. Do you know what I mean? We're all talking sense. We're all having a good conversation about football. It's knowledgeable. it's proper, and then he comes on and it's a fucking clown show. Do you know what I
But
mean?
isn't it weird though? Isn't it weird though, Aaron? That kind of like so the other day, this has been kind of like my birthday week and weekend, and like this is kind of
Happy
like
birthday.
Sunday.
Happy birthday.
Like, cheers, guys. I mean, like it's been my birthday week and everything, so like I've been out and about, and like on one day I went, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, I went out and I met the manager of Haringey Borough FC. The manager of Haringey Borough FC was up at a pub in Wood Green. We were having a few drinks, and he was actually trying to sort of like say to me, "You could come and be my central defensive midfielder. You got a bit of like blah blah blah." But like anyway, so I asked him about Arteta basically. So I said to him, "What do you think about Arteta at Arsenal?" He didn't know I was an Arsenal fan at this point, and he said, "Oh yeah, Arteta's done an amazing job." And I'm just kind of thinking, for the past 20 minutes, we've just had a conversation where pretty much everything in terms of football tactics, football knowledge, and football history heritage, you've hit the nail on the head. You've been a very informative person that I've listened to, and I've enjoyed listening to you. And now you just come at me with Arteta is doing an amazing job. I don't understand how he's got this kind of not hold over people, but like he's got people like, yeah, exactly, Aaron. He's got people under the spell so much. It's kind of like I absolutely expected him, with the knowledge that he kind of like said to me, to say, "Oh look, do you know what? He's done okay, but like it's time for Arsenal to get a new manager." That's kind of what I expected him to say. But he's doing an amazing job. And also my barber, who's actually a very knowledgeable person about the Argentinian leagues. So like we were talking about like River Plate and like the Club World Cup and all that. The last time I had a haircut, and I said to him like, "Well, what do you think about Arteta?" And he was like, "Arteta's done an amazing job. I think he's done a really amazing job at Arsenal." I'm like, it makes you question yourself sometimes. These people who I kind of generally respect as people who have generally decent football opinions, for some reason have this blind spot when it comes to our manager. And like he's done my general point with this is that like the PR, the brainwashing, the way that the tactics that they've done it is absolutely fantastic. I don't agree with it, obviously, but I think that the way that they've conducted the PR to rope everyone into thinking the way that they want to think is absolutely fantastic. And I don't see anyone else who's done anything like this. Because Arteta is almost universally loved for doing basically fuck all.
Yeah, earning a lot
You
of
see
money.
when Eagle said that
earning and tripling his wages.
Yeah, go on. What you saying, Kwame? Sorry, not Kwame. I forgot your name. Sorry, mate. What's going on there? Kwaja. Sorry. There's another Kwame now. Got tongue tied there. Go on, brother.
I heard Eagle said that Arteta is one of the best managers in the world, and he's the best managers tactically in Europe. I just don't know what he was talking about.
Yeah, man.
Like I'm gonna listen to some prick telling me that Van Persie was brought up in the Arsenal academy.
Well, you know what you deal with.
That is embarrassing, isn't it? Like that is actually shocking. But he probably wasn't even born then. That's the thing. Like, do you know what I mean? Probably. I don't know how old he is, but
What was that video of? Was it with Jamie Carragher and is it Paul Scholes? Is it where they?
I will show it right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Can I just say, like I said to you, I got into football 2004, right? This guy was born in 97, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Half of them questions, what he answered, he couldn't answer. I'm thinking, how do you not know this stuff?
Oh no, not this guy.
How do you not know? 4 shirt sponsors. He couldn't name 4 shirt sponsors.
Okay,
and he says he was born in 96.
97.
Right. Was it 96? Was it?
He was born in 97.
Yeah, 97.
And he said he was 2 years old when Tony Adams scored that goal against Everton. He can't even fucking do much.
Oh,
mate, this is ladies and gentlemen.
This is the level of fan we have.
This is the level, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, we're at it. Okay.
I was born in 06.
What team did Arsene Wenger join Arsenal from?
Monaco.
No. Who was Mikel Arteta's first signing as Arsenal manager?
Cedric Suarez.
No. Who scored the winner for Arsenal v Chelsea in the 2017 FA Cup final?
Aaron Ramsey.
Name the Arsenal midfield legend that was signed from AC Milan in '95.
Petit.
No, you're having a nightmare. Arsenal have had Arsenal have had 5 shared sponsors in their history. Name 4 of them.
JVC, Fly Emirates, JVC. Pass.
Dennis Bergkamp and Ian Wright scored a combined total of how many Arsenal goals? That's a hard one, that. 275, 305 or 335?
335.
No. Arsenal failed to defeat which 2 sides in the Premier League during 03-04 Invincible season?
United and Liverpool.
United and Portsmouth. Who scored the last goal at Highbury?
Henry.
Yes. Which Arsenal midfielder was known as the Romford Pele?
Ray Parlour.
How many Arsenal fans, what was Per Mertesacker's nickname?
BFG.
Yeah. Which Chilean international scored 80 goals for Arsenal?
Sanchez.
Tony Adams scored the 4th goal of the final home game of the 98 title-winning season against who?
Spurs.
You don't remember the Tony Adams goal?
I was 2.
Oh. Arsenal were the first team to win both the League Cup and FA Cup in the same season. Who did they beat in that final?
You don't repeat the question, sorry.
I've started so off.
I can't hear it. He needs it.
Arsenal were the first team to win both the League Cup and FA Cup in the same season. Which side did they beat in both finals? Are you winding me up?
If I answer it, can I take a point off him? Sheffield Wednesday.
Yes.
I was born in 97. I don't know half of these.
It was Everton as well.
I was born in 03.
Yeah.
And Wenger was
5.
Wenger was a Japanese
5,
team.
Paul. There's Grand Passate.
Nah,
they were
That's
tough.
the one.
They were tough.
Paul.
Roche and you're buzzing there. I sound like stuff.
That's the leading opinion amongst the Arsenal majority of the community, ladies and gentlemen.
If he was born in 97, he must have been a baby. He must have not been a year. He must have been a baby.
But I mean, like
15 or 13 months old or something like that.
He
was born in 1997. He was born in 1997. And he says he's 2 years. He was 2 when Tony Adams scored that goal.
Mate, he was alive when he had all the shirt sponsors. He only got 2. That's abysmal, man. Like that is abysmal to only get 2. I mean, Sega and Dreamcast were fucking 1 anyway. Do you know what I mean? And then the Invincibles one, which you probably only just about remembers, is the 02. How can you not remember that? He only got 2. Man, that is shocking. How do you not know that? You know what I mean? Like, we're the only team to have done it, getting the cups against Sheffield Wednesday. How do you not know things like that? Patrick Vieira said Emmanuel Petit. Grand Passate, he said Monaco. I'm like, Jesus Christ. That is no knowledge. Like, that is shit. Like, that's embarrassing. And you could tell he was rocking, wasn't he, in that thing when he realised, oh shit, I'm getting things wrong. He was getting, it's one that you just getting them wrong. He was getting like questions wrong that he well should not have been getting wrong. Like,
Looks a bit like Tom Lockyer. He looks a bit like Tom Lockyer from Luton.
Mate, he looks a bit like a CUNT man to me. Do you know what I mean? Like that's what I'm looking at. I've almost said it then, but I realise we don't want to get cheeky banny and things like that. Yeah, Sega's in the O2. How can you not get Sega and Dreamcast? It was the same thing, for crying out loud.
But why are they getting these people on as the mouthpiece for the club? Do you know what I mean? What people with absolutely no knowledge of the club? Why are they doing that?
Yeah, because they're media ready-ish. They're not going to get someone like us that goes against the grain. You know what I mean? They're going to say it how it is. That might upset the majority of the audience. They want someone to come in and go, yeah, you know, Mikel Arteta, he's done a really good job considering, you know, what he's done, all the work that he had to do, you know, to get them competitive again. He's got them to second place semi-finals. Cry me a fucking river, man. Do you know what I mean? I'm sorry.
Competitiveness, don't they?
Yeah, that's all it is.
They just love being competitive. Like, so I remember asking one of them one time, I was like, okay, so, well, okay, what you said, blah, blah, blah. Like, how long would you give Mikel Arteta if he remained trophyless? And the guy was like, well, at least we can give him about 2 or 3 years. And this was kind of like, you know, about a couple of months ago. 2 or 3 years. That would mean 8 years in total, potentially, without a trophy. And this is what I mean when I talk about the fact that, like, I think that, like, there's this sort of, like, annoying denigration of this club, like the name of the club and the sort of, like, standards of the club. And it's kind of like they don't really seem to understand what the name of Arsenal means. They see the name of Arsenal to be something similar to the name of I don't want to sort of like take the piss out of other clubs or anything, but like Arsenal is above Aston Villa. Arsenal is above someone like Everton. Arsenal is above someone like fucking Brentford or West Ham or whatever. But they seem to see us in the same sort of bracket as those clubs. And we're not in the same bracket as those clubs. We have higher expectations. And this is kind of like why when people kind of like go on about, okay, like, well, so why you have such high expectations? Well, because it's fucking Arsenal. We were supposed to be the third biggest team in this country. We're not going to be the third biggest team in this country for much fucking longer because Man City are 3 titles behind us and Man United are 1 FA Cup behind us. We could be 4th. I don't want to see Arsenal, like, I'm sorry, but I don't want to see Arsenal fall 4th. I have never, ever seen Arsenal fall below 3rd biggest club in the country in my lifetime. I sure as hell don't want them to do that. I don't want them to finish 4th. I don't want them to fall to 4th, sorry. It pisses me off, man. It just pisses me off.
Yeah.
Is that his channel, yeah? With different knock?
Yeah.
The different knock.
84.4k. I mean, what's worse, him or the 84.4k of fucking absolute dross, mutant losers that follow him? I don't know.
Do you know another thing what makes me laugh as well? That one who sings into his flippers. I can't believe that.
Mate.
Not an ounce of testosterone in the body.
Mate,
Yeah,
that geezer. That geezer, man. Jesus.
But we've got Super Mick Arteta. Tell me, how do I have his babies?
We are exactly what we do!
Roberto Di Matteo, mate.
Lee, Arteta out.
Wow.
Mate, tell me how I can have your babies.
As a psychiatrist, Rob, evaluate that. What do you think?
It's the same with the Zubimendi song with the Scooby Doo. We got Zooby Doo from the Scooby Doo.
And his name is similar to Kenny Kent's name. His name is similar to Kenny Kent's name, and he lives in a garden shed in Bali.
Mate, a little wank shed of Arteta, isn't it? a little ectoplasm-filled wank shed.
The walls of that shed need to clean.
Yeah, oh man, I don't even want to think about the filth in that Arteta-fueled fucking wank fest of a fucking room. Jesus Christ! But this is what This is how we deal with these fans, man.
Like, by the way, we're nearly on 6 hours. We're nearly on 6 hours. By the way, big up all the chat and big up everyone who's been locked in.
Oh shit!
Fucking hell, it's nearly 6 hours, man.
I didn't even realize.
Light work.
It's only 8 out here in Los Angeles, so I can go for another
him
few
rubbing it in, innit? Oh, fucking him rubbing it in. Oh, yeah. So it's only just late evening in Los Angeles. Oh, yeah, cheers, mate. Yeah, 4
You know what, though?
a.m. shitty fucking West London.
Is there any other fan base, like English fan base, what are as crazy as this, the Arsenal one?
I mean, I know the Tottenham fan base, they can be a little bit weird. But I mean, obviously, it's easy for us to
There's
answer.
not enough of them, is it? That's the thing.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point as well. But I mean, we've got to be right up there, innit? We have to be. I know, obviously, we've got bias because we're in
110 now as well. So 110 fucking like legends locked in. So big
yeah,
up to
man,
the chat, man.
World class chat, man. And these are the proper fans, the 105 in the building. They're the proper fans. You know what I mean? That listen to real talk, not the fans that I see every time we're going in the Emirates with Champions League winners 25 on the back of their shirts. How did that work out? What's that all about? Why would
They really had that on the shirt.
What I was going to say to you, Aaron, I was going to ask you just a quick question. Sorry, like, because I know that I've watched a few videos and like, obviously, like Lee and Kenny have talked about this before as well. So, are there actual like sort of like conflicts and fights in the ground now about Arteta? Is this a thing that's happening like back in the like it was in the Wenger days? Like, are you seeing fights in the grounds or like? Is there any kind of conflicts and stuff about like Arteta in and blah blah blah?
Yeah, definitely. Where Kenny and Potsy sit, they're North Bank, but they're sort of lower tier in the opposite end to me. I'm upper tier on the left-hand side. And they always say on streams that there's been issues over there. Hard for me to obviously see whether it's in the turnstiles and no chance or in the stadium. I might not always be able to see, but I see from where I'm sitting, and sometimes I'm involved in it. In the North London derby, for argument's sake, I booed off Raheem Sterling because he was pathetic, and I had about 5 or 6 people gas me out. You can't boo him. How can't you support your club and how can't you support your team? And I remember turning around. I don't know where it's come from. Just remember turning around. 1, he ain't one of my fucking players. He's a Chelsea player, and 2, he's been fucking shit. Like, and then Odegaard towards the end of the season, he come off towards the our end of the field, and I booed him off. And there was this geezer, and I'm respectful to my elders, yeah. And I didn't say it to him nastily. He was about 55, 60. And I was booing Odegaard, and he turned around, looked at me, only a couple of seats in front of me, and he said to me, he was like, "Oh, like it's a disgrace you booing booing your captain." And I said to him politely, I was like, "To be fair, mate, like I'm surprised you've said that to me." I was like, "You should know better, mate." And I was like, "You've grew up watching the likes of Tony Adams, Patrick Vieira, then you've seen David O'Leary. You might have even been there with Pat Rice and all of these players like that. Be captain Frank McClintock. You've seen all of them as captains. You should know better. You know what a winning captain for Arsenal Football Club looks like because you've probably supported him for 55 years. How can you tell me that this Martin Odegaard's in anywhere near a bracket of captain or a caliber of captain as that?" And he didn't really say anything back to that because I didn't snap, I didn't swear. I just said, "You should know better, bro. Come on, man. Look at all them names I just reeled off. You'll know Lawrence. Come on, man. Look at the caliber of captain I just reeled off." And he's putting in Odegaard.
Martin Odegaard isn't fit to lick any of their boots.
Yeah. No. Roger needs to go. Big up to you, brother. Thanks for coming on, my friend.
Cheers, guys.
Pleasure.
Thanks for the appreciation.
And I'll see you soon, my friend. Always supporting the channel, man. Big up to you, Quaja.
Arteta out, Top Gun again.
Man, good luck.
Big up, man.
Big up to you. Yeah.
Nice to meet you, man. See you later.
Nice to meet
Yeah,
you.
man.
See you later, guys.
Nice to meet you.
Man. Came on and talked sense. That's what it's all about, isn't it? You know what I mean? But yeah, so there are also little other bits of things like that going on, and it will only get worse the longer the manager comes in. So I can't 100% answer it. It doesn't seem like it's at Wenger stages yet, but the signs are there. Do you know what I mean? And I've seen a little bit myself.
That's kind of what I was saying. That's kind of the applications that I was getting. Yeah. Is kind of Sorry,
I've been told the same. I've been told by people that I know, Russell Hogg, who you know, Aaron, who I'm good mates with. He's told me he's seen a few bust-ups.
Yeah.
And it's going the same way as when Wenger was on his way out the door.
Yeah. And we all go. It's knocking at that sort of way because, like I sort of made a little point on it earlier, everyone's got their line, that way where you cross and you say enough's enough. But the longer it goes on, the more people you'll get because of time and distance. You know what I mean? It is what it is. The more people you'll be likely to have that line crossed. And that's where we're getting at now. 4 years, you probably say have 80%, 90%. No. 5 years, 70%. Now, 6 years, it's not difficult to know where I'm going with this. The longer the time is and the longer the failure is, the less patient people become. And that's where we're getting at. And I think it should have been last season minimum, but I reckon it's the turning point this season. If he goes potless again, and then there's also talks of a new deal because they'll only have a year left at the end of the season. If there's talks of a new deal, then I reckon that'll be the tipping point for this football club.
I don't know, man. Because if this talks of a new deal, honestly, I've obviously lived in this country all my life, and I supported Arsenal since 1993. I started supporting Real Betis in 2001. I love going to Seville. I think Seville is a really nice city, and I love supporting Real Betis, even though we don't fucking win anything. When we won the Copa del Rey, I went absolutely mental for about 3 days. I was actually pissed for about 3 days. I had about maybe 5 or 6 bottles of vodka in 3 days. I'm not afraid to admit that. Anyway, my point being that I don't think I necessarily want to stay in England that much longer. There are things that I want to stay in England for, but I don't really necessarily want to And so I could quite easily move to Seville and just start supporting Real Betis and get a season ticket. Because if this club doesn't do what I want it to do anymore, obviously I will always be Arsenal in my heart. However, it doesn't necessarily mean that I need to stay in England. I need to stay and do this. I need to stay and kind of like try and support the club. You know, they need to prove themselves to me soon. They need to prove themselves to me in the next 2-3 years. Otherwise, you know, I might need to just leave the country and do something different. Because 20 years ago, like I said to you guys before, I was in the pub. I was celebrating us being the Invincibles. I was preparing myself for us being the fucking European. I was preparing for us to be a team that was going to dominate in Europe and dominate in the UK. And that hasn't happened. And it's 20 years later. And how am I going to do another 20 years? I'm going to be 61 in 20 years' time. Do you want me to wait that long?
Yeah, do you know what? There's channels out there, Rob. There's channels out there, and I won't name this particular person. He was on a stream with the late great Kevin Campbell, and they was asked a specific question. And this was about a year and a half ago. You know, knocking on them doors, give or take. How long do you wait for this process to work, to bang, to win, whatever you want to call it? And the answer was, as long as it takes. Infinity. Just keep going until you win.
Exactly.
With the same process, by the way. Not keep going with a new manager, but keep the same structure. Keep going until, and the way you said so blasé about it is, you just keep going, didn't you? Yeah, that's it. Well, if you don't win it this year, you win it next year. And if you don't win it next year, next year. When does next year come? When does it stop? Yeah, rest in peace, Super Kev, you know. But the point is that's the majority of the fan base's thoughts, bruv. They're like, oh, well, if we don't win it this year, we'll win it next year. I can't fucking sleep some games after, do you know what I mean? After a football game, if we've had a bad game, I'm sitting there and I'm just thinking to myself, like, I've rolled around and I've got quilt set up down here for the pure fact that I annoy the missus rolling around in the bed because it pisses me off. It hurts me. It kills me. I wake up in the morning, I think about Arsenal, and the same when I go to bed. Some people might say that's sad. That's all well and good. I love my football club, man, and it's me that suffers. It's you that suffers. Whoops.
I'm not trying to say that I don't love Arsenal. Like, I've supported Arsenal since. Sorry, just to clarify, I've been supporting Arsenal since '93. I'm absolutely, totally in love with the club.
Yeah.
But what's happened since the last sort of like 20 years, 2004 to 2025, right now? I'm not saying it's made me fall out of love with the club, but bloody hell, I'm getting tired of it. You know.
Yeah.
I'm just getting tired of it now. And I'm just thinking that, like, you know, I have my other, what I see it like, Arsenal is my wife, but also Betis is my mistress. And I'm thinking my mistress over in Spain might be a better thing to go over to. Do you know what I mean?
Nice.
Yeah, I think of getting that divorce.
It's like the song. It's like the song from by the Lightning Seas. You know, it's coming home. That verse. So many jokes, so many sneers, and all those. God so near. Yeah. It could be about us, as opposed to England.
Drink to that, yeah.
There's not a worse combination. There's not a worse combination of being an England fan and an Arsenal fan, is there?
It wears you down throughout the years.
Yeah, it does.
It could be about us. It has worn me down.
You know,
it's one is all down, man. Yeah, Lawrence, I totally agree with you. Yeah, totally agree.
But we're not patient, though. We're not patient. We're not patient. Don't forget that. Apparently, we're not patient. Yeah, 21 years for a league title,
30 fucking years.
Yeah, but we're not patient. 5 years in a process. You know what I mean? We're not patient though. A process that's going that way. Not patient.
As Russell Hogg told me, we are now Red Tottenham because now we've gone so long without winning a trophy.
Yeah, and that's it. Do you know what, as well? They'll always be taking the piss out of us, Tottenham, now until we equal or better that trophy. They'll be there.
I mean, can you imagine if they beat PSG in the Super Cup and they win another trophy? Can you imagine the grief they're going to give
we have
us?
won 2 trophies.
Oh,
Yeah, facts.
yeah.
Yeah, like I said to you earlier as well, James, man, they'll equal our record in Europe entirely if they win that if they win that European Super Cup. Our 139-year history they'll have matched in 3 months. We can't have that to happen, can we, Jimbo?
No, that's why I'm cheering for PSG.
Yeah, facts, mate. That shirt that you've got on, I've got one upstairs,
Yeah,
and it
got
represents
Henry on the
Highbury.
back.
Highbury, exactly, and it represents one of the greatest, the greatest Premier League player, in my personal opinion. How the time, yeah, exactly right. That represents a stadium. That represents the home of Arsenal Football Club, where we won stuff. Our heart is in that stadium. Our soul is in that stadium. Our trophies are in that stadium, for crying out loud. You know what I mean? And you've got the king on the back. How times have changed. We've got no one anywhere near Thierry Henry. I'm not saying there's also a player anywhere near him now, but you kind of get my point. World stars, nowhere near. And that Highbury saw magnificent nights and they saw trophies. The Emirates Stadium, it's been left sort of lacking in it. That's why I love shirts like that, man. It's wicked.
Yeah.
Do you know what, as well, Aaron? I think the level of footballers now just aren't nowhere near what they was 20 years ago, man. Nowhere near, and beyond, obviously. Nowhere near.
Yeah,
nowhere near.
You look at the striker pool. I sort of made a little thing at it earlier. Like we could reel off loads of names in terms of strikers, you know. And now, like I said, you've got about 3 or 4, man. Like I always think of Isak. Yeah, people say, "Oh, I'm 14, the closest thing to Thierry Henry." If Isak was in 2004, he'd be playing in a mid-table team.
Man.
He'd be at Everton, be at Everton or Fulham or something like that. He'd be nowhere near any of the top clubs because.
But there were so many ballers around then. You even had players like JJ Okocha at Bolton. You know what I mean? That's what I mean.
And all of that. How did they have Ivan Campo, Okocha, and there's another one I'm missing?
Oh, Bolton had all those kind of fucking man, didn't they?
Stelios was a player as well, by the way.
Stelios.
Oh, Jez is awake again. Did Jez go to sleep and come back again?
Do you know who was?
He's off fishing.
Aaron, do you know I think one of the most underrated players in the Premier League was, especially because you was going through the players last week, weren't you? Like the best players. One of the underrated left-sided players for me was Mort Gammis-Pedersen, Blackburn.
Well, he could hit the ball, couldn't he? Jesus Christ!
That Blackburn team. Do you guys remember Arsene Wenger's first ever game for Arsenal, in charge of Arsenal, and what was the score?
Blackburn 2-0.
2-1, I think.
2-0.
Damn.
Ian Wright.
Good guy.
Right.
Good.
I can see he would.
I was there, but I had to sit with the Blackburn fucking fans. So I was actually, because me and my dad had to sit with the Blackburn fans. We had to get the tickets there. And I just remember thinking, fucking hell, that Arsene Wenger is pretty tall, isn't he? I was sat quite close to the. I grew up up north, and so like my actual sort of like supporting of Arsenal, like I mentioned before, was like based on like pissing off my Sheffield Wednesday supporting family, and because obviously we beat Sheffield Wednesday in both the Coca-Cola Cup and the FA Cup in 1993, and that's what started my Arsenal supporting stuff. And then me and my dad went to Blackburn. In fact, the first game was Blackburn 3, Arsenal 1. Stephen Morris scored a sort of like flying scissor kick. That was my first ever Arsenal game. And then my second game was Arsene Wenger's first ever game, which was Ian Wright scoring in both halves at Eagle Park. Scoring in both ends at Eagle Park, and me being sat quite close to Arsene Wenger, who I thought was a very cool time. So that's a little bit. Also, if I can't share screen, can I? Unfortunately, but I was also at Sheffield Wednesday when Buchanan pushed the referee over.
Was you?
I'm on Google Image. I can't share the thing, can I? As a guest.
He was a card, wasn't he? What a card! But even then, they had, was it Benito Carboni? I think they had.
Carboni, they had the Italian connection at the time, yeah. But I was 3 rows back from it. I was like literally right next to when he pushed the referee over. It was mad. But what you didn't see on TV as well was the amount of lighters that were thrown on. There were so many lighters that were thrown on at the time. Like you had to duck fucking lighters.
Mate, that's what I'm saying. The generations right now. But going back to like the striker thing, do you know what I mean? That it's just such a different generation now. When you sort of sit there and think it's easy to compare the strikers because there is such a lack of strikers, it's a very easy comparison to make. But it's everywhere, isn't it? You think number 10s, man. Like obviously, when you go to the GOAT as like a Zinedine Zidane, there is no one. I mean, we've got the Vertzes and all things like that, and they're the new thing, they're the in thing or whatever. No one is anywhere near Zinedine Zidane. You had the Totties, the bad boys like that. There's no one there like that now. There's good players for sure.
I remember like when again, like going back to the Blackburn. I think we beat Blackburn 4-0 one time. Vieira did a fucking cross pass that he was. I remember. So at the time, I actually managed to get the tickets in the Arsenal end, which was at the sort of like far end of Ewood Park. So you're kind of looking across the whole ground. And like the pass that Vieira did, just with his outside of his foot, basically from kind of like the left-hand side down in the corner, just with his the outside of his right foot, just across the pitch. Man, that guy was just, man, we were so blessed. We were so blessed to have, we were so blessed to grow up with that team, man.
Not a single player gets into the starting lineup now, not even anywhere close. Probably only a couple of bench players. That's it. That's how far the standards have fallen.
No, you'd have to think very hard to think of anyone who would get into that team.
No one does. I don't even take Saka over Ljungberg. I'd have Ljungberg all day long. He was instrumental at lifting the trophy in 2002. He went on that amazing run, didn't he? Go on. Sorry, Jogger, bro.
Do you know, for me, the one who gets closest to get into that Invincible team, not now, but it would have been Alexis Sanchez, maybe the closest to getting into that team.
Bobby. Where would you play him? Not over Bobby.
You'd have to play him out on the left or right, wouldn't you? I don't think he goes up front. I think he comes off the bench. He don't even start. That's the thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you know what I mean? As well, we're talking about like, no, for me, I'm talking about kind of like the sort of like 90s team, like late 90s and into. Also, what people don't remember about the second double that Wenger won, that second double that Wenger won was after a rebuild. Like people want to talk about, Arteta's had to have a rebuild. That second double, the second double that Wenger did was there was only Tony Adams and Ray Parlour, I think, that remained from the previous team. The whole team was a fucking rebuild.
The starting lineup? Well, you'd have still had Thierry Henry. Oh no, you're on about from '98, of course, right? You'd have had Bergkamp.
The second double, not
Patrick
the first.
Vieira. Yeah. So you'd have had Bergkamp, Patrick Vieira. You'd have had Tony Adams, obviously, like I said, Martin Keones. The goalkeeper, Seaman, of course. Ashley Cole weren't there. Obviously,
second double did not have it. Hang on one second.
Yeah, so they probably have had a core, but you're right. It still would have been heavily changed, wouldn't it?
No,
because obviously you'd had.
I remember doing this.
In the 2002, you'd have had Pires, you'd have had Ljungberg, you'd have had Thierry Henry. Do you know what I mean? And then you'd have had Sol Campbell come in. Ashley Cole would have been in then. Lawrence, do you know what I mean? So yeah, Gilberto Silva.
Laurent was one of the most underrated right backs.
Laurent.
Yeah, he's unbelievable.
Yeah. Didn't we sign him as like a right mid when he where was he at? Mallorca when he? I'm sure we played in the midfield or maybe as a central defensive mid or something like that. I don't think he was a right back. I think we converted him. Something's telling me that's right. I don't know whether I am 100% or not. But either way, like you're right, underrated as fuck.
Even like we was talking. I think you were saying about last week, and you was talking about Cantona. And Eric Cantona come from Leeds for 1.5 million. Man, do you know? I'm pretty sure Sheffield gave him a trial. It's like on an AstroTurf pitch, and they turned him down. Wow, it's insane.
They won't make too many more mistakes like that, would they? Jesus, or bigger, high-profile ones. But that's again. Look at Fergie signing again in the leagues. That's what made him so good. He used to sign and nitpick all them players. He'd go get Leeds' best player, Aston Villa, Dwight York. He'd go get Teddy Sheringham off of Tottenham. He'd go get Berbatov off of Tottenham. Tevez in the league. Do you know what I mean? All of these teams.
Carrick.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Carrick off of Tottenham. What's his name? I can't think another one. I'm just thinking of. It's gone out. Totally gone out. But Rio Ferdinand, straight out from Leeds. Do you know what I mean? Wayne Rooney, for crying out loud.
He was going to take Van der Sar from Fulham. He'd just go and cherry pick everyone and take the best players.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Players that could do it. He knew he could either get a job out of or improve. And look at the Manchester United squads.
Yeah.
No one done it better. absolute facts. Like he was wicked, but yeah, Cole, you're saying as well, yeah.
So you would have like the Arsenal team that beat Man United, for example, was Cole, Carnu, Kjøen, Ljungberg, Parler, Seaman, Lauren Vieira, Campbell, Viltord, and Edu. That's pretty much a rebuilt team.
Yeah, what from obviously '98? Yeah, facts. We should have had Wrighty in there, Anelka, isn't it? Over Miles.
So substitutes were Bergkamp, Dixon, Jeffers, Wright, and Stefanovs. So yeah, so the starting lineup was Cole, Carnu, Kjøen, Ljungberg, Parler, Seaman, Laurent Vieira. Why is it put that in such a weird order? Fucking hell. Anyway, so yeah, we didn't have Bergkamp, we didn't have we had Viltord and Carnu up front. But let's just say it as well. Carnu was a fucking magician. I must say, Carnu was probably one of the best Arsenal players I've ever seen in terms of skill. I know that, I don't know, Carnu was just an absolute magician, man. Some of the things I saw Carnu do with the fucking football, I've not seen any other player do. I see Carnu
away at Middlesbrough where he'd done that cheeky little back heel flick. I'm sure it was away at Middlesbrough.
I remember flying back home to England to visit my family, and it was when we played Deportiva La Coruña in the old UEFA Cup, and we won 5-1, and Carnu went one-on-one with the keeper and made a mug out of him, rounded him and put the ball in the net. Never saw that before in my life.
Bat Stuter's Fiorentina and all that would have been, wouldn't it? Fairly short.
No, Deportivo.
Fiorentina.
Yeah, we won 5-1. And one of the goals said Carnu was put clean through. He had the keeper to beat, and he sold the keeper a dummy, went round him and tapped it into the net.
Yeah, mate. Carnu was unbelievable. And I mean, if there's one performance when you say Carnu, it has to be Stamford Bridge away, no? That hat-trick where he made a mug out of Ed De Hoy and LeBouf and that.
Can we put that last goal on? Are we going to get
I'll get copyrighted now. I can't do it. Yeah, I'd love to be able
to. You get copyright even if you react into it?
I don't know. The last time I tried to do it, I did, and it messed up. So I'm a little bit. I need to speak with Lee and.
Yeah, because you see these other YouTube channels, like solely reaction channels. Do you know what I mean? And watch videos and just react to it with commentary. So I don't know how that.
I think they, with certain things, automatically relinquish their monetization. I think on some of them videos.
Oh, really?
That goal was absolutely ridiculous. I remember watching that, and I remember thinking because it was in front of the Arsenal fans as well, because the Arsenal fans were on the just behind where he did the goal. That Carnu goal was one of the most, I suppose, the most legendary Carnu goal. Can you think of a more legendary Carnu goal than that? I don't think so.
Do you know what, as well, jumping off of that, we had in 2002 when we won the league, we had Carnu and Wiltor up front, and we won the league at Old Trafford. Now we've got Kai Havertz and Jesus. Come on, man. And as well, Egypt was Bergkamp and Henry. Come on, man.
I mean, when you look back, we had Henry, Bergkamp on the bench, Sylvain Wiltord, and the wanker Carnu. It's unbelievable. But I thought players don't want to come in and sit on the bench for other players.
Mate, you look at the Manchester United 1999 squad. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, Sheringham, York, Andy Cole.
That's what I mean.
About them? They dominated English football and won the Champions League with 4 strikers. What we're doing, look at the 09 Manchester United side. I know not necessarily all strikers, but all forward players playing in roughly the same Berbatov, Tevez, Ronaldo, Rooney. I know, like I said, not all in the same position, but you get what I'm saying. All attacking players. We ain't even got one player anywhere near remotely as good as their worst player there. We not even anywhere close. Everyone keeps comparing Kai Havertz. I've heard it, and it pisses me off, to Dennis Bergkamp. I'm like,
Bergkamp is disgusting.
Shocking takes on football.
I'm going to have to sort of mute myself and watch that kind of goal now, because you can't show me because of
Yeah, definitely can't. Go on, sorry, bro.
What is your favourite Arsenal goal to everyone on the panel?
I've got to say
well,
that Mickey Thomas is up at Anfield.
I'll come back and answer that.
The one that won us the league at Anfield.
Yeah.
Oh, Mickey Thomas.
My
Yeah.
favourite Arsenal goal. That's a hell of a question, actually. That's going to make everyone think.
It's got to be that goal Mickey Thomas scored up at Liverpool to win the league for us.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
way
that's
it
probably the
happened.
most memorable, isn't it? Like in terms of what it meant, in terms of every, you know what I mean? It naturally would be. It won you a league title. It's the greatest league title I think anyone's ever won, considering the conditions that it was in, going to the best team on the planet, and needing to go there 2-0 away, and you didn't do that to Liverpool. It's unbelievable. That
I remember the goal to Thierry Henry scored against Man United at Highbury, where he
But it'll
flipped the
roll
ball
up a
over
leg
his
and
head and hit it on the
swivel.
volley.
Yeah, that's probably one of mine. More modern day, that's probably one of mine. I like the Bergkamp one against Newcastle with the little touch around the defender.
And
do you remember that one? That's unbelievable.
The idea that people didn't think he meant it, Aaron. Do you know what I mean? It's like, obviously he meant it. It's so obvious that he meant that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. There's no
Could
way
you
you
imagine-
have that much talent.
Imagine having a player score that sort of goal nowadays. They wouldn't stop going on about it for months and months and months, all these pundits.
Do you know what makes that goal stand out is that we've still not seen it done again.
No.
You see it week in, week out, 30-yard strikes go in the top corner.
Yeah.
But you haven't seen a goal like that. Yeah, and that's what makes it stand out, man. Unbelievable. That is the best goal, I think. And didn't it get voted the Premier League's best goal? I'm sure it did. I think they done like a little vote thing or something like that, and it got voted because it's just unique. It was a masterful, quick reaction goal by an absolute world-class player. No other player could have scored that.
Do you remember?
I'd also say the one Liam Brady scored at Tottenham in the 5-0 win. I don't know if any of you seen that one.
No, but
where he
one more time.
It's on YouTube. When we won 5-0 at Tottenham in 1978 at Christmas time. He took the ball off Peter Taylor on the edge of the Tottenham box, and he hit the ball so hard that it swerved past the keeper into the top corner. Absolute brilliant goal.
Do you know what else I don't think anyone in the chat said this. Do you remember Robin van Persie's volley v Charlton?
Charlton, man, that volley. Oh my God.
What a finish that was. I'm so that is excellent technique, isn't it? To win that on the volley like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really want to put it all on the screen, but I know it will screw the stream up. But mate, that it's just unbelievable, isn't it? Like,
that was actually at the Valley as well, wasn't it? At Charlton's ground, wasn't it? 2005? 2005?
It would have been there. I can see the yellow shirt. I can see that. It was
yellow?
Maybe not because Aboué crossed it in, so it must have been later. It must have been later. Aboué chipped it in.
Here's one for you. Remember Thierry Henry doing a back heel against Charlton? That went straight into the net.
Yeah,
that was a good one.
He had the defender leaning right on his back as well, and he just
that was. Do you remember as well? It's not a goal, but do you remember him mugging off Danny Mills in the corner flag at Highbury?
Oh,
I hated Danny Mills. I hated him. He absolutely roasted him. Do you know what as well? Just while we're talking about that, and it's not a goal, and I really want to play it, but I know I can't. Do you remember Dennis Bergkamp, Arsenal v Juventus, when I think, who was it that year, Valley of Agkamp? I actually can't think off the top of my head. I'm not going to make myself sound silly, but he was twisting them all up, just waiting for Ljungberg to make the run, and he was twisting up all both of their defenders, and then just chips it over, and then fucking Ljungberg clips it in there. That is just one of the most individual bits of genius by Dennis Bergkamp, just playing with probably some of the best defenders in the planet in Italian Juventus defence, just toying with them, just waiting for the run, and then he clips it over.
That was the thing as well. It's like
you remember that chip he scored? You remember that chip he scored against Bayer Leverkusen at Highbury?
Mate, unbelievable, man.
That's the thing. Dennis Bergkamp did these things not with like mid-level defenders. He did these things with peak-level defenders.
Yeah.
That's why he is, for me, not only the best Arsenal player, but the best player I've ever seen. And I was lucky enough because I lived in the north, and I didn't get to come down and see Arsenal play, obviously, that much. But I saw us play against Leeds, Blackburn, Bolton, and all these kind of teams, Burnley as well. And I was lucky enough to see like Bergkamp, Henry, and that level of team. And it was a beautiful thing, and I much appreciated the fact that I could do that. That's why I kind of like get annoyed at what's happening now. Do you know what I mean? And I get annoyed about people not appreciating necessarily what we're doing. What we could be doing, I suppose.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I have to bring this up as well because this isn't too much of a cheery memory, man. That Michael Owen Liverpool.
Cardiff.
2 goals here, Cardiff, man. We should have been about 5 or 6-0 up. Should have been about 5 or 6-0 up.
Should have had a couple of penalties.
Yeah.
We should have had a couple of penalties in that game.
And Owen comes on, and I'll never forget standing there in the corner flag like that with that bloody bastard of a yellow Liverpool shirt on like that, scoring the second one. Seaman just no man's land. Well, not no man's land. That's unfair, but just couldn't get to it. He just putting him in the side net and winning the goal. He was unbelievable when he Michael Owen.
What about when I think it was Hencho handballed on the line when Thierry
definitely Honcho.
Yeah, handballed it, and the referee didn't see it.
Yeah, he did not see. He did not see. Yeah, we should have had a couple of penalties in that game. Chances, man.
Yeah.
I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. 1 second.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You're good, bro. I don't know, Gianni. I don't know if you can listen. Go on. Sorry.
Who's on the panel? Who's everyone's favourite footballer of all time? I think you and me have got the same goat, by the way.
Mine's going to be Dennis
What,
Bergkamp.
for Arsenal?
No, just of all time.
Of all time.
That's easy.
No,
I'm going to go.
Mine's Dino, man.
Pele.
Pele, yeah.
I grew up with watching Pele.
Yeah. Wow.
Pele was a boy, though, wasn't he, man? Like, obviously, I can't really say that because I haven't seen him. We can all watch.
Yeah, same.
Like I've got to go with, and Ronaldinho. I mean, was
Ronaldinho's mine, man. He was just the most
footballer, wasn't he? But in terms of, you know what I'm saying with Ronaldinho, he was unbelievable with the football.
If it weren't for the partying, Aaron, and if it weren't for the partying and all that, like he would have prolonged. He'd have gone on for even longer. That guy was just unbelievable.
He would be in the conversation for the greatest of all time. Had he stopped with the partying.
100%, man. 100%. Natural ability was unbelievable.
I think him, Maradona, Pelé, and Messi are the 4 greatest with natural ability. To be quite honest with you, go ahead, Lawrence.
Yeah, sorry, I was privileged enough to see Pelé in person because he made an appearance at Highbury before the final game of the season in 1981 when Villa won the title. Atari, that used to make computer games, sponsored the game, and they were bringing out a new video football game, and they invited Pelé to the game. And just before the game kicked off, he came onto the pitch and did a lap of honour right around the pitch, the entire pitch, and all the fans applauded him. And at the end of the game, everyone ran onto the pitch towards the director's box at Highbury, and they were yelling for Terry Neal to sign him for Arsenal. That's unbelievable.
Do you know what, Lawrence? Right, I saw. I think it's a Champions League video of where Barcelona's playing, and they was talking about in the comment section. It was all about Yamal, and they were saying, "Oh, I've never seen a player this good at like his age." And I thought to myself, you do realise Pele was in the international setup at 15 years old, like a world 11. Like, what are you? And that's just modern day football fans for you. They just don't. They don't know.
I mean,
they just don't know.
I was 11 years old when the World Cup took place in Mexico in 1970.
Yeah,
and it was the first time that a World Cup tournament was broadcast on colour TV. Because colour TV only came out the year before. And, as soon as I watched Brazil play England, right, and I saw Pelé, I just fell in love with him. I mean, people go on about Maradona and Ronaldo and Ronaldinho and Messi about how great they were. But for me, it was Pele. Maradona paled into insignificance to what Pele was.
What do you think as well? Like, especially nowadays, you get with footballers so pampered. I mean, the boots now feel like you're wearing nothing. The football is so padded. I mean, back then, wearing football boots, it was like wearing proper steel toe cap boots, the weight of them, and it was like kicking a pig around the football pitch of football as well. Like, do you reckon you'd have excelled even more?
Well, I think I wouldn't go that far. I mean, they didn't have laced footballs back then when I was playing and watching the game. I mean, they didn't have the modernisation that they have today. You know, it was just plain black football boots. You didn't see footballers wearing pink boots and orange boots and white boots. Every time you saw a footballer playing, they wore plain, standard black boots. That was the norm back then. Nothing fancy. Man. Yeah. There was no sponsorship. There was no teams were sponsored by massive companies. There was no VAR, thank God. There was, it was just a game. It was more about the game itself. So it's completely changed from when I first started watching football 60 odd years ago.
And you've seen it evolve, Lawrence. What do you think of it now? Do you think it's worse now?
Bit of predator.
Yeah, that's the business. What was that? Sorry, what was the question?
You've seen how football's changed over the years. Do you think for the worse? I mean, I think for the worse over the last 20 years, personally.
Yeah. In some aspects, yes. I mean, I'm not a big fan of VAR. I'm sorry to say, because it's not being utilised in the right way. I mean, it's not the system itself or the semi-automated offside that's wrong. It's the human element. The game is still being refereed by inept referees who don't know what the fuck they're doing. I don't like the commercialism. Back in my day, you could go into a football stadium for £1. You could go.
Oh wow! Yeah, just see what you put up, Aaron.
What a pair of plonkers!
Yeah, you plonker.
The Chuckle Brothers, look at them. Yeah.
Look at them. What a fucking.
Yeah, it was the same. When I started going to Highbury, there was only £1 to get in on the North Bank. I don't know how much it is today. Obviously, a lot more. The halftime entertainment, you didn't have music being blared out by the PA announcer. At Highbury, they stuck with tradition where they had the Metropolitan Police Band marching up and down the pitch at half-time with the band leader throwing up a massive stick in the air and catching it.
Yeah.
Those were the days. And it was all standing as well. People actually stood on the terraces back then.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it's all changed now with things like that.
If you guys want to get an experience, if you guys ever get the opportunity, go to Napoli and see a game there. If you want to get like an old school feel for how it used to be for fan base, because our fans are out of control.
Mate, that video you sent me of the town, that was almost like on a hill where you could see all of Napoli, basically. Yeah, that was madness, mate. That was proper.
We don't know. For the smaller teams, we'll sit down, but like if we're playing Juventus or AC Milan, we're up the whole game. It feels like the whole stadium's shaking. They had to remove the stadium. Actually, the Maradona actually holds 80,000 people. They had to get rid of the top 20,000 that are close to the top of the stadium because of the noise violations that the city says it is because of how loud it gets. Because like there's times where they make videos of the stadium when we sing along to the Champions League song, and you can hear us like a kilometer down the road, like you're next to the stadium, with how loud our stadium gets.
That'd be louder. That's just quiet.
You don't get that.
That's just quiet. Yeah, you just go louder.
If you guys watched the final game of the season when we were playing Cagliari and McTominay scored, you couldn't see the field for 5 minutes with how much smoke from the flares and everything from just inside the stadium goes.
Yeah.
But I mean, to go back to what Lawrence was saying, the Premier League. The thing is with the Premier League.
I didn't see Jenny back. Go big up Jenny. Sorry, Jenny's back. Sorry.
The thing is with what Lawrence was saying with the commercialization. I mean, here's the thing. I find that this is an uncomfortable conversation to have with a lot of people. But the problem is that this is what happens when especially the American investment came in. You know, the problem, one, to go with what Joga said, football has gotten worse because one of the best positions that like the recent generation died off on, we don't ever see any world-class number 10 players the way the number 10 is supposed to be played. The number 10 now has to be this 8-10, drop back, play a little bit more defense, believe in all this system shit really ruined football. I'm a little biased. I still prefer Carlo Ancelotti as the best manager because Ancelotti still tries to let players play instead of just tie them down to these systems. Like, for one, they could laugh at him for how he followed him around, but you're never going to see a guy of the quality of like a James Rodriguez in football anymore. The guy was an absolute baller. The problem was he was the last of the number 10s to come out when all this new system play was coming in. Everybody now wants a number 10 like the best system number 10 you could argue is Thomas Muller because he fits into a system because he can play into so many different positions. But you're not going to see a Guti, a Kaká, a Ronaldinho. You're not going to and that's just the recent era. You're not going to see that no more because they need to be allowed to play football. They see the game differently than what a manager is. Than what a manager is going to see. You don't try to coach that talent. You just let them do what they want to do on the ball. And the way that these systems are all played, you can't do that no more. That's why I think the game has gotten worse. But
that won't change ever. Do you think that won't change ever though? Because I think that will change back. I think that people get like a little bit too tired of that, and I think it will switch back to that. I don't think this is just what we're stuck with forever, if you know what I mean. I do get what you're saying. You're definitely right in what you're saying, that it's changed to this, and that's not a good thing.
Yeah, it's not changed.
I don't think it's going to be something that's going to be such a permanent thing. Or do you think that or not? Sorry to interrupt, sort of thing.
I think it's going to take some time. I think everybody's fallen in love with this. Everybody wants to do this wannabe knockoff Pep Guardiola. This wannabe knockoff Pep Guardiola tiki-taka system. I think that everybody's fallen in love with this system so much that everywhere's playing it. Before you guys, I believe, just taking a guess, are all older than me. 20 years ago, every single country had their own brand of football. The Premier League. The Premier League had class players, but the Premier League was also known for the physicality, the physicality of the game. The physicality of the Premier League is still somewhat there, but it's not what it used to be. Like the physicality of the Premier League in the early 2000s when the foreigners first started landing, like when Chelsea got Gianfranco Zola and Vialli. Those guys had to get used to the physicality of the league. And Italy has always been about defensive and tactical ability. Italy's now even trying to play a more offensive brand of football. And I think that's also something that we're losing overall with the sport, is that there's no longer like a cultural identity. Everybody wants to do this same thing. And I think that's something else that's taking away from the game.
Yeah. Do you think that's why Andrei Shevchenko also failed at Chelsea as well?
Shevchenko for me failed because he didn't have, even though Chelsea was as good as a team, I personally think when he went to Chelsea, there was a drop off of talent that was at that Chelsea team from what he was used to at Milan.
Yeah, I mean that Milan team who played Liverpool in 2005 final was like a world 11. It's unbelievable. That team was unbelievable.
I mean, you have Pirlo, Gattuso, and Seedorf and Kaká as your diamond midfield is fucking ridiculous. And then you got
Maldini, Nesta, Zambrotta,
Maldini,
Dida,
Nesta, Zambrotta,
Crespo.
and Jaap Stam. Jaap Stam was on that
Jaap
team.
Stam, of course, yeah.
And they still had Costa Curta. They still had Ambrosini.
Was
they had
still there?
Was Jankulovski there at the time as well?
Jankulovski was there, and you had Oddo.
Oddo, yeah, Massimo Oddo, yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, the other thing is the difference when Shevchenko went to Chelsea. Look at how they played. He played off of Pippo Inzaghi. Inzaghi is your old school striker where Inzaghi out of 10 passes to Inzaghi, he's offside 9 out of the 10 times. But he kept the defense honest with where the line was. And Shevchenko, because of his pace, would run in behind to attack the space that was forced open. He didn't have that same opportunity to do that with the way Chelsea played.
Shevchenko had pace, but he wasn't strong enough. That's why it didn't.
No, he was strong enough. I think the problem was injuries caught up to him. Dude, listen, you play 10 years. You play 10 years in the same league as Materazzi's crazy ass. You're gonna get some injuries.
You had some sick defenders in that league where he's constantly coming up against them. I just reckon it was the wrong club, wrong signing, wrong time.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Yeah.
If Shevchenko went to Manchester United with the way that Sir Alex Ferguson played the 4-4-2, Shevchenko would have been absolutely fine.
I mean,
it was just Chelsea.
A bit more. If he could have had a midfield that had protected him a bit more, then possibly that could have worked.
Yeah,
but that didn't happen, and therefore he wasn't good enough in the reality of. But I get what you're saying. Yeah. You need a midfield that can kind of protect him and can get the ball to him without it being like a massive issue for him. Yeah, no, I get that, man. I get that.
Yeah. Same with what's his name? I mean, but he was also fucking crazy. Balotelli. I mean, you talk about one of the great.
He was thick, but massively flawed.
One of the greatest ways to talent in the history of the game.
100%.
One of the greatest ways to.
It's funny, isn't it? How the very good players are so flawed. Isn't it funny?
I remember him wearing his 45 shirt in Milan. He's unbelievable. He was.
Had he the problem with him was his head wasn't on straight going back to Liverpool. Had he went to Liverpool absolutely focused, Liverpool would have tore some shit up with him and Sturridge as the partnership up top.
Aaron.
Yo.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I've got to log off. Right, I'm gonna.
Hang on. You was giving it to Barry McGuigan going, it's 8 o'clock here now. I can go on for fucking hours. I'm in LA. I'm always the first to drop off. Fucking typical, isn't it, hey, Lawrence?
Yeah, no, I'm just going to get some dinner, right? So I don't know if you're still going to be around, but I'll probably come back on again after I've had dinner.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to go on forever. We'll see.
He's doing a 24-hour stream.
Yeah. It's definitely not going to go on for too much longer.
Nice to meet you, Lawrence, by the way.
Big up, Lawrence.
Likewise. Pleasure speaking to new people. All the best to you. All the best to all the regulars that were on the panel and everyone in the chat. Bye for now. See ya.
Take it easy, Lawrence. Enjoy your grub, mate. Good old Lawrence.
So when you guys were talking about the best players you saw, right? Like for me, I never saw Maradona, but Maradona, I mean, obviously I'm biased because I'm a Napoli fan. Who's the best player that you guys thought? Who do you think is one of the best players that you thought either never got the respect they deserve or never lived up to the potential? Because I think the last generation, when you look at players from like the early 2000s up till 2015, I think there's more players in that era that had unbelievable potential but never lived up to it.
Yeah, but you're asking for someone who doesn't live up to potential. Is that
one of them. Mario Götze for me. I think he was one of them when he went to Bayern.
Yep. My guy Ricardo Quaresma.
Does anyone remember Freddie Adu?
I don't know.
Ricardo Quaresma was the guy for me. Quaresma was
the United man, 2005 or 6. Yeah.
bit of goal Kakuta. Do you remember that name? Yeah, he was linked around.
Kakuta, yeah. Chelsea got in trouble for signing him as well, didn't they?
Yeah. Something happened there. Something was a bit.
Did they get a transfer ban for that? Like tap them up, was it?
Something happened there, 100%. I can't think 100%, but yeah, man, there's something dodgy happened there. But yeah, man, fucking yeah. There's a couple of, I don't know. Do you know what I always thought was going to make it? And a lot of Manchester United fans and the manager at the time will tell you, Ravel Morrison was supposed to be absolutely like the next best thing, and just his attitude.
Who was the Croatian?
Bojan as well.
Bojan
Kirkic.
Oh yeah.
What about Ibrahim Afellay as well from PSV? Went to Barcelona. Afellay.
Yep.
That's a good shot.
He was supposed to be the next hottest thing out of the fucking Netherlands, and he was
100%, man. Yeah.
He was hot with Barcelona when he went to was it Stoke he went to?
Yeah.
Stoke, yeah, because him and Bojan went there at the same time. They were both there.
They have like 5 Champions League winners at one stage.
Yeah, they did.
Like that in their squad.
Yeah.
I always
Motang as well, didn't they, at one point?
You know who else? He revitalized his career for a short period of time when he was at Sampdoria, but talent-wise, Antonio Cassano. He was a baller at Rome. He fell the hell off when he went to Madrid, because when he was at Rome, he was a bad motherfucker.
Is Italian settings?
That's a great shout, Antonio Cassano. That reminds me of playing Football Manager, man. Like Championship Manager would have been back in the day.
Watching like Italian Serie A. You're watching Italian Serie A and just the mist. It was just, I don't know if it was the mist or the flares and everything that was across it.
Yep.
You remember that? In Channel 4, like anyone who was like into football in the sort of 90s was thinking about the way the Italian was presented in Channel 4. You guys must remember. There's no way you guys don't remember. The guys who grew up in the UK anyway don't remember fucking Channel 4 how it covered the Channel 4 3-hour stuff.
Was it? Yeah. Was it Channel 5?
Yeah.
Channel 5.
Channel 4.
Was it Channel 4?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
was it on a Sunday? Was it? Or am I thinking?
Yanni, but there's another 2 as well. I also think Alexandre Pato, he didn't quite make it to where he should have been. He was good at a point, but
I agree.
Adriano's fall off after his dad died. That
when
guy.
I thought about him next.
That guy.
He should have been the best striker in the world.
Yeah, the Emperor, his nickname, right?
Yep.
Zanetti said he remembers like how he heard him cry like after he got a phone call saying his dad died, and after that he was never the same. But guys back in the favelas now in Brazil, like gang and that.
He partied and drank all his money away. Partied and drank all his money away because he was never the same. And the sad thing was he went to Rome. He left Inter and went to Rome and was actually a part of the Rome team that was going against Inter for the Scudetto that year that Ranieri was coaching them while Mourinho was the manager. It was Adriano was the striker. Totti was the number 10.
Wait, what? Adriano was at Roma? I didn't even know that.
He left to Inter and went to Roma
because he wasn't. He didn't really play that much. He just put up with the parties and stuff.
Yeah, it was the Rome team. It was De Rossi, Simone Perotta, Totti, the Brazilian winger Mancini. I want to say Montella was there too, because I think they were.
Yeah, he left Fulham, didn't he?
Well, yeah, but Adriano, dude, you want to talk something funny, and I always say this because I find it funny, like with the younger English fans, like guys who are these top gooners and all these idiots, like what you were saying with revisionist history. They all talk about Abramovich is the reason why money got into football. When everybody forgets that Massimo Moratti dumped $1.5 billion by the time it was 2007. Way before Abramovich spent all that money. You want to talk about Galacticos? Go look at all the world stars that played on Inter Milan while he was the owner, trying to keep up with AC Milan and Juventus. At one point, Inter Milan had Ibrahimovic, Balotelli, Adriano, and Obafemi Martins all on one team as their 4 strikers.
And not only that,
before Femi Martins, they had who was the Irish striker? Was it Keane? He had back-to-back
Robbie
20 goal.
Keane.
He had back-to-back 20 goal seasons with Tottenham. Went to Inter, stunk the joint out, and he sold them back to Tottenham for a loss because he didn't care about the money.
And another thing before I talk about money and all, if you look at the transfer fees for Rui Costa from Fiorentina to AC Milan, that was big bucks back then, man.
Berlusconi and Moratti were the 2 guys that changed the game with money. They were the ones that changed the game with money.
Do you know, for me, was a bit of a disappointment as well in the Premier League, considering the hype when Manchester United signed him. Saber Veron, so disappointed with him. I thought
he didn't fit their playing style. He didn't fit their playing style. He was a stud in Italy. The Lazio team that he was on with Nedved and Simeone, and actually Simone Inzaghi as well was on that team. He was a stud. He just didn't fit. He just didn't fit the Manchester United system.
Can I just say, when Nedved won the Ballon d'Or, Henry was robbed, by the way.
100. Listen, Pavel Nedved got that Ballon d'Or because of Lazio. He never deserved it. He never deserved it. And Diego Simeone was the better midfielder that year than Nedved was anyways. Everybody likes to overhype it because Nedved got the big move to Juventus. Nedved, if you want my honest opinion, Pavel Nedved's one of the most overrated players in Serie A history. Because when he went to Juventus, he was shit. He was in Del Piero's. He was in exactly.
That's the picture.
What did you do with that?
Henry's face says it all, Aaron. Look.
Yep.
Interesting right there.
It's a popularity. I feel like it's a popularity contest as well for Ballon d'Or.
Boy, Recoba was naughty, by the way.
Yeah. Sorry. It is a popularity contest.
There surely can't be a fucking competition between Thierry Henry and Pavel Nedved in the terms of who's the better footballer.
It's still, I still think the reason why Nedved got it is one because of Lazio, but at the same time, if you look at the way, if you look at the situation,
do you think Nedved's better than Henry?
Not close. Not even close. Thierry Henry's better than
circumstances. I think he had a good for country and club, didn't he? I think did he get into the Champions League final or something like that, and his country done well in the Euros.
You agree Henry's better?
Oh,
yeah,
everyone else agrees. Everyone agrees.
No, I'm not saying that. I think the reason why you have to look at the difference of a level of a club Arsenal is in the Premier League as opposed to Lazio. Lazio's not even a top 6 team in Italy, and for a team like Lazio to win the Scudetto was big.
Why does that matter?
I think that's the reason, because I think that's the politics that goes into a Ballon d'Or.
The guy's expressing his extremely bullying, like Thierry Henry is superior because he's doing his superior football ability way more than Pavel Nedved is doing his superior football ability.
100%. I'm not disagreeing with that. I simply think, listen, the Ballon d'Or has been a freaking bullshit popularity contest, and the Ballon d'Or is just another thing of the Americanization of football. Let's be honest here. The Ballon d'Or is the football wannabe knockoff of an NFL or NBA MVP award. That's all it is.
That's the thing.
Yeah, but I think that one was down to one robbery and circumstance. I'm sure it was. It definitely weren't output. Let's get that right. Or quality in terms of who's the best player.
No.
To put that into perspective, Messi would have won it 15 years in the trot if it was just solely down to who's the best player on the planet. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm sure there was a bit of circumstances around it, but either way, Thierry Henry got absolutely robbed by a Ballon d'Or in that particular season.
Yes.
Absolute robbery. That's without question.
At no point in his career, Pavel Nedved was a top 30 player in Europe. At no point in his career.
Yeah, see, I've always quite loosely rated him. I'm quite surprised, and I trust your opinion miles over mine, by the way.
I didn't think you were kind of like trying to argue he's that like superior or anything.
No, I've never rated. I've never rated Nedved.
Yeah, that's mad. But do you know what? As well, just quickly, we've got the strikers. They're all locked. You know, we're talking about all the world-class strikers. According to Eduardo Hagen, the future of our goals are secured now. Sesko could become the best centre forward in the world. They're all secured. Put the padlock on it. Look, the padlock's on there. The future of Arsenal secured. We're leaving all
I
them.
saw that the other day. What a load of rubbish.
I don't want Sesko.
It won't work enough. It will work okay, but it won't work enough.
James, yeah, that's a good point you were saying. You don't want Sesko either.
No.
Who would be your number one choice?
Gyokeres.
Yeah, yes. I mean, it goes without saying, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? But man, I tell you, I wouldn't mind going back into going back to the old time machine, man, and nicking some of them strikers, man. Every time we start talking about football like that back in the 90s,
nostalgic, doesn't it?
And the 90s, yeah, man. Like, I'm sitting there and I'm like, I
Could
want to
have
go back there, man.
Ronaldo than years ago, 2004.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah.
Do you know what though, Aaron? Like, even talking about some of them players what didn't make it, they're better than some of the players now.
Oh, yeah.
100%, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You're telling me, how much do you think, right? Do you remember that game with Alexandre Pato where the quickest goal in Champions League or something, where against Barcelona? How much do you think that Alexandre Pato would be worth in today's current market?
150 million.
Do you know what I mean?
150 million.
Yeah.
How much do you honestly think a Zinedine Zidane would cost nowadays, or a Thierry Henry?
300 million.
Or R9? Like,
Jermaine Defoe would probably be
man.
one of the best strikers in the world now. Jermaine Defoe, he probably would be one of the best strikers in the world.
Yeah, he was a baller. He was good.
And he was good, yeah. He played for a shit team, but yeah, he was wicked. You can't knock him. I always had a little mini soft spot for Jermaine Defoe. I don't know why. I've just always thought he was a really good player, to be fair. And he was. You know what I mean?
I thought he was quality.
Yeah.
Even going back to like recent. Sorry, John. Even go back to like recent memory, right? Like looking at players like Wilfred Bonny, you had options, but now it just don't feel like you got anyone.
Yeah.
It just don't really feel like there's a lot of decent strikers out there anymore.
They're either strikers nowadays are hit or miss. They're either all of these are quote unquote project strikers where they either end up being 3 years fantastic and then they're injury prone and all to shit. Like the other thing is the modern day players, there's no durability to these players like that. Like the way the older players used to be. There's no durability whatsoever. Even hell, he went to Saudi and he had a couple of years off, but I mean, let's take it back to when he was at Lyon. How much money do you think Karim Benzema would cost now getting him from Lyon when Real Madrid got him? Benzema from Lyon was ridiculous. He probably cost 7,500 million right now.
And do you remember, I think it was the summer they signed Ronaldo, they even signed Kaká in the same window, didn't they?
Yeah. They signed I think they signed all three.
Was it Benzema? Yeah, it was Benzema as well, wasn't it? 2009?
Yeah, it was all three. Yeah. All three went.
Do you I lost my train of thought there. No, go on. Yeah, 2009.
That's what you're knocking on the doors of a 10 out of 10 window is. And Real Madrid fans probably wouldn't have even said that was a 10 out of 10 window. But we've got us Miguel Marinos and that, and we're like, oh yes, an 8 out of 10 window. Man,
you want a 10 out of 10. You want a 10 out of 10 window. You ship Calafiori to AC Milan since they're going to sell Teo Hernandez to Saudi. You ship Martin Odegaard wherever the fuck, whoever the hell wants to take him. I'll let Odegaard go for 35, 40 million because like I said before earlier, you get that massive contract off the books. You sell him for 35, 40 million. You're talking 55 million. And you dump Havertz back to the Bundesliga for 30 because that massive contract for 30 million, you're talking about 45 million off of them. My personal opinion, ship them three out. I wouldn't sell Martinelli. I'd actually keep Martinelli as a rotation player, but move him to be the secondary striker. You have Martinelli come off the bench and use his pace as a striker. And the other thing, move Trossard as a bench player from being a permanent left winger to a number 10, his actual position that we got him from Brighton, and play him as the number 10. I'd go get that Alex Baena from Villarreal. You put him as the number 10. I'd actually give Jared Bowen a shot as the winger. Because Rodrigo, I just don't see coming to Arsenal. I'd love him to come to Arsenal, but I don't see it. So if we're keeping realistic, I'd take Jared Bowen, and then at striker, I mean, dude, take me. My honest opinion. I know some people don't rate the guy, but Arsenal just need a poacher. I honestly would take the guy Retegui from Atalanta. He was just a capocannoniere. He won the Golden Boot in Italy this year. He was the top scorer by a mile. All that kid knows how to do is score. You put it in the box for crosses, he can head the ball in. You put low crosses in where it's just a one-touch finish, he'll put the ball in. That's all you need. That's all Arsenal need. They just need a poacher. And for a number 6, again, like I said, I'd go get me personally, I'd dump the 80 million and go get Tonali. I'd go get him. If you can't get Tonali, I'd go back to Italy and I'd go get Guendouzi and make Guendouzi and Declan Rice your defensive midfield pairing. Because I personally think we need to switch the formation to a 4-2-3-1. Because this whole flat 4-5-1 or 4-3-3, we're doing too much defensively with a number 10.
Yeah, there's for everyone just the wages as well, by the way, because I brought it up because of the point you was making about the Odegaard thing. You accept less money because the wages are higher. Look how many of these players, the wages are high, all of them. Basically all of them.
Dude, Odegaard and Kai Havertz is half $500,000 a week, just them two. Over $500,000 a week. That's unacceptable.
Then you got Gabby Jesus as well, Gianni. You got to get him off.
Yeah.
He's done.
I would sell Jesus for 10 million. 10 million, somebody would take him.
Yeah, I think
somebody would take him.
I think with the wages he's on, you ain't going to get more than that. You'll be lucky if you. I honestly think we'll end up ripping his contract up.
Well, that's the Arsenal way. Make a stupid fucking signing, and now you have to let the contract expire because the guy's worthless. I mean, Mikel Arteta should not be the manager simply just how he fucked off these finances. You know, me being a Napoli fan first, I said this on Aaron's call and show last week. I absolutely refuse to listen to these top gooners when they try to say, oh, he hasn't been properly backed. I'm sorry, man. 800 million euros, you should have won at least 2 Premier League titles with that amount of money if you know what you're doing. You're just throwing money at the wall and seeing what sticks. And
you know what?
You can't do that.
And do you know what? Even with that amount of money, you should at least have a starting 11 and a bench at least, and be able to compete for a cup or two.
Yeah.
Compete for a cup shouldn't even be a conversation. 800 million euros, you should be in the semifinals of both the League Cup and the FA Cup every season. Every fucking season.
But when you look at our bench and our squad now, we've got holes in it, and it shouldn't be that case after 800 million. No way. No way.
Well, we got more fucking holes in the fucking squad than 50 Cent. Do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Like, I don't know why we've still got this after 5 years.
We should have never sold Emil Smith-Rowe, first of all. I was so against that sale. You talk about with the missing players. He sold Emil Smith-Rowe to guarantee Odegaard would never lose his position. Because Emil Smith-Rowe, I guarantee you, had he benched Odegaard, put Emil Smith-Rowe in as the number 10, or if Emil Smith-Rowe got moved to the left wing and you gave Trossard a breather or you gave Martinelli a breather, Havertz would get exposed. The 2 main players would get exposed had he held on to Emil Smith-Rowe. And he doesn't want to do that because he's going to live. That's going to be the hill that he dies on, is the Kai Havertz and Martin Odegaard signings. That's the hill that he's going to die on, and that's the hill that's going to cause this club to get themselves fucked over because they're buying into this bullshit. Because neither one of them should be here. I'm sorry, man. Neither one should be here. That one-off season that Odegaard got that many goals is because Lacazette forgot how to score goals and was simply just a holding number 9 to let everybody else come forward. And as soon as he got caught, as soon as we bottled the league, he got too scared. He wants to play more defense, and he's held back all these other players.
Do you know what? What I remember as well, with Havertz at Chelsea, I remember Arsenal fans taking the piss out of Chelsea fans. And how bad Havertz was, and now we've got him. We got to back him.
Here's the funny thing. Again, this is the hilarious thing with like what we were saying about nobody watches the Bundesliga and it's just highlights. Havertz is a secondary striker. Unless you play in a 4-4-2 where he plays off the main hold-up striker, he sucks. They played a 4-3-3. Their front line was Patrick Schick, Havertz was off the right, and Moussa Diaby was off the left. And Havertz was able to attack spaces because all the defenses were scared of the pace of Moussa Diaby, and Patrick Schick held the ball up and has a good touch as a striker to lay it off for Havertz. And where Havertz would get the ball, Havertz would get the ball 8 yards out from the goal. That's it. Havertz was never tasked to dribble and do all this other shit and go play out on the wing. Both Chelsea and Arsenal got hoodwinked by each other for signing him, and Chelsea got hoodwinked by Leverkusen. That guy should have never went for that. That guy sucks.
I mean, when we was in the MLS and he done that little shootout as well, we could see what he is all about. He couldn't even hit the target. It's embarrassing. There's kids down the park what can hit the target, and this guy's nicking a living.
You want to talk about a time warp? I'd throw Havertz. You want to talk about a German time warp? Throw Havertz back. Throw Havertz in a time machine. I take Lucas Podolski in a heartbeat over that asshole.
Any day of the week, any day.
I like Lucas Podolski, man. He just
I do as well.
fit in that team, didn't he? Do you know what I mean? It just never really sort of worked for him at Arsenal. But I tell you what, he was a player, man. He was an absolute player. And would he be better than Havertz? Of course he would.
I wouldn't mind having him now, Aaron. I wouldn't mind having him now.
I mean, I'd rather Shamak over fucking Havertz, man, and that's how low it's got. Do you know what I mean?
Who was the Brazilian Croatian striker? Was that Eduardo? That tore his legs.
Yeah.
Mate, he was a player. Remember that beach bowl?
We would have won the league had he never got hurt.
Oh, 100%.
We'd have won that league that season, 2008, if it weren't for Taylor, wasn't it, the centre back?
Yep.
Horrendous injury, man. His ankle came out sock, didn't it?
Broke tibia, wasn't it? Snapped.
Yep.
There was like a shot of it, and you could see the bone literally out of his sock. And obviously, like they tried out to do technical stuff to stop, obviously, people then trying to go back and pause it and save images or whatever.
Was it?
Yeah,
Aaron Ramsey done the same thing as well against Stoke City, wasn't it? Shawcross.
Nasty bastard, mate.
Yeah, was that 20? What year was that when that
2009, 10 was it? 10? 2010. Yeah, 9 or 10, I think. 2000. I think it was a 9 and 10 season.
It's there or thereabouts, isn't it?
Or 2008 and 9, and one of them.
Another one that we had was absolutely played on it. Abu Dhabi, man, that was a big shame. You know that.
He would have been a.
You have people who come out to me about Abu Dhabi and said, "Do you know what? Well, fucking hell, you was what Arsenal did." I remember the guy Diaby. They don't generally tend to remember his first name for some reason. I have to try to.
Abu Dhabi.
No, I told them, not remind them anyway. But Abu Dhabi is someone who's loads of people who've said to me like, "Bloody hell, he looked like a fucking good player." And then obviously what happened with him, and I've just had so many people who I talk to in a football sense come up to me and say, "Bloody hell, Abu Dhabi, it's a shame about him, isn't it?" Do you know what I mean? And obviously we all know it's a shame. It's a big shame, don't we?
Yeah, Patrick Vieira come out, didn't he, and said it like even from the horse's mouth, and he was like, "Yeah, that geezer had the talent to be better than me." And you're like,
he would have been.
That's coming from Patrick.
He was getting fucking amazing.
Do you not remember the game against Liverpool where he absolutely run that game?
Anfield.
Yeah.
He looked like prime Vieira that game.
He did. Absolutely unbelievable player.
But he thought
that whole era after
it and moved it forward a bit as well. And then he got injured and he couldn't move it. He couldn't.
He could even
that whole era post the Champions League final. That whole era of Arsene Wenger up till he got sacked, every year was always something of one player we were missing to win the fucking league. Every fucking year. The worst one still to this day was Robin van Persie. That year he went to Manchester United when we got Cazorla and Podolski. That should have been our fucking league. That should have been Podolski on the left with hold up and ability with Van Persie and having Cazorla creating for them. It should have been a shooting gallery.
Well, I'm still waiting for Higuain and Benzema to come in. We're linked with them all the time.
Draxler too.
Julian Draxler, Nuri Sahin as well. Do you remember him?
And
Jan and Villa at the back.
Jan and Villa from Rennes. Yeah.
The Egyptian Italian kid too. El Shaarawy. Remember when El Shaarawy was supposed to come to Arsenal and he was lighting up the league with AC Milan? He ends up going to Monaco.
That was take one, man.
Who else we've had? We've had loads of them that was like due to come, haven't we, man?
Nuri Sahin was another one on loan, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that was always there, man.
Yeah,
always there. You could just know as soon as July got or June opened, like that's it, mate. You know what I mean? You're going to be linked with Benzema.
Who was the Belgian winger that went to Atletico? He was supposed to come to Arsenal too. He tore us up in that Champions League matchup.
He went to China, didn't he, for a little bit when he went back to Atletico Madrid?
Yeah,
Shanghai, didn't
he was supposed to come to Arsenal too, because remember he lit us up in the Champions League. Then everyone's like, "Oh, we got to get him. We got to get him." He was the main priority. Never came. Ends up going to Atletico a month later.
2018, I'm pretty sure that was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. AFC always is obviously referring to the Suarez thing, man. We took the absolute piss with that.
What was the actual kind of logic of the Suarez bid, isn't it?
Because his buyout clause was apparently 40 million, so anything over would trigger it and activate it. So obviously they thought they was being clever, didn't they?
Yeah. But then what I'm kind of say was, why didn't they do it a bit more kind of like? Did they not try to sort of like strategically make it a little bit better than that? I mean, because what it looks like when you do just add the one extra on, it just like you're taking the piss, and like it seems disrespectful. So like, why didn't they do a bit of a better bet?
That's Arsenal being Arsenal. It's prime Arsenal, Rob. This is what we do.
Well, no, I know that, but like, obviously I know that. But like,
do you know when they faxed that through, right? I bet they sent a little email of the music with it. It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely insane.
Just put $1 million down. You know what I mean?
No,
you know what, right?
I understand that. But what I'm saying is, I'm kind of like, what did they think was going to happen after that? Do you know what I mean? This is what makes me laugh about it. It's kind of like, did they think they were going to accept that? Do you really, really think that when you're going to send that as in £1 or £1 million or whatever it is, do you really think you're going to accept that? And then, does your not brain go to the next bit of that, and then like think about how can we do with that? No,
that just happened recently too. Look at the last 2 years. Arsenal. You want a funny story? Arsenal was actually the first club. This is from Di Marzio in Italy. Arsenal was the first club to identify Varashelia. They were the first club to identify him. The funny thing was, the club that he was at said, "We're standing firm on 10 million." Arsenal kept offering 7.5. Napoli was the next club to come in. Napoli said, "We'll give you 10 million and we'll give you 5 million extra on add-ons if he ends up hitting it." Arsenal says, "Okay, we'll buy him now, full cash. We'll do 8.5." And they laughed him off, and he's at Napoli. Then the fucked up part is, halfway through the season, to show how stupid Arsenal is, they tried offering Napoli 30 million for Varashelia at the beginning of the winter transfer season, the year we win the Scudetto. And then towards the end, then they jump it to 60. It's like, dude, just pay the fucking money at the beginning and get the guy.
Don't quote me as well, but wasn't it with the Andre Arshavin deal as well? It was like 2 million short, and I think it was like the agent ended up dipping in the money to get the deal over that. It's unbelievable,
brand, isn't it?
Yeah. And then look at this year. Look at this year with Ollie Watkins. Aston Villa said 60 million. Okay, we'll offer 45. Okay, go fuck yourselves. We'll sell John Duran for the 60 million to Saudi and make up for it.
Well, but they tried though. Arsenal tried. That's all it was for.
Yeah, they tried.
Every time a team must get a fax through from Arsenal, they must think, "Oh, this is just put in the junk mail." It's not serious, is it? Every time, not a serious club.
Yeah.
The other one, the other one that was funny. I don't know if you guys remember this. Do you guys remember that player at AC Milan? He was a stud for 2 years. Do you remember Jeremy Menez from PSG?
Yes, I do. Yes.
He was supposed to go
as well.
Yes, he was supposed to go to Arsenal. He was supposed to come to Arsenal because he was a striker and a winger. This is what we were told. This is what we were told in Italy. Yeah, it was between Arsenal, Napoli, and Milan were trying to sign him. I think he went for 20 million. Napoli offered 17.5. Milan offered him 20,000 more a week, which is why he went there. Arsenal offered 12.5 million for him. I go, dude, what the fuck are you guys doing with this? We're gonna be cheap. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
That's not news to anyone.
Everyone's time's wasted. It rubs people up the wrong way, doesn't it? Everyone's time's wasted. What's the point? I get you got lowball in as part of negotiations, but that's taking the piss, man. Do you know what I mean? Like, if someone's got 30, go in for 24. You know what I mean, and try and get a bargain or whatever, but don't go in for 10. Do you know what I mean? It's it's just like, fuck off, mate. You rub them up the wrong way, didn't you? That's what we done
And
with
the thing
Suarez.
is, Aaron, with Arsenal, we have got money.
Yeah. This ain't like the Wenger days where the penny pinching is tough. We're spending money like crazy right now. The most damning thing is we've spent more money than Real Madrid, and look at what Real Madrid's trophy haul has looked like
in the last
recently.
10 years, we spent more money than them.
Yeah.
And do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? Well, if I'm a football club and I see Arsenal spending this much money, as soon as Arsenal come in for one of my players now, I'll put an extra 10, 15, 20 million on top now. Because I'm seeing they're spending money. And that's the way it works. So when you go out and spend all this money and you're putting on players on ridiculous wages, you're inflating your own prices in the market.
Right. Or look at, like I said, when Sesko comes in, his agent's going to come and go, who's the highest paid earner here? Who's the highest paid striker? Oh, funny enough, they're one and the same. Kai Havertz, 280k a week. And then he's going to be licking his lips, that agent. He's going to be all right, sweet. Oh, and we're replacing this guy as well on 280 because we've set the benchmark. Mad.
You want to know how sad this money spending is? If we give Arteta another 250 million euros, if you convert the pounds to where he's at with euros, he's at 806 million euros spent. He spends another 250 million euros. Arsenal could have bought Inter Milan.
Inter Milan, yeah, I know.
And Inter Milan's got more trophies than we got, just in the 4 years that Inzaghi's been there.
If Arsenal done this. If Arsenal done this properly with the whole striker situation, if you went and got an Ivan Toney or you had an Aubameyang still, if you went and spoke to a Benjamin Sesko and say, right, look, I want you to come in, we're going to play you sporadically, you will get your chances, but you aren't going to be on these wages. And if his agent come back and say, well, why? Because these players are proven, they've done it in the Premier League. But when you start, like you said, when you see a Kai Havertz who's an absolute donkey, you're gonna, it's crazy. It's crazy. They've done this to themselves.
And the thing that's worse is this was never the Arsenal way. Arsenal was the scouting club.
Yeah.
Arsenal used to scout out talent from all over the world and used to get them on cheap money before. And yeah, if we lost them, we lost them. It was what it was. But we were the scouting club. That's what I can't stand about this change. That's why I said earlier, it honestly feels like Arsenal has caught a case of like a Roman Abramovich Chelsea derangement syndrome. They've the top. Go ahead, Rob.
Sorry to kind of like, but like just to say that like a lot of our fan base now is not able to keep the same standards as the club that we grew up on. So that's the problem. So the main thing that they like, challenging. Challenging is the new buzzword, and challenging is the most thing or challenging is the word that they like the most. So that's not really something that I grew up on. I grew up on
trophies.
I grew up on trophies. 1993. I grew up on an FA Cup and a Carabao. What was it called at the time? It was called
Carling.
Coca-Cola Cup.
Oh yeah.
So I grew up on So the first time basically the first year I supported Arsenal, I had a Coca-Cola Cup and FA Cup double. The second year I supported Arsenal, I had a 1994 Cup Winners' Cup. The 1995 season, I had a 9.5 halfway line to like destroy my European Cup hopes. But the point being, after that, for a long time, there was some decent amounts of both domestic and European Cup trophy, memories.
Mm-hmm.
And what my annoyance is with the people who kind of like attach themselves to ourselves now is that like it's not really about they don't really understand that trophies equal memories. And that's the kind of thing. Memories are like third place or second place or fourth place.
Well, most of these new fans ain't in that though. But this is the best they've ever had it. A lot of these new fans. That's why the standards are gone because this is success to the new fans.
But Aaron, like I said, I only started getting into football 2003, 2004, right? This is it isn't, but you could say this is one of the best versions of this club I've seen. But I know the standards need to be higher.
Yeah.
So there's no excuse. I don't buy that as an excuse. Like I said, I got into football late, but I know they need to. I know there's levels what need to be. I don't know what they're infatuated with the manager. That's what it is. It's the manager. And did you not notice what Christian said? I think it was maybe last week. I'm worried he's going to leave and go on and win the Champions League somewhere else.
And he wants him to. He's like, I really want him to. I'm like, what's that all about, man?
That's
like it was his brother.
Who the fuck is going to pick him up? Who the fuck? If we're being honest, right? Bayern Munich has the German-speaking policy. They don't want any more foreign managers after what happened with Carlo Ancelotti. So Bayern Munich's gone. So let's write them off, right?
I was going to say, does Vincent Kompany speak German? But yes, because he's at Hamburg, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Before he went to City.
But so he's gone, right? You're not going to win the Champions League you're not going to win the Champions League as at the current state with AC Milan, but none of the Italian teams are going to pay you that type of money. So you're gone from there. So we'll take those teams out of it. Do we really think Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Atletico Madrid are going to waste their time with him? I don't.
You know, with the way football's gone in this hipster way, it wouldn't actually surprise me if it gets another top team.
I don't think
so. It would, honestly, I'm fully with you. I don't think he should, but I think he would. I think he will.
I reckon the highest he goes is maybe a 4th place Champions League team abroad somewhere. Maybe
the highest. I think I could see him at a Borussia Dortmund, but that's because Dortmund is not Dortmund of what they used to be. Dortmund standards have gone ever since Dortmund was saved by Bayern from going bankrupt. They're not the same club that they used to be. Yeah. So I could see maybe a Dortmund or a Leverkusen, possibly, but
that's here, isn't it?
Yeah, but we're also talking about one of those two teams getting very lucky with their scouting and everything going their way to have a shot at the Champions League. I mean, the Dortmund team that won back-to-back titles with Jurgen Klopp didn't even have a shot at winning the Champions League, and that team is miles ahead of any of these other Dortmund teams that they've had. So it's like I honestly can't see Arteta getting another top job. I really don't. I can't see him. Chelsea, sure, he'll go to Chelsea. Maybe he'll go to Chelsea, but I don't think with Todd Bowley and them guys, I can see it.
Do you know where I think? I think if he went anywhere, it'd be PSG.
No.
Why?
Why?
Because they've had managers like Pochettino, Unai Emery, and I think Unai Emery's a better manager, by the way. Obviously, than Arteta.
Unai Emery and Pochettino have a better rap sheet when they took the job at that club than what Arteta has. At least Emery had the Europa League titles, and Pochettino did what he did at Tottenham. I'm not saying that.
He didn't win anything though, did he? Because was he at Espanyol manager? Wasn't he? When he was Southampton, then he was Tottenham. He hasn't actually won anything though. He got to the final of the Champions League.
He got to the final of the Champions League with Spurs with everybody hyped up. But that's the thing. He still got to a final of the Champions League. Arteta hasn't done anything.
Yeah, but they will say, but super duper Mick has won. He's won an FA Cup though, hasn't he? So
yeah, but here's the thing: the standards of PSG.
6 years ago.
The standards of PSG have gone way up since they've gotten rid of Mbappe and everything else. Because here's the thing, man. The problem that Mbappe and Neymar and Messi had was they could go directly to the sporting director and oust a manager, which is what they did to Thomas Tuchel. They're not having that no more. Now that they're specifically going after the young Paris talent, they're going to be more focused on top tier managers than going with some random manager like Arteta.
Unai Emery also said when he was at PSG that Neymar had more power in that club than he actually had.
Yeah.
But the manager. Do you know what, Ben? Okay, I'll rephrase that. I could have seen probably Mikel Arteta at PSG probably about 2-3 years ago. They would have probably took a punt on him, I reckon.
Yes. After the year that we bottled the league, yes. Now, no.
And pre that, I reckon, as well. But maybe the standards have been raised more at PSG, especially after the Champions League.
You want a hipster manager? You want a hipster manager that I think could get a top job over him, especially if he does what he did again last year? Did Zerbi?
James, what do you reckon? Where does Arteta go?
Even at now, Zerbi?
Marseille.
Well, I know it's funny, but
He dragged Marseille from 8th place back to the number 2,
Sorry.
and it was actually a competition until they got slammed with injuries. Their injuries actually meant more to their title challenge going away than what ours were.
Yeah.
And had De Zerbi taken, De Zerbi, I think, is staying at Marseille just because of the love of the club that he has for them after what happened this year. But De Zerbi, in my opinion, was stupid to not take the Inter job. Because I think if he goes to Inter with the players that they'll have around him, he wins he gives Napoli a hell of a run for the Scudetto next year.
Sesko's taking that job, isn't he? The Inter job?
No, Christian Kivu.
Christian Kivu?
Yeah.
Just quickly interject. So I've got
go on, sorry,
James in here. Just now, that's all right. That's all right. Jimbo, I just want to ask you as well. You know, what I mean, been there patiently. Who do you reckon? Let's just say we sack Arteta tomorrow. Where do you reckon he's going? What club? Have you got a club in mind roughly where you think he'll go? Like it's somewhere in Italy, like a Villarreal or Sevilla, somewhere like that. Where do you reckon he'll go?
Well, I say England.
You think he's going to stay in England?
But a League 2 team. All an Athletic or something.
You know what, Joga, you might be right. He actually might end up at Inter, because if Christian Kivu doesn't work out, they may go with him. He may get a top job at like Inter.
Do you know what? I'd be really happy to do a swap right now of Atletico Madrid. I'd take Simeone all day long, and they could have Arteta. I'd do a transfer straight away.
Oh yeah,
I'd swap that in a heartbeat. And I don't want to hear Arsenal fans say, "Oh yeah, but he plays negative football," because for the last 12 months, that's all I've been watching.
He'd get a tune out of us playing negative football. If he came in, let me tell you something. He's giving everybody a kick up the backside that they needed, because Simeone don't fuck around.
We're set up for it. We're set up for it for someone to come in with the system play. We've got the defense there. We know we've got a player like Declan Rice in the middle. We know even if we keep Thomas Partey, we've got them two sort of shields in front of that back four, back five.
And Partey was awesome with Simeone.
Yep, we're set up for him. Like obviously he needs strikers and a striker and a winger. We know we need that anyway. But it's set up for him. He'd come in there and almost like what I said earlier, he'd need 3 signings: Gyokeres, say Rodrigo, and then an Eze. And then you think he'll probably get the best out of the bunch that's already there. The system and the structure he'll be able to implement, I believe, probably fairly quickly. And all of a sudden, I'm looking at that season then and thinking, all right, yeah, let's go. Can you imagine we had Simeone starting the season with them players that I mentioned? I can't wait to go to the Emirates for the start of the season with that. I'm thinking, wow, we might have a chance here. But Arteta. Anyway,
do you know what?
I'm not looking forward to it, bro.
I think they've really got their work cut out for him, because if they were serious, I think they should have sacked him this summer. Because the next manager who comes in, and Berta, they've got a serious job to do. I mean, there's a lot of dead wood you got to get out of this club. I'd have been on my knees, by the way. I know there's a pre-contract agreement in place with Tierney, but I'd have been on my knees to keep him. You've got so much dead wood to ship out, man. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. When everyone says he's took us from here to there, you know, since Unai Emery was left in a bad state by Wenger, and Unai Emery will create this mess. We're in more of a mess now than when Unai Emery left.
That's one of the biggest lies. That's one of the biggest lies, to say that Unai Emery left us in a mess. Arteta was the one that took us from 5th to 8th. And correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he take us to the bottom? It was like the first time in history Arsenal was at the bottom of the table and Tottenham was at the top of the table, and that was because of Arteta. I mean, again, that's just a facade and a lie that these top gooners like to say, because it's honestly because they fancy Arteta. Let's be honest here.
Also, what they failed to say is, under Unai Emery, we went to our first European final since 2006.
Yeah. And here, we had the toughest schedule out of anybody in there. Chelsea had a cakewalk to the final. Arsenal had to beat Valencia. They had to beat Napoli. And I forget the one other top team that they had to beat. We beat all the best teams in the competition that year. So it wasn't like it was a cakewalk. We beat a ton of nobodies to get to the final and then bottled it against Chelsea. Chelsea had a cakewalk.
Yeah,
Chelsea had an absolute cakewalk.
Valencia, wasn't it? I think we had.
It was Valencia, Napoli, and one other team that it was one of the other big name teams that we beat that was in the competition that year to get to the final. I'm forgetting the other team, but dude. If you gave Emery, look what Emery's doing at Aston Villa.
You gave him 750 million.
I honestly think we won a title.
If not, you'd have won a European at least.
Was this Emery?
Yes.
Yeah. You'd have won a European. You'd have won a Europa League by now. You would easily have done that. You'd have won trophies. You would have won trophies and Europa League.
3 options to do it. This manager. This is what makes me laugh, and I said it earlier. Tottenham sack Ange for winning it. We don't do anything for a manager that loses against Olympiacos. So that's another attempt that Emery would have had. Then he didn't qualify for it. Then he lost to Sporting. Then he lost to Emery at Villarreal. It's embarrassing. So they've had 3 attempts at it, Emery. But the thing is, in some of them, he probably wouldn't have even finished as low, and that's to not qualify for it anyway. So they've probably been in the Champions League for the last 2 minimum, at least.
The thing is with this club, right? The thing is with this club, what I've seen for the last probably 10, 15 years, when you come to Arsenal, it's appealing as a player because when you come to Arsenal, there's no pressure and you guarantee the big payday. Do you know what I mean? That's it. It's all relax, sit back at Arsenal because there's no expectations. You know, we tried. We qualified for Champions League.
We competed.
Yeah, we competed
in the last 20 years anyway.
I mean, here, the team that we have on paper is a decent team, right? Take out Kai Havertz and put Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang back into this team. Even considering what he just did at Marseille last year. Let's take the team last year when we fell, we barely lost the league to City. And you have a manager that's actually playing more forward-thinking football. You can't tell me that we don't win the league.
Not this season.
No, I'm talking last year, not this season.
Last season.
Last year.
What if we had a finisher in there? Even with a 30-odd-year-old Aubameyang, you'd probably bridge that gap somewhat to make.
I'm talking about last season. Last season doesn't matter. We're working forward. It's a process, isn't it? So why is the manager playing a regressive style of football this season?
Because he's scared. He
shit the bed that season, didn't he? He's not recovered.
Brave enough.
So
he's not brave enough.
He's not brave enough.
Do you enjoy that? Do you want him to stay doing that?
No, he needs to be. Like I said, I'd sack him right now and get Roberto Mancini in. Right now, I take Roberto Mancini.
That might be.
The problem is, the longer you keep prolonging it and
the worse it's going to be.
It's the worse it's going to get.
Yep.
And do you know what? I was thinking about it the other day, and I was thinking, what a nice little bench we'd have if Emil Smith-Rowe was still here, Matteo Guendouzi was still here. You imagine if we still had Pepe on the bench to come off. You know,
Pepe was tearing La Liga up this year with Villarreal.
I know. And people go, "Oh yeah, Pepe this, Pepe that." He was like our top scorer for 2 seasons. It wasn't like he was a complete dud.
You want to laugh? Everybody tries to slag off Pepe. Pepe put up more goals and assists for Arsenal than what Jack Grealish did, and Jack Grealish cost like 20, almost 30-odd million more than than Pepe was.
Yeah,
Pepe didn't get his time, man. Pepe didn't get his time.
Wrong manager, wrong system, Pepe. But he still put his output is basically what you're saying, and he was instrumental in the FA Cup win as well.
Yeah,
Problem is, Emery didn't even want him anyway, did he? He wanted Zaha. That was the main target, Wilfried Zaha, and they should have backed him and give it to him. It was a cheaper option as well. But I think it was Raul Sanelli won it with the old. Do you remember? Yeah.
He also wanted Insigne from Napoli. The whole debacle. The whole Chelsea and Arsenal were both in for Insigne when Ancelotti was there. When there was talk that he may leave, there was talk that it was supposed to be Aubameyang and then Zaha on the right and Insigne on the left was going to be the attacking 3 for Arsenal.
How do you think that would worked out of Lorenzo Insigne? Because he was only. Do you think he'd have been too small for the league? Because he is.
No.
5'6", is he? 5'5",
no.
5'6"?
He's 5'5", but the problem here's the reason why he'd have been so dangerous. Insigne's over the top ball playing ability. When you look at the way Napoli used to attack with Callejon and Mertens, and the way Callejon would make runs into the box, he could loop the ball over the top, and Aubameyang could attack the space. It would have been lights out. Him and Pepe's space would have been lights out to attack that way.
Yeah, I mean, Napoli have had some ballers, by the way. Marek Hamšík was another quality player as well. Hamšík was amazing. Yeah, you've had some ballers, man. Yeah, do you know who I even liked years ago before he went to Inter Milan? Zielinski.
I wanted him to come to Arsenal. Yeah. I wanted him when he left. Again, you want to talk about market opportunities. Zielinski went to Inter for free. Zielinski went to Inter. Huh?
You and me should do the scouting.
Shit. we'd have a balling team, I tell you that. Zielinski, I wanted Zielinski to come to Arsenal because he could have easily replaced Odegaard. He's a dual-footed player. The year we won the Scudetto, the guy had freaking 12 goals and 10 assists. And he's playing the exact same way under Spalletti, the way that Odegaard's supposed to be playing under Arteta, but he's going forward more.
What I was going to say, guys, is kind of like, why are none of the big clubs in for our players? About since Saliba, obviously, Rio might be in for Saliba. Okay, great. Actually, to me, to be fair, nobody coming in for Gabriel is Stridley. Let's just score it Stridley. You know what? I'm going to invent that word. Stridley.
You'll get there.
Unusual. Because, like, I think that Gabriel is a player that you would want to come in for. So we've heard people coming in for Saliba, but we've not really heard so many people. Apart from, I think there was one
Saudi, wasn't it, Rob?
Saudi club that was coming in for Gabriel. And like,
off by the wages.
Where are the clubs coming for any of our players?
Oh, I'm willing to bet you. I will be willing to bet you. If there's not serious improvement this year, you're outside of Saliba. We're gonna start hearing some clubs start asking about how much money Saka would be worth. I think there'll be some clubs in for Saka, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Manchester City coming in for Saka. Would not be surprised if Manchester City comes in for Saka.
No, but I don't think they do that. Do you think they do that?
100% they would.
Yeah, I do.
100%.
Okay, so what price and what kind of deal would do you think they would?
I reckon you're looking at 100, 120 million, but I do think that City would ruin. I think City would ruin Saka, by the way.
Oh, I don't think he would fit the system.
What you're saying? What would do you think Man City would come in for Saka for?
80 to 100 million. 80 to 100 million, maybe upwards to 120.
I think maximum 120.
I'll be devastated if we sold him. One sold him to Manchester City, but two under 100 million. Devastated. I reckon it's 120, 150s. If that's what
wages, I reckon City put him on 350. But
100%.
But with you're prepared to go on a time warp, Cameron. We're going back to 2009, where we're sending all our best players to City again.
Oh no, yeah. With old who was it? Nasri.
Mate, Carlo Torre, Adebayor, Clichy, Nasri. It was insane, man. Yeah, Sanya. Yeah,
Sanya. Nasri was my boy back in the day, man.
I love Nasri, man.
That dude, that killed me when he went to City.
Yeah,
I remember. I can't remember. Was it at Old Trafford when we beat them? I think it was 2-1. Was it where he scored both goals, Nasri?
Yep.
Was it?
He was such a baller, man.
First season he came in 2008, I'm pretty sure. 2007-8 season.
Not the Emirates in a 3-0 or a 3-1 win.
Well, it might have been then, yeah. But he scored 2 goals that game, did he not?
Yeah. Against United, scored 2. It might be that one, yeah. But
But I think Saka. I think Saka will be linked to leave. I still think Saliba is going to go to Real Madrid within the next 2 years if we don't pull something off. If not by the end of next year, he'll go to Madrid. Declan Rice, I don't think anybody's going to come in for over 100 million for Declan Rice from Arsenal.
How long do they wait though with these players? This is why I'm not worried is going to be the complete wrong word, but like a little bit concerned with Gabriel Magalhaes's willingness to sign straight away. Because if I was him, I'd be waiting until at least the end of the window and just going, all right, yeah, show me ambition, Arsenal Football Club, and then I'll show my ambition and my loyalty to you. I mean, I'm glad that he signed the deal. Let's just get that straight. But like, if you're looking at that, thinking, why would you just sign it there? I'm like, why is he so happy to do it? It's money, obviously. But
can we tell you why, Aaron? Right. And this is what I thought for a long time. So with the Arsenal players now, even when you get a North London derby, I don't think half of them even know what it means to win this game and like the real passion for it. Now, I think, especially nowadays, a modern football player, I think they're more worried about securing their families' futures for generations and generations. It's all about the money. It isn't so much about winning the trophies. Like I said earlier, Arsenal's a very comfortable club. There isn't no huge, big pressure. If Gabriel doesn't win nothing in 5 years. They're not going to move him on and get someone better to fill that position. They put him on the big money. Come on.
That was my worry about the Saliba thing, yeah, because I thought, if say we sold Saliba this summer, right, to Real Madrid, and he's gone for 80 million, 100 million, whatever the price is, not only would it be a massive, devastating loss in terms of you've sold one of your better players, you've disabled a partnership, but what people also don't or do forget, rather, is that I don't trust Arsenal Football Club to adequately replace him. Do you know what I mean? And that's what we're saying. When we sell these players, let's just say, for argument's sake, in the next two,
get Harry Maguire, market opportunity.
Do you know what I mean? Like, if say your Sakas or your Declan Rices, them sort of players, your best players in the good positions. We sold Declan Rice, we'd end up with someone absolutely pants. If we sold Saka, we'd end up with Nelson replacing him. Do you know what I mean? So I just don't adequately trust this football club, and that distrust has come from years and years of them signing absolute shite. Not because I just see things negatively. I know we have had a tricky thing under Arsene Wenger where we had to sell players, but I mean, Jesus, we was letting the Nasris go and bringing in Jovinios, and our Fabregas go and Arteta's coming in, man. I mean, they are severe.
If we lost Saliba, right? In my personal opinion, the only player that you could go after realistically would be Bastoni, because the Italian teams do not have the money to say no to major offers, right? Do I think we would go after a Bastoni? No, I think we'd end up being stupid and go after like a Upamecano or a Kim Min-jae and be like, oh, we made 60 million. This guy was good 3 years ago. Let's hope we catch lightning in the bottle because 80% of the fan base would buy the bullshit.
And we'd overpay on him. We'd give him too much wages, and then when he don't bang, we're stuck with him.
Yep.
Another thing as well. What? Sorry, I'm gone.
No. I was just laughing at Arsenal Football Club in the situation we're getting.
Another thing I think these hipsters say as well is like, and another reason I think we wouldn't go for Bastoni, what these hipsters will say, is because he's a left-footed centre-back. Like, when has this ever become a thing that you need a left footer on the left side and a right footer on the right side? We used to play Carlo Torre and Sol Campbell, two right footers.
Yeah.
When has this become a thing that you need to have a left footer on the left side and a right footer on the right side? When has this become a thing?
Tony Adams, Sol Campbell.
That's what I mean. When has this become a thing?
I think bold.
That's that hipster shit.
It is.
100%. That's that hipster shit.
To make him look intelligent, like he's got to set up a routine on it. It's like, mate, most footballers can at least. You're a centre back. You're not pinging world class Pirlo balls, are you? You're just hoofing it out.
Exactly.
And that's a hit or miss thing with center backs. That's a hit or miss thing with center backs that can even do that. Like the guy who ruined center backs for that, the last generation, was Bonucci. Bonucci was the only guy that could hit you with the 60-yard pass and put it on the striker's foot over the top. And that was maybe once every 10 games he could do that. And now people want that to be done every single time. But what you were saying, Joe, that shouldn't even matter. Left-footed center backs. As long you want to talk about another reason why, to go back to what we were talking about before, where the sports died, the footballing ability of the players in general has gotten worse because majority of players back in the day could play with both feet. They're not all this one-way, one-footed player like how it is now. Like, you see, sure, it's cool to see the guys doing all the passes with the outside of their foot, but that's also exposing themselves that they're too weak to actually use their fucking left foot or whichever their weaker foot is. You used to see guys, dude, Robert Pires back in the day would play on the right wing sometimes for Arsenal, and you couldn't tell what foot was his better foot between his left foot or his right foot.
I love Bobby, man.
And that's also the older style. Just look at some of the older good teams that we saw. Left-footed players played left wing, right-footed players played right wing. If they came in the middle, they had to shoot with their weaker foot, and their weaker foot was pretty damn fucking good. It's way better than what we see with these players.
Spot on. Don't you think, though, like, a lot of players have lost that technical ability now? Like, they're more athletic. It's more system players. They're more athletic. They've just lost the technical ability.
Yes,
100%. When the freedom goes, so does the quality go. I'm sorry, but
100%, man.
100%.
Express yourself in football. You know, 100%. Ronaldinho as a 2-year-old. Yeah, don't juggle the football. No, you're not allowed to do that.
Here, take take Ronaldinho out of the mix, right? Because we'll say this: Ronaldinho's an anomaly. He's the greatest dribbler of the football I ever saw.
Yeah.
So let's take him out of the mix. Let's just take other players from that era up until maybe like 2013, 2012, right? Throwback names. Let's go to Valencia when Valencia was winning La Liga. How many of these guys are on the same quality level as Vicente was, the old captain of Valencia? How many guys dribbling abilities on the same ability that Guti used to be on? You don't see these players anymore. The guy who taught Cristiano Ronaldo his moves from Portugal, Ricardo Quaresma. You don't see these guys being able to dribble the ball like that anymore. It's not there. The quality has gone down. And again, you don't see guys with 2 feet. You see these guys, all this inverted crap. Even these inverted wingers are too scared to use their weaker foot on that side. That's part of the problem with the game. If they can't dribble the ball into the middle, they have to pass the ball backwards instead of trying to go forward on their weaker foot. It's ridiculous.
Can I say a worrying thing as well to add on to that? Is that easily in the next 20 years, if we carry on with this system-based rigid styles, it will get even worse. Noticeably worse again, because it's noticeably worse than it was 20 years ago. Like, I'm sorry, you know what I mean? When you've got all the lack of flair players coming through, and whether it be strikers, wingers, creative players who's got, that just something about them, that's dying and at a rapid pace. In 20 years' time, if we don't shake out of what we're doing, we're just going to have total robots. Literally just total 6'5". It's going to be like basketball team lining up, just 6'5" athletic powerhouses who don't really know how to use their weak foot. Who the magic in them's gone, the spark's gone. You know what I mean? It's just all system-based pass to the left, slide to the right. It's worrying.
AFC Vigilantes 100. AFC Vigilantes 100%. Who the hell have we seen in Arsenal that can play with both feet like the way Santi Cazorla played?
Yeah,
Cazorla was a wizard with both feet.
They're dying, bro. That sort of player's dying out, mate. In 20 years' time, if you shackle players like Cazorla, they'll be almost extinct, bro. They'll be with the dinosaurs, mate.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's madness, really, for the football, man. Like, 'cause that's what we go for. That's what you pay money to. I know it's obviously a show, but it's still technically entertainment. You want to go there and watch a good game of football. I don't want to watch rigid fucking passing sideways, especially if we're not winning competitions. I'll accept it at the end of the year if we go, fuck me, that was a chore going to the Emirates. But I'll tell you what, I enjoyed the last day when we lifted the fucking Premier League. You'd accept it then, wouldn't you? Everyone accepted the George Graham days. Why? Because it was shit football that won.
Yep.
Isn't it? If George Graham didn't win anything, would probably go down as one of the worst eras in Arsenal history in terms of football quality. Boring. But he didn't. He didn't. He won 89. He won 91. He won League Cups. He won Carling Cups. He won everything. He won the lot, didn't he? Well, not the lot, but you get what I'm saying. He was successful over the period that he was there for. That's why no one really cared about 1-0 and boring Arsenal, because we won. And that's what ultimately people care about, is winning.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the season, if someone said to me down the boozer, oh, yeah, fuck me, your team played fucking shit all season, and I went, well, yeah, we won the Premier League, though. Shut up, you dickhead. What are you talking about? Do you know what I mean? That's what it's all about, ultimately, is winning.
Yeah.
And it will never
change. Do you think it will come full circle, Aaron? Do you think it will come back?
As long as the Pep Guardiolas and the Mikel Artetas are currently setting out regimes, and if anyone's going to start copying them, then no. I don't think it'll ever come back. I don't know. Obviously, there's not much thing to what I'm saying there. I don't really know for sure, but I mean, look at the striker pool sort of coming through and all that. It's just
not there anymore.
Such a lack. I mean, like I said, if you go to the 99, the 90s and the noughties, you could probably name 30 world-class strikers probably in less than a minute. Do you know what I mean? Like now, you couldn't even name 5. It's worrying.
Between the Premier League and the Serie A, if you go through the 90s and early 2000s, you're talking 20 world-class strikers. I mean, look at the Serie A back in the day with how many world-class players were on low-level teams. Because of the old rule of the only 3 international players, you had world-class players on damn near every single team. Even teams that were getting relegated had class players. Like Fiorentina was barely a top 6 team. They had Batistuta. Batistuta's better than damn near every striker there is in the world right now.
I also hear he's coming to Wembley to play Arsenal as well.
Do you? I mean, even if you look back a little while ago, people at Blackburn, Benny McCarthy, he's probably better than most strikers now.
He was a baller.
Yes,
That's a shout. That's a shout. He was a baller.
But he won the Champions League with Porto, no? He was part of a Jose Mourinho Champions League winning team, wasn't he?
Yep.
Just Bolton's unit had goals. Sutton and Shearer. I mean, like, how far do we want to go back? I suppose.
Well, that goes actually to prove a good point. Yeah, almost every single Premier League side since Sutton and Shearer and things like that, you've always almost barred a couple of teams, and one of them would be Liverpool for me now, and one of them would be the Jesus for Man City. All of them have needed a world-class striker. All of them have had a world-class striker. Why have we not signed one? Why have we not signed one? Do you know what I mean? It's frustrating. It pisses me off with things like that. You could run through every single team.
Because it's the ambition thing.
I'll tell you what, and people might laugh at this, right? I'll tell you who I'd even take now from back in the day. Bolton's Kevin Davis. I mean, he was an absolute handful, a nuisance in the air. I mean, the way we play now, crossing it in, I'd absolutely take him. Do you know what I mean? He's better than what we got now.
Who was the Trinidad and Tobago striker that was good for 2 seasons? Kenwyn Jones, I think his name was.
Kenwyn Jones for Stoke and Sunderland as well, wasn't he? Kenwyn Jones as well. Yeah.
Like it's even the guys that were only good for 1 or 2 years are better than some of these guys.
Gomez.
Yeah. Baffatini Gomez was a baller for a while though, especially on that old Leon team that was killing shit. He was a baller for a little while.
I liked what's that, Mort Gammas Pedersen? Yeah, see, that was one I said, wasn't it, Pedersen?
He was a baller too.
He was
really done it for season, didn't he?
One season at Swansea, wasn't it?
Yeah, he done it.
He looked absolutely Rocky Santa Cruz, wasn't it? Blackburn.
Who was the Romanian striker? He could play striker in 10.
Oh, was it Kesman?
Okay. He was a baller. He just couldn't stay healthy.
Was it Kesman news? I mean,
Mutu.
Was it Mutu?
Adrian Mutu.
Do you remember him on FIFA? They couldn't ever get a license for his name because of the old Adrian Murgu, they used to call him on the FIFA games. Yeah.
Baller.
Because the drug
baller.
thing.
He was a baller. But to go back to what you're saying, Aaron, the problem that to me is the narcissistic side of Arteta. Because here's the thing, Gabby Jesus. Here's the argument for that. When was he really the false 9? He kept getting moved out to the wing because he wasn't good enough at the false 9. The false 9 when they were dominating was Mahrez. Mahrez was really the one playing the false 9. He would just float out to the wing and have Gabby Jesus come into the middle because it was a free for all at going forward. Same with the guy who they sold to Barca, Ferran Torres. It's the way that they fluctuate in and out. It's the problem with Arteta is he's so rigid. He's so rigid. He's so stubborn. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Mate, do you know what as well?
Laurent Robert.
Yeah, but Laurent Robert.
The problem with Arteta is that, like, he's from his stubbornness into, like, stupidity in terms of the sense, like, he was absolutely smashing it in 22-23 and he was making us play some fucking amazing football, and then after that, well, we all know what happened.
Yep.
I don't need to explain it to anyone. It was absolutely fucking diabolical, much ridiculously regressed football, and that was it basically. So that's kind of how I see it. But maybe he can like turn it back around again. But he's got 1 season to do it. You've got 1 season, Mikel. You got 1 season. Mikel.
He's got it. If he don't win, he's got to go at the end of the year.
Yeah,
you got 1
He's got to go.
Mikel. I mean, I would sack you now, but I can't. So therefore, you have 1 season, Mikel, now.
Yeah, I do this every week. If you've been following me for however long, is this the up-to-date one? Yeah, Regression FC every week. I do it this season, of course, the last season and the season before.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the metrics: 25 wins. No, let's just stick with Arsenal. Obviously, 20 wins this year, 28 wins last year, 26 the year before. Regression draws 14, horrendous, more than both of the last 2 combined. Ridiculous. Oh, and the gals and that will go, yeah, but we lost 1 more game. We lost 1 more. We lost 1 more less. Sorry, all we won. That's what they'll pick out of this whole lot.
The draws kill you, Aaron.
Yeah, that's what they do, bruv. Look at this though. Goals 4, The draws right next to the goals for. These are the two that kill you. And what do you need? Goals to turn them draws to wins. So it's a striker.
Do you know
goals
what?
For 69. 1 second, bro. 1 second.
Sorry, go on.
Goals for 69. Last year, 91. Regression. And the year before that, 88. Severe regression. Goals against. We're even conceding more than the league last year. Goal difference, 35, 62 and 45. And then the points, 74 this year, 89 last year and 84 the season before. Massive regression. 10 points behind the leaders. Massive regression. Like,
and the only reason
here shows you it's going that way.
And the only reason it's 10 points behind Liverpool is because Liverpool won the league so early. They fucked off at the end. We really have to make up 14 to 16 points on Liverpool. It's not just 10. Liverpool got that far off ahead and stopped caring. And now they're going to be even better this year than what they were last year. I mean, you're adding Florian Wirtz. You got two young studs now coming in as the fullbacks. And the bigger elephant in the room is they still didn't even have a striker. Luis Diaz isn't a striker. Luis Diaz is a winger, and they were still able to pull away like that. Imagine if Liverpool really put their balls out on the line and they went and spent another 100 million and got Isak. Arsenal got to spend $500 million to go try to chase after them.
Well, imagine Liverpool going to get Gyokeres.
Yeah, or Gyokeres.
That'll be, I reckon, season over if they get all of their signings and then get a Gyokeres in there.
Yeah.
Do you know that whole drawing and losing is a complete false narrative, though? Because you're better off to lose a game and win a game, lose a game, win a game, because you'll end up with more points. You draw two games and you get 2 points. You win one, lose one, you get 3 points. If the draws are what kill you in the league.
14, bruv. That's way too many.
And how many of them was from winning positions?
I think a lot.
A lot. Look at the Villa game. The 2-2 draw at the Emirates to Villa.
Brighton twice.
That game, like that to me, that game summed up the season perfectly. How the hell are you able to go up 2-0 to Villa, and then all of a sudden, a cross out of nowhere from Matty Cash of all guys on his left foot of all ways to cross the ball in, and that's the tying goal. It's like, dude, come on, man, come on. For you to be able to do that, and then the best part is that was one of the worst games where they kept zooming in on the fucking set piece coach with all the corners that we had at that game. That's another sackable offense, is just the amount of times we try to zoom in on a fucking set piece coach. Like, it's ridiculous. Nobody's ever done that in the history of the sport, except Arsenal. Let's talk about a set piece coach. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Do you know what? Yeah, I'm all for adding strings to your bow, yeah, and working on set pieces and things like that. I'm all for that, but don't make it your main outlet of goals. Do you know what I mean? We should be having that in as just an extra little added weapon. We made it. Oh yeah, we'll turn that into our goals, our main outlet for goals. Why? Why is that? Why are we relying on that? I want us to every now and then turn a draw into a win from a corner, not make it the only way we score goals. I mean, we was way too heavily reliant on set pieces for far too long in that league last season. Far too long. It's ridiculous, really, when you think about it. It should be an additional.
Aaron, at the beginning of the season, wasn't Gabriel Magalhaes like our top goal scorer in the Premier League for a while because we were so dependent on the corners? I mean, come on, man. That should tell you the state of this club as it is right there. We're relying on a center back to score goals. Like, come on. Enough's enough, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's just sort of a testament to how bad you need a striker when your centre-back's your leading goal scorer and you're drawing 14 games in a season and you're scoring 22 goals less than you did the previous campaign. It's not rocket science what we need, is it?
No.
And Sesko, for me, ain't going to bridge that. This is going to bite us in the backside. I'm telling you, this signing, if we don't get Gyokeres and or let him go to Manchester United, this is going to bite us in the backside for the next 4 or 5 years. I'm telling you, like, Gyokeres is going to be a thorn in our backside. He's going to score against us regularly, Gyokeres. We're not going to like this signing. Going to obviously Manchester United. It's a double blow.
Did you see what Henry said, that his preferred signing would be Julian Alvarez for Arsenal? How do you feel about that, Aaron?
Yeah, I'd love him at Arsenal Football Club. I mean, he's gone to Atletico Madrid, and as you'd expect, he's obviously left almost the shadows, isn't he, in Manchester City? And he still had a fantastic season.
He was good at City.
Yeah, he really did. But it was always going to be in that shadow, wasn't he, in terms of main guy up front? He was always going to be that for Haaland. So he's taken that step. Can I be the main man? And he's took it on, isn't he? He smashed it. That's what it's all about. Go on, mate.
I like him, but I like a bit of a bigger striker to lead the line, especially when we've got one up front. See, I'd like to have him, if we had two strikers, like a bigger guy, and maybe him come off the bench, it gives you a completely different dynamic, different option. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not very optimistic about this season, that's all, to be honest.
The other thing too, Joga, he also has a world-class player in Griezmann dropping deep and creating for him.
There you go.
That's the other thing about Alvarez. Me personally, the guy only cost 30 million for them. I'd throw 35 million immediately because Atletico's a dealing club. I'd go get Sorloth. The guy scored 20 goals off the bench. And you want to talk about the profile that Arsenal needs as far as an aerial threat. He's way better than fucking Sesko is. Go ahead.
You could have went and got him a few years ago from Trabzonspor over in Turkey, Sorloth, and he won the league title with him in Trabzonspor a few years ago.
Making these signings, do you know, like the 7 million Guendouzi's and the 7 million Martinelli's? All we do is spend 25 millions now on Kiviors and 35s on Vieira.
I know you don't like Diamond. I know you don't like Diamond Eye, Aaron, but I'm pretty sure Diamond Eye was the reason for Guendouzi, was he not?
Yeah, it was. That was under his tenure, to be fair, and Saliba.
Yeah,
but then
and Saliba. Yeah, Martinelli as well, I believe.
Probably would have been. Yeah, I do make you right. So he's done some good. But also, I mean, it was lazy as well from him, just going in again. Yeah, just get Mkhitaryan, already signed him. We get Aubameyang, you already signed him. Socrates already signed him. That was lazy.
Socrates was.
But why don't we do any of them now? Why don't we do any more Guendouzi's now? 7 million, low risk, high rewards. I don't get why we spend 25, 30 million on average players.
Because, man, the top Gooners want Hollywood signings. They want Arsenal to be doing what they saw with Chelsea. They want the top Gooners grew up being Arsenal fans, seeing what Roman Abramovich was doing, and they want Arsenal to do the same thing. The problem is our scouting department is dog shit. We're wasting so much money. I don't have a problem if you spend a lot of money, but if you're spending a lot of money on the star players, but you're filling the squad out with young players that you're scouting properly. Again, we were talking about it earlier. Arsenal could have got Varashelia before anybody. Would any of us be complaining on a 10 million purchase if we got that guy? And again, I don't know if you guys watch the Serie A like that. Guendouzi's top 10 midfielders in Italy right now. He's one of the best defensive midfielders in Italy. And his partner, the other guy who's an Italian international, Rovella, he's tipped to be the guy to replace Çalhanoğlu at Inter. We could get him for 45 million. He's better than Zubimendi as well. The problem is these guys latch onto a name because Arteta says a name. Yeah. Oh, we're looking at this, and they think it's the gospel truth, and it isn't. Again, Zubimendi, Mikel Merino, and Martin Odegaard didn't do anything at Real Sociedad. So why the fuck should we expect them to do something at Arsenal when they couldn't do anything at Sociedad? It makes no sense.
You know, even there's a stake to be made as well. Why didn't we just throw our name in the hat for Kvaratskhelia in the winter? Sorry, why didn't we even try and challenge him when he went to PSG? I know you said we could have got him for 10, but we could have also got him for 65. We just let PSG have a free run at it. Our season could have been totally different if you'd have had a Kvaratskhelia and a Saka. I know he weren't fit and he had his injury problems, but they're the type of players, Kvaratskhelia, that lift other players around you and win matches on their own through individual brilliance. And we haven't got enough of that, especially when Saka's out. We've got no one else to do it.
Could you imagine if your front three, if we actually played Martinelli in his proper position, he's getting service from Saka and Varashelia, he'd have an easy chance of scoring 20 goals a season.
Yeah.
Easy chance with the creativity you get from those two guys. And Saka the same way. Vada, the thing about Vada is this. He can score goals, but Vada's not a 20-goal scorer guy yet. He's still adding that to his game. But the assists and the ability to dribble and open up the defense is what we need. Because the biggest problem with Arsenal is low block. We suck at breaking open low blocks. Was it the shit draw that we had, or did we lose to Everton this year when we couldn't even break them down?
We drew at home, didn't we? And then we lost.
Yeah, these low block teams is where we have the problem with, and it's because you need that extra creative ability, and our players can't do it because they're held back. Because again, these wingers are basically being told to be wing backs. They're so focused on the defensive side that Saka's trying to get the ball 20 yards into our own area, then dribble it all the way up to the opposite team's box. By then, you're gassed. And because everybody else is so far back playing defense, the other team can easily just get into their defensive shape, but we can't break them down.
Do you know what, as well, as I'll say, let's just say Liverpool had them 14 draws there. Mo Salah takes probably 8 or 9 of them away, just through individual brilliance winning them games. He turned probably easily 8 or 9 of them into wins. There you go, you win the Premier League. Do you know
Brother,
what I mean?
besides that, if you combine Luis Diaz and Cody Gakpo's goals, that's another 30 goals between those two guys.
Yeah.
We're not getting 30 goals between Martinelli and Havertz. We're not getting 30 goals between Havertz and Odegaard. So again, Saka could have a career year next year. The rest of the goals that we need to challenge for a Premier League is not coming because of the system. It's down. Once again, it comes down to the manager at the end of the day.
This is what pisses me off, is that we need more goals in the team. So we're replacing Gabriel Jesus or Havertz's 14 goals with 14 goals. I mean, just
if not less.
In the hope that you can get a little bit more. That's what we're really pissed off about.
Again, Jogo, you were the one that said Mateta earlier. Mm-hmm. I would take Mateta at the team. Go get what the other problem that I don't understand is this. If you don't go out and go get some of these star players that can transition to other leagues with no problem, you're already taking a gamble that a player is going to take a year off to get used to the pace and the physicality of the Premier League. Why don't you go after some of the top talent in the Premier League? Go get Mateta and Eze. Why do we have to resolve to good? First of all, I don't know why we're resolving to the Bundesliga. To me, the German players have a tough time transitioning over to the Premier League. They really do. The only guy who hasn't of recent that I can remember is this Marmouche, and that's just because of the position that he's playing in with Pep.
Yeah. Yeah, man, and do you know what, Marmouche, I think as well, just to sort of say about Sesko, he bested Sesko's league tally in terms of goals in 5 months. Yeah, he done it in 5 months. Mate,
Dude, Christopher Nkunku led the Bundesliga in scoring, playing with Sesko in that 3-4-3 as the number 10. He was the Bundesliga's top scorer, and he's struggling in the Premier League. And this is his second season. So what makes a difference now from a guy who's a proven goal scorer to a kid who's not a proven goal scorer, who's a project? Again, this whole bullshit with project. How long do we have to wait for Sesko to possibly be a 20-goal scorer? 3-4 years? It's not worth it, man. Again, Mateta's what, 35 million? And here, another guy, proven goal scorer. Go get fucking Ollie Watkins. Aston Villa's got problems with PSR. Go get Ollie Watkins.
But we just won't do it, mate. We never do.
Or if you don't want to go get the striker, go get Morgan. Morgan Rogers is a bad boy. Morgan Rogers is going to be a top player within the next 2 years, man. This was his coming out party. City regrets letting him go.
But do you honestly trust Arteta bringing any of these players and making them better? Or maintaining that level? Because I don't.
The only reason I would go after those players, Joga, is in the hope of whoever we're going to look at as the manager to replace him is going to take them to the next level. That's the reason why I would look at it from that perspective. Again, we should have moved on Arteta immediately. Now I'm happy we didn't do it because it's my team, but if Conte was really serious of leaving Napoli, Arsenal should have been the first team giving him a phone call to try to pull him away from Napoli. Arsenal should have been the first team to call Massimiliano Allegri. Arsenal should be talking to Roberto Mancini right now. The fact that Juventus haven't called Roberto Mancini to take over the team is absolutely ridiculous. We should have called Hansi Flick before he went to Barcelona. Everybody was talking, the top gooners like, he's washed. The German national team, this is the worst crop of German players we've seen in God knows how long. Germany went on like a 5 straight tournament run of at the minimum was a semifinal. This is the first time that hasn't happened. Cool. You can't blame him for that if a country's going through a tough spell of players. It's the mindset is absolutely ridiculous. And again, like I said before, the Arsenal PR is the reason why Ancelotti wasn't the manager at Arsenal. Everybody tried saying that the mutiny that happened at Napoli was against Ancelotti. It was against the ownership. There were players who were promised moves to leave because Ancelotti was supposed to get a whole new team. It didn't happen. De Laurentiis was messing with the players' money. There was a whole lot of bullshit behind the scenes that the PR did not talk about properly, and that's the whole reason why he got the job. Nobody in their right mind would take Mikel Arteta, who's a novice manager, over Carlo Ancelotti.
We do at Arsenal.
At the same time, yeah.
We do exactly. We do at Arsenal.
Do you know what? That's why I'm so surprised when we got Berta, because I was like, Mertesacker's getting that. Because it's just stunk of Mertesacker, didn't it? But
I thought that as well. But you know what I think Berta's in for? Because if you look at Arsenal, especially our history in general, we don't seem to generate money from sales. And it seems like Berta's got a bit of a track record of doing that. So I think that might be the reason why.
One of the biggest things in football is self-sustainability now. And the Kroenkes, the thing is with the Kroenkes is this. The Kroenkes, all the other teams that they own, the Colorado Avalanche, the Rams, and everybody else, they do not take a loss of profit on any of the teams. That's why I think they're handing out this money right now. And then once it's going to be tough, but Berta's going to come in to get this team on track with self-sustainability. And here, just to go on that, Napoli is the worst team for all of these big clubs because Napoli has not ran a year without making money. The only year that we didn't make money was because of COVID. Those 2 years are the only 2 years since Napoli was bankrupt in 2004. Those are the only 2 years where we've run the club where we haven't made a profit. And you see what they're doing now. They've gone in 21 years. We've gone from bankrupt to being worth 910 million. And only 2 out of the 21 years we haven't earned a profit. That's the way that the business is starting to move for football in general. And that's why I think that this is the last hurrah for Arteta. Because here's the thing. The financial aspect of Arsenal, there's more money coming in for Arsenal than we've ever seen. There's no excuse for them to keep blowing this amount of money. And there's nothing back in return.
To jump in as well, let's not forget in the last 2 years, we've renewed the Emirates Stadium deal. Adidas, Visit Rwanda, all Champions Leagues in there, all the old Europa League and No Europe, all of that's off of PSR. We've renewed the training ground, various other bits. We have not been in more financial stable position than we are right now. But
yeah. And
there's no excuses.
And we're not, here's the other thing. Arsenal is the only team that the Kroenkes own that was not put on the loan ramifications that they took out to build their football stadium. The Rams are underneath a lien for their loan. They're a part of the overall package that the Kroenkes used to take the money out to build SoFi Stadium. Arsenal's the only club that they couldn't do that with because they were still paying for all the stuff for the stadium off in the first place when they went to go make the loan. So we're not under that financial ramifications at all. So it's even less of a reason why we shouldn't be going out to just get these players and start moving forward. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, and who suffers ultimately at the end of it? We do.
Mm-hmm.
We're the ones that suffer. Man, I don't know about all of you lot in the chat. Still 90 people in the building. That's wicked, man. We are the ones that suffer, aren't we? Ultimately, it's the fan that loses out because we have to go through these silly little processes now. Why are we in a rebuild? You're saying about squad players that we need to sell as well. Zinchenko. We're not going to get anywhere near as much as we should do for him. Why? Because he's on 150k and he's got a year left in his deal. Arteta ain't wanted him for 2 years. Why is he still here?
Aaron, do you keep Zinchenko like that? Actually put midfield? He's never been given a shot at our club in midfield.
No, he hasn't.
He should have been.
He should have. He should have been.
He should have. Yeah. I don't care what Christian Origal said with some of those fucking the Arsenal roundabouts that big up to Dan Potts. But how you can sit there and say that there's never a time to to take Odegaard out and put Zinchenko in that position at any time is absolutely ridiculous.
I'd rather Zinchenko than Marino every single day of the week. Like,
Brother,
so yeah, if you offer me a
brother,
choice,
you want to
I'll
talk about how stupid Arteta is, right? The sackable offense that that the top Gooners hate to talk about is he started the exact same starting 11 2 days before the second leg of the semifinal against PSG. We were good for the first 30 minutes. After those 30 minutes, we were gassed. We were lucky PSG didn't do what they did to Inter Milan to us with how tired we were, because this idiot wanted to play the entire team there. He should have been sacked right then and there. And again, Miles Lewis-Skelly is a left back. Why? Because he wants him there because the other left backs got hurt. Miles Lewis-Skelly is a midfielder. He's a midfielder. He should not be a left back.
How mad is it that we're going to be going into the season, and he will probably play in there, but I agree with you. He is a left midfielder. He ain't a left back. That we need another left back, and we're looking for another goalkeeper. When does it end? Like this, we should not be needing. And I know we won't get all of these players. But we need a backup goalkeeper. We need a right-sided centre back. We need a left back. We need a Zubimendi. He's coming in. That's still a position. We probably need another midfielder because Thomas Partey might go and Jorginho's gone. There's 5. We need another central attacking midfielder. Although I'm willing to argue that if you want to say Nwaneri and Max Bauman's coming through, you need a right winger, a left winger, and probably 2 strikers to replace the 2 that we've got. That's like 10 players, man. And I know we won't get that, but that's a rebuild when you consider you've got to renew 3 or 4 or 5 contracts and sell about 5 players. That's about 20, 30 individual bits of business you got to do. How's that not fucking rebuild?
The fact that we let Kieran Tierney go is absolute bullshit. There's nothing that Kieran Tierney deserves to be treated the way that he was. Kieran Tierney, not only is he the best left back for Arsenal, he's also the best crosser of the ball, and he's not a scrub, dude. He gets into, he gets into a lot of the teams in the Premier League as the starting left back. It's not like this dude is only here because he was left over from Unai Emery and he's just okay. He's by far, at the start of the season, he should be the starting left back for this club. What we did to him is absolutely ridiculous.
Serial winner as well, by the way.
Yeah. Do you know what?
Here you have him at the left, Timber at the right, Saliba and Magalhaes. Who really has a better back line of 4 than us? Who really is a back line of 4 than us? It's not City. I don't care what anybody says. City's defense is not better than ours. It's not. The only team that goes against us for a defense is Liverpool. That's it.
Yeah, and it's very close between the two either. It's not like one's running in ahead of the other. They're both 2 solid midfielders and defenses, sorry.
Yeah.
But do you know what the annoying thing is as well? Is I bet you any money that Berta, when he went to the training ground the first time, he's probably looked at Kieran Tierney and he's gone, "Oh, I like him. He's a bit of me, this guy. I like him. I'm looking forward to working with him." What's his contract left? Oh, sorry, Andrea. We didn't renew his contract. We didn't extend it for a year. Really sorry, Andrea, but he's leaving for free. Mate, I bet you Andre Berta must have been looking around and he would have gone, "You fucking taking the piss. You mean to tell me you haven't chosen to extend this contract by another year and you're letting him go for free?"
You know what the funny thing is, Aaron? He's the exact same profile of player that Atletico had in Felipe Luis. The exact same profile. Fast pace, up and down the wing, fantastic crosser, and can aid in helping out the possession with the overlap with the left winger. He's the exact same profile of player that he had. That alone doesn't make any sense that we chose to do that. Especially, you're trying to get a Sesko in, right? Oh, we want Sesko because of how tall he is. The best crosser of the ball is fucking Tierney. You give Tierney a target like that, he's going to be getting headers galore just from catching it from Tierney.
And do you know what? I don't want to hear about injury prone when we have people like Tomiyasu neither.
Lee Gunner debunked that whole bullshit. He's actually been less injured than all the other fullbacks that this fucking team has had. Yeah.
Just quickly, brother James has got to shoot off, man. Thank you very much for jumping on, my friend.
Yes,
it's been a long stream. I didn't expect it to kind of go this long, but you've lasted
work,
the pace.
Work
man.
ethic.
He's got stamina. That's it. He's got some stamina. But big up, my friend. Thank you very much, my friend. And yeah, man. Any last words?
Well, I hope Spain beat Portugal tomorrow in the final.
Have you got a cheeky bet on it?
Yeah, I'll say Spain will beat Portugal 3-1. Portugal will go ahead and then Spain will come back.
Yeah.
Spain's the best team in the world right now, man.
Yeah. You see that other game, that goal for France, that, what's his name? He's going to City.
Cherokee.
Yeah, that was a mint goal.
Yeah, that was a proper goal. But yeah, I think I'll make you right there, James. Yeah, I think they will nudge it out. But no, thank you very much, man. Appreciate the time.
Yeah,
and,
take care, guys.
See you soon, my friend. All the best, man.
Yeah, all the best.
Big up to James,
mate.
man. Top man, what is it? Go on, that's it. I've accidentally removed the wrong person. There we go.
You know what's funny? Real quickly with Cherokee, why do we not pay attention? Like what we were saying earlier, where Arsenal was a scouting team. Why don't we pay attention to the other teams that have historically been scouting teams that produce young talent? Lyon has always produced young talent. For the last 25 years, they've produced crazy amounts of talent all over the place. We should have been tailing Cherokee last year. He was doing this already when he got the final call up. It's not like this is a new thing with this guy.
What about in the winter? In the winter market? Do you know what I mean? Why not get ahead of everyone at least?
Winter market, Aaron, he had a $12.5 million release clause at the end of last season. $12.5 million. You man, dead serious. Dead serious. He had $12.5 million release clause last year. Nobody took it up. He had $12.5 million. They extended him as soon as the season was over. As soon as the 1st of June hit, when the transfer window came, nobody came and hit them up for him. They immediately extended him. To where now it's where it's at now. It's again, the Arsenal needs to go back to the Arsenal way. Scout out the players before all these other teams do it. You have the money to be able to afford arguably the best scouting system in the world with the size of the club that we have. This Hollywood sales, dude, it just doesn't work like that. Again, everybody has seen the different what's it called? Documentaries on the Galacticos. The Galacticos didn't even work for Real Madrid like that. We've seen this happen before. All these crazy amount of purchases. We've seen it not work before. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, now facts is, mate, it's just a frustrating one as well when you sit there and think, why are we not? Do you remember who was it? Was it Francis Cagiao or something like that? That was our was it Cagiao or something like that? Am I getting that massively wrong? He used to be our head scout. And Edu came in and sacked him. I'm sure it's something like that, or Caribbean or something like that. Either way, I don't understand why we've gone so far away from it. And that's probably why I'm going to answer my own question, actually, because I've read that's probably why we're not making any young signings. Because do you remember when Edu come in and he sacked off all the scouts, didn't he? And went for like a metric-based sort of thing. Why would you get away from something like that? Yeah, he sacked all the scouts. Yeah, exactly right. Why would you get away from something that's tried and tested over like 100 years, in terms of finding players? If we're not going to, let me say it this way. We sign, our player ID has been basement. Look at the last 3-4 windows. Calafiori, flop. Maybe he'll come good, but we needed him last season and he didn't. Marino, flop. Sterling, flop. Neto, flop. The season before. Timber, hit. Rice, hit. You had Havertz, flop. The year before that. Jesus, flop. Zinchenko, flop. Vieira, flop. Shall we just carry on? Tomiyasu, flop. Ramsey, flop to a certain degree. Like, it's just constant. Tavares, flop. Lokonga, flop. Like,
why did we get rid of our French connection? We haven't signed a French player in how long? Arsenal used to sign French players like it was going out of style, and they were always good. Look at the amount of talent that PSG is signing. With them changing their way of just strictly going for the French talent. Desiree Doué, 40 million. Really? Doué for 40 million. I'd have bought him in a heartbeat. It doesn't make any sense. None of this makes any sense that we're trying to change this. And it's like, and Calafiori, I said this on your last show, man. Again, this goes back to like what I said with Sesko, where people are just watching highlight reels. Calafiori isn't even the top 8 center backs for Italy. The only reason he was an Italian international is because he played for Bologna. Italy just got blown out by Norway 3-0. We should have lost even more. That team is going down to the politics that's in the Italian FA, because certain players are on that team because of teams they play for that don't deserve to be there. We don't have all our best players over there, and it's ridiculous. Calafiori doesn't even deserve to wear that Italian national jersey. He's garbage, man.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen, when we play him at left back, of course, I haven't seen a worse one-on-one defender play in that position since Andre Santos. Like, he's that bad at one-on-ones, honestly. He reminds me of Andre Santos just getting ran through. Like, it's embarrassing. It's like Zinchenko. We've just replaced him with a better-looking Zinchenko. Do you know what I mean? He's look at the points that Zinchenko cost us. Like, because he can't defend. Calafiori can't defend, and he's a fucking defender. Like, what's the point in him? At least if you're going to try and get the best out of him, play him in his position. Like, it's just another pointless signing. Like, when you get the Christians going, oh, yeah, we didn't have any money for Gyokeres. Why did you spend 80 million on Marino and Calafiori then? Like, why did you have to do that? No one said you had to do that. Well, mate.
I blame Zinchenko for that title when we didn't win the title. Liverpool got nutmegged, scored 2-2.
Yep.
Then that started the demise from there.
Yep.
100.
He cost us that. Zinchenko cost us that.
100%. 100%. They thought they were doing something special. We're like the Zinchenko when he was playing there. You wanna laugh. That's the same exact formation that like Mancini would play, where he swings the right back in to play a back line of 3 and push a left back up. We don't even do that. We're trying to throw everybody at the box all at once, and we're only going to Saliba and Gabriel are fantastic defenders, but if you get overloaded, you get overloaded. How many times have we seen that happen to Manchester City in the Champions League, where City lose to stupid teams because they overload trying to play and you get caught out in the counterattack? You're 100% right, Jogo. We lost that season because of Zinchenko. 100% right.
Listen to this. Where's all of these players that we're signing on good prices? Lauren, Fabregas,
wow,
what a bargain. Reyes, Santi, Monreal. And them two were good deals and all. I think Monreal was like 7 mil, and I'm sure Santi was like 15, 16 or something like that from Malaga. Man, Mikel Arteta. And then you got Emi Martinez, Xhaka, and maybe not so much Xhaka, but Alexis and KT. So he's making good talent ID there, to be fair. Like, look at our list of, I just reeled out some of the players that we've just signed. Terrible. We've got Vitinha in here. We've got a manager that goes and gets fucking, what's it called? He goes and gets Fabio Vieira. Like, he's sat right next to him. We've got a manager that goes and gets Mikel Merino over Ruiz. Like, these are two signings. You make them signings of Vitinha and the Ruiz, and all of a sudden,
here's the funny thing with what you said about Fabian Ruiz. Arsenal was supposed to get Fabian Ruiz when Napoli sold him to PSG for 27.5 million. Arsenal was the one that was supposed to get him from us. It wasn't supposed to be PSG. He was supposed to go to Arsenal. They were the first ones in for him. The same thing happened all over again. Arsenal tried cheapening up on Napoli, which wasn't going to work because Napoli didn't have Champions League money for 2 years. We were stuck in the Europa League. When we sold Fabian Ruiz to PSG, we sold him for 27.5 million, but we got another 7.5 million in add-ons. So we technically got him for 35. Arsenal wanted to buy him for 20. It's like, dude, you're not going to pull that shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mate. And he'd be a baller for us.
I didn't even know he's that good, Fabian Ruiz, to be honest with you.
He's gotten a lot better because of the guys that he has around him. When he was with Napoli, he was good, but his main thing that he did at Napoli was the long-range shots. His shooting ability from 25 yards to about 22 yards is unreal. It's unreal what he used to do at Napoli for that. He stepped his game up on physicality and creativity because he's got Vitinha and the other kid. Is it João Neves?
Yeah. Benfica.
Yeah.
Ex-Benfica.
Yeah.
That midfield.
But we saw that firsthand, didn't we? How good his shot was. Anyway, Fabian Ruiz, PSG Arsenal.
Yeah, and you think they're all market opportunities. Now they've got a manager in that's knitted them all together. He's added Kvaratskhelia in there, and then bang, it's all coming together all nicely. And that team, they're not old either. They're going to be together for 4 or 5 years.
Longer
they're only
than
going to
that.
add on to it. Exactly.
Longer than that.
Yeah. The only reason I said 4 or 5 is in case Real Madrid poach 1 or 2, you know what I mean, and sales sort of go here and there.
The problem with PSG, brother, is PSG can compete. You go to Real Madrid or Barcelona because of how big the teams are, but if it's about money, PSG can compete with anybody with money. That's the only reason why I say that. And the thing is, them French players love staying in Paris.
Aaron, give me 2 minutes. I'll be back, okay?
Yeah, man.
But you talk about market opportunities. Not only Vara, that Desiree Doué was 40 million. You wouldn't take him? That kid's unreal.
Of course, I'll take him, man. These are the players that we need to be looking at. Like I said, they've got Desiree Doué, and all of a sudden, in a Kvaratskhelia, it's transformed. All then they need to do is Dembele to actually have the season that he should be doing. Why they bought him from Barcelona? All of a sudden, it's all come together. They've got the young sign in there, smashing it. They've got a market opportunity in the winter, smashing it. And now they've got Dembele, the player they hoped they'd buy. Now he's balling out this season. He's been unbelievable. All of a sudden, you've got a front three that are absolutely banging.
Yeah.
They bought Ruiz, who was in a bit of no man's land, wasn't he? All of a sudden, now you put him next to Vitinha, and it just looks like an absolute world-beating midfield. Like it looks like it just does, doesn't it? That's only getting better. They're going to play more. The manager's just signed a new deal at PSG. They're going to play together. They're only going to get better in the system. They don't get worse from here. They're going to add players onto that.
They're going to get so much better. And on top of it, they have that pipeline of all the talent around Paris. Paris has got one of the best pipelines of talent right now that makes it even worse to try to get over the hump with where these guys are at going forwards for the future. Okay. Can I comment on this guy, Ray?
Yeah, of course you can.
So here's the thing that I think a lot of people for the Chelsea fan base and everybody around English football doesn't know if you've never watched baseball. Todd Bowley is the owner of the LA Dodgers. He's brought the scouting mentality of a baseball team to Chelsea. What that does is baseball teams have probably 3 times the amount of scouts that football teams have. They have scouts for players to make the team better, but they also have scouts for players that they can use to get rid of, to get draft picks and stuff when it comes to drafting or looking for other things to maybe get cash into for the team. If you look at what Chelsea's done, they've set up that type of scouting system with football. That's the whole reason why they got so many of these young kids that they bring in for $1 million, turn around the next year, sell for $3 million, because they keep running profits. They've brought the scouting mentality of baseball to their team, which is why it's like that. It's a thing that you would have to get used to, and you would have to try to learn it to be able to understand why Chelsea's done that. Outside of that, listen, I think Chelsea has a good little foundation. If they can put together 2 center backs and 2 wingers, Chelsea's going to be a fucking problem.
Yeah, mate. The thing is with Chelsea, it's all
And a
about
striker.
when.
And a striker.
Yeah, it's all about when for Chelsea, isn't it? Because it's like anything. I think if you throw enough money at it, it'll go away eventually. Any problem, and then by that I mean translating in. If you throw in a lot of money at it, they're going to win the league again. That's for definite. They've got an unlimited amount of resources. It seems. It's actually quite a good time to put this up as well. By the way, I'm going to take a market opportunity and get this up. They are the clubs with the healthiest PSR in the Premier League. Chelsea right at the top, 300. So the point that we was just saying as well about the spending money, they will spend money. They might not get it right, and they've done a lot of absolute pants signings, by the way, absolute stinkers. But they will eventually get it right. It might take 3 more years. It might take 1 more year. It might take 5 more years. But they'll keep throwing the bag at it, and then they'll get it eventually. Chelsea, they'll get it right, because the more they sign, the more they'll get rid of. But they'll find a couple of players in there that will elevate them and take them to the next level. Maybe Delap ain't one of them. It's like a stopgap. With Chelsea, it's so underwhelming for me, because I'm used to Chelsea signing Didier Drogba, Hernan Crespo, Andriy Shevchenko, Nicolas Anelka, David Costa. Do you know what I mean? I'm used to seeing them. Torres, and I know it didn't work out. Do you know? But yeah, I'm used to sort of seeing them sign them as sort of strikers, and then you sort of go into a Delap, and I just think that's like what, I don't know, like an 8th or 7th place team does. Good player, you know what I mean? And it might prove you wrong, but I just think if they was to go in for a Gyokeres or something like that, that's when they start getting dangerous, like the Manchester United. They'll get there eventually because they're Manchester United. Same with Chelsea. They'll be back at some stage. It's just how well they knit it all together. Do you know what I mean? But they've got money to do it. And look at this. It's interesting. We're all the way down in 6th, 97.
That's ridiculous.
I thought that can't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the like the
Aaron, part of that is, like I said, they've had, you got to remember the last 2 years they've had they've had like a 40-man squad. They've been selling these young kids for profits left, right, and center because of their new scouting system, the way they're doing it. They've applied that baseball scouting system to football, which is why they're getting, look, this Mark Guigu kid is supposed, they bought, I think, for like $2 million. They're supposed to be flipping him for $7 million. Has barely played, but other teams wanted him. They're buying him so that they can hold on to him, make him a little bit better, and flip him for profit so they can keep doing what they're doing. That's exactly how baseball teams operate.
Muted, of course. I don't really know too much about the way baseball operates, to be fair, but I know the gist in what you're saying.
Yeah.
I wonder if when they're signing youngsters, like in the Brazilian market, you know what I mean, or they're Southern American, I should say, and they're signing them at 15, 16, if they sign them in that year, I wonder if then in 2 years' time they can sell them as academy players. I know they're not directly coming through that, but you know, like when you've got a player that's a young at age of 16, they've been there and played a certain amount of games. I wonder if that's what they're doing, getting them in so they can then be registered in some way, shape, or form as like an academy player, or you know what I mean? Getting what's that? Sorry, like
homegrown. Yeah,
like that. And then for PSR, you can get 100% of the profit on them, can't you? Because they're. I wonder if that's like an avenue that they're going down with that. I don't know, to be fair.
I wouldn't doubt it. If there's a loophole, they'll figure out a way to do it. Because look at Todd. If Todd Bowley's found all the loopholes to spend the amount of money that he's had with the Dodgers to get through all the loopholes for a salary cap in baseball. I mean, the Japanese guy they got, Otani, he signed $1 billion contract, but he's getting all of his money after he retires so that they can fit him into the salary cap. So if there's a loophole like that, Todd Bowley will use it.
Facts. I mean, they are dodgy as anything, couldn't they? But look, there's a loophole. I want Arsenal to be doing that. There's a way around something that makes us successful. I want us to do it. Do you know what I mean? You've got all the Chelsea thing with selling all the hotels and things like that. Good. If that's allowed them to have 300 million to spend in this market, and we've only got 97, why aren't we doing that?
And I'm shocked City doesn't have more than that, because City's made, I think it's like 400 mil over the last 3-4 years. They've gotten 400 million across all the youth academy players that they've sold. They've sold a ton of them for a boatload of cash.
What's that? Sorry.
They spent quite a lot in January, though, didn't they?
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, man, their revenue stream is off the charts. Their revenue stream off the charts with getting Champions League money, and what their total revenue is nuts. I'm shocked that they don't have more.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably.
But Arsenal, that's pitiful. 97 million. That shows you how bad the spending and decision making has been. Is if that's the ceiling. If that's the ceiling before you got to start worrying about PSR. Once you buy Sesko, you got problems.
Yeah, well, exactly, and bringing it back to Sesko, that's just the annoying thing about it, man. I'm not going to drone on about it. It's just, I reckon that's just going to cripple us. I really do. But I'm going to wrap up the stream because my kids are going to be down in about 3 minutes. I hear them. I can hear them stomping around, sort of all up there already, ready to come down. So,
work ethic.
Yeah, 8 hours 40 minutes. The chat, man. Let me come to the chat first, man. That has been an absolute worldie of a stream. I'm absolutely buzzing, and man, to keep the numbers up, we still had it like 2-3 in the morning. We still had 100, nearly 200, and you've stayed here the whole way time. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. We've still had 80s, 90s, 100s in the building. Big up to yourself, man. The chat, you have been absolute world class. I promise you, from the bottom of my heart, I'm double grateful, man. It's been a wicked stream. With all the guests have been absolutely fantastic. I've enjoyed this stream. It's one of my favourite ones, to be fair. Just chilling out, talking about football. Let's just see where the conversation goes, and like lads do. Do you know what I mean? You just get lost in having a bit of football chat, didn't you? And I've thoroughly enjoyed
it. By, isn't it?
Yeah, it ain't it just, man. 8 hours and 40 minutes. Jesus Christ. I've thoroughly enjoyed both of your companies, man. You've really brought something to. Well, we wouldn't have been nattering on for the last 3 or 4 hours if neither of you were on it. So, mate, honestly, thank you so much to Gianni, and of course
Appreciate
to
it,
Aaron as
brother.
well. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Yeah, big up, my
No.
namesake.
Thank you, honestly. Thank you for having me on. I really, really do appreciate it. It's nice to be able to get on and just, vent a bit of frustration, just get on, chat to some like-minded people. And I think it's good that a lot more of us are coming out now, being able to speak, and maybe we can drive some change.
Jogger, it was a pleasure to meet you, my guy.
Yeah, you too, Gianni. Likewise. It's been good. It's been really good chat.
If you guys are ever deciding to come stateside, stop in Chicago.
We will, mate. 100%.
Will do.
Yeah, 100%.
Or if I'm in Europe, I just actually funny little thing. My dad's heading over to Italy tomorrow, because I just bought a house out in Napoli. So if you guys if I'm in Italy and you guys ever want to try to catch a game or come through, more than welcome to, man.
I wouldn't
Appreciate
bring
that.
anyone
Nice one.
else, mate, for a Napoli game. I'm telling you, I wouldn't bring anyone else. But this is why I've done this for the calling show as well, especially. And this is why I've done this in general for the channel. Finding people, do you know what I mean? Bringing people on. We can all have a football chat. We all have just a great football chat that spans over nearly half a day. Do you know what I mean? Wicked, man. But chat, absolute world class. I hope you all will enjoy the rest of your Sundays. Well, the rest of it's just starting. Oh, that's how late I am, isn't it? Come on, man. I don't know what you boys are up to today, but hopefully you have a good Sunday. And yeah, we will leave you all on that. Bless up to everyone, man.